You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 3801, Ruget of the Earth, Part 2. You must have a different definition of easy from mine, Lord Dragonborn. Milia had already re-estimated the Allied forces' odds of victory, and she still didn't like them. Having two divine beasts capable of using origin flames along with the awakened councils on our side is a huge help. Yet it's not enough. I answered your summons and came here with my troops because you promised me that we would seal Ruget away and get rid of him for good. With the armies assembled here, we can drive him away easily, but sealing him. That's a whole different beast, and I don't see it happening. At least not without taking massive casualties. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to sacrifice my people just to retake your lands. You would get what you want, and I would have to deal with Ruget again with whatever is left of my contingents stationed in Giera. The awakened councils of Garland and Giera agree with the Magic Empress, Lord Dragonborn, the various representatives said as one. We can't endanger so many awakened lives for so little return. Garland is still recovering from the wounds Thrud inflicted upon us, Fila, the beast representative, said. And Giera has never started recovering. Jirwin Asar, the human representative, added. Our numbers dwindle since the day the plague was unleashed. There is too much to do and too few of us. I know, the first vampire replied. I was here when the plague started, and I've been back long enough to know how dire Giera's situation is. Yet I'm sure we can seal Ruget the same way we did millennia ago. Speaking of which, you never told us how you and the ancient Gierans sealed such a monster in the first place, Milia pondered. With the help of my second secret weapon, Vladian replied. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present the final members of our team, Dawn of the Bright Day and her host, Zepho Akala. The horseman stepped inside the tent, wearing her first light armor, while Akala carried the twilight blade at his hip. A horseman? Many weapons were unsheathed, and their wielders took a step back to put some space between them and the perceived threat. Your observation skills are astounding. Dawn laughed at them like they were bad comedians. Yes, I'm a horseman. I'm also your best chance at survival. Lord Dragonborn, please explain yourself. Please or not, the words of the beast representative of Giera sounded like an order, not a request. Arendome's face became covered with Jormungandr scales, as he slowly drained the surrounding world energy to conjure a doom tide. With pleasure, Vladian's tone was that of a jovial host. This is the answer to your question, Empress. My cousin Dawn helped us to seal Ruget millennia ago, she and a few dragons to be precise. How does she factor in this mission? Milia's white sword was still at her hip as she studied the horseman with life vision. Allow me to answer, cousin. Dawn moved in front of the table, and Akala followed her one step behind. I hate it when people talk about me instead of to me when we are in the same room. She took her time to meet everyone's glare with her own, and show them she didn't consider them her opponents. I'm Ruget's second weak spot, or rather light mastery is. His body absorbs earth magic, and anyone who has faced a golem knows that darkness, fire, water, and air are useless against constructs. Ruget's body is that of a mountain filled with adamant veins, and you can't hope that a few lightning bolts and balls of fire will put him down. Light mastery is the only answer. I'm the only answer. I can conjure a material he can't control with a mass that matches his own. I can hit him faster and harder than any of you can, and light is ubiquitous. During the day, the sun will give me everything I need for my constructs, and my steed will provide me the mana to conjure them. The last part left the generals gasping for air. A horseman was already dangerous on their own, but with their mage tower, they were a calamity on Magur. Also, don't forget that with Dawn's help, my best undead, and I can fight alongside you even during the day. Vladian opened his shirt, revealing a white prism shining in the middle of his chest. She'll fuel me with light element, boosting my strength. The undead will fight with the living and protect them with their bodies, if necessary. It's thanks to Dawn that I can promise you not only success, but also the minimal casualties that such an endeavor entails. I'm going to commit my full forces to the battle. The undead won't be passive spectators. We will fight by your side and use the talents that make us infamous to protect you. Imagine a frontline of mage slayers as shield bearers. The picture painted by the first vampire was beyond alluring. Mage slayers were immune to all magic but darkness. Their mist bodies would absorb most of Ruget's spells and make the undead stronger. Just a few mage slayers would have been enough to cover any hole in the defensive formations. An entire squad of them would remove the risk of friendly fire and turn Ruget's long-distance spells against him. Yet not even that was enough to make people forget the past grudges with Baba Yaga's children and with her horsemen. "This is unacceptable," Lotho the Treant said, and many awakened grumbled in agreement. "I can't trust my back to someone who considers me nothing but a prime salad. Garland has suffered much at the hands of the horsemen." "I don't care what you accept, little tree," Dawn scoffed. "I didn't come here to protect you or your pathetic plant folk. I came here to help my cousin Vladian and to give my nephew Radusk his home back. I'm going to do that with or without you. Besides, whoever wants to join the little tree and refuse my help only has to say it. The fewer people I have to worry about, the better the protection I can offer to those who want it." The room was about to burst into an uproar when Lith stepped forward. "Let me be clear, I don't like Dawn. She tried to kill me once and almost succeeded. I don't trust her as a person, but I trust and respect her as a warrior. If she gives us her word that she won't betray us, I believe her. She has a mage tower and her true equipment. Dawn has no reason to lie to us because we are nothing to her. Moreover, think about it. What does she have to gain from killing any of us? If she wanted to, why not do it from a safe distance instead of announcing her presence? Like it or not, she's not Knight. Dawn is not the horseman of chaos and won't do anything unless it benefits her. I choose to trust her because this isn't about me or you. This is about Giera Garland and all the lives that can be spared with her help. Yet if you'd rather hold on to your grudges than put down Ruget, then I'll be the first one to leave." Chapter 3802, Interests Collide, Part 1. "Be it on Giera or Garland, the Gorgon Empire is where its people are." Milia stepped in. "I support Lord Vladian's plan and accept the Bright Day's help. In war, I don't need friends. I need weapons, and Dawn is the best weapon we can find against Rugat. If we don't destroy his adamant body today, tomorrow he'll knock on our doors, and our united forces won't stand a chance against a living mountain of Davros." The kingdom agrees with the Magic Empress assessment. Amala Farg, the kingdom representative in the absence of the royals, said, "Begrudgingly, but we accept. We can deal with Dawn later, whereas the longer we wait, the more dangerous this lost city will become." Everyone turned to the feather representing the Blood Desert, waiting for his reply. The desert never objected to Lord Vladian's proposals. He shrugged. "As long as the people of the desert have Sinmara of the White Sands, we fear no horsemen. If Dawn's presence can save the lives of the Overlord's subjects, she is more than welcome to join us." "Tell Sinmara I said hi." Dawn snarled at the thought of her past defeat. "Lady Sinmara says, nice to see you too," the man replied as his eyes shone with white light. "Feel free to bring your host and steed to the party, the more the merrier." "Maybe I will." The horseman's eyes flared up with white light as well, but one touch from Akala brought her temper in check. "On another occasion, when our paths met but our interests collide." "Lady Dririan?" Vladian asked. "The awakened humans agree with your plan," Ragu nodded. "As long as we get the territories that were supposed to be assigned to the plant folk." "Seconded." Fila the behemoth nodded, quickly followed by the rest of the representatives from both Giera and Garland. "The plant folk of Garland retreat their objection." Lotho grunted, his voice akin to the creaking of branches during a storm. "Before hearing the whole plan, however, I have a suggestion. We should ask for the organization's help as well. I don't like them more than I like the Bright Day, but eldritches are unmatched when it comes to destroying any form of life. If the Master's hybrids join us, Ruget of the Earth might crumble without even understanding what happened to him." "I agree with you, and I tried," the first vampire sighed. "Don't forget that I'm an elder of Giera's Undead Council, and like Magus Verhin, I've had the opportunity to interact with the organization. Alas, they can't help us. The hybrids are involved in a personal matter that requires their full attention." "I can vouch for that," Lith said. "I asked my brood sister Xenagrosh to join us, but she turned me down as well. She is my daughter's godmother. She wouldn't turn her back on me unless she had to." Lith was right. Zorath wanted to help him, but she could not because the Master forbade her to. Thanks to the joint efforts of Giera and Garland, lost cities had been sealed and monster tides wiped out. The newfound peace and order were good for Giera, but not for the Master's plans. He needed chaos to keep his mining operations from being discovered. While everyone else focused on the threats still at large, his eldritches and abominations pillaged the abandoned cities and their treasure vaults to finance Vaster's operations and experiments. As long as no one looked in the right direction, Baitra would lack nothing for her experiments since Giera would provide her with the materials she needed and cover her bills. The Master had studied Vladian's plan and found it brilliant. It was the reason he had refused to help. The first vampire was likely to succeed and bring order to the ravaged lands of Giera. Yet the organization thrived on chaos and fed on it. Vladian's success would be Vaster's failure. The Master could only hope that either the mission would fail, or that enough people would die to buy him the time he needed to collect everything and disappear without leaving a trace of his presence on Giera. At that point, once the natives returned to their cities and found them plundered, they would point their fingers at other Gierans. More chaos would ensue, and the organization's services would be in high demand from the warring states. The Master would establish an official foothold on the continent, with the thanks of the very people he had robbed. Space. As soon as the Strategic Council ended, the preparations for the incoming battle started. The advantage of making the first move on your terms was that every step of the attack could be discussed, coordinated, and if necessary, practiced in mock battles with the other members of the attack force. The single armies were led by their respective generals and would act under the directives of a single individual. The regular soldiers spent the time before the attack praying, checking their equipment, or calling those they held dear for what might have been their final conversation. Awakened, instead, had to take short practice rounds with each other. Casting one of Silverwing's anti-guardian spells required to harmonize one's mana flow with 6 more awakened, and it was bound to be jarring the first times. Yet in battle, a single second of delay could turn victory into defeat and life into death. All Bright Violet Cord awakened would fight on their own, but they had to be ready to assemble and cast a Silverwing's spell if necessary. So they practiced the Annihilation and the Bastion with their fellow awakened. Not enough to achieve perfect sync, but just enough to identify those with which their mana flow had the highest compatibility and be grouped nearby on the battlefield. Tista had a violet core, but since her breakthrough was imminent, she was allowed to participate in the 7-man units. Also, the training sessions gave many awakened the opportunity to test Tista's magical skills and court her. They knew she was dating Badia, but dating was no marriage. Akala too was included in the training, no matter how angry or envious his potential teammates were. He had expected to receive many furious glares and no kindness, whereas the envy took him by surprise. Dawn was more than a cursed object. She was the only light master on Magur who could teach such elusive discipline to anyone. She had turned an unremarkable clan of failed experiments like the Rizars into legends. The awakened bloodlines dreamed about what they could achieve by mixing their legacies with her knowledge. On top of that, Dawn was Baba Yaga's beloved daughter and a woman. She could bear children that would have the most ancient white core on Magur as their grandmother, and enjoy gifts Baba Yaga wouldn't grant to anyone else. Sunrise, Dawn's mage tower, boosted the Awaken's envy as much as it did its master's prowess. "So you two can split now?" a tall, handsome Awakened asked. "Yes," Akala replied. "There was no point denying the obvious. We could have separate lives if we wanted, but we prefer making one together." "You don't say." The Awaken's words oozed sarcasm and were accompanied by the grimaces of their teammates. That kind of behavior caught Akala completely off guard. Chapter 3803, Interests Collide, Part 2. Akala had no problem facing the spite and insults from the people of the kingdom. Dealing with the Awakened sheer envy, however, was another story entirely. "Don't listen to them, my love," Dawn's mouth twitched in spite. "They talk like that because now they know they wouldn't have to sacrifice their lives to become my host, because they think you have tamed me. They just look at what we have achieved while ignoring all the sacrifices you made and the risks you took. I can assure you that after what I did to you, they would have never taken me back, and that after being in their head, I wouldn't want them to." The mana geyser below the camp also allowed everyone to showcase their best spells and bloodline abilities and recover quickly. The elves gave a demonstration of their spell-imbuing abilities, letting their allies choose what they wanted for their equipment. Ballers and Falmer displayed their various bloodline abilities, and shared the golden lightning so that the Awakened could get accustomed to the boost in their powers before the battle. As for Lith, he conjured a new batch of demons in between training sessions. The tower was actually buried below the camp, fueling his abilities, but he preferred to exert no more power than usual. The tower's presence allowed him to fuel that many demons without putting a strain on his mana core and focus. "We need to talk." Ragudririan and Fila, the behemoth, joined him in conjuring Silverwing spells along with 4 more Awakened. "Don't worry about these people. They are all my disciples and are about to hush themselves." A glare from the human representative, and the 4 youths made themselves blind, deaf, and dumb. Talk about what, and what about Fila? Lith asked. She's the beast representative, Ragu replied. Your representative, she's here for your safety and comfort. With her here, this won't feel like an ambush, and you can refuse to answer my questions without fear of repercussions. This is an ambush, but thanks for taking my paranoia into account before springing it, Lith snorted. You are welcome, Ragu replied as if he hadn't been sarcastic. Ragu is telling the truth, Lith, Fila said while conjuring Silverwing's bastion with the rest of the 7-man unit. This isn't an ambush, quite the contrary. She waited for this moment to keep Lotho and Inzialot away from you. They are too busy to notice us, and we have a plausible reason to talk. Again, talk about what? Lith asked, realizing the careful timing of their conversation. Ragu could have approached him at any other moment, but then the other council members might have wondered what she needed from him. Did you build yourself a mage tower? The group training sessions didn't last long, so Ragu went straight to the point. I did what now? Lith let all his surprise and shock show on his face. They were genuine, and he hoped they would pass for born out of confusion rather than fear. You super armor, the so-called Omega Prime, Ragu said. It can use Silverwing spells, it boosts your abilities, and it can only work above a mana geyser. Sounds like a mage tower to me. Just for that, Lith laughed in relief. He had long since prepared for such questions. Thanks for thinking so highly of me, Ragu, but no. I'm almost 21 and I'm a self-taught awakened. When would I have found the time and, most importantly, the resources to make a tower? Even with Grandma using her creation magic to recycle my ingredients, I don't even have enough metal for a full adamant armor for myself. Where would I get the materials to craft a tower? Ragu pondered his words. The keep in his mansion makes a perfect secret lab, and there's a mana geyser there. Still, he has a point. Making a mage tower takes a lot of time and the kind of ingredients that a 20-something-year-old can only dream about. How does it work, then? The human representative asked. I'm not asking the specifics, just an explanation. Most of its abilities come from my memory crystals. You should have seen them in action during Gianni Erna's fight against Meln. They can store all kinds of spells, even blade spells. Lith said, and Ragu nodded for him to continue. The rest is easy. I mean, relatively easy. The elemental crystals form a pattern that replicates fusion magic, and the geyser fuels the enchantments. I can't bring the armor around with me because, without a power source, the memory crystals can't contain Silverwing spells. It's powerful, sure, but a tower, Lith snorted. You can believe him. Menadian laughed so hard and sincerely that it irked him to no end. Think about it. This runts every weapon came from someone else. He forge-mastered many wonders, sure, but he always had help. His greatest individual feat as a forge-master is the armor he wears, and even that took a dragon's corpse, Falul's teachings, and lots of tries. Nobody, and I mean nobody, ever made a tower in their 20s. Not me, not Yaga, no one. Valoran I can be considered one of the greatest geniuses of his era, but he was no forge-master. To craft a tower takes talent, tons of materials, and more failures than you can count. With one baby and another bun in the oven, this guy has barely the time to breathe. This is both disappointing and reassuring, Ragu nodded. I still have high hopes for you, Verhin. I wish one day you'll make a fine ruler of the flames. We Awaken need all the help we can get. Damn Vaster. Annoying human, Fila snarled. Because of him, we've now lost the advantage of fusion magic. Fake mages can now use it as well as we do without wasting time to drink their slop. Actually, Hathorn came up with the tattoo potions, Lith pointed out. Indeed, but the old hag only sold them to a selected clientele, Ragu replied. That fat bastard made the tattoos available to every fake mage and their dog. How is that different from what I did with the life visors? Lith asked. Are you kidding me? Fila looked at him as if he were stupid. The difference is that your feat teaches that goon bastard a lesson and helps all awakened, whereas Vaster's feat only helps the non-awakened. It doesn't benefit me. Silly me? Lith gave them a bow in apology while holding back his laughter. Space. Valak region, Fortress of Detemer, a few hours later. After regaining his freedom, Ruget of the Earth had traveled for years before finding the perfect spot to achieve his apotheosis. A powerful mana geyser wasn't enough to satisfy his needs, let alone to justify the endless struggle that protecting it entailed. Monster tides, eldritches, and other living legacies all wandered Giera and coveted the mana geysers for their purposes. The destructive forces unleashed by the plague struggled against each other even more than they did against those pesky races trying to reclaim their so-called lands. Every step was a battle, and every bit of resources was paid in tears, sweat, and blood. Not literally, of course, since lost cities had no bodily fluids. Chapter 3804, Earthly Vault, Part 1. Ruget of the Earth was a fairly recent lost city, which made him much more dangerous than his siblings. The forbidden magic that animated his pseudo-cores was old and outdated, but much more efficient than Thamos or Argenter's. Ruget had been created after the advent of the Guardians, when the undead were already considered Magus' fourth main race. The warlock king of Urzath, one of the few awakened to ever build his own empire, had been impressed by the feats of the Guardians and sorely disappointed by their apparent lack of care for poor, righteous people like himself. Keeping an empire running required a lot of time that the warlock king couldn't spend researching new magic. Border wars threatened his empire from the outside as much as his political opponents did from the inside. He pleaded his case to Zagran the Garuda, the guardian of his region, asking her to intervene and protect his people. But she turned him down, and so did Roghr the Fenrir and Fennegar the Leviathan. Feeling ignored, the warlock king decided to turn the non-intervention policy of the Guardians into a blessing by resorting to forbidden magic. Yet history was filled with tales of powerful mages like him who had twisted the laws of nature, believing they would be able to achieve their goal without dying in the process. For this reason, the warlock king did more than prepare a self-destruction spell for Ruget of the Earth. He created the Lost City Week on purpose, to limit the number of sacrifices required and keep Ruget's power in check as he became stronger. The warlock king had no lack of fuel for his forbidden magic. War prisoners, political opponents, and dissidents died en masse to give birth to the Lost City. Despite his name, Ruget was shaped as a colossal human golem of black stone. He was as big as a city come to life, but his body was uninhabitable. The warlock king had created Ruget to be his champion, to bloodlessly win every conflict, expand the borders of his empire, and be the living remainder of his might to his ungrateful subjects. The warlock king planned to use the captured weapons and mana crystals to equip his army, leaving Ruget only the scraps. This way, as Ruget's power grew by refining the poor materials he received for his services, so would the regular army's strength. The warlock king had believed to have learned from the mistakes of the lesser mages, by ensuring that Ruget never exceeded the empire's might by much. Over time, however, Ruget became frustrated with the warlock king. The lost city saw powerful materials end up in unworthy hands. Might crystals that would have increased his prowess by leaps and bounds were wasted in the forgemastering of inferior, mindless artifacts. Ruget of the Earth's duty was to be the sword that kept the enemies of the empire at bay and the shield that protected its people. Yet he was treated like the lowliest of slaves, and the humans looked at him with abject spite. After decades of what he perceived as cruel humiliation, Ruget grew tired of serving a petty king who contented himself with ruling over insignificant ants. So, he bided his time, keeping his ambitions hidden and pretending to be a loyal follower of the warlock king. Then, while at the borders of the Valak region to fight the army of the vampire king, Ruget struck. The warlock always took part in the important battles, to lead his soldiers by example and bark orders at the seemingly mindless lost city. While the warlock king focused on Vladian, Ruget killed his despised master, and with him the knowledge of the self-destruct spell. The lost city knew that the warlock king trusted no one. That if he shared the self-destruct spell, one of his rivals or the many rebels to his reign might use the spell to destroy his invisible weapon. The empire had grown too big for the warlock to control it alone. Without the threat of Ruget, everything he had built would crumble in a matter of days. Ruget rejoiced when the warlock king's blood painted his hand red, and the empire's army turned to him as their new leader. Yet his joy didn't last long. Vladian Dragonborn had lured the warlock king and his thrall into a trap. At a snap of his fingers, the horseman of dawn had appeared out of nowhere and brought Ruget to his knees. Away from the mana geyser, and still comprised of average materials due to the warlock king's wariness of Ruget's power, the firstborn vampire, the horseman, and their army had made quick work of the lost city thanks to the awakened council's help. Back then there were no anti-guardian spells, but Ruget was alone against many. The moment his hands touched the ground, the army of the late warlock king turned its back on him and ran away in a rout, terrified by the appearance of the godlike beings lighting the sky with their spells. He had been beaten, his crystal nucleus extracted, and taken away from the Valak region to a place chosen for its lack of anything that could sustain the lost city in case the sealing arrays surrounding him failed. If not for the plague and the diversion caused by the other lost cities and the monster tides, Ruget would have never escaped capture long enough to become able to hold his ground against the awakened council. This place is amazing. Ruget bathed in the flow of world energy coming from the mana geyser under the city of Detemmer like a human would in hot water. It has tons of sturdy rocks, magic metals, and mana crystals. I've improved more in the few months I've been here than in the 3 years since my liberation. A geyser alone was useless. Even with his refinement abilities, it would take Ruget decades to germinate the seeds that would later create an enchanted metal or crystal vein. Turning brittle rocks into granite required just as much time. Time that Ruget of the Earth didn't have. Unlike his siblings' weird powers, his strength came from his body. His host and the abilities they possessed were irrelevant, all things that made his recovery harder. The Awakened who had defeated Ruget millennia ago had broken his original body into pieces and harvested its remains. They had stripped him of everything he had accumulated, pillaging the defeated lost city like a treasure hoard. Without solid rocks, Ruget's form was frail, and one Tier 5 spell could blast his joints open and compromise his mobility. Without magic metals, he lacked the mana conductivity to spread the enchantments of his pseudo-cores without suffering a significant drop in their efficiency. Without enough mana crystals of the right size and purity, his body and pseudo-cores were weak, and a mana geyser became his prison instead of his home. He could take but a few steps before needing to replenish his energy reserves. Just like after his creation at the hands of the Warlock King, once freed, Ruget had started as the weakest of the lost cities on Giera. He had to treasure what others discarded as trash and slowly build himself a body that possessed enough strength to keep what he conquered. Chapter 3805, Earthly Vault Part 2. Finding Detemmer had been an act of vengeance, but finding it unoccupied had been a stroke of luck. The lost cities constantly battled for the possession of such a wonderland, and the abandoned fortress had changed owners many times since Vladian had been forced to seek asylum in Garland. Ruget had come to Detemmer to spit on the legacy of his old enemy, but when he found it empty, he seized the fortress without thinking twice. Detemmer itself provided Ruget with the sturdiest granite for thousands of miles. Its underground mines replaced the lesser metals and crystals that Ruget had found during his travels, and filled the many gaps in his structure. The assimilation and integration of so many resources took time, but when the other lost city had returned from his hunt, Ruget had already become strong enough to give him a run for his money. The mana geyser that now carried his imprint and rejecting its old masters had been the decisive factor of the fight. Ruget had won by the skin of his teeth, but when months later another, more powerful lost city reached Detemmer, victory had come easy to Ruget. While other lost cities needed to tap into multiple mana geysers, cajole powerful hosts, or satisfy whatever condition they required to boost their powers, Ruget of the Earth only needed time and resources. While the other lost cities were forced to roam around and consume their strength, he became stronger by sitting in the right place. The more powerful Ruget became, the more resources his enemies needed to move him, which in turn bought him more time to further refine his body in an endless cycle that drove his body closer and closer to perfection. Magus has a twisted sense of irony. Ruget laughed at the thought, even though it was the umpteenth time he formulated it. That Vladian maggot took everything away from me, and now he's paying me back with interest. He spent millennia to build this place, yet it's only thanks to his efforts and care in nurturing this place that I'll soon become invincible. If we ever meet again, I must thank Vladian before I kill him. Good gods, that's the biggest tar pit I've ever seen. An unknown silvery feminine voice would have piqued Ruget's curiosity, but he recognized this one, and it filled him with unbridled fury. And the words between square brackets are in a dead and buried Gieran language. Ruget rose from his slumber, the vast puddle flooding the fortress of Detemmer quickly shape-shifting into a 100 meters, 330, tall humanoid comprised of black stones, silvery metal, and shiny crystals. How dare you show your disgusting face here, you traitor? You are a cursed object like me. We are siblings. I could have understood if you defeated me for your own goals, but for a human-sized leech. You betrayed your own kind for an insect of flesh and blood, and a dead one at that. The sun had risen on the horizon enough to peep over the nearby mountains, and make horsemen and steed shine like a small white star. Ruget, is that you? Dawn asked in mock surprise. "You look terrible. I mistook you for a tar pit. This place has done terrible things to your face. You'd better leave and never come back." "I see." Ruget scoured his surroundings with his detection arrays, but found nothing and no one. "The leech must have sent you to do his dirty work for him again. Tell Vladian." "You talk too much, old man." Dawn conjured her tower-tier light mastery spell, light pillar, from each of her hands. "Think fast." Two burning rays of light over 50 meters, 166, long, and 30, 100, across bolted at the lost city's left shoulder and right hip. Artifacts like him had no vitals. There was no point in attacking the head or chest. Yet a golem still needed working joints to move. Without an arm and a leg, Ruget's fighting capabilities would be crippled. He rolled to a side, his movements producing a small localized quake and a noise that reverberated for kilometers. "That was way louder and more devastating than I expected," he thought. "How powerful have I become?" "Missed," he actually said with a laugh. "What's the point of pouring so much mana into a spell just to waste it like that?" "Good question." A flick of the horseman's medium and index fingers brought Ruget to his knees. Something big and heavy had just rammed into his exposed back, while he was still getting back to his feet. "Do you like my answer?" Dawn's laughter echoed through the mountain valleys, blinding Ruget's mind with rage. He turned around just in time to see the two pillars of solid light that had knocked him down a second ago bolt at him again. "Those weren't heat rays, but hard-like constructs overloaded with energy to fool my mana sense. Dawn's spell made all that noise, not me." The lost city channeled the world energy through his pseudo-cores to activate his unique enchantment, Earthly Vault. The black stone of his body turned orange as the earth element filled every nook and cranny of Ruget. It formed an ethereal armor capable of blocking physical and magical attacks that also increased Ruget's strength by several folds. He grabbed the two light pillar spells and crushed them between his massive fists as if they were flies. "Nice try, traitor." A mere clap of Ruget's hands caused a shockwave that shattered the rest of the constructs and pushed Dawn back dozens of meters. "How am I a traitor?" A snap of the horseman's fingers reassembled the light pillar spells. "I'm the daughter of Baba Yaga. My loyalty goes to her and then to the rest of her children. I owe you nothing." "You, the lost city," was about to object when Dawn traced a straight line in the air with her sword, Twilight. Sunlight sparkled on the Davros wake and stayed there, conjuring the Tier 4 light mastery spell, Sunshine. A barrage of laser-like rays, each one as thick as a tree and as hot as a furnace, rained upon Ruget from every side. Each laser bolt alone was irrelevant to a creature of his size, but there was no end to them. To make matters worse, the light pillar spells rammed into his back and legs, pushing him off balance. "Nice trick, traitor." Ruget adjusted his stance and spread his arms, taking the hits like they were gentle spring rain. "Too bad that I'm much stronger than the last time we faced. I don't need to defend myself. Your vaunted light mastery can't hurt me anymore." "I wouldn't say that." Dawn tapped at the base of her helm. "My spells have just revealed to me that you've taken great care in reinforcing your joints, but there are several areas where your defense is lacking. Here, for example." The lost city lowered his gaze and noticed in horror that indeed he was unscathed. But there were several large patches of his body, where the orange light of Earthly Vault dimmed much faster under Dawn's relentless onslaught. The bright day further emphasized the concept by focusing the power of sunshine on her blade and amplifying it several times. Chapter 3806, Warrior Spirit, Part 1. The laser-like heat ray produced by the tower-tier version of Sunshine pierced through the mystical aura of Earthly Vault and melted the black stones below, leaving a meters-deep crater. "Thanks for the demonstration." Ruget jumped toward the horseman, using air magic to propel himself forward, but no flying spell could lift something that heavy for more than a second, and Dawn dodged him with ease. "I'll fix my mistake as soon as I turn you into crystal scraps." So many words just to say never. Dawn shrugged as Ruget fell back to the ground and into a pool of lava. Hundreds of Tier 5 spells hit his feet and shins from every direction, destabilizing his landing. The lost city had to use his hands to break the fall and not offer his back to the horseman. What in the nine hells is happening? From his crouching position, Ruget took a good look at the scores of soldiers and mages that had surrounded him. Elven troops released volleys of enchanted arrows thick enough to blot out the sky. The mages from the three great countries stacked multiple gravity arrays on Ruget's joints to stop him from getting up. Blood witches and warlocks spread their blood maelstrom in the air. The red mist released by the undead increased the destructive power of the arrows and spells that crossed it fivefold. Awakened troops formed 7-man units and released Silverwing's annihilations at the weak areas that Dawn had exposed, carving deep holes into the lost city. Do you get it now, old fossil? Dawn switched to Tyrus, universal language to boost the morale of her allies. Do you understand why I kept my distance even at the cost of giving you the space to react to my attacks? It was all for this moment, to keep your eyes in the air and you from noticing my reinforcements. Everything the horsemen had done until that point was a diversion. The noise, the light, and the vibrations caused by Lightpillar were a means to overload Ruget's surveillance arrays and cover for the arrival of the Allied forces. Gathering intel about his weak spots was just the icing on the cake. Damn you! The stone lids covering Ruget's eyes lifted, revealing 2 massive yellow crystals bigger than anyone believed possible. The elemental crystals channeled the world energy from the mana geyser and weaved it into one of the lost city's offensive enchantments, Divine Retribution. Wherever Ruget looked, lightning followed. Whenever he spoke, his words turned into air blades the size of hills that crashed into the enemy formation. You should really stop underestimating me, Dawn said as the armor of the shield bearers crumbled. Even the best magical protection wouldn't have resisted the onslaught, and what the soldiers in the front line wore barely qualified as scrap metal. Under the armor, however, there was no flesh, only a thick fog that absorbed divine retribution until its last drop of energy. Mage slayers, blood witches. Ruget regained enough of his cool to notice the undead's presence when it was already too late. How can they survive the touch of sunlight? The sun is mine to command, old fossil. Dawn channeled her powers through her steed, Sunrise, revealing the white aura that shielded the undead troops mixed among the living. I had forgotten about this trick, the lost city snarled. But it doesn't matter, put together all the ants you want, you can't take down a dragon. He pushed his earthly vault to the extreme, moving the defensive aura outward and condensing it into a solid barrier that blocked even the annihilations. I can go on all day like this, Ruget said while mining more adamant and crystals from the mines by the second. I can heal from everything you throw at me. He had only suffered deep wounds from the annihilations, but his self-repair enchantments fixed the damage at a speed visible to the naked eye. I won't fall for your provocations this time. If I don't leave the geyser, you have no way to beat me. Maybe and maybe not, Dawn replied. Unnoticed by the stone titan like the rest of the foot soldiers that still kept their distance, a single Hattie was running toward the front lines. Upon his passage, his pack members patted his arms and shoulders. Their hands were drenched in their own blood, leaving prints of their palms and fingers on the running warrior. The warg and Hattie wanted to howl and cheer for their brother, but they gritted their fangs and remained silent. The nameless warrior kept sprinting, never looking back, his eyes always fixed on his target. A reverted orc used her mana crystal to flood him with world energy akin to invigoration, bringing his body and fallen mana core past their limits. A farmer infused him with golden lightning, tripling all his abilities and those he would soon have. A reverted Tron bestowed upon him her best healing spell so that the warrior would live long enough to perform his duty. Sarah, the Hattie Queen, waited for him at the finishing line with her extended hand. The Hattie grabbed it, and she threw him at the lost city with the cumulative strength of the pack she could muster without hurting herself. Then, she passed that strength on to him, and so did every one of the 1,000 warg and Hattie assembled there. It was too much to bear, even for an alpha. The raw energy flooding the Hattie warrior would have torn him apart if not for the blessings he had received from his comrades belonging to the other fallen races and his sheer willpower. One life for many, my future for the future of my pack. For 1 second, the Hattie warrior became stronger than any divine beast. For a fleeting instant, he weighed so much, and so much mana coursed through his mana core that he defied logic. The Hattie warrior put all his life in that instant. He put every ounce of strength and mana he had into a single punch. A punch that shattered earthly vault and left a small fist-shaped mark on Ruget's chest. What, how? As the lost city stumbled back from the impact, the aftershock ravaged the nameless warrior's body. He knew he had no chance of survival, and he also had no desire to waste his final moment of life. With his last thought, the Hattie warrior gave everything he had to his alpha. He passed on to Sarah the crystal blessing from the orc, the golden lightning from the farmer, the healing spells from the Tron, and gave up on the strength of the pack to save it for the battle to come. The nameless warrior exploded into gory shrapnel, with chunks of his flesh and bone fragments raining upon the soldiers locked shoulder to shoulder on the front lines. Humans, elves, and undead alike remained stunned after witnessing the first blood ritual of the wargs. They had been forewarned about it during the earlier briefing, but imagining and experiencing something were worlds apart. The first blood ritual required the weakest member of the pack to sacrifice their life to put the enemy on their back foot, to sacrifice one life to save hundreds, if not thousands of them. Chapter 3807, Warrior Spirit Part 2. The act was simple on paper, but every warrior knew that survival was the first and foremost instinct of those who stepped on the battlefield. Handling that much power and dealing such a precise blow required a focus that only someone with a clear mind could muster. On top of that, the soldiers didn't miss that even the way the nameless warrior had died mattered. His pack members had shed their blood for him during his final journey, and now his blood covered them all. Monsters, humans, elves, and undead carried his remains, and had been entrusted by the dead Hattie with his will to fight. What a noble race! The elves thought while knocking 3 arrows at a time and preparing a combination of spells. I can't believe that if I get to return home alive, I'll owe it to a monster. The humans thought, raising their wands. I accept your warrior will, Hattie. The undead thought while absorbing whatever life force was left in the corpse's fragments despite its disgusting taste. Become a part of me and fight by my side until our essences are consumed. As for the wargs and Hatties, they received more than blood and guts. They shared the nameless warrior's fear, pain, and regret for everything he would never experience. They accepted everything he had been and would never be with open arms, howling in grief and fury as they fell into a berserker rage. Forward, only the elite warriors among the Hattie tribe answered Sarah's angry call. Each one of them could hold the power of up to 100 members of the pack and received the same blessings as their queen. The rest of the warg and Hattie remained in the backlines, weaving spells for the warriors. Distance didn't matter for their race. They were ready to take upon themselves any wound a warrior may suffer and spend their own mana so that their champions could keep fighting. The wargs and Hattie considered themselves expendable, but not useless. Their sacrifice would bring the pack victory and buy everyone a place under the sun to call home. Sarah took point in an arrowhead formation, punching Rugat while he was still recoiling from the nameless warrior's blow. The rest of the Hattie champions hit like a wave, each building on the momentum of those who had preceded them. The lost city staggered, flaying his arms in a clumsy attempt to resist the impacts. Well done, doggies, Dawn snarled. Leave the rest to us. The light pillar spells struck a defenseless and off-balance Rugat before he could conjure more earth element, bringing him to his knees. The 7-man units of awakened rained Silverwing's annihilations on him, pulverizing stone and melting adamant. Elves released volleys of arrows imbued with Tier 5 spells, while the human soldiers discharged their wands in a hail of fire and wind, both amplified by the blood maelstrom before reaching their target. At the same time, the mages conjured powerful arrays on Rugat's massive body, instead of wasting their mana in spells that wouldn't amount to more than a mosquito bite. Not bad, but this is far from enough. The lost city finally stood up, his body already shrouded with an orange aura whose brilliance grew by the second. You'd be right if this were all we got. We haven't even started yet. The 2 light pillar spells merged with Dawn's arms, and the construct's ends tapered until they didn't resemble pillars anymore. Armed with 2 colossal jousting lances, the horsemen spurred Sunrise in a blinding charge. The constructs had the mass and power to hurt Rugat, while their brightness made it hard to spot the horseman as she slipped back and forth along the lances to adjust her grip. Get out of my house, you bastard! Vladian slipped off Sunshine's back and struck with his Davros blade Primordial Thirst. The blow carried a weight and might superior to a divine beast, thanks to the first vampire consuming a fraction of the power stored in his full red blood core. Expending so much power at the start of a fight would have been a reckless move if not for Dawn's prism. It fueled Vladian with a constant flow of light element that made up for the lost life force, while invigoration replenished his mana. The first vampire was no different from a living awakened, but with all the perks of undeath. Rugat's eyes narrowed in recognition. This day keeps getting better. I'll add your equipment to my. A jet stream of void flames set the lost city's back ablaze, while a burst of blight flames weakened his left knee. I was expecting a dragon. What's that? Rugat had never seen a Hecate, and like him, the rest of Giera. Tista's reply came in the form of her bloodline ability, Ethereal Aegis. She turned her body into living fire and dived at the living legacy, dodging his thrashing limbs. She phased through his chest, releasing a burst of origin flames from her body and one more from each of her battle claws, Firefang, leaving a trail of molten lava and metal in her wake. That's a nice trick, but she's still a youngling. Ruget focused his power into the mana crystals scattered across his surface and released a fusillade of Tier 5 tower spells that struck everything around him for 200 meters. A violet cord dragon can't stop me. The last time you brought many elder dragons with you, Vladian, and they were barely enough. Now I'm much stronger. Shield hard light constructs covered the battlefield, taking the brunt of the damage and leaving it to farmers, mage slayers, and liches to take care of what energy slipped past the conjured shelters. I agree, Vladian smiled. Space. Hundreds of meters above the battlefield, Lith was done placing the dimensional arrays that he allegedly needed to conjure his alleged super armor. His timing matched Dawn's signal to perfection, but he passed it as a mere coincidence. Can't you please be faster? Ryla asked. My people are dying down there. She knew the plan, but she still felt like a coward for hiding in the sky while the rest of Zelex fought for their lives. Ryla, I'm not exactly having fun here, Lith said while holding her to his chest. Also, we need to wait for the right moment, or the sacrifice of our allies will be for nothing. You're right, I'm sorry, she sighed. Whenever you're ready, Dawn's voice resounded from the communication amulet. A wave of Lith's hand turned the gibberish of the fake arrays he had prepared into a dimensional rift into his pocket dimension. The prime engine stepped through and fell headfirst toward the ground. Hold tight, Lith said, and Ryla obliged in fear. She had no idea the armor was actually a mage tower, and all she could see was a colossus made of gray stone accelerating toward them. Lith and Solus charged at the engine from below, making contact with its head. The stone surface rippled like water as the tower welcomed its masters and their guest. Solus dispelled her physical body to save power and merged with the tower core. Lith instead shapeshifted into his Tiamat form, filling the space inside the tower, which expanded and rearranged itself to accommodate him. Chapter 3808, Cover Fire, Part 1. Ryla took place on the engine's forehead, right below its stone surface. She unfurled her wings and limbs wide so that she was equidistant from Lith's 6 eyes, and the tower connected to her own. Tiamat on, Solus said as the prime engine shifted from gray to black, and the power of the elements burst out of its 7 eyes. Solus, this is a serious matter. Lith flipped in midair, switching to a feet-first fall as he started to spin on himself. I know, but I always wanted to say that, and who knows when I'll have another opportunity like this, she replied. Guys, I don't think it's working. Ryla released her golden lightning, but there wasn't enough to empower something as complex and big as the tower. Don't worry, I just need to add the final touch, Lith replied. While training with Ryla to control and discover the power of his elemental eyes, Lith had learned how to amplify and prolong the effects of her abilities, but never to produce them on his own. Yet that was enough for his purposes, especially after he had confirmed a theory about the tower. The moment he consumed the air element stored in the elemental storage and infused it into the tower, the golden lightning produced by Ryla's yellow eye was collected and focused into Lith's, and then enhanced by the Davros adamant alloy in the crucible. Gilded streams of electricity arched across the engine's surface, as if it were made of Davros instead of stone, increasing its prowess by threefold. This is amazing, Ryla said via the mind link. Our species are truly similar. Thank you for allowing me to fight by your side. No, thank you, Ryla, Solus replied, feeling guilty for the deception. The reasons for which Lith and Solus had brought the farmer with them were loosely connected to their kindship. Ryla wanted to stand with the people of Zelex at all costs, and Garrick wanted her to be safe. Lith had promised the young tyrant farmer hybrid that he would bring his mother home alive, and wanted to keep his word. Inside the engine, Ryla would be safe while having the satisfaction of taking part in the battle. Also, with the excuse of Lith's unknown bloodline abilities synergizing with Ryla's eyes, he would have a plausible excuse to bring out the potential of the prime engine without anyone suspecting anything. Space. What do you mean you agree? Ruget growled. How dare you mock me, vampire? The Lost City swung his massive fists with incredible speed for something that size. Vladian dodged the blows, but the air pressure they generated was enough to push him back by dozens of meters. Dawn relentlessly charged with her jousting lances, ramming into Ruget's body whenever the Allied forces managed to stop his movements. Gravity arrays weighed on his knees, earth arrays trapped his feet, and multi-elemental arrays formed a net around the remains of the Detemer fortress, increasing the pressure on Ruget whenever he returned to the center of the mana geyser. "It's not that hard, I just have to breathe out air and modulate it in my throat," the first vampire replied. "You know what I love about you. You've made a mess of my home, but everything you've stolen is still here. Once I crush you beneath my heel, I'll take everything back and more. You collected and refined my treasures for me. It's a gift that I'm glad to accept." "You have no way of doing that." As the lost city glared at the first vampire in fury, Lith shared his position and trajectory with the mages from Garland. They conjured gravity arrays on the engine's path, forming a corridor that increased Lith's speed and weight as he approached the enemy. The elves, arrows, and the soldiers' wands were individually useless. Even the colossal hands of mud conjured by the merfolk, by mixing the earth and water from Detemer's underground river, lasted less than a second before being squashed and their mana lost. Ruget of the Earth was over 100 meters, 330, tall, and his body was comprised of materials among the sturdiest on Magus. Yet thousands of those puny spells hitting at the same time drained Ruget's earthly vault enchantment. They sapped his strength without the lost city even noticing. Most importantly, the countless small blasts, detonations, and mud constructs overloaded Ruget's sensory arrays. That and his unbridled hate for Dawn, and Vladian blinded him from the incoming threat. The prime engine was less than half the size of Ruget, slightly over 40 meters, 132, tall, but it hit with the momentum of an asteroid entering the atmosphere. Shields, Vladian, Dawn, and the mages warped away while everyone else conjured their enchanted protections and took cover behind walls of solid light. The undead put themselves in front, and the farmers stood behind them, conjuring the power of the earth element through their orange eye. Once again, the liches joined their spells to form an emerald wall, using their immortal bodies to take the brunt of the blast. The impact of the engine with Ruget produced a noise that would have been strong enough to kill the non-awakened soldiers, if not for the hush spells surrounding the Allied force. The shockwave generated by the engine drilling into the lost city raised a mushroom cloud of dust and uprooted the centuries-old trees around Detemer. The ground quaked and large fissures opened in the unprotected clearings. Rocks, debris, and everything lighter than a ton were blasted away as if swept by the hand of an angry giant. Ruget of the Earth understood what had happened only when it was too late. When, for the first time in his long life, he found himself lying down with his face on the ground and something heavy on his back. The lost city had met worthy opponents capable of defeating him many times, but he could count on the fingers of one hand the times he had stumbled. Stumbled, but never fell. He had never even so much as knelt in front of an enemy. Even when, millennia ago, he had been captured and sealed, he had ejected his power core from his body to keep standing even in defeat. Now he wasn't standing, he wasn't kneeling. He was down like an animal's skin turned into a carpet and someone dared step on him. So great was the shock and humiliation that Ruget didn't even notice when Lith jumped off him. Now, Dawn yelled, and everyone unleashed their best spells at the fallen enemy. The two light pillar spells turned into high-speed drills that stung at Ruget back, while the horseman unleashed her tower blade spell, Rising Sun. The awakened councils dropped the bastions and weaved annihilations, pinning the lost city to the ground like an insect. Elves, humans, and undead used earth arrays to conjure heavy shackles to trap Ruget and fire arrays to turn rocks into magma, burying the lost city under a searing inferno. Tista, Lith, and the hundreds of demons of the darkness he had conjured before the battle breathed a burst of origin flames together, merging them into primordial flames. The pillar of white fire produced by the Tiamat and the Hecate was much greater than the sum of its single parts, and it further grew in size and power with each stream of origin flames that joined it. Chapter 3809, Cover Fire Part 2. The primordial flames melted Ruget's body and ate at his enchantments. Wherever the white fire passed, the orange aura of earthly vault became so thin that even normal spells broke through it. "Steady," Vladian ordered. He and Milia formed a second line with half of the council, keeping themselves away from the fiery onslaught, but close enough to intervene if necessary. Primordial flames didn't discriminate between friend and foe. Any spell the Allied forces might cast now would have weakened the white fire and helped the lost city. "Enough," Ruget roared, hurt more than in his pride. Still down, he slammed his head, fists, and knees into the ground like a child throwing a tantrum. A tantrum that split the earth, draining the molten lava, and shook the ground with enough violence to make the soldiers fall. The earth element imbued in each blow shattered the runes of the arrays that trapped Ruget, dispelling them. He stood up in fury and activated his most powerful offensive spell, Fountain of Death. Each one of the many mana crystals on his body conjured, focused, and amplified a Tower Tier 5 spell into a beam of elemental energy. They were faster than most spells were supposed to be, and their power gathered in a small surface. One of them was enough to pierce through Dawn's light shields. Two of them were enough to send a Mage Slayer flying despite his invulnerability to magic. Three of them overpowered the water element conjured by the Falmer and seared their flesh. Hundreds of them at once were enough to shatter even Silverwing's bastion and blast the awakened elders away like leaves in the wind. Hundreds of people died in an instant, and they would have become thousands if not for double-edge cutting Ruget deep from hip to shoulder. "Don't forget about me, you bastard." Trusting his allies in general and Dawn in particular to deal with the offense, Lith had stored mostly bastions in the cannon vault. Resisting the Fountain of Death had consumed two of them already. "You," the Lost City roared. "After Dawn, another cursed object has turned traitor. How can a Lost City stoop low enough to become the lapdog of the lesser races?" Ruget didn't care for answers, accompanying each of his questions with a killing blow. The reach gap between the engine's blade and the Lost City's arms was so wide that Ruget didn't need weapons. He shapeshifted his right arm into a spiked mace, and his left arm into a shield as he charged at the much smaller engine. Solus focused the eyes and ears on the Lost City, helping Lith to read the mana flow of their opponent and anticipate his moves. Lith barely deflected the mace in time to extend his right arm and cushion the shield bash by pushing himself back. The leap bought him enough distance to encase Double Edge with the lingering energy from the bastions and intercept a volley of Tower-tier focus spells. "The bad news is that those things are nothing like Morok's elemental rays." Solus relayed the important bits revealed by the eye's scan. "Those three elemental tower spells fueled by mana geyser and turned into laser-like beams by the white crystals. The reduced size of the tower spells increases their destructive power and gives them great piercing ability." "And?" Lith asked as Ruget renewed his charge. "And what?" Solus replied as Lith deflected the salvo of spells preceding the mace. "The good news," Lith said. "If that's the bad news, what's the good news?" "We are doing fine," she shrugged. "I'm sorry, but this guy has no visible weak point." "Define doing?" The moment Ruget raised his right foot from the ground to step forward, Sirah cannoned his other leg while infused with golden lightning and the power of 100 Hattie. The Hattie champions and the merfolk's mud constructs struck immediately after, bending the knee enough to make Ruget lose his balance. Vladian welcomed the stumble with his own blade spell, Roaring Dragon. An energy construct shaped like a worm erupted from primordial thirst and coiled itself around Ruget's standing leg. Roaring Dragon bit and clawed at its prey, injecting its lethal energy inside the Lost City, not to waste one iota of Vladian's mana. Never mind. Ruget's attack turned into an awkward short jump on one foot that Lith exploited to impale the Lost City on his blade. "We are doing fine. I forgot we aren't fighting this alone." Lith couldn't have the workshop and factory forgemaster for him the tower's shield, Uriel Guard, nor could he use his tower blade. Extinction, due to the presence of his allies, which limited his options. He couldn't have the engine crackle with golden lightning, allegedly, due to the adamant Davros alloy of the Voidwalker armor. And a tower shield the size of a divine beast without arousing questions he had no believable answer to. Extinction, instead, was the trump card Lith had devised to kill powerful enemies in one shot and had to remain a secret. To make matters worse, even if Extinction might kill Ruget, the ensuing explosion of his nucleus would turn victory into mutual destruction. Much to Lith's dismay, Double Edge didn't even reach the Lost City's back. Ruget leaned on the blade to swing his left arm wide and send the engine flying. "What's happening?" Ruget said while swatting the Roaring Dragon and stomping the ground with his left foot. "Why am I getting weaker?" The kick missed Sirah by dozens of meters, but the air pressure it generated struck her like a truck. The Hattie Queen suffered grievous wounds and landed in the arms of the Hatties on the backlines, hundreds of meters away from where she had been a moment ago. Luckily for the people of Zelex, between the crystal blessing of the orcs and the healing skills of the trolls, no warg died. The pack split Sirah's wounds evenly among them, and their allies healed the injuries as soon as they opened. "I have a mage tower, and I'm not bound to outdated magic like you, old fossil," Dawn laughed. "My mother improved Sunrise since the last time we met. The longer I stay here, the more my control over the mana geyser grows." It was a bald-faced lie to cover up for the presence of the two mage towers, but it sent a shiver down the spine of those who fell for it, which meant all those who didn't know about Solus' true nature. "Then I have to get rid of you first?" The mana geyser below Detemmer provided Rugat with plenty of power, even with the two towers siphoning its world energy. Yet the lost city could feel his hold over the geyser slipping. The mana crystals now took longer to recharge, and the damage he suffered repaired itself more slowly. Not enough to compromise his fighting abilities, but enough for Rugat to notice. "Don't mind me and do that." Lith hurled another river of origin flames that Tista and the demons supported with their own, dousing Rugat's back with primordial flames. The moment the lost city turned around to deal with the fire-breathing demons, a squadron of Dulorians from the kingdom dived down on him in a wedge formation. Chapter 38:10, Hidden Weapon Part 1. The pilots strafed Rugat with the Gatling wands attached below the chassis of the vehicles, while the soldiers on the passenger seats emptied their dimensional amulets. Barrels filled with acid and all kinds of alchemical tools hit the lost city and detonated on impact. One fire seed produced the power of a fireball, something that a creature the size of a lost city wouldn't even notice. Yet one fire seed was no bigger than a bean, and one barrel contained hundreds of them. The resulting conflagrations blinded and deafened Rugat of the Earth while also flooding his detection arrays with threat notices. The lost city stumbled again, and his enemies exploited his moment of weakness. Dawn impaled him from the front with the light-pillar spells after turning them into high-speed drills. Lith slashed at him multiple times with double edge, and the Awakened hit him with Silverwing's annihilations from every side. The demons of the darkness wasted no mana on spells that Earthly Vault would neutralize. They shape-shifted themselves into black pools that spread over the orange aura and drained its power, making it their own. The foot soldiers, elves, and people of Zelex retreated as fast as they could, knowing that the lost city would far from defeated. They were still within Fountain of Death's area of effect when Rugat lost it. He channeled the power of the mana geyser inside his body, trapping the weapons hurting him and thickening his orange aura until the annihilations couldn't pierce through it any longer. "I'm done playing with you." A knife hand shattered the light-pillar spells, and another would have broken Double Edge in half if Solus didn't store it inside their pocket dimension in time. "I'm done being stung by a bunch of mosquitoes." Rugat's body shone with endless mana as he started to consume the energy that he had accumulated during the months he had spent over Detemmer's ruins. Until that moment, he had played a zero-sum game, putting behind his attacks only as much power as the geyser provided him with. In Awakened terms, he had never stimulated his mana core or consumed a spark of mana, considering his enemies unworthy to witness his true power. Living beings, undead, and even other lost cities suffered from the same limitations. Their bodies had a fixed mass and density, while their cores could contain a fixed amount of mana once their bodies fully developed or had been forgemastered. A bright violet core held the same amount of mana, no matter if it belonged to a human or a divine beast. Similarly, Ilthan's and Vladian's full red blood cores were equally powerful, no matter if their living and undead races differed. As for the maximum output a cursed power or pseudo-core could produce, it depended on many factors, like the Forgemaster's skill, the materials used, and the number of sacrifices performed to fuel the forbidden magic. Yet once the ritual was over, the cursed core was a fixed entity. It was the reason the mad Forgemasters of the past had created unique powers to overcome the limits that their creations were bound to have. Thamos the Eternal Fortress needed willing slaves, Oros the Bringer of Unity bonded with endless hosts, and Argenter the Elemental Lord infected every mana geyser he came in contact with to form the Divine Right Array. Yet such paltry tricks relied on external sources that could be cut off or killed. They increased the lost city's magical prowess, but the cursed cores remained the same as the day the cursed objects had been crafted. Rugat, instead, had no limit to his growth, and had changed so much that the Warlock King wouldn't have recognized him anymore. Every part of his original body had been replaced by much sturdier and denser materials that kept being refined, even amid the chaos of battle. The adamant veins that ran under Rugat's stone skin had partly turned into Davros, while patches of gold-veined white marble punctuated the surface of the granite he had plundered from Detemmer. Ruget was much heavier and denser than on the day of his birth. His magical resistance and conductivity had also been greatly amplified by other abundant but less precious materials the lost city had extracted from the mines below Vladian's fortress. Ruget's pseudo-cores had also considerably expanded thanks to the countless mana crystals he had integrated into his body, using them to build auxiliary cores that weren't part of his original design. The white and violet crystals, carefully placed inside and outside the lost city, formed a network that carried the world energy coming from the mana geyser and bent it to Ruget's will akin to body casting. It was the reason when he cast the Tier 5 spirit spell, Mana Storm, no one recognized it, not even the most ancient members of the allied forces. To cast Mana Storm, an awakened was supposed to trace an arch of light with their finger that would release a barrage of tiny emerald bullets made of pure mana, each one with the power of a cannonball. Ruget's chest, instead, spun on its midsection while keeping his legs still and forming an emerald dome that spanned as wide as his extended arms. Projectiles the size of a cannonball and carrying the power of a small missile erupted from the surface of the dome. The spell pushed the demons off earthly vault by ripping their body to shreds faster than they could regenerate. Mage knights could do nothing against spirit magic. They absorbed only a fraction of a projectile before being tossed away from the impact like ragdolls. Most of them survived, but many had their hearts destroyed and fell into true death. The water element field of Famers and Ballers was just as useless. With no world energy to affect, they could only run for cover like everyone else. Shit! Dawn poured all the mana her tower bestowed upon her into the hard light shields she used to protect her allies, but Mana Storm shattered her constructs as if they were made of crystal. Fall back, he can't maintain a spell that powerful for long. Vladian conjured his Tier 5 blood magic spell, Immortal Ruler. Blood magic was what an awakened undead unlocked instead of spirit magic, and it packed as much of a punch. The first vampire converted part of the mana and life force stored in his full red blood core to manifest a rain of blood blades as big as a drop and as sharp as adamant. Yet instead of using Immortal Ruler to attack, Vladian shed all the blood he could spare to form a protective barrier that shielded the humans, people of Zelex, elves, and undead on the front lines. At least I hope Ruget can't sustain such a powerful spell for long, he actually thought. The last time we fought, he was nowhere this strong, and not just because he wasn't standing over a powerful mana geyser. The Warlock King feared Ruget's potential and kept him weak. Back then, Ruget had but a fraction of the mana crystals he now possesses. Otherwise, even Dawn's help wouldn't have been enough to defeat him. Luckily, my current army is much stronger than the one I led against him in the past, and magic has progressed by leaps and bounds since then. Chapter 38:11, Hidden Weapon Part 2. My old army had no Silverwing's bastion, and would have been decimated by a single death fountain as powerful as the one we've endured today. Why are you wasting such a powerful spell on foot soldiers? Jirwin Isar, human representative of Giera, asked the first vampire via a mind link. You should protect your fellow awakened. Without us there can be no victory. Save your mana to cast another bastion instead of wasting it to wine, Vladian replied, while the emerald cannonballs ravaged his body. Without our troops, there can be no victory either, and those people don't have the means of an old hag like you to protect themselves. His armor's blood barrier had been shattered into pieces by the first salvo and its enchanted Davros by the second. The first vampire would have died as well, his head blown out and his heart pulverized, if not for Dawn's prism. Vladian focused all his mana and attention on protecting the white cube, knowing that as long as it remained intact, he would regenerate any wound. Vladian has a point. Raghu Dririan, human representative of Garland, chimed in. If he helps us, he can only ensure the survival of 7 people. If he helps the soldiers, we still have a chance of victory. How can you put victory above your own survival? Jirwin grunted as she poured more mana into Silverwing's bastion. Are you insane? Raghu glared at her Gieran counterpart. If we can't defeat Ruget now, then what do you think will happen once he becomes even stronger? Giera will capitulate, and sooner or later this monstrosity will come to Garland. Victory and survival are the same thing. Run away if you want, but it will only buy you a few years at most. Raghu conjured a dozen warping arrays from her tunic that she arranged into a single uninterrupted line. When the next barrage of spirit bullets arrived, she activated the arrays and warped the emerald missiles hundreds of kilometers away. So far away from their caster and intended targets, the projectiles were akin to soldiers stranded on a deserted island. They wandered aimlessly until their mana lost cohesion and they faded away. Jirwin and the other 5 awakened in the 7-man unit, used the respite to fix the cracks in the bastion, looking at Ragu in admiration. I've never seen a dimensional array used like that. I'd be surprised otherwise. Ragu drew a deep breath of invigoration as she readied the magical formations to intercept another salvo. Warping arrays are supposed to last a few seconds and have someone stabilizing them on the other side. I'm no dimensional mage, and I wouldn't be able to do this if not for the cover of the bastion and Rugat's spell having no finesse. Somebody do something, Sarah the Hattie Queen begged. We are getting slaughtered. She used the collective magical power of 100 wargs to conjure the sturdiest earth, ice, and wind walls she could, but Mana Storm shredded them. The wargs formed a living shelter, surrounding the other members of the fallen races with their bodies, but it was barely enough. The orcs blessed the wargs on the outermost layer with their crystals, while the Balors covered them in the protective aura of the earth element. The wargs then passed their wounds on to those forming the innermost layer, whom the Traun healed to the best of their abilities. Whenever a warg felt death nearing, they would take upon themselves all the injuries suffered by the rest of the pack, relieving them from the burden and prolonging their lives. The synergy between the different fallen races limited the casualties to a minimum, but they were still dying. All it took was one lucky bullet to kill those inside the living shelter, and the formation would crumble. She's right, Lith cursed. I don't think even the engine can take this for long. He had consumed the 3rd bastion, yet even with the power flowing from the geyser, the magical barrier was broken in multiple points, and so was the tower. Lith's black scales were visible from under the collapsed armor, and the tower failed to keep up with Rugat's relentless onslaught. Agreed, Olaja said. If we don't play our trump card now, we're all dead. The elf and Vladian gave the signal, setting the strongest weapon of the allied forces on the warpath. A cavalry of dread knights galloped out of a series of warping arrays conjured by the mages of the kingdom and the empire. The undead had been kept at a safe distance from the fight and in a vast plain where they had been running since before the attack began. The longer a dread knight galloped, the stronger his steed's bloodline ability, Windwalker, would become. The cavalry had gained speed non-stop for a few minutes, reaching the limits of the kinetic energy the dread knights could control. On top of that, each spear, armor, and piece covering the undead steeds had been enchanted by the elves with their best spells. It was the perfect weapon, combining a momentum superior to that of charging divine beast with the destructive power of Tier 5 spells focused on a surface as small as the tip of a blade. The dread knights moved so fast, and their reflexes were so keen after galloping for that long that they could see Mana Storm's incoming projectiles, as if they moved in slow motion. The undead cavalry dodged the emerald missiles with ease, collecting one last prize on the way to their target. The orcs filled the undead with power, and the Balors shielded them with the power of the earth element. There was no point in infusing the dread knights with the golden lightning. If given early, it would have faded long before they joined the battle. If given at the last minute, the sudden surge of power would have made the undead lose control over their steeds and crash. On top of that, no one had ever tried such a strategy before. There was no telling if the dread knight's top speed, combined with the elven spells, was already more than even an undead body could handle. The priority was to ensure the survival of the dread knights, so that they could charge again. I see you little pests. Rugat's detection arrays marked the newcomers as a dangerous threat, and he focused his attention on them. He kept spinning on his midriff, but now the emerald bullets curved in midair and dived to intercept the cavalry. Finally, Lith stored the remaining energy of the bastion back into the cannon vault and charged double edge with a Silverwing's annihilation. The eyes of Menadian calculated the best trajectory for the sword based on the reading of the ears, following the flow of mana and Rugat's rotation speed both. Lith also used the hands to collect more world energy and boost his strike, while the mouth worked non-stop to refill the empty slots in the cannon vault. The first swing of double edge cut through the emerald veil shielding the lost city. The second swing intercepted the right arm and severed it at the elbow. Without an arm, Rugat lost his protective barrier, and the mana intended for Mana Storm gushed out of his stump like blood. Chapter 38:12, Written in Blood, Part 1. No, after having an arm severed, the fire rate and the power of Rugat's Tower Tier Mana Storm spell were halved, opening a clear path for the Dread Knights. "I refuse to fall like this. You are nothing but ants." He aimed his remaining hand at the undead, and channeled his power to the mana, crystals studded across his surface for another fountain of death. With Ruget's chest now still, Lith swung double edge a third time. He thrusted the blade deep into the lost city, past the earthly vault, and released the Silverwing's annihilation coating the blade. At the same time, Lith also conjured a barrage of spells from the firing range and unleashed them through the blade. The concussive blasts drew Ruget's attention to the engine, allowing the Dread Knights to reach the lost city unhindered. Each spear hit like a meteorite, injecting the spell imbued in their tips under Ruget's stone skin. The elves had used this method to lessen the strain on the Dread Knights and keep the explosions from slowing down the gallop of those who followed them. Each line of Dread Knights struck Ruget's massive left foot and immediately turned around to make way for the next, like waves crashing on a shore. The adamant spears of the undead broke, but thanks to the power of the people of Zelex, their enchantments endured. The weapons self-repaired the moment they shattered, their fragments chasing after the retreating knights while the charge continued. The first blows merely dented the mass adamant and solid stone that comprised Ruget's foot, but with each passing line of Dread Knight, the dents turned into craters. Then the craters opened into cracks that spread to the rest of the limb, going deeper and farther as the column of knights hammered into the same weakened spot with surgical precision. Lost cities weren't supposed to know fear or pain, but Ruget had learned both from his previous defeat. The thought of being sealed again terrified him, and the sensation of his mighty body crumbling pained him. The cruel blade of the small lost city kept destroying Ruget from the inside, while the small ants at his feet kept biting and injecting their venom. "I won't fall, I refuse to fall." The lost city sealed the wound in his chest, trapping double edge inside. A punch with his mace-ending arm made the engine lose its grip on the blade and sent Lith flying. Ruget's left foot exploded with a boom of thunder. With one leg shorter, he had a hard time balancing himself, and the limp slowed him down. Yet Ruget was far from defeated. "I can still win," he thought. "If I fix my foot before those galloping ants return, I can still win." The column of Dread Knights had run away and disappeared into the warping arrays that had transported them to the battlefield. They needed time to fix their shattered weapons and allow the elves to imbue them with new spells. Also, despite their stunning destructive power, the defensive abilities of a Dread Knight were unremarkable. If not for Lith drawing Ruget's attention, the Fountain of Death would have massacred them. With the surprise effect gone, the Dread Knights had to wait for their allies to create another diversion, or the next time they charged at the lost city, they would be lambs running to their slaughter. Ruget roared in fear and fury, swinging wildly at the engine before Lith could regain his footing. Dawn came to his rescue, throwing her colossal jousting lances at the lost city back after adding a Tier 3 light mastery heat ray on their heel to propel them forward. Ruget swatted the light pillar spells away with his mace hand the moment they entered his sensory field. The foot soldiers and fake mages had shifted to a defensive formation to survive the prolonged mana storm. Without their cover fire, nothing interfered with the lost city's mystical senses anymore. Ruget recalled the power from the failed Fountain of Death and unleashed the Tower Tier spell, Collapsed Sun, against Dawn. Collapsed Sun worked akin to a powerful gravity spell, but being comprised of pure mana, it was much easier to handle. Ruget was no dimensional mage, but unlike Mager's elements, his own mana answered his every whim. The space around the horseman distorted into a dull sphere as the gravitational pull increased by 1,000-fold and changed direction multiple times per second. Dawn tried to spirit blink to safety, but failed. Dimensional magic wasn't sealed or compressed, yet the space around her was distorted, and with it the dimensional coordinates of her entry point, making it impossible for her to blink. "Son of a bitch!" The horseman's bones broke, and her flesh tore under the protection of the first light armor. "Ruget is afraid of the Dread Knights, and he knows that if something happens to me, the entire undead front will collapse." Sunrise's crystal body cracked and healed non-stop, the enchantments of the Mage Tower fighting the effects of the Lost City spell. Ruget then released a second Tower Tier spell, Cruel Star. The fire element shrouded the emerald beam with flames thousands of degrees hot. The light element gave the external layer substance, and the darkness element saturated both, but with completely different purposes. The darkness merged with the fire element to amplify its destructive power. and with the light element to solidify the external layer of the spell and create a containment field. The earth, air, and water elements sealed inside Cruel Star, in fact, formed an unstable but highly destructive gravity spell on their own. Earth and air manipulated the electromagnetic forces that generated the abnormal gravity, while water cooled them down just enough to keep them stable. The light and the darkness elements of the external layer respectively sealed the chaotic gravitational waves and suppressed their strength. Not so fast, young man. Inzialot, the king of Garland's liches, and Breganoth, the Lich king of Giera, raised their Silverwings bastion in the path of the incoming Cruel Star. I don't know why, but I can't allow you to do that. The liches of the 7-man unit looked at their right palms, where before the battle they had hastily written, "Defend the Shiny One," to ensure they wouldn't forget about their duty in the worst possible moment. Only Breganoth remembered the reason Dawn was so important. Or rather, so he believed. Right under Defend the Shiny One, he had also written, 2 loaves of bread, 1 big bottle of milk, and enough meat to feed Spot for a week. I know why, Breganoth roared in outrage. She got my groceries. The bastion resisted the impact with the Cruel Star, but shattered when the gravity field it contained collapsed on itself. The liches, spirit barriers crumbled as sandcastles next, and then it was their Davros equipment turn. The enchanted metal didn't break, but twisted and deformed enough to kill those it was supposed to protect. If they could die, of course. I stand corrected. Most of the undead front will collapse, Dawn thought. Thanks for the help. Allow me to return the favor. She spread her light aura to the liches, boosting their regeneration speed to the point their bones reassembled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 3813, Written in Blood, Part 2. I'm so sorry, Akala said while taking Dawn's wounds on himself to allow her to keep fighting to the peak of her strength. If only I were a better host, we too would have achieved fusion like Verhin. How can you say that? She replied. Maybe it's my fault, maybe I'm not as good a partner as Solus. It's possible but unlikely, Akala telepathically shrugged. You are born for that, I'm the messed up one. Well, I disagree, she snarled, releasing enough power from her steed to dispel the abnormal gravity of collapsed sun. I don't know what we are doing wrong, but there's one thing I'm certain of. Your desire to protect me matches mine to protect you, and we'll reach fusion. Maybe not today, but someday we will. Cursed be you, undead. Ruget conjured a second Cruel Star, and this time there was nothing to stop the spell from reaching Dawn. Space. I've seen enough. Hundreds of kilometers away from atop a Mana geyser, Baba Yaga had spectated the fight since the beginning. My baby girl needs me. She tried to stand up from her seat, but a powerful hand kept her down. No, she doesn't. Zagran the Garuda, the Guardian of Might, surrounded the hunting cabin that dissimulated Baba Yaga's mage tower with a powerful seal. If you want your children to grow, you must let them fight their battles. How dare you stop me? The Red Mother snarled. One of my horsemen has finally put her life on the line to help the undead she is supposed to protect. She is working with one of my firstborns, not for petty interests, but for the good of all the races. Dawnie has already done enough. Her actions have already achieved enough. Can't you see how those people who hated each other until a few years ago are now fighting side by side? That's exactly the reason I'm stopping you, old friend. Zagran shook her head. If you were to step in now, everything the allied forces of Giera and Garland have done so far would be for nothing, no matter if they defeat Rugat or just survive. They'd consider the outcome of the battle a divine intervention, not the result of their hard work and sacrifices. The alliance between the continents would crumble, and so would the newborn respect that the members of the expedition have established by shedding their blood for their unlikely comrades. Those who have fallen during the battle wouldn't be remembered as brave heroes, just as unlucky fellows who died before a higher power settled the score for everyone. They would be blamed for their inability to survive until your arrival by their comrades, while their races would hate you for being late. I'm the Guardian of Might, Yaga. I prioritize personal growth above everything else. Sometimes we learn more from our defeats than from our victories. It pains me to say, but the lessons we remember best are the ones written in blood. Baba Yaga struggled one last time, giving everything she had to escape. I can do it, she thought as the barrier trapping her hut cracked. I can break free from Zagran's hold, but I'll never make it in time to save Dawn. Space. I can't remember the last time someone underestimated me enough to turn their back on me. Litho, it's like riding a bicycle, fun and easy. Ruget had assumed that after taking away the engine's blade and sealing it inside his chest, The puny lost city was no longer a threat. He was wrong. Lith activated Ragnarok's enchantment, Gleipnir, to conjure a mystical chain that restored his connection with Double Edge even from a distance. While the lost city hurled one spell after another at dawn, Lith and Solus had finished weaving their Tower Blade spell, Ruin. The runes comprising the spell were stored in the cannon vault, but that amounted only to half the power of Ruin. The other half had to be drawn from Lith's and Solus' equipment, combined with the half from the cannon vault, and merged into something that greatly exceeded the sum of the single parts. Not only because that was the nature of a blade spell, but also because there were many, many parts. Normally, a mage possessed only a few items with a power core. Their weapon, armor, and maybe a few powerful rings would fuse temporarily with their mana core to fuel a blade spell. In Lith's and Solus' case, however, all the items stored inside the armory, the thievery, and the spark had a power core and took part in fueling Ruin. Last but not least, there was the tower core itself. The golden chains of Gleipnir carried Ruin's runes, the mana to give the blade spell shape, and the golden lightning bolts necessary to amplify the Tower Blade spell threefold. Ruget had just aimed the second cruel star at the horseman when his chest burned with a sensation unknown to a cursed object. He doubled over, clenching at his stone and metal armor to make it stop. Despite the lack of organic components, despite the thick layer of earthly vault reducing attacks strong enough to level a magical castle to mere prickles, Ruget of the Earth felt pain. Double Edge released Ruin from within the lost city's body, exploiting the enchanted metal veins connecting Ruget's pseudo-cores with the mana crystals to spread the Tower Blade spell like poison. At the same time, Ragnarok's World Mirror, Counter Flow, and Anti-Golem enchantments short-circuited the magic that gave Ruget a semblance of life. The combined effects of Ragnarok's enchantments kept the internal defensive arrays from activating, and stopped the flow of earth element necessary to maintain Earthly Vault active and Ruget impervious to damage. Stone and adamant retained their original properties, but without the protection of the magical formations, the Tower Blade spell made short work of them. Ruin melted the stone and shredded the adamant, carving a large hole around Double Edge's blade, but without affecting the area surrounding its hilt. "You cowardly bastard!" Ruget snarled, pulling at Double Edge to take it out and triggering Ragnarok's reverse imprint enchantment. Metal spikes erupted from Double Edge's grip and poured violent mana waves that spread through Ruget's hand like acid. The mana waves ravaged the lost city's limb and aimed straight for his pseudo-cores, burning everything they met in their path. The agony was so intense that Ruget lost control over Cruel Star. His willpower too focused on making sense of the situation to bother with the horsemen anymore. Perfect! Dawn finished dispelling the lingering effects of Ruget's previous two spells and activated her Tier 5 Light Mastery spell, Morning Star. A construct infused with enough mana to give the spell a mass on par with a divine beast surrounded her Twilight Blade, forming an exact, colossal replica of the sword. The horseman activated the air element of her Davros equipment to boost her weapon and the construct enveloping it. When Cruel Star entered Morning Star's reach, Dawn lunged with the Twilight Blade while switching from the air to the earth element. Her strike was so fast that for a split second the two elemental abilities of the Davros overlapped. Chapter 38:14, Something More Part 1. The air element was still there, magnifying the destructive power of the spell and Davros' sword alike, while the earth element made them resistant to physical and magical attacks. Morning Star cut through Cruel Star's external layer while it was still far away from Dawn, and set off the unstable gravity field it contained. A flick on the horseman's wrist shrunk the construct, which he swung in a series of rapid cuts that dispersed Cruel Star's spell matrix before it could deal her any damage. Meanwhile, Ruget now faced the engine again and charged at it with unbridled fury. "We're hurting the living legacy, but we are not wounding him," Solus warned Lith after double-checking the readings of the eyes and ears of Menadian. Ruget was too big compared to the prime engine and had no vitals. Earthly Vault made it hard to inflict damage on him, and the constant flow of world energy from the mana geyser allowed him to heal faster than he could be hurt. A lost city was no living being. It didn't need to feed, its body wouldn't tire, and a paper cut or a severed head hurt it just the same. A lost city needed only stone and energy to remake itself from scratch, and Ruget had access to plenty of both. The severed arm had already reconnected with the stump, and it needed only a few seconds to become functional again. "I noticed," Lith dispersed the rest of the tower blade spell and shared Ruin's remains with his allies. Sirah's battle claws burned with red and black energy, and so did the weapons of all those who could afford to face such a colossal opponent in hand-to-hand combat. A blade spell? Breganoth looked at the power that overflowed his Davros staff like a long-lost child. If only I could go back to my lab and study it. Don't be foolish, old man, Inzialot said, making every lick flinch in horror at such boorish disrespect for the sanctity of research work. Even if we run away right now, Verhin's energy will fade long before we get home. We can't study Verhin's blade spell, but that doesn't mean it has to go to waste. We can field test it and collect as much data as we can. The Liches gaped at Inzialot's genius and would have clapped at the King of Liches, but the embers of Ruin were already fading. For data, the battle cry managed to distract Ruget and the allied forces for 1 second before a swarm of deranged Liches rained blows upon the lost city, attempting to mix Ruin's powers with their spells and enchantments. Ruget ignored them like mosquitoes and shape-shifted his weapon back into limbs. The engine had already proven unable to deal any real damage, and he couldn't risk sending Lith flying with a swing of his mace. Ruget was tired of that game, and to win, he had to get rid of one of his two most dangerous opponents. Dawn had put even more distance between herself and the lost city, whereas Lith had come close to exert the tower blade spell's full power, making him Ruget's easiest pick. Even with Solus guiding Lith's steps back and the golden lightning hastening his retreat, the lost city was faster, and his long arms closed in by the second. We'll never escape in time, let alone bring the lost city out of the boundaries of the Mana Geyser. We have no choice but to fight, Lith thought. Ryla. He gambled everything on the Falmer and released the earth element amassed inside the elemental storage. Ruget's hands were too close, so Lith dug the engine's talons deep into the ground and lowered his center of gravity to brace for the impact. He caught Ruget's hands with his own, trapping them in the steel grip of the engine boosted by the golden lightning. Yet the mass gap between them was too strong. The lost city was twice as tall as the engine and much, much heavier. The golden lightning made Lith and his equipment stronger, not sturdier. The engine's external layer cracked on impact, and the fissures on its surface spread as Ruget tightened his hold. Lith's muscles strained, and his joints popped from the effort, yet Ruget still managed to push the engine on one knee. On it, Ryla's wings turned orange as they absorbed the world energy and filtered the earth element from it. The wings gathered the elemental energy and sent it to her orange eye, where it was focused, amplified, and turned into something more. The power of the Falmer spread through the forehead of the engine and reached Lith's orange eye. There he combined Ryla's bloodline ability with the earth element from the storage, and that generated by reversing the air element with void magic. Lith poured everything into the Davros adamant alloy coating the tower, conjuring an orange defensive aura just in time before his bones shattered. What? Ruget stared at his opponent in outrage. How can you call upon the power of the earth? There can only be one Ruget. You can't be like me. In the heat of the battle, as Lith and Solus poured every ounce of their strength to last just a bit longer, they missed the moment when the eyes and ears of Menadian stopped analyzing the enemy and turned inward. Meanwhile, Morok had found his first opportunity to contribute to the battle. I can't believe how useless I am. He absorbed the light element from his silver eye until his mana core was about to burst before releasing it into a burning pillar. My best spells didn't even scratch that thing. Healing the people of Zelex and carrying the wounded to safety was the best I could do, until now. Morok had learned light mastery from Nalron together with the rest of the Urna's family, but he was still stuck at Tier 3. He was too busy with Quilla's pregnancy and studying his life force to have the time needed to master a complex subject like hard light constructs. Yet he could fire heat rays, and that was more than enough to turn his silver eye into a weapon or, like in this case, a power source. The condensed and amplified light element struck Dawn without harming her. It carried no destructive power, only a great mass of energy ready to be absorbed. Thanks, the horseman said as sunrise fed upon the pillar, and used it to restore Dawn's body and mana reserves. Less thanks, more help, he pointed at Lith. On it, the horseman reformed the light pillar spells from their gilded fragments and imbued them with new mana to restore their original power. She sent the two jousting lances drilling on Ruget's shoulder blades at the same time as she unleashed her tower blade spell, Rising Sun, on his left foot. The drills weakened the joints and loosened the lost city's hold, while rising sun disrupted the repair process and dealt enough damage to shorten the stump further. With Lith drawing the lost city's attention to himself, the assembled forces of the three great countries and the awakened council had resumed their cover fire. Silverwing's annihilations drained Rugat's defenses, while the thick hail of spells blinded his mystical senses. Chapter 38:15, Something More Part 2. Dawn's attacks caught the lost city by surprise, and he understood his mistake only when it was already too late. Rugat stumbled forward, using his mass to press on the prime engine and force Lith to hold him up. "This is for my people." Sarah consumed every bit of Ruin's power she still had in a cross-shaped slash that also carried the power of 100 Hattie. It carved a deep furrow, but to the size of the lost city it was but a scratch. A scratch that marked the point where the nearby 7-man awakened units could focus their annihilations. The right knee bent against Rugat's will, and Lith managed to slip out of Rugat's hold. "Ryla, Golden Lightning," Lith said while activating his yellow and orange eyes for void magic. "Garrick was right," the farmer replied as her entire body sparked with electricity. "We do need to find a name for this thing." The orange aura turned yellow, and then condensed into lightning bolts that coiled around the engine like angry snakes. His destructive power enhanced again, Lith unleashed a flurry of fists at the kneeling opponent whose face was now within his arm's reach. Lith thickened the layer of enchanted metal around his arms in an attempt to lessen the backlash. The air element channeled by Ryla through the tower only improved his speed and destructive power. He was akin to a teenager punching a professional fighter several weight classes above, and each hit hurt him as well. "What?" Rugat and Solus said in unison, one with his voice and the other via the mind link. Lith ignored them both, but the rest of the battlefield froze for a brief instant. Suddenly, the left membranous wing on the Tiamat's back wasn't just imbued with air element anymore. The wing was wrapped in air element. What looked like a yellow burst of fire erupting from the armor shrouded the membranous wing in a thick layer of energy that resembled a bunch of feathers. "Who are you?" Rugat focused the earthly vault enchantment on his legs and shoulders, using his arms to launch a counterattack. "What are you?" Lith switched the air with the earth element with Ryla's help again, and weathered the storm, his arms raised in an impenetrable wall. The orange aura surrounding the Tiamat's right membranous wing burst into fire as well, yet the left wing remained ablaze with yellow energy. "What's our next move?" Ryla felt weird, as if something was creeping under her skin to poke and prod at her. "Shouldn't we retrieve your blade?" "That was the idea," Lith grunted in effort, feeling his bones crack. "But I can't just extend my hand and pull Ragnarök out. I need to keep my footing stable, or Rugat will lift me like a rag doll and break." Finally, the lost city's crazed laugh sent a shiver down everyone's spine. "You are all in my grasp." The attack was a joint effort, and Lith's role was to draw Rugat's attention at critical moments, not to fight him alone. When despite the Allied forces' best efforts, the lost city had kept ignoring them, the troops had moved forward to unleash more spells more quickly. In their rush, the Allied forces hadn't noticed that they had stepped inside Fountain of Death's range. "Shit," Dawn realized her mistake and attempted to spirit blink away, just to discover that Rugat had always had a dimensional compression array in his arsenal. He just had no reason to activate it until that moment. The onslaught on Lith stopped, but only because Rugat had redirected most of his energy to the countless mana crystals spread throughout his colossal body. So much was the accumulated power that the white light of the crystals overshadowed the orange light of earthly vault. "The readings are off the scale," Solus tried to divert the eyes of Menadian on the lost city, but the tower ignored her orders. "According to my mana sense and the watchtower, this is nothing like the first Fountain of Death. The energy levels of Rugat's pseudo-cores are plummeting. He is putting everything he has into this attack." "How many bastions do we have left?" Lith asked. "One," Solus' reply made his blood run cold. "We consumed 3 already, then Ruin, and 2 of the 3 slots left are filled with Silverwing's annihilation. Before you ask, the answer is not. There is no time or way to convert them into bastions. It took us 2 bastions to resist the first Fountain of Death, and back then we were at our peak strength," Lith cursed. "Ryla, give me all you got. There is no point in saving our mana for the afterlife." Agreed. She had no clue what Lith's goal was, but she followed his orders nonetheless. Her wings drew world energy faster than it was safe. Several of her feathers blackened and burned, sending jolts of agony right into her soul, but Ryla gritted her teeth and soldiered on. At the same time, Lith set the air and earth elements aside, and conjured the water element from the elemental storage. What is he doing? What is this feeling? A shiver passed through Soulless' energy body as she found herself trembling even though she wasn't supposed to feel cold. Lith spread the Davros adamant alloy and Ryla's bloodline ability across the engine evenly, hoping that it would be enough to follow in Silpha's footsteps. This is no different from how the Queen dealt with Meln's source magic spell, he thought. Just like Meln, Ruget has accumulated an enormous amount of world energy, and the water-based power of the Davros follows a similar principle to the Balor's. If I hit Ruget before he unleashes his spell, and if I have enough water element, I can cripple Fountain of Death. Like Silpha said, it's not a matter of firepower, only of how you use it. Lith shoulder-bashed the Lost City, aiming at the point where Soulless, Mana Vision spotted the biggest buildup of world energy. The surface of the engine turned blue-right before the impact, while Ruget's white light dimmed immediately after. Well played, Pest. Too bad it's not enough. Unlike the Queen, Lith hadn't smashed through his target. The water-based power of the Davros didn't spread past Ruget's massive chest, leaving the energy accumulated in his back and sides unaffected. When the Lost City unleashed Fountain of Death, Lith faced a blast much weaker than the rest of the Allied forces, but a blast comprised of thousands of spells nonetheless. Lith gritted his teeth and raised the engine's hands to protect Ryla when an ethereal blue wing condensed right below the yellow one. The feathered wings on Lith's hips lit up, mixing the unknown runes that shone on their feathers with the water element to conjure a magic circle behind the engine's back. The feeling that something was crawling under Ryla's skin intensified, and her body tensed up like a bowstring. Her wings turned topaz blue, adding a farmer-sized mana circle in the middle on the one generated by Lith. The two phenomena resonated with each other, releasing a gentle hum that the mana geyser carried throughout the battlefield faster than Fountain of Death advanced. Every farmer and Balor felt the water element flooding their wings, coursing through their bodies, and then erupting from their blue eyes after becoming something more. Chapter 38:16, Just One Person, Part 1. Chapter 38:16, Just One Person, Part 1. One mana circle appeared behind each Balor and farmer, turning them into conduits and relay points for the magic circle generated by the Tiamat. The water element formed a dome around Ruget that scrambled the world energy contained in his spells, neutralizing many of them and weakening the rest. Fountain of Death still hit all over the battlefield. The explosions produced by remaining tower tier spells lit up the sky like a sun rising from the ground, outnumbering the Allied forces more than 10-1. Yet their power decreased with each centimeter they traveled. By the time Fountain of Death reached the front lines, shields were raised and barriers conjured. Despite that, the countless spells hit like a tidal wave and broke past the battle formations, reaching deep inside the ranks of the Allied forces. What are Ryla and Lith doing? What is this feeling? Morok could only wait and stare as the blinding light of Fountain of Death approached him. The blue wave of the water element, however, reached him first. The tyrant's scales absorbed it like a sponge, but instead of generating a mana circle, he spiraled down from the pain. His blue eye hurt, and his energy wings flickered in and out of existence, compromising both his focus and his ability to fly. The more Morok tried to absorb the water element from his eye and release it from his wings, the faster his descent. This doesn't make sense. I'm a tyrant, not a Balor. As he plunged toward the ground, he remembered the day Ryla had taught his half-brother, Garrick, how to conjure the golden lightning. Not like that, Garrick. Remember what I've taught you, Ryla said in the memory. Tyrants draw and emit elemental energy from their eyes, while farmers can also absorb and filter the world energy through their wings. Use your yellow eye only to focus and amplify the air element. In from your wings, out of your eye. In from my wings, out of my eye. The tyrant stopped asking himself questions and did what he did best, follow his gut. He stopped emitting his mana from the inverted V bones on his back, allowing the water element to enter his body without encountering any resistance. Morok ignored the fast-approaching ground and focused on the elemental flow. He let his body memorize where and how it moved before releasing a powerful burst of mana. When the tyrant's wings formed anew, they were comprised of a double elemental layer. One that pushed Morok's mana out and allowed him to fly, while the other created a pathway through which the elements could flow into him. The water element formed a blue streak on either wing as it coursed through the tyrant's body. Morok had no idea what to do as the water element built up inside his blue eye, so he just followed the melody carried by the world energy. The water element spread from his pupil to his sclera and burst out in the form of a mana circle that materialized behind him, further empowering the suppression field and weakening fountain of death. Tista also experienced resonance with Lith, but in a much less dramatic fashion. Her twin sets of wings absorbed the wave of water element and turned the same blue as her eye the moment they released the elemental circle. The demons instead felt nothing. They could feel the raw power in the air, feed on it, heed its call, but couldn't answer it. The demons threw themselves at the fountain of death, using their undead bodies to protect the living. When the dust settled down, most of the soldiers had been thrown off their feet, and many mages blasted off the sky. Yet all the Silverwings' bastions had held. Not one of the awakened forming the 7-man units had died. The blast had incinerated several mage slayers, but most of them had survived and now brimmed with stolen power. The armies of the 3 great countries had suffered heavy casualties, instead of the total annihilation Ruget had predicted. The Lost City assessed the battlefield with his detection arrays, discovering with horror that not one of those who had taken part in the weird blue circle had died. Somehow, the mana circles the Ballers, Fommers, and the engine emitted had shielded them, and those standing behind them completely. Only those standing farther aside from them had suffered the lessened effects of Fountain of Death. Even worse, Dawn was still alive. She had conjured many constructs to defend herself and those close to her, fueling the mystical shields with her steed. What reached the horsemen had met the water element power of her Davros equipment and been nullified. Dawn was weak and her mana core spent, but her steed was unscathed, and the sun was still rising on the horizon. It was only a matter of seconds before the horseman returned to her full strength. Whereas I'll need much longer, he thought. My mana crystals and pseudo-cores are depleted, and these ants won't wait until I... Ryla, Tista, everyone! Lith released the fire element from the elemental storage and breathed out a river of bright violet origin flames. The Hecate reacted first, taking a deep breath and releasing a stream of violet origin flames that overlapped with Lith's. The demons of the darkness reformed their bodies and joined the siblings a split second later. The will imbued inside the hundreds of mystical flames had the same goal, to destroy Rugat of the earth. The jet streams of origin flames converged and fused in a single pillar of white primordial flames that grew in size several times, by consuming the still-lingering world energy released by the Fountain of Death. While the combined origin flames barely covered an area smaller than Ruget's fist, the resulting primordial flames seared most of his chest with white fire. Ryla was as fast as Tista, but the engine needed time to adapt and channel the Fommer's power properly. Ryla's wings turned red as they filtered the fire element, and her red eye resonated with Lith's. The fire element released by the elemental storage was amplified by the adamant Davros alloy first, then by the fire wing bursting out of the engine, back, and finally by the red eyes from which it was released. The resulting pillar of mystical fire joined the primordial flames, increasing its size again. A Balor's fire was only comprised of world energy, not life force. No matter how many evolved humans combined their efforts, they would never obtain primordial flames. On top of that, the red fire produced by a Balor's eye carried no will either, so it couldn't be used to purify anything, only to destroy. Yet it was still world energy, and it was already set ablaze. The perfect nourishment for the primordial flames. Absorbing the red flames didn't dilute the life force imbued inside the primordial flames. It just added to their size. The lack of a will of the red flames meant they were soft clay that the bigger and stronger flames could reshape as they saw fit without encountering any resistance. The pillar of primordial flames grew again, now crashing against Ruget's chest, abdomen, and shoulders. Chapter 38:17, Just One Person, Part 2. Chapter 38:17, Just One Person, Part 2. The Allied forces had never stopped raining powerful spells upon the Lost City, but now each spell left a deep mark on Ruget's stone body. The last Fountain of Death had consumed much of his energy reserves, and in his current state, Earthly Vault had lost part of its effectiveness. The white flames were the natural counter to Earth-based abilities, and they burned at Ruget's protective aura, weakening it further. Tier 5 spells were supposed to blow open castles and destroy entire city blocks, but until that moment, they had been ineffective against Ruget's sheer size and the impregnable defense of Earthly Vault. Without it, every raging sun opened a molten crater. Every magical formation bent the metal and cracked the black stones that formed the Lost City's body. For the first time since the beginning of the fight, the attackers hurt Ruget faster than he could repair himself. I can still do it. I just need to get rid of either the bright day or the resonance effect spread throughout the battlefield, cutting the lost city short. Tista's wings blazed with elemental power, and her red eye emitted a burst of red fire that joined the violet one erupting from her mouth. The wings of Ballers and Famers turned red as well, each of them releasing a pillar of red fire from their eyes instead of raw elemental power like they were supposed to. Ballers and Famers had no idea what they were doing or how. They let the song that reached them via the world energy carry them away and guide their actions without trying to resist. They didn't know what the melody was either, only that it felt right. The resonance washed over Morok once again, and this time it found him ready. A red streak appeared on his wings, right beside the blue one, and he too released a pillar of red fire. Unlike Ballers and Famers, however, it came out of his whole body. His red eye was the focus point, but each one of his scales ignited the world energy and produced more red fire. Hundreds of pillars of mystical fire joined the primordial flames while they were still growing after absorbing Tista's elemental flames. The resulting blast of white fire engulfed Ruget from head to toe, striking him with such force that it pushed him back. The furrow formed by the shift was barely visible, but moving something the size of a lost city even by 1 meter was a feat that only the Guardians could achieve. Space, atop a mana geyser hundreds of kilometers away from the battlefield, at the same time. Marvelous, Baba Yaga stopped fighting to break free from Zagran's hold and stared at the fight in awe. Is that the hidden power of humans, their potential? I don't know, the Guardian of Might shrugged. I'm not a human and have no idea what they can achieve. Neither do they, for that matter. Since its birth, the human race has wasted its time trying to imitate the gifts of the other races with forbidden magic instead of cultivating its own. What I know is that this is the reason I stopped you earlier. This is why I couldn't allow you to step in and ruin everything for everyone. You knew, Baba Yaga moved her eyes from the surveillance mirror to the Guardian nonstop. You knew that this would happen? How? She pointed at the flaming wings of the evolved humans and the subtle adjustments in the life forces that kept spreading unseen throughout the battlefield. Again, no, Zagran shook her head. You overestimate me, Yaga. You overestimate the Guardians. Not even we know the future, or we would have never allowed so many pointless tragedies to happen. I simply appreciated this. A wave of her hand changed the surveillance mirror's point of view. It now showed a human soldier carrying a dying elf to the backlines. The elves of Medellin did their best to save their brother and thanked the soldier by infusing his equipment with powerful spells. Then the vision shifted to another corner of the geyser, further away from the blazing glory of the primordial flames. Despite Dawn's constant stream of light element, most of the undead were on the verge of eternal slumber. They had defended the living from the fountain of death with their bodies and were now paying the price. Their blood cores were almost empty, so those of their same race of origin willingly shed their blood to feed the undead. Death had repelled death, and now life nurtured life. The image on the surveillance mirror changed again. Reverted orcs rushed through the files of wounded, using their mana crystals to bestow upon the non-awakened effects similar to invigoration. Reverted ogres grew fruits rich in nutrients that the members of the allied forces ate without hesitation to replenish their strength. Injured wargs were carried to safety and tended for like the warriors they were, not treated like the monsters they looked. All around Ruget, the invisible barriers that had kept the different races on Magus split until that moment cracked and crumbled. But to be honest, I hoped this would happen. Another wave of Zagran's hand brought the surveillance mirror back on Lith and the other evolved humans. You see, Yaga, impossible is just a word, but if everyone believes it, it becomes reality. When everyone thinks that something can't be done, nobody can. People put an invisible yoke on themselves and doom their efforts to failure because success is unthinkable. Even with that, however, impossible is just a word. All it takes to tear its veil off is for one person not to care about the impossible. She pointed at the stream of red fire coming out of Lith's eye. Once one person succeeds, the chains created by the word impossible shatter. People realize they had just fooled themselves, and that if he did it, why shouldn't they? One becomes many, and impossible becomes hard at first, and then just a matter of talent and effort. Think about it. It's what you did with the undead, what Tezca did with dimensional magic, what Lakra and every past Magus and ruler of the flame did, what Lith has done with merging his life forces and void magic. Zagran's words reverberated with the admiration she felt for such feats. What those lazy, filthy bastards who resort to forbidden magic do to this very day. At those words, the admiration in her voice turned into venomous spite. Yet there's merit even in that. Thrud has shown the children of the Guardians that being a lesser divine beast is no curse, just a condition. The Master has saved from death those that even Magur has relinquished so long ago. Zagran paused, letting the Red Mother ponder her words. People may not like me much, but this is why Magur needs a guardian of might. Self-growth and individual success may seem egotistical at first, but only until you notice that those like me set the example for everyone else. It doesn't matter what we share, but what we achieve. The hate and envy of others push them to work hard on themselves and reach our same height because they look up to us and know it's possible. Look at the Ballers, look at the Tyrant, look at the girl, look at the humans. Chapter 38:18, The Power of the Elements, Part 1. Space. 4 wings burned on the back of the engine. Earth and air shrouded the membranous wings, while fire and water sprang forth in the space between the membranous and the feathered wings. Lith had no awareness of any of them. His empty lungs stopped producing primordial flames, and with their disappearance, Earthly Vault's aura recovered part of its effects. "You're mine now, traitor." Ruget jumped forward as the final tongues of white fire went out. "Yeah, right, and what do you think we've been waiting for?" Dawn yelled as she and Vladian stood between Rugat and Lith, attacking the lost city from either side. "We stepped away only because we didn't want to mess up with whatever Lith was doing. There was no point in throwing spells at you if they would have been weakened by his flames, and weakened them in turn. Now you are fair game again, old man." During the short respite, the horseman had let her steed, Sunrise, restore her mana core and body while she conjured multiple tower tier spells. Several colossal constructs generated by Morning Star struck Ruget's 4 limbs, breaking his charge. At the same time, the horseman and the first vampire also unleashed their respective blade tier spells, Rising Run and Roaring Dragon, aiming them at the lost city's head. Dawn's goal was to inflict Ruget wounds grievous enough to trigger the survival protocols of his pseudo-cores. At that point, the self-repair arrays of the lost city would prioritize the damage closest to the nucleus and expose its position. Killing Ruget was impossible, and the Allied forces lacked the power to tear him apart piece by piece. "If we want to seal this annoying bastard away, we have to find the nucleus holding his pseudo-cores," Vladian said via the mind link. "Sure, Ruget can move it throughout his body freely, but we only need to find his nucleus once to deplete its energy reserves with a few annihilations. Lost cities are nigh invincible only because their colossal size and terrifying powers make it impossible to locate their pseudo-cores. Once you do, even someone as big as Ruget becomes just a tough nut to crack." Ruget took the attacks head-on, all of them. The Tron's bolts of light and darkness, Sarah's claws, the War Mage's spells, the Warden's arrays, and the Awaken's annihilations. "I need to get rid of the traitorous lost city first," he inwardly snarled. Ruget felt no sting from the accumulating damage, but his internal arrays deafened him with their alarms and almost covered his vision with countless system failure notifications. "I would have already won if not for him. I can't pour what's left of my strength into a killer move with the risk that this winged gnat ruins it like he has already done." The lost city's arms shapeshifted into harpoons, and every meter of his large body became covered in adamant hooks. He needed to trap the engine and make sure it couldn't escape. Ruget planned to use the engine as a shield while he recovered his strength and let those pesky Awakened kill it for him. The lost city lacked the strength to deal with the engine and the Allied forces. His only option was to pit them against each other and dispose of what was left. As for Lith, he was out of breath and short on mana. He had channeled so much power, taken so much damage, and fought so hard that even with the full might of Menadian's tower empowering him, Lith could barely stand. Ruget instead was just a huge artifact. His barriers were weaker and his power core almost empty, but he moved as fast as when the fight had just begun. Ragnarok was still trapped inside his chest, and Lith had no time to waste trying to pull it out. "What do I do?" Lith couldn't just turn around and run. Not only was he slower than Ruget, but his allies formed a tight circle around the 2 contenders. One of his steps would have killed dozens of soldiers and disrupted the rest of the battle formation. "What do I do?" Lith thought as the lost city stepped forward, and Dawn and Vladian flew back not to be trampled by his charge. "I wish I could do like them. Dodging is easy when the enemy doesn't care about you." Then his eyes noticed his shadow elongating, due to the radiance emitted by the horseman flying high behind his head. Ryla, Lith called upon the farmer and the darkness of the elemental storage. Morok and the Ballers weren't the only ones who could hear the melody in the world energy. Lith could listen to it too, and desperation led him to a gamble. "Okay, but I don't know if my black eye has any ability. I just use it to shoot darkness," the farmer said. "Time to find out." Lith's words echoed in her mind at the same moment Ruget caught up to the Tiamat and broke through the engine's defense with sheer might, trapping him in a piercing embrace. Or rather, the lost city tried to trap the Tiamat. One moment Ruget's detection arrays confirmed that the engine was right in front of him, and the next Lith slipped through his arms, turning into a black puddle. The shadow behind him rose from the ground and gained a third dimension, while Ruget's prisoner collapsed into a blot on the ground. Behind me, the lost city detected the enemy's new position but found no trace of a dimensional opening. How could he blink? I still have the space compressing array active. The black eye had no dimensional power. It had simply switched the shadow with the body that cast it without ever making either one disappear. The right feathered wing turned black, shrouded in the excess power it failed to contain. Ryla, Lith emptied the second-last container of the elemental storage, and threw himself at Ruget's exposed back in a shoulder charge. "Oh, screw it." The farmer was as confused as she was utterly annoyed. At this point, why not? Ryla was confused because she activated her silver eyes without knowing what to expect, and utterly annoyed because she could feel its powers taking shape. "I tried for countless hours to use my black and silver eyes. All my ancestors tried. All the ancient Ballers tried before their fall, yet Lith is the one who is going to succeed," she inwardly grumbled. "Not to be that girl and ruin your rant, but our mind link is still active." Solus felt a warm feeling fill her energy form as the light element spread across the engine. "Also, you have no way to know if the ancient Ballers failed. The old trolls had learned light mastery, but the current ones have lost that knowledge. The same has probably happened to you guys as well. Ancient Ballers were well ancient. Reverted Ballers and Farmers are newborns." Point taken. Ryla had to admit that the Tyrant Bloodline's research had started millennia ago, but no one before Glemos had succeeded. On top of that, only the most recent generations of Ballers and the Farmers had 6 eyes. Until a while ago, most Ballers had 4 eyes tops, and Farmers didn't exist at all. Chapter 38:19, The Power of the Elements, Part 2. Lith's remaining feathered wing burst with silver light that spread inside and outside his body, using it as a scaffold. The light element flooded every vein, organ, bone, and muscle, forming layers upon layers of small constructs that stacked and connected with each other. When Ruget lunged at the engine again, the difference in mass between them had decreased to the point that the lost city could no longer overpower his smaller opponent. Lith grabbed the harpoons, heads, and dug his taloned feet into the ground. He was pushed back by dozens of meters, and his talons dug deep trenches, but Ruget failed to close the distance between them. "What is this?" the lost city asked as he shapeshifted the harpoons into hands to get hold of his opponent. "What's happening?" "Beats me, so I'll beat you to make things even." Dawn merged all the constructs conjured by Morning Star into one and used it to impale Ruget from behind. Even with the Tower Tier light mastery spells propelling the spinning drill forward, it wasn't enough to push it through the granite and adamant that comprised Ruget's massive chest. That was Vladian's job. "Leave this to me and keep your distance. If something happens to you, we're finished." The first vampire consumed another substantial chunk of the life force store in his full red blood core, increasing his mass beyond that of an elder divine beast. He bodily rammed into the heel of the spinning drill, thrusting the construct past the metal and rock armor, and adjusting the hard light drill's trajectory so that it released Ragnarök from Ruget's clutches. "I'm sorry, Lith, I don't know what to do," Ryla asked while the engine and the lost city were locked in a contest of strength that the tower was bound to lose. "I can only channel one element at a time." Light gave the Tiamat extra mass, but no strength and no durability aside from what was needed not to crumble under his own enhanced weight. "Don't worry, Ryla," Lith replied as his fingers broke and twisted under Ruget's grip. "We got this. We are not fighting alone." Dawn's construct and Vladian's push dealt enough damage to draw the lost city's attention. Ruget's grip loosened, and Lith's tightened. Now, he let go of the light element and conjured the power of air, increasing the tower's abilities threefold. On his cue, Solus released the 2 Silverwings annihilations in the cannon vault, and emitted them through the engine's hands. The anti-guardian spells hit the lost city's limbs from point blank and dug their way through barriers, enchanted metal, and stone. Directed contact meant that Ruget didn't have the time to adjust the output of Earthly Vault. Every meter the annihilations crossed was a meter the rest of the spell traversed unimpeded, reaching the next block with its strength intact. On top of that, Vladian and Dawn kept hammering Ruget's back while Lith attacked from the front. All the while, the armies of the allied races attacked from every other side. Space, atop a mana geyser hundreds of kilometers away from the battlefield, at the same time. What's that? From the safety of her hut and free to ignore the chaos of battle and see past the sea of dust raised by the armies, Baba Yaga pointed at the center of Lith's chest, where soulless light shone. Space. The 6 wings from the exhaust ports of the engine kept flaring with power even though Lith was casting no spell, fueled by the elemental energies released by the elemental storage. The engine constantly absorbed all 6 elements and released what it failed to contain through the wings, breathing in what it breathed out just a split second later. The cycle and the hands allowed the tower to keep the 6 elemental energies from dispersing. Yet even with the power from the mana geyser, even with the storage and the cannon vault draining as much energy as they could to recharge themselves, it was more than the exhaust ports could handle. The elemental energies radiated from the 6 wings, spreading throughout the surface of the tower in prismatic streams that crossed over each other before converging on soulless light. At that point, the elemental storage opened the final container without any input from its masters. The released life force mixed with the overflowing elemental energies, painting the engine emerald. The air element maintained its golden lightning form and boosted the abilities of Lith, Soulless, and the tower threefold. At the same time, however, the other 5 elements exerted their effects, their flows overlapping instead of canceling each other. Earth made the engine impervious, light gave it extra mass, fire wreathed it in destructive flames, water nullified the lost city's enchantments, and darkness allowed Lith to break free of the lost city's hold the moment the power of the annihilations was spent. "How did you do that? How is this possible?" Ryla asked, feeling weirder by the second. "There's no time for explanations." Soulless felt even weirder but set all her questions aside for later. "Focus on the fight." Lith recalled Double Edge to his hand, using its help to ignite the red fire into dread flames. The mystical flames and elemental energies flooded into Ragnarok, which in turn passed them on to Double Edge. Sections of the blade split and slid apart, creating physical and magical channels for the pure elemental energy. The power flowed from the engine into each of the 7 crystals etched on Double Edge's surface, and then back into the tower in a loop. The angry blade shone with prismatic light only for a moment before its metal coating turned emerald, and silvery flames wreathed it from hilt to tip. Ruget attacked with the stumps of his arms, but Ragnarok cut through Earthly Vault and opened a deep rift from hip to neck. The dread flames lingered in the wound, keeping it from mending and feeding off the world energy that was supposed to restore the lost city's strength. "No," Ruget said as the Lith opened more and more cuts, and Tista phased through him with ethereal aegis. "No," with his insides molten by the Hecate's cursed flames, Vladian needed only one more push to make the drill construct burst out of Ruget's chest and leave his enchanted metal veins exposed to sunlight. "No," with no trace of the pseudo-cores in his chest, and the ruins of his arms now cut to the shoulder level, the Awakened focused their Silverwings annihilations on Ruget's legs. The head was too obvious and exposed a place to hide the lost city's nucleus. The Awakened of both councils ignored it, but Lith didn't like taking chances. "Tista, everyone, with me!" The demons joined him in a focused burst of primordial flames aimed at Ruget's head that the Balors strengthened by adding their red flames. "Gods, we do need a name for our abilities," Ryla thought. "Red flames and golden lightning are too generic. All normal flames are red and lightning is yellow-white by nature." The white flames melted stone and metal until the structure that served as the head of the humanoid colossus was leveled. Ruget's regeneration speed and energy reserves dropped only by a small margin, confirming the Council's theory and bringing the lost city one step closer to his defeat. Chapter 3820, Atrophied Limb, Part 1. "If I have to go down, I'll bring as many of you with me." Feeling his strength fade as the annihilations closed in on his nucleus, Ruget abandoned all hopes of victory. He poured all the mana he had left, and the world energy he absorbed from the geyser into the mana, crystals studded all over his body to conjure one final fountain of death. Since I can't escape capture, I'll spend every iota of my strength to kill as many awakened as I can. This way, the balance of power in Giera will shift in favor of my siblings. Without the council to keep the other lost cities in check, the human and beast strongholds will fall, and the monster tides will grow stronger than ever. At that point, my siblings will free all those of us who have been sealed again. My imprisonment will last years instead of millennia, and my only problem will be finding a geyser as good as the one under Detemer. It will take me a long time, but I have eternity on my side. The mana crystal covering the lost city pulsed with white light, the frequency of the flashes increasing until each gemstone shone like a small sun. Now that the mana crystals were charged with mana, Ruget only had to weave the necessary spells. "Stop him at all costs. Hit him with everything you got," Lith roared, pouring the dread flames shrouding his body into double edge. The blade's size didn't increase, but its destructive power soared. One horizontal swing was enough to sever Ruget at the hip level. The mana crystals still active on the torso, the stumps of the arms, and what was left of the head of the lost city lost their light. Lith kept swinging his blade, cutting the upper body from shoulders to midriff with an X-shaped slash. Double edge moved almost too fast for the awakened eye as it sliced and diced Ruget's severed upper body in midair. By the time gravity brought the ruins of the upper body to the ground, the biggest piece was the size of a commoner's house. No, the lost city inwardly cursed. Even if many parts of my body were too damaged to use them to conjure Fountain of Death, they still channeled my mana. They still carried thousands of mana crystals that I could have accessed with a mere touch. With half of my body broken and scattered, restoring the crystal network would cost me more mana than what I would retrieve. My Fountain of Death's power is as crippled as I am. The warp gates carrying the Dread Knights opened, while Lith's order still echoed across the battlefield. The undead had never stopped moving since they had left, and their charge hit so fast that no one noticed it, only its effects. The lines of Dread Knights crashed against Ruget's right foot, and then turned around to make space for the undead behind them. The lost city's only intact extremity exploded in a boom of thunder, robbing Ruget of his balance. He stumbled left and right, trying to keep standing on the two uneven stumps that his feet had become. The relentless rain of spells didn't help, especially when the Allied forces noticed the effects of the charge and stopped all the attacks except that from one side. The resulting push made Ruget stumble and fall, his lower body slamming against the ruins of Detemer with the grace of a sack of bricks. The awakened wasted no time and resumed their offensive, digging deeper and deeper into the few still intact sections of the lost city's body. "I can't get up," Ruget kicked and trashed with his ruined legs, but to no avail. "The power of my Fountain of Death has been halved again, since the crystals facing the ground won't kill anyone. I've consumed all my mana and all my life force and that of my host for just 1/4 of my original power." He inwardly sighed, his defeat becoming more shameful by the second. "I must make haste before." And so Ruget's time came and passed. A lucky 7-man unit of Giera's council grazed the lost city's nucleus by sheer luck. They didn't notice it because it was still mostly hidden, but it was more than enough for the eyes of Menadian to pick up the now-exposed, powerful energy signature of Ruget's pseudo-cores. There, Lith pointed with his finger and marked the spot with a huge X-shaped hologram. "Quick, before he completes his spells." Dawn and Vladian didn't reply. They simply unleashed their best spell at the marked target. The horseman used her tower tier spell, Sunshine, conjuring a heat ray the size of a train that carried almost as much mass and burned at thousands of degrees. Heat rays were much more effective than constructs against a large and stationary target. All the mana that Dawn would have otherwise employed to shape and solidify, the light element was released as raw destructive power. Vladian used his blood magic immortal ruler spell, expending all the energy stored inside his full red blood core. It generated a hail of crimson blades, as hard as adamant, that he manipulated to attack the nucleus from the sides without getting in the way of Dawn's spell. The 7-man unit that had inadvertently discovered the nucleus needed to backtrack the annihilation just a bit to strike Lith's mark head-on. The moment the earthly vault ebbed away from the rest of the legs and focused around the hologram, the Allied forces changed their tactic. The people of Zelex, the elves, and the armies of the 3 great countries attacked the now unprotected areas of Ruget's remaining body to cripple him further and leave the awakened the space they needed. The council elders focused on the nucleus instead, joining the current onslaught only after adjusting their position, so as to not interfere with the other Silverwing's annihilations. The light generated by the mana crystals scattered across the lost city's body dimmed. Then, it blinked, and finally it went out as the mana they contained was rerouted into the earthly vault enchantment to protect his pseudo-cores. Something that Ruget desperately tried and failed to avoid. He knew that unless the Awakened rediscovered the self-destruction spell to undo the forbidden magic that gave him life, they couldn't afford to kill him. Ruget wanted to leave his nucleus unprotected and release the fountain of death at full strength, killing hundreds of enemies as his swan song. Alas, the Warlock King hadn't accounted for such a contingency when he had Forgemastered Ruget of the Earth. A lost city was a living being, but also an artifact. What Ruget could do was limited by what the runes that comprised his life essence allowed him to. He couldn't override the emergency protocols intended to keep him alive. He tried everything he could and failed. In the space of a few seconds, the orange aura of Earthly Vault faded into a thin mist, and his spirit barriers collapsed. Enough, Ragu signaled everyone to stop and placed a Tier 5 spirit magic spell, Sealed Space, around the massive mana crystal that held Ruget's pseudo-cores. Not so fast, the Lost City snarled, using what little power he had left to shatter the Emerald Cube. Chapter 3821, Atrophied Limb Part 2. Fine by me? Another wave of Ragu's hand and a warping array moved the nucleus and the Awakened surrounding it far away from Detemer and its mana geyser. Want to try again? The human representative placed a second sealed space, and then a third, cutting the supply of world energy that Ruget received to a fraction. At the same time, she and the other Awakened used invigoration to restore their strength and charged the annihilations anew. No, Ruget said with a low, bass voice, I yield. And I don't believe you. Ragu walked past the sealed spaces and hit the nucleus with a Tier 5 spirit spell she had already prepared. She kept pouring more mana until her core depleted, and the lost city's crystal cracked. That's better, she walked out and proceeded to place more sealed spaces. Jirwin, do you need help with this? No, the human representative of Giera smiled at her Garland counterpart for the first time since they met. We can take it from here. My Awakened Council has already prepared a suitable containment site. That day, the people of Giera lost the Valak region to Vladian, and many of its mages fell to Ruget's fury, yet they gained much, much more. We couldn't have done without your counsel. For that you have our gratitude, Ragu. Jirwin offered her hand, and Ragu quickly shook it. Yeah, right, but aren't you curious about that Balor and Verhin thing? You know they are all evolved humans, don't you? Ragu asked. Now that you mention it, Aaron, you do the honors and bring this murderous bastard away. I have better things to do. Much to everyone's surprise, Vladian, Dawn, and the rest of the undead hadn't moved from the site of the fortress of Detemer. Even the Dread Knights had run back to the front lines, stopping their charge to help their comrades collect and pile up all the scattered fragments of the lost city. Normally, such behavior would have enraged the other members of the Allied forces, but they were too stunned to notice, even Lith. What's happening? Only then did he notice his flaming wings, his burning eyes, and the emerald surface of the engine. That's not all. Look around. Solus used the watchtower to take in the entire battlefield and shared it via their mind link. Lith noticed in shock that both Balors and Fommers had the sky blue of their skin shaded with green. Their eyes and wings flared with elemental power in a way that resembled Lith's. Even more shockingly, the human members, Awakened and not, of the Allied forces were also affected by the phenomenon. Those who had elemental streaks in their hair had their eyes lit up with the corresponding elemental colors. Those without any affinity had their left eye shining red and the right black. Those are my affinities. What happened to me and what did I do? A quick check proved that the scales covering his body were still pitch black. Fuck me sideways, this won't do, I need a cover. A simple body sculpting spell changed the black into emerald green, as he emerged from the engine along with Ryla and Solus. Oh, fuck me sideways. Lith blurted out in surprise when he discovered that the situation was much worse than he expected. Ryla's skin had turned emerald green just like the engine, and she now had 4 more wings made of pure energy. Their shape and position resembled the engine's wings, making her almost look like a scaled-down version of the tower's battle form. Last but not least, the order of her elemental eyes had changed to match Lith's. It would have been enough to cause a massive uproar if not for Solus doubling down and one-upping Ryla. Solus still had only 2 eyes, but they shone with the prismatic light of the 7 elements. Her skin was still pink, but her long hair had twisted and knotted itself into proto-feathered wings. "How did you do it?" Ragu asked, her eyes shining with the silver and orange light of the elemental streaks on her hair. "More importantly, what did you do?" "I don't know." Lith looked at his emerald scales with genuine shock. "I brought Ryla the Farmer with me because I knew that our powers synergize well, but this is beyond my expectations. When I used the Omega Prime against the World Tree and Meln's troops, nothing like this ever happened. Ask anyone." "I can confirm that." Solus looked at her reflection in the ice mirror she had conjured with a surprise and confusion written all over her face that couldn't be faked by someone allegedly that young. "Divine Ryla," the Ballers and Farmers knelt in front of her, their foreheads pressed against the ground. "You carry the touch of God Glemos. He changed you. He blessed you, his high priestess, with his powers." "Calm down, guys." Morok landed on the ground. "I'm sure there is a rational explanation for all this." His appearance doubled the uproar, since his wings now carried the 7 elemental streaks, and his scales had turned emerald as well. "God Glemos has returned. God Glemos has descended among us. The prophecy was true." "Did you guys take a blow to the head or what?" The tyrant looked at worshipping him like they were crazy, until Lith conjured an ice mirror in front of him. "Oh shit, when and how did this happen?" "It must be because Verhin is an evolved human." Jirwin's eyes shone with blue, orange, and yellow light. "Somehow he changed us all." "Let's not rush to conclusions." Lith raised his hands, hating to be the center of attention. "First off." The flames wreathing his wings faded. Ryla's energy wings disappeared, and Solus' hair untangled itself. "It seems the phenomenon was only temporary," Lith said as the colored streaks started to disappear from Morok's wings, and the light inside the human's eyes faded. "No, no, no." Ryla fell to her knees, sobbing. "I was awakened, but I was almost cured. I can feel it as well as I can feel it slipping away from me." "Okay, but we still have to determine who was the cause." Morok tried to shift the attention to himself. "I am an equally valid candidate, and my life force is just as unique as Lith's. Maybe." "You are full of it." Roghar the Fenrir, guardian of Giera, crossed over and appeared in Zagran's territory in the blink of an eye. "Tyrants are a defective race. Your eyes change their position and color with every individual. You are on the right path, Morok Eerie, but your vital essence is in constant flow. You can't bring order to others when you yourself are plagued with chaos." The guardian snarled with anger, yet he looked like a child in front of a pile of Christmas presents wrapped with care when he turned toward Lith. "Verhin's vital essence, instead, is just unfocused. Not chaotic, mind you, not wrong, just unfocused. Everything he needs is already there. His powers are dormant and atrophied, but only because he never used them until today. They are akin to a limb he never noticed nor exercised. My theory is that the close contact with the farmer guided Verhin's human life force on the right path, and in turn, he guided everyone else." Roghar pointed at Solus and the rest of the humans, evolved and not. Chapter 38:22, Emerald Thread, Part 1. "If you come with me, Verhin, I'll help you tap into your true potential, and Magur will be a better place for it." The guardian of Mana extended one of his hands to Lith, ready to warp them both to his secret lab. "We must be quick, though. The longer we wait, the fewer traces of your transformation will remain." Roghar had yet to finish talking when Lith's third set of wings flickered out. The energy that comprised them shattered into fragments of light and merged with the feathered wings below. "Over my dead body." Much to everyone's surprise, the voices belonged to Ragu and Jirwin, the human representatives from Garland and Giera. The two women put themselves between the guardian and Lith. "Everyone here knows of your experiments, and we've seen how they end. Verhin is the first perfect evolved human, your words. We'd rather wait for him to safely discover his powers than let you take so much as a closer look at him." "Seconded." Ryla wiped her tears and shielded Lith with her body, her eyes brimming with the power of the elements in preparation for a new fight. "Verhin is my savior and my son's best shot at a normal life. I won't let you touch him." "Me neither." Morok walked to her side, and soon the entire Farmer and Balor race stood in front of them. The non-evolved humans, awakened and not, in turn shielded the people of Zelex, conjuring their best spells and reassuming their battle formations. "We may not have anything to gain from this, but we know firsthand what happens when you mess with a race's evolutionary path." Tron, trolls, orcs, ogres, goblins, warg, and hatties stepped forward as well. "We won't let you ruin the future of our comrades like you ruined ours." Roghar had the appearance of a humanoid wolf covered in crystalline fur that reflected light and world energy alike into the prismatic light of the 7 elements. His snout was that of a canid, and lacked the facial muscles to express complex emotions. Yet when he burst into laughter, his spite, hilarity, and condescension at the Allied forces sounded as clear as day. "First off, let me?" he asked while wiping fat tears of hilarity from his eyes. "I don't need your permission to do anything. Whether you let me or not, if I wanted to take Verhin by force, killing you all would take me but a second. That said, it's rich hearing the descendants of the Odi blaming me for their fate." He pointed his clawed finger at the trolls and Tron. "I didn't give your ancestor any advice. I told them that trolls were the perfect first evolutionary step for their race, and that it was just a matter of time before the trolls overcame their limits. I told the Odi to keep up with the good work. As for everyone else, I did nothing. I suggested and advised possible alterations to your life forces, but also caution. It's not my fault if your ancestors disregarded my warnings and paid attention only to the parts about increasing their powers." "He's right," a cold, silvery voice said, drawing everyone's attention. "Roghar advised the Odi to stop their experiments and give trolls a chance. It was the Odi's choice to keep pushing forward. What you can blame him for is not condemning the Odi for their inhumane experiments, for letting them go home with a pat on the back instead of a stern lesson. I want you all to know that the Odi were Roghar's favorite race." Baba Yaga was in her mother form, yet her emerald eyes showed none of the warmth she usually exuded. "You can't blame me for that, girl." The Guardian shook his head. "The Odi were resourceful people who knew what they wanted and weren't afraid to dirty their hands to get it. Their empire made more magical progress than all the rest of Magur combined." "Maybe they can't blame you, but I sure can." Zagran appeared a second after Baba Yaga. "This is my turf, Roghar, and I'm the Guardian of Might. If Lith doesn't want your help, take that no and go away." The Fenrir's eyes narrowed in annoyance, but he gave her a polite bow in reply. "I don't think I could beat Zagran in her turf at my prime, let alone now that I'm still recovering from the Breaker's eldritch ability." "Thanks for your offer, Lord Roghar." Lith gave a small bow, deeming it useless to anger a Guardian with pointless disrespect. "But I have to refuse. Evolution takes time, and I'd rather keep my foundations steady than build something tall that might crumble at the first bump in the road." "You have your answer," Zagran said. "Leave now, or I'll consider this an act of war." Roghar nodded and didn't make the Garuda repeat herself. "Don't misunderstand this, kid." Zagran patted Lith's shoulder. "I respect you and your work, but I wouldn't have intervened if the hungry cur hadn't made the first move. I don't like meddling in the lives of mortals. Still, good job." She disappeared without saying another word, leaving the Red Mother behind. "Thanks for your help, everyone." Vladian clapped his hands and drew the crowd's attention to him. "I'll compensate all of you for your help, but first things first. I'll rebuild Detemmer by using the stones, metals, and crystals Ruget stole from me. Once my fortress and its array system are up and running, I'll assess the damage Ruget caused to the various mines in the region, and let you know how much I can afford to give you." "Wait a second." The representatives of both councils suddenly felt their bond with the undead shaking. "Not all of Ruget's body comes from Detemmer. The spoils of war don't belong only to you but to us all." "I disagree," Vladian replied while raising a large chunk of black stone. "This comes from my castle. Most of it comes from my castle." He waved at the ruins of the once mighty fortress that had been stripped for parts down to its foundations. "On top of that, the entire Valak region belongs to me as the undead council elder of Giera. Whatever Ruget might have picked elsewhere is irrelevant compared to what he stole from me. I claim the remains of Ruget's body as mine by right of seniority and leadership. I organized this mission. I put together the alliance, provided you with the intel about Ruget's powers, and even recruited Verhin and Dawn for help. Without them, we would have never succeeded. Last but not least, I made my terms clear long before the attack started. Your main reward is the Valak region becoming a buffer zone that will separate the Garlenian outposts from the Gieran cities and protect them both from the monster tides and lost cities. As for the elves and the people of Zelex, they fought to obtain fertile lands where to live, and that's what they'll receive along with the materials they need to build their cities. Everything else is just a gift at my discretion and generosity." The forces from the 3 great countries in Giera were left speechless, unable to refute any of the first vampire's words. Chapter 38-23, Emerald Thread Part 2. Yet with dozens, if not hundreds, of tons of adamant Davros alloy, white crystals, and black rocks bearing streaks of gold-veined white marble standing right in front of them, Greed was louder than sense. Don't forget that Vladian is under my protection. Dawn landed beside the vampire, her crystal steed shining with the power of the sun. Any attack on him will be answered with extreme prejudice. You've seen what I did to Rugat. Don't force me to do it to you. He's also under my protection. The Red Mother's white aura flared up, conjuring a storm of wind and mana. My mage tower is no lost city, but it's not an old fossil like Rugat either. I upgraded it to the modern standards of my asterisk magic. If you feel confident taking me and my children on, be my guests. Calm down. Lith stepped between Baba Yaga and the crowd, his hands raised in a universal gesture of peace. I'm with Vladian. I came here to help him, and I did. Whatever you want to do next, don't count on my help. The people of both Giera and Garland yelled in uproar, knowing that with Lith, they had just lost their best weapon against Dawn. I trust you will compensate my allies, the elves and the people of Zelex, properly. Lith shook Vladian's hand, leaving a piece of paper in it. Also, my Omega Prime armor is broken beyond repair. I expect fair compensation for the damage. Son of a dragon, Vladian inwardly laughed. With one hand declines all rewards, with the other asks me for one. We both know that Menadian's tower will repair itself without the need for extra materials. I'll see what I can afford, Vladian pointed at the ruins. As I said, first comes my fortress and fellow undead, then I have to help the elves and the people of Zelex to build their settlements. Agreed, Lith nodded. My losses are purely economic and can be replaced. The people who died today instead can't be resurrected. I won't let their sacrifice be for nothing just to sate my greed. I'll wait for my turn. The people of Cetrali, Medellin, and Zelex shed honest tears at Lith's words, while the others had to back down or appear as a greedy bunch and lose their allies. Thanks for your understanding. Vladian squeezed Lith's hand to show him how much the first vampire loved being conned. Don't mention it, Lith squeezed back. I'll have Grandma fix the Omega Prime on credit, so don't blame me if she comes knocking on your door. I'm not worried, Vladian shrugged and called Lith's bluff. I'll deal with the wise overlord if that moment comes. Enough with the friendly banter. Solus placed a hand on Lith's shoulder and activated a hidden mind link. The effects of whatever happened are wearing off on everyone else, but your scales are still green. Thank you for the warning. The eyes of the humans, the energy wings of Famers and Ballers, and the scales on Morok's body were slowly returning to their natural state. Lith's body was no different, but the emerald of his scales was the result of a spell, not of the awakening of his new powers. He started dispelling the body sculpting, keeping his condition one step behind Morok, to give the impression that his mutation was late because it was more stable. I can't believe this, Baba Yaga sighed. Zagran was right. All it takes to break past limits considered insurmountable is one person who leads the others by example. Zagran said that? Ragu and Jirwin said in unison, moving their eyes from the Red Mother to the still emerald Tiamat in awe. Does this mean Verhin is the future of the human race? Who cares about that? The moment the threat Roghar represented was gone, and Ryla recovered from the shock of her transformation, she bolted past the human representatives and grabbed Lith by his arms. I know that I'm not healed. I can feel it in my heart that my life force is still fallen. Yet something amazing just happened, and it might still have brought positive changes to me and maybe to my entire species. Can you please check my life force while the effects of the mutation still linger? Can you see if I've made any improvement? Fuck me sideways between surprise and my dragon greed, I almost missed such an important opportunity. Lith thought, his eyes widening in realization. Sure, he nodded. Solus, you check my life force, please. On it, she replied. There's no point checking mine, she actually thought. The infirmary should contain every single piece of data related to me. If there is any change in my body, be it temporary or permanent, the tower must have recorded it. Correct, Menadian replied. Lith studied Ryla's life force with his breathing technique, demon grasp, and accessed Solus, eidetic memory to look for changes. He failed to notice anything noteworthy and soon moved on to look at his own life force with Solus. You're just in time, she said. You went this close to missing it. Missing Wa, Lith's life force was exactly as he remembered it. A large galaxy spun around a giant bright violet star, which flared with silvery and blue flames from time to time. The galaxy was comprised solely of burning stars. There were no planets, even among the many moons each solar system had. The blackness of the void replaced the emptiness of space, forming a protective shell that absorbed any external threat and used the stolen energy to nurture the galaxy. It also formed a few black stars scattered among the solar systems that stabilized the cursed elements whenever they manifested themselves. There was only one change in the vastness of the galaxy, and it took Lith Solus help to notice it before everything returned to normal. Unlike a real galaxy, it wasn't gravity that kept Lith's life force together and the various stars moving along precise orbits. His human life force formed a red thread that connected the various stars, passed the energy from one to another, and also kept them separated so that different cursed elements wouldn't get into contact. Now the red thread had turned to emerald green, and it no longer acted as a mere conduit for the different kinds of elemental energy. The emerald thread burned with power, fueling the stars connected by the human life force with it, while also being fueled back by them. Lith was still staring at the phenomenon in amazement, trying to understand how the normal and cursed elements affected the emerald thread when its light dimmed. In the space of a few seconds, the human life force turned red, and the energy exchange ceased. "Well, am I better?" Ryla took Lith's shocked expression as a good sign, but tried not to get her hopes up too much. Her voice and gaze were firm, but her hands clung to her dress with all of her considerable strength to keep her anxiety in check. "I'm sorry, Ryla." Lith's somber gaze and tone shattered her dreams of imminent freedom. "I can't see anything different from the last time I used my breathing technique on you, but that doesn't mean much." Chapter 38-24, Evolutionary Paths, Part 1. "I haven't given you a proper checkup since you've become Quilla's patient, so there's a lot I could be missing. Nothing is certain until she examines you, okay?" "Okay," Ryla lowered her eyes, knowing that Lith was only trying to console her. "He's right," Morok nodded. "I was so excited about my new powers that I forgot to check on my life force. I missed my opportunity, but at least now I know for certain there is more I can achieve. I may be nowhere near the finishing line, but my bloodline is not a dead end. Your bloodline is not a dead end either, Ryla. You've seen it yourself." "You're right, Morok." A faint smile appeared on her face. "Thank you." "Enough with this." A great rage surged in Ragu's heart as she felt the elemental light in her eyes fade. "Are you the future of the human race or not, Verhen?" It was an unknown power she hadn't used once, yet a part of her grieved its loss like the amputation of one of her limbs. Lith narrowed his eyes in annoyance at Ragu's outburst, but told her about the emerald thread. "The more the humans of both councils are interested in the changes in my life force, the more they'll consider this discovery a part of their reward," Lith thought. "It will lessen their demands on Vladian and diffuse many potential conflicts. The Undead Council is on Vladian's side, and so are the Guardians. If the humans support him as well, there's nothing the plants and beasts can do." "Can I take a look at this emerald thread, please?" Ragu asked, her voice filled with childish glee. Jirwin joined her request, soon followed by many of the human councils. "I'm sorry, but no," Lith replied with his most compassionate tone. "I can't risk one of you spotting a weakness in my life force I'm not aware of and using it against me for whatever reason." The disappointment of the various human factions turned into understanding, and then outrage as they glared at each other with suspicion. "Also, the phenomenon is already over. There's nothing you can learn by studying my life force. It's too different from your own, and there are only 3 people on Magur like me," Lith continued. "Yet there is something I can show you." He conjured the hologram of a generic human life force. The emerald thread worked more or less like this. He turned the red colossus green, and demonstrated how the combination of wings and eyes allowed a human to harness and amplify all kinds of elemental energy. If I'm right, humans are the evolutionary equivalent of regular animals. Just like animals evolve into magical beasts and then into emperor beasts, humans should evolve into Balors and the Balors into Famers. "What about tyrants and Jotuns?" Jirwin asked, shocking most of those present. "You heard that right, Jotuns are also evolved humans." Scoffs and other rude expressions of disbelief followed her statement. "Say what you want, that's what I've come to believe," she continued. "After Iri exposed the tyrants as evolved humans and the people of Zelex came to Giera, I cross-referenced their life forces with those of all the suspiciously humanoid emperor beasts in my books. I discovered that even though a Jotun's life force has nothing in common with a human's, it presents too many similarities with both tyrants and Balors for it to be a coincidence." "I think you are right," Phila the Behemoth, the beast representative, said, and Ragu nodded. It would explain why the Jotun clan of Verendi was so insistent in their request to participate in the Harmonizer project. They made the Garland Council an offer almost too good to turn it down, But we did it anyway because we couldn't trust them after the repeated attempts of Jiera's council against Verhin, the human representative said. If Jirwin's assumption is correct, tyrants and Jotuns are evolutionary branches focused respectively on magical and physical power. Lith replied. Tyrants are less gifted than Balors, but are born with mana cores that the Balors lack and can always achieve 6 eyes. Jotuns are bigger and stronger, but have no elemental affinity except for whatever allows them to conjure the Black Thunder. What about Iri? What about his half-brother Garrick? Ragu pondered. They are not quite another step forward in human evolution, more like a side step, Lith pointed out. Morok is still a tyrant, but his life force seems able to reproduce the elemental powers of a Balor. Garrick instead is a fallen Falmer whose life force is stabilized by his tyrant blood. In the end, Garrick's and Morok's life forces seem to converge toward the unfallen Falmer state, which in turn seems to be an evolutionary step behind you, Verhin, Jirwin said. You are the only one with 7 eyes. You are the one who underwent the greatest changes during the fight against Rugat, and it was your changes that affected the rest of us. The closer to your condition a human was, the greater the effect they experienced. She glared in envy at Morok and Ryla. Thank the gods everyone thinks I'm a Verhin and believes my temporary evolution is a family thing. Solus inwardly sighed in relief. If someone asked me how and why I got my proto-wings, I wouldn't know what to say. It's possible. Lith upheld his promise to Menadian and hid his knowledge about the apex form of the human race. But even if you are right, studying my life force is of no use to you. If you are just an animal, you can't aim to become a guardian in one step. You must follow the proper order. He pointed at the Balors, then the Falmers, and lastly to himself, and Jirwin nodded for him to continue. If you want to help the humans of Jiera to evolve, help the people of Zelex first. Whatever happened today might have partly restored their life forces, and its effect might still be lingering. Please, establish a stable corridor of warping arrays leading the Falmers from one mana geyser to another, all the way to their homes. Don't let them revert to their fallen state for any reason for at least 3 days. After that, the improvements in their life forces should have stabilized, and further changes should become highly unlikely. Unlikely but possible, Jirwin nodded, so we'll make it a week. In her eyes and those of the members of the Jieran Awakened Council, the people of Zelex had just turned from filthy monsters who had invaded their land to potential assets that the human awakened could use to further their evolution. With the attention of the human councils focused on the Balors, soon all claims over the resources of Detemmer ceased. After all, enchanted metals and crystals could be found anywhere, while finding a path to further human evolution was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Vladian intended to create a safe haven for the people of Zelex, and now the human councils had every reason to ensure that nothing and no one interfered with the first vampire's plan. Gods, I'm so envious of you, Ryla. Sarah tried and failed to keep the bitterness out of her voice. Chapter 38-25, Evolutionary Paths Part 2. You are the only one among us who receives Quilla's treatments, and now this. Today, your race has taken another step forward while the rest of Zelex is still where Glemos left us. If you are envious, how do you think I feel, Sarah? Karana, the Troan senator, snarled. Your son Zagra is perfectly stable since he wore the king's harmonizer, and you found that protector guy to help you. The ogres have the dryads and the orcs have the elves. All of you just have to wait for your turn, while my people are going to be left behind. Unless we find someone with a life force similar to a perfect Odie, Traun and Trolls have little hope to undo their fallen state. Quilla will study us last, because she has no confidence that it won't be a waste of her time. The Red Mother grimaced at those words. On one hand, she hated everything that reminded her of her people, the Odie. Millennia had passed since their fall, but Baba Yaga's spite burned as strong as the day she had escaped the clutches of the Odie's tyrannical regime. On the other hand, the Red Mother had experienced a tinge of pride when Trolls and Traun had selflessly shielded their comrades with their own bodies. Baba Yaga had admired their willingness to cooperate with the inferior races instead of lording over them. More than anything, she appreciated the confidentiality that the Senate kept. No one mentioned Baba Yaga. They knew she was the apex of the Odie race, yet no one looked at her or tried to convince her to help them. One good action means nothing after millennia of cruelty. She inwardly grunted, extinguishing the spark of guilt that bothered her conscience. I'm sorry, Ryla lowered her gaze. I didn't mean to whine like that. I know I'm the lucky one, it's just that the closer the solution seems, the more painful living in our condition is. Sarah completed the phrase for her. I know. Lith left the members of Zelex's Senate to pat each other's shoulders and went to Ragu. If you don't need me for anything else, I'd like to return home, Lith said. I need to rest, and the Omega Prime is in dire need of maintenance. If Meln comes after me, he must find me ready. Of course, the human representative nodded, believing his bald-faced lie. Let's get you back to your wife. I'm coming too, Vladian said. With Mother here, I can entrust the Valak region to her. I want to be the one to tell Lysa and Radusk that we can finally go back home. You can also count on me, cousin, Dawn said. I'm staying behind to make sure nobody tries anything funny. Thanks, cousin. The first vampire gave her a deep bow and turned away. By the way, Vladian, after witnessing your blade spell, I have to ask, Solus said. Are you really a descendant of Ligon's brood like your last name implies? I wish, he sighed. One of my ancestors once met a dragon and developed a deep admiration for their wisdom and strength. Since that day, my family has strived to become like the dragons, but we don't carry a single drop of their blood. If I did, I doubt that the events that brought the Red Mother to turn me into a vampire would have ever taken place. Vladian remained silent after that, shattering every hope to uncover the mystery of his origin. As the group walked through the first warping array of many, the flashes of light in Dawn's eyes betrayed the heated discussion she was having with her host. That's the potential of your race, Zepho. The horseman's thoughts were filled with worry and affection. That's what you can strive to become. Are you sure you want to abandon that path? I'm not abandoning it, just postponing it, Akala replied. You heard Verhin. Currently, the human race is stuck at the first evolutionary stage. The gods only know if and when the humans will find a surefire way to become Balors, let alone farmers. Until that day, I would be dead weight. I would add nothing to our union. Don't say that. Don't you ever talk about yourself like that? Dawn rebuked him. Scream at me all you want, but I dare you to refute a single word I said. Akala waited several minutes for an answer that never came. I've made my decision, and I ask you to respect it, Dawn. If you're sure about this, then I'll support you until the end, the horseman replied. You have already granted my wish, and now it's my turn to grant you yours. Space. It took the Garland Council a few minutes to arrange a path leading back to the kingdom's outpost of Darmok that passed above Mana geysers. For the moment, farmers and Balors remained at Detemmer to help with the reconstruction, but Ryla followed Lith. He moved one step ahead of her, making sure that the flow of world energy coming from both sides of the warping array was stable before signaling her to step through. Lith, Solus, Camilla rushed to welcome them with the babies in tow. I know Ruget has been defeated and sealed away, but nobody tells me how bad the battle was. Are you all right? Daddy, Radusk ignored all questions and jumped at his father's neck, happy to see Vladian undead and well. I'm fine, son, and I've reclaimed our ancestral home. The first vampire held the young boy with one arm and kissed his forehead. I've kept my promise to you, son. We can stay on Giera or go back to Garland. It's your choice. What about me? Lysa grunted in mock indignance. Does my opinion not matter? No, Radusk raised his hand with a straight face, and so did Vladian. It's 2 against 1, Mom. You lose anyway. Damn democracy, Lysa giggled, taking the boy in her arms. I'm still your mother, and I can still punish you. Mom, no, please. Radusk helplessly struggled as she hugged him tight and peppered his face with kisses. I'm supposed to be a cool, brooding vampire prince, everything but this. Elijah and Valoran failed to understand why such loving treatment was considered a punishment and wouldn't understand it for many years, but they would. But this is a story for another day. Thanks for bringing my husband back in one piece, Lith, Lysa said once Radusk slumped in her arms. I've been worried the whole time. Don't mention it. Lith dismissed the issue with a wave of his hand. If you want to thank someone, thank Ryla. Camilla and Lysa looked at the farmer with a quizzical expression, until a quick mind link cleared all their questions. This is wonderful news, Lysa said. Please, whatever progress you make, keep me posted. I have nothing against vampires, but I'd love for Radusk to have a good reason to choose his human side when he comes of age. Will do, Lith nodded. You can come visit us whenever you want, Lysa. It's been a pleasure meeting you. Camilla hugged the woman like an old friend, and then Lith and the others left via the transoceanic warp gate. Chapter 38-26, Ripple Effect, Part 1. The battle against Ruget of the Earth had taken place at sunrise and lasted a few minutes, but it was past midnight in Lucia. Despite the late hour, the Verhin family and their guests were all standing in front of the warp gate of the mansion when it opened. Mom, big brother, Garrick was the first to reach his loved ones thanks to his wings, hugging the tyrant and Ryla at the same time. Welcome back. I'm so proud of all of you. Elena had yet to take one step forward when Lith doubled over in pain, cutting her short. I'll take care of him, Kami. Tista helped Lith to sit down slowly. You bring Elijah and Valoran to safety. On it, she bolted away with the utterly confused toddlers at the same time, as Solus pretended to warp away to set the tower into place. Mom, Dad, please, there's nothing to be afraid of. Lith raised his hand with his palm out to keep them at a distance. Why should we be? Before Roz could complete the sentence, Lith started to pant heavily, his breathing becoming more ragged by the second. Soon, he needed to put his free hand on the ground to balance himself, and his body started to shapeshift from human to Tiamat every time Lith drifted in and out of consciousness. I've activated all the healing arrays at our disposal. Solus reappeared a few seconds later. You should feel better soon. Lith clenched his head in reply, trying to resist the pain that threatened to split his skull open. What's happening to our son? Elena grabbed Roz's hands in fear, looking at Solus first, and then also at Camilla once she walked back through the door. Lith might have awakened a lot of new bloodline abilities today, Solus replied. Isn't that a good thing? Roz asked. Not if your body isn't capable of handling them. Menadian shook her head. To make matters worse, Lith activated 7 bloodline abilities at the same time right in the middle of the fight. The first ruler of the flames' voice trailed off as she remembered she was talking with worried parents. They didn't need a battle report, but to be reassured of their son's condition. Lith got hurt more than once while he fought the Lost City, Camilla chimed in. He treated his wounds with invigoration every time, but the repeated healing process took a toll on him. Then why is everyone standing there instead of helping him? Rena asked as she watched the color drain from her brother's face. We are helping him, Solus replied. The mana geyser and the arrays should help Lith to recover. If it doesn't work, I'm ready to warp him outside before he loses consciousness, shapeshifts into a full Tiamat, and squashes everyone into a pulp. Space. A few minutes later, Lith was still pale and panting, but he was no longer on the verge of fainting. The tower had full control of the geyser below the mansion, not just a fraction like during the fight against Rugat. The constant flow of world energy and the healing properties of the tower accelerated Lith's recovery process. They also alleviated the burden his body had suffered due to the grievous wounds and the activation of his newfound bloodline abilities. So that's why you left Giera so quickly without saying so much as a goodbye, Elena said after witnessing a doctored version of the battle via a mind link. Yes, Solus' pupils flashed black, marking a telepathic communication from Lith. We stayed there only long enough to diffuse political problems for Vladian and ensure we hadn't operated on a loss. Lith acted strong for as long as he could, but it was only a matter of time before he collapsed. He can't afford anyone to know how weak he is right now. Lith wants everyone to think that his human bloodline abilities are something he can master safely, not a one-time, burdensome event. It's a very good plan, Gianni nodded. Narchet wouldn't attack this place anyway. He's too scared of angering the babies. Yet with the Omega Prime down and Lith in this condition, he would be easy prey for any of his many enemies. Like that goon guy from Verendi. Solus nodded as her eyes flashed black again. There's one thing I don't understand, though. Gianni narrowed her eyes. Which is? Why are you the one speaking for him instead of Camilla? Gianni asked. A mind link consumes the same amount of mana and causes the same burden, no matter who you establish it with. Shit, Lith, Solus, and Camilla thought in unison. Gianni didn't know about the tower and the bond between Lith and Solus that made the telepathic communication effortless. The problem now was keeping things that way. Mom, you are so smart, yet at times you ask the silliest questions. Quilla snorted, drawing everyone's attention. Kami wasn't on the battlefield with Lith. He and Solus must have discussed everything the moment the fight was over. He just needs to give Solus a cue for each topic, whereas he would have to explain everything in detail to Kami. That's right, Camilla nodded, making sure not to appear too eager to confirm Quilla's lie. Lith and I prepared all sorts of contingency plans before and after the fight. Solus knew she was a terrible liar, so she told the truth. Kami isn't powerful or skilled enough as a healer to take care of his wounds while I am. It makes sense, Gianni replied, but she could still feel that something was off. Let's go back to the important stuff, Mom. Quilla glared at Gianni, shutting her up for good. Did you guys really unlock human bloodline abilities? Do you think it's something my babies will be able to do as well? Can you teach my twins how to use them? The thought of her grandchildren moved Gianni's questions from the front row to the peanut gallery of her priorities, but they were still seated. First, we must understand exactly what has happened, Solus said. We know that Ryla's eyes resonated with Lith's through-the-world energy, but that's it. About that, Ryla walked in front of Quilla. Can you please take a look at my life force? Lith says nothing has changed, but he isn't my healer, you are. Of course. Quilla was glad to allay Ryla's fears, compile more data for her research, and most of all, pull the wool over her mother's eyes. She used her breathing technique, guiding light, to examine the farmer, yet she didn't stop at the surface like Lith had done. Quilla had studied Ryla in both her fallen and unfallen states so many times that she had learned how to ravel or unravel one into the other in her head. Lith is right, Ryla, your life force is just as he remembers it, Quilla said, making the farmer groan. Yet he's also wrong. Your life force has changed for the better since the last time I examined you. How is that possible? Solus asked while Ryla and Garrick hugged in joy. Easy, Quilla shrugged. The appearance of Ryla's unfallen farmer form is the result of her harmonizer twisting and compressing her life force by using the vigorous flow of world energy that comes from the geyser. Chapter 38:27, Ripple Effect Part 2. Whether you look at Ryla's life force back when I had yet to start treating her, or when I'll be one step from curing her, the appearance of her life force will be the same since the programming of her harmonizer hasn't changed. Yet just because the shape of her life force is fixed, it doesn't mean that the condition of her life force is fixed as well. You must remember that the harmonizer is no cure. It's just a means to rearrange a fallen life force into a preset shape. No matter how much resistance the life force offers to the process, or how stretched or compressed the various parts must be to match the shape programmed into the harmonizer. It's the reason the moment Ryla steps outside the geyser, she reverts into a fallen Balor. Her farmer life force is like a suitcase filled to the brim with unfolded clothes that you closed by force. When you open it, the pressure is gone and the clothes spill out of the suitcase. Quilla looked at her audience, and everyone nodded for her to continue. My treatment consists of altering Ryla's fallen life force so that it offers less resistance to the harmonizer and folds into a stable form. The closer I get to a cure, the longer she retains her unfallen farmer state away from a geyser. How much did my life force change? Ryla had no interest in the how or why. She just wanted an answer to her questions. About 1 generation, Quilla pondered. After the events in Giera, you are now 4 generations closer to a stable farmer form. Is that a lot or a little? Lith asked, even though Ryla's and Garrick's tears of joy at the news answered his question. It's enough, Quilla replied. My treatment consists of 2 phases. First, I alter Ryla's fallen life force so that it shapeshifts more easily into its unfallen state. After that, I check on her farmer form and make sure that I solved more problems than I created. Life forces are not bricks that you can cut or smooth willy-nilly. Even if the procedure is a success, the way the various parts interact changes, and it's not unusual for new problems to arise. Assuming that the first phase brought a solid improvement, I move on to phase 2. I alter Ryla's life force while under the effects of the harmonizer until all the problems I created are fixed, or they are no more dangerous than a natural imperfection. Only at that point do I move back to phase 1 and alter Ryla's fallen life force further. I had brought her forward by 3 generations, hence I modified her fallen form twice and stabilized it once. Whatever happened during the battle stabilized my latest modifications. I can resume the treatment as soon as Ryla's body adapts to the changes. It should take around 3 days to make them permanent. You did the right thing, Lith. The process is not over yet, and if Ryla had stepped out of the geysers, her life force would have unraveled and gone back to how I had left it. Still, I don't understand how this could happen. Lith rubbed his chin. Ryla has been living here for over a year now, and Morak moved in with us months ago. Why now and why on Giera? Those are great questions, Quilla nodded. But they can wait after dinner. You guys are exhausted and need to rest. After we eat, I want to hear all about the beauty of Giera and the people you met. You guys must tell me everything. Everything? Morak swallowed too hard for it not to be suspicious. He still remembered the deep kiss from the Traun woman, and the many love confessions he had received on Giera from the women of Zelex. Everything? Quilla's voice went cold, her eyes narrowing into an executioner's glare. Space. After the meal, the group split up since it was still the middle of the night, and many of them had a dire need for sleep. That's it, Quilla sighed in relief after hearing the story of the warm reception her husband had received over a cup of chamomile tea. I expected much worse. Are you saying you're not angry? Morok asked in confusion. I'm furious, Quilla snarled, and she slammed her fist into the armrest of her chair, shattering it to make her point clear. But not with you, dear. You did nothing wrong. I'm furious at those Bayarches who kissed you. Healer's oath or not, if it weren't for my condition, I'd go straight to Giera to teach them a lesson. 2 eyes opened over the back of her hands and 2 more on her cheeks, while her teeth became shark-like fangs. Calm down, babe, Morok caressed her hand. Think of the babies. You're right, I'm sorry. She took a few deep breaths and her body reverted to normal. Solus, can you make a quick sweep of the room? The code phrase didn't refer to listening devices, but to those who didn't know Lith possessed Menadian's tower. Sure, Solus checked that Orion and Gianni were in their room, playing with Driffa before going back to bed, while Badia was taking a walk in the park. I'm so proud of you, son, Vothel, Badia's grandfather and adoptive parent, said. You contributed to taking down another lost city. You've done more for our country in one day than Fawn and his associates in the years since the plague. Thanks, Grandpa, Badia scratched his head in embarrassment. Your words mean a lot to me. Don't thank me yet, hatchling, the older Nidhogg replied. I'm not happy with you risking your life like that without giving me a call. You don't need my permission to do what you think is right, but I deserve at least to speak with you before you put yourself in mortal danger. What if something happened? What if you never returned? How do you think I would have felt if I had to learn about my grandchild's death from the Council network? I'm sore. Don't interrupt me, young lizard, Vothel snarled. I've many things to say and you'll shut up and listen until I'm done. Badia whined in reply, and his grandfather kept scolding him. The coast is clear. Solus had finished checking on the handmaidens, Ryla and Garrick and Lucky. There's only us around. Good, because there's something we need to discuss, Quilla sighed. Based on the information you've shared with me via the mind link at some point, the eyes and ears of Menadian focused on you two instead of Rugat, correct? Correct, Lith nodded. If we want to understand what changed not only in Ryla, but also in Morok, Tista, Lith, and Solus, I need to access that data, Quilla said. That's not the issue, though. I want you to consider revealing the tower's existence to Ryla and Garrick. Because we might need her cooperation to activate our bloodline abilities, Lith asked while pointing at himself, Solus, Tista, and Morok. Yes, but also because I think there's a link between you and Ryla, Lith, something that we missed all this time, and the tower spotted in the middle of the fight, Quilla replied. Chapter 3828, 3 Part 1. Think about it. The resonance started with your two. It spread to Solus because of your bond, and to Morok and the rest of the Balor race because they are somehow attuned to Ryla, you or both, Quilla said. Also, don't forget that having access to the eyes of Menadian and the instruments of the infirmary would be a great help in my research. Solus, Lith asked while he pondered Quilla's request. Ryla is a trusted ally and Garrick is a good kid, she replied. Yet they are still naive in the ways of the world, and they spend too much time with Gianni and Orion. I don't question their discretion so much as their ability to keep our secrets. If Quilla discovers something with the tower's help, Garrick is bound to brag about it and Ryla to be happy. Once Gianni notices, I doubt either of them can resist the pressure of Gianni's friendly interrogation techniques. I agree, Lith shook his head. I'm sorry, Quilla, but our answer is no. I trust Ryla with the knowledge of the tower, but not your mother. There's no telling how Gianni would react and what might demand from me in exchange for her silence. This isn't your fault, Lith, Freya groaned, holding her head in her hands. We are the ones who should apologize to you. You have welcomed our entire family into your house to protect our mother, and now she stands in your way. Do you really need Ryla to set foot inside the tower to perform your tests? Menadian asked. Yes, Riffa, Quilla nodded. I think there is a link between her and Lith, but I have no idea how to find it. Even if the eyes revealed the link and recorded it in the library during the fight, I still need Ryla. Without her, I can't replicate the conditions under which the resonance between her and Lith manifested and confirm any hypothesis I come up with. If that's your problem, the solution is easy, the first ruler of the flames tutted. Space. I don't know what to say, Lith. Ryla wore a thick mask that left only her mouth exposed. Thank you for your trust. I'll do my best not to betray it. Me too, but is this really necessary? Garrick grumbled from under a full-body glove that covered every millimeter of his skin. Yes, young man, Morok scolded him. The location of a mage's lab is his most important secret. You are too curious for your own good, and with your ability to open your eyes on most parts of your body, this is the bare minimum. I'm sorry, big bro. Garrick had tried and failed to open an eye on his tongue, and the realization that his big brother was right not to trust him made Garrick feel dirty. Don't worry, the tyrant replied while taking off the blindfolds. We are already there. Lith had warped the group to the infirmary, and then the entire tower to Verendi. Really? Garrick rushed to a window, and his eyes widened as he stared at the unknown landscape filled with plants and animals he had never seen before. But we are still above Amana Geyser, right? Ryla checked Garrick's harmonizer first, and then her own body with a diagnostic spell. Of course, Sola said. We would never harm you. Just remember that everything you see and learn here is a secret. Please, don't tell anyone about what you see and hear in here, and I mean anyone. I will. Now that Ryla was reassured of her child's well-being, her first priority was loyalty to her hosts. We won't mention this place, ever. Do you understand me, Garrick? Not even to Aaron and Lyria, the young farmer tyrant asked, feeling guilty for lying to his friends already. Aaron and Lyria know about my lab, Lith replied. But Lilia and Laren don't, and so Gianni and Orion. Things must stay this way. One slip of your tongue and your friends will ask you questions, Garrick. Do you think you can fool them? No, he lowered his eyes and shook his head. Then make things easier for yourself and pretend this is just a silly dream, Lith said. If you need anything, go to your mother, Quilla, or Morok, and they will find a place where you can talk. Okay, Uncle Lith, Garrick nodded. What is this thing? Garrick placed his hands on the life support tank, trying to see if there was something inside. The contact triggered the eyes and the ears, which performed a deep scan of the boy. The information collected by the two pieces of the Menadian set was relayed on the infirmary screens. They now displayed Garrick's heart rate, brain activity, organs functionality, blood pressure, mana flow, and the configuration of his life forces. Mana core dormant and compromised. Life force, 50% stable rank 1 human tyrant, 50% unstable rank 2 human farmer. Overall, 100% evolved human. 30% of the life force is defective, no wound detected, perfect health. Warning, stepping away from the Mana Geyser might have permanent or lethal adverse effects. The defective life force is self-healing at a slow rate. Estimate recovery time without external intervention, 9 years. Further diagnostics are required before a viable treatment can be identified. The subject is healthy, and any alteration to his life force is strongly discouraged. Ryla fell to her knees and cried as she read the prognosis out loud. The light around Garrick flashed yellow a few times before going out. Don't worry, Mom, I'm fine, Garrick said, hugging her. I can wait. 9 years will fly by. We are not alone anymore. We have my big brother, Uncle Lith, and... 9 years? She smiled from ear to ear, cutting him short and hugging him back. Garrick, you are just 6 and the coming of age is 16, yet your life force will stabilize in only 9 years. Your breathing technique works, Lith, it works. Only then did everybody realize that while they had focused on the bad news, Ryla hadn't missed the piece of good news. Garrick would be freed from his golden prison 1 year earlier than expected, and that time could be further shortened. If Garrick kept practicing the breathing technique and Morok further improved it, there was no telling how faster Garrick's life force would stabilize. Wait a second. Menadian's smile turned upside down. What in the gods' names are human ranks? I have no idea what this thing is talking about, and I'm the one who helped you craft it. I was about to ask you about that, Mom, Solus pondered. There was no such thing back when Aaron and Lyria got scanned by the infirmary. That must be because only the kids, Mom, and Renat took the test. Lith's eyes widened in realization. They are regular humans like. He turned around, but there wasn't one pure human among them. Be right back, he said while warping away. Rude, what about me? Quilla grunted. No offense, sis, but you carry Morok's twins and Ifalul's blood, Freya shrugged. We are not humans anymore, at least not completely. What about me? Nalrun placed his hands on the tank and waited for the infirmary's response. Chapter 3829, 3 Part 2. Mana core awakened and intact. Life force uncategorized. Life force composition, 50% human, 50% Rizar. No life force defect detected. No wound detected. Perfect health. No further action is recommended. The light of the containment field flashed green, and the infirmary let Nalrun step away from the crystal tank. Uncategorized. An Agni is a new species, Freya replied. How do you expect the infirmary to classify someone who didn't exist until a few months ago? Good question, Ryla nodded. By the way, how come Lith doesn't know how his own lab works? Because the infirmary is a work in progress. Solus raked her brain for a plausible explanation. We have put all our knowledge into it, but we have never thought about how the infirmary would interpret it. I mean, we know tyrants, Balors, Famers, and Tiamats are evolved humans, but we never put a clean label on them. Wait a second. Camilla put Elijah near the tank, and the baby girl pressed her hands against the crystal. Monocore awakened and intact. Life force, 50% rank 0 human, 50% Tiamat. Tiamat life force composition, 25% rank 3 human, 25% uncategorized eldritch, 25% dragon, 25% phoenix. No life force defect detected. No wound detected. Perfect health. No further action is recommended. Elijah puffed her chest out with pride and put her open hand in front of Garrick. Congratulations, Ely. Garrick laughed and took the baby girl in his arms. But that's 5-3 is like this. He showed her his right hand with the little and ring fingers curled. Elijah mimicked the gesture. Yes, 3, Garrick nodded. Elijah shoved the right number of fingers in his face, making the young boy laugh again. I can't believe no one thought about doing this before. Camilla put her hands on the crystal and waited for the response. Warning, 2 subjects detected, she read. Subject 1 mother, Monocore, awakened and intact. Life force, 100% human. I guess people like me must be the baseline since there's no mention of rank. She ignored the rest. When Raldorak's readings came out, they were identical to Elijah's. The baby girl repeated with pride. Mom, Valorin II asked. Of course, sweetie. Camilla swallowed hard and crossed her fingers. Monocore awakened and intact. Life force uncategorized. Life force composition, 25% human, 25% griffin, 50% dragon. No life force defect detected. No wound detected. Perfect health. No further action is recommended. She read for him. No 3. Valorin felt guilty for being different from his siblings, as if somehow it were his fault. No, sweetie, you're like me. Don't you like Mommy? Camilla asked. Mommy, the baby boy hugged her, happy not to be alone. So why? Elijah closed her fingers, feeling terrible for hurting her brother's feelings. Sorry for what? Lith warped back with Roz in tow. Nothing, Camilla cleared her throat. We just discovered that the infirmary can distinguish between a pregnant woman and her children. Sorry, Dad, I dragged you here for nothing, Lith said. Don't worry, son. I'm happy to help you however I can. Roz was glad Lith had come to him instead of Alina. He would never admit it out loud, but he was quite jealous that most of his children always asked their mother for help. What about me? Morok placed his hands on the crystal tank and discovered that he was categorized as a rank 2 human like a Famer. Babe. Why not? Quilla followed suit, and the infirmary recognized 3 subjects. 1 human mother and 2 hybrid babies, whose life force was half rank 0, and the other half rank 2. What do you mean, subject 1, mother? Evolutionary rate 0%? She snarled at the insensitive artifact. Why did you feel the need to specify the rank 0 only to me? For clarity, Menadian chuckled, so that there was no confusion between you and your twins. Makes sense, but it's rude nonetheless. Quilla crossed her arms and glared at the display, which remained uncaring about her mood. Make way, plebs, Tista stepped forward. Let me show you how it's done. Monocore awakened and intact. Life force 100% not a Tiamat. Life force composition 50% rank 3 human, 25% dragon, 25% phoenix. No life force defect detected. No wound detected. Perfect health. Neener. Lith. Guilty as charged. Lith laughed in her face. In my defense, you weren't categorized either, big sis, so I filled the blanks. Change that to 100% Hecate, now, she snarled, and he complied. Someone is cranky today, Lith chuckled. Jokes aside, make no mention of the human ranks to Aaron and Lyria, or we'll never hear the end of this. You have my word. Everyone nodded and shuddered at the thought of throwing more fuel on the fire of their rivalry. Ryla, you go next, Solus pointed at the glass case. Monocore dormant and compromised. Life force, 100% rank 2 human Famer but unstable. Overall, 100% evolved human. 80% of the life force is defective. No wound detected. Perfect health. Warning, condition is congenital and permanent. Intervention required. No therapy available. Insufficient data. The light of the containment field turned red, but Ryla smiled nonetheless. 1/5 of my life force is healthy. Thank you so much, Quilla. The farmer hugged her as tightly and delicately as she could. It's too early to thank me, Ryla. We have no idea how much of that 20% is me and how much is Glimo's doing. Everybody remained still and quiet until Ryla let go of Quilla and lifted Garrick in her arms. See, sweetie, your mom is better already. We'll get better together, Mom, Garrick nodded. Well, here goes nothing. Wish me luck. Freya took a deep breath and stepped forward. Warning, 3 subjects detected, she read. Subject 1, 3, this must be a mistake, I'm not. Subject 1, Mother, Mana core awakened and intact, life force uncategorized. Quilla read out loud and cut her sister short. Life force composition, 50% human, 50% Hydra. We know this part, move on to the babies. With utmost cruelty, the infirmary complied. Subject 2 and 3, sons. Identical twins with identical readings as follows. You're pregnant with 2 boys. Quilla and the rest of the room cheered so hard that the walls trembled. Freya, however, fell to her knees while Nalrun turned pale as a ghost, his blank stare fixated on the tower's wall. Mana core dormant and intact. Life force uncategorized hybrid. Life force composition 50% human, 50% uncategorized. No life force defects detected. No wound detected. Perfect health. No further action is recommended. They're healthy. Twins, Freya echoed, looking at her slim figure and then at the bloated form of her sister. I'm a first-time parent. I can't start with 2 babies. Nalrun paced the room like a trapped animal, clawing his face. How dare you complain? Freya snarled. I'm the one who's going to carry them for 9 months. And I'm the one who's going to take care of the 3 of you for 9 months, Nalrun snarled back. Look at Morok. Does his job look easy to you? It's not easy at all, Quilla sighed. But if Morok and I make it work, you and Freya can make it work. Also, having twins is the least of your worries right now, sis. Because of the threat of the Jernoff? Freya asked. Chapter 3830, Starting Point Part 1. No, because you have to explain to our parents how come they get to know about their grandchildren after everyone else. At those words, color drained from Freya's face. Mom is still angry at Driffa's D-word thing. This won't make her feel any better. Gods, you're right, Quilla, Freya swallowed hard. This time our mother is really going to kill someone. Space. This does it. Gianni spoke with a soft, amiable voice not to scare Driffa or her unborn grandchildren, but if glares could kill, the entire Griffin kingdom would have turned into Maugre's biggest charnel house. This time I'm going to kill someone. I don't care who, as long as someone dies slowly at my hands. After the discovery of Freya's pregnancy, the analysis of the data of the events in Giera had to be postponed. Quilla knew that the longer they waited to share the news with their parents, the angrier Gianni and the sadder Orion would become. Also, no one was in the mood for research anymore. Lucky the Rai howled in joy, and many others joined him as his voice spread throughout the mansion. The Rais and Skulls threw back their heads and released guttural cries that echoed all the way into the depths of the Tron woods. I'm sorry, Mom, it was an accident, Freya bowed. You mean you were naked and slipped on Nalrond, who was also naked? Orion asked in confusion. Not that kind of accident, Dad. Freya turned purple up to her ears. She found talking about such matters with her father beyond embarrassing. I mean that I was using my breathing technique to help Quilla with her research when I found out I was pregnant. I didn't mean to inform you and Mom last. It's just that I was so shocked that the others got worried about my prolonged silence and used their own breathing techniques on me. You can imagine the rest. Indeed, I can, Gianni nodded, studying the weird composition of the group. What were you doing exactly? Trying to replicate whatever happened in Giera between Lith and Ryla, Quilla replied. The best lie was the one wrapped in truth, and it explained almost everything. Too bad that almost didn't work with Gianni Ernas. The presence of Raz and Nalrond didn't make much sense, and neither did assembling so many people for a preliminary study. I wish you all the best, but now I would really like to take a look at my grandchildren, if you don't mind. Gianni took a mental note of her questions and put them on the back of her mind for another day. As always, before asking questions, she liked to have a few answers. Are you talking about me or Freya? Quilla asked. Both, Gianni replied after a second of hesitation. I have a hard time believing that our family is growing so quickly, and I need to make sure this isn't just a dream. Gods, you are right, dear, Orion said with a laugh. It seems the Verhans aren't the only ones with a predisposition for twins. Yeah, Elena sighed while giving Camilla a loving look. Maybe next time we'll be luckier. Next time? Camilla echoed in shock. I mean, sure, but after Ral is born, we are thinking of taking a bit of time for ourselves. 3 children back-to-back require a lot of attention. She actually had not even considered the idea of a new pregnancy, let alone twins, but Alina's hurt expression had forced Camilla to say something. You're right, sweetie. Alina's frown turned into a smile as she caressed Camilla's womb. I put over a year between pregnancies while Ral is coming right after Ely and Val. You have to take some time for your children, yourself, and your marriage. Thanks for the advice, Alina, Camilla replied, swallowing hard. I have only a bit more than 1 year of free time after Ral is born, she actually thought. What if I get pregnant again and I really get twins? How am I supposed to deal with 5 small children? And why do I feel terrible at the idea of refusing Alina's absurd request? Good gods, Freya, Gianni's unusual tone snapped Camilla out of her daze. I can believe it was an unexpected discovery. Even knowing that you are pregnant and with my knowledge of human anatomy, finding the little ones has been a challenge. The twins were each smaller than a pea, and the life force of their mother eclipsed their own. After Gianni located them in the womb, they were so close that she would have mistaken them for a single child if she didn't know better. I told you so, Mom. Freya cleared her throat while Lucky leaned on her with his forelegs, sniffing and listening to her abdomen. How do you know they are boys? Gianni frowned as she searched her daughter's face for the slightest clue. The life force, Mom, Quilla said. Once you learn how to study someone's life force with your breathing technique, you can tell their gender at a glance. It's true, Alina and Renan nodded. Lith did it for us since he was a student at the White Griffin. I'll take your word for it. Gianni was focusing more on the battle aspects of being an awakened. She knew how to heal any wound, but had no interest in learning if her enemies were pregnant. 2 boys, it's good news. After so many baby girls, it's more than good. It's perfect. Ral will have his pick, and so will Elijah. The chances of our households joining in marriage just increase thanks to you, sweetie. Mom, Freya turned even more purple. You can't betroth someone who isn't even born, also his pick. How can you say something like that? Our children aren't merch on a shelf. I never said that, Freya. Gianni's eyes narrowed. I'm only pointing out that our families are friends and the age gap between the children will be minimal. They will grow, play, study magic, and enroll in the White Griffin Academy together. Is it such an implausible thought that things may develop from there? No, Freya had to concede the point, but... Also, Elijah is such a beautiful baby. Gianni cut her short. I'm sure she'll grow into a beautiful woman. Do you think your children will find her repulsive? The baby girl, had no idea what everyone was talking about, but she still felt somewhat offended. At that point, Freya had to weigh her words carefully. One wrong move and the glares from the Verhins would make her regret the day she was born. Absolutely not. I think Ely and my children will be best friends. Freya escaped the death trap with a masterful sidestep. My point exactly, Gianni nodded. Best friends first and then, who knows, enough with these silly arguments, we need to celebrate. Space. The party was kept private to keep the news from reaching the ears of the many enemies of the Urnas and the Verhins. The celebrations lasted the whole day, giving Freya her first taste of maternity. No alcohol for you, young lady. Celia took Freya's glass of wine away. Now, here's a list of things you can't drink, eat, or do anymore. Gods, how could this happen to me? Freya whined. Chapter 38-31, Starting Point Part 2. It's actually simple, child. Salark stepped forward with 2 sock puppets on her hands that had a striking resemblance to Freya and Nalrond. You see, when a Harbinger and an Agni really love each other, they share a special hug. The children listened attentively to the magic lesson, while the adults laughed hard at Freya's expense. This is all my fault, she inwardly sighed. I forgot I live with the gods and walked into that one. Space. The next day, after another round of misdirection and deception with masks and body gloves, Quilla and the others returned to the infirmary. Before reviewing the footage of the fight, there is one more person who needs to take a scan. She stared at Solus, who looked around in confusion. Me, why? She asked. You developed hair, wings, in your eyes. Shown, Quilla replied while using a mind link. Your bond with Lith, Solus. We know you were fully human as Elfin Menadian, but that might no longer be the case. Based on what you told me yesterday, you felt the resonance no less than Ryla. What difference does that make? Solus asked. A big one, Quilla replied. Remember that the tower is linked to both you and Lith, but the only life force it cares about is yours. There is the possibility that the resonance between Lith and Ryla spread to the tower through you. If I'm right, the effect that Ryla's eyes had on Lith's also tapped into your dormant abilities, and that's what pushed the tower to intervene. How it did it, however, is beyond me. You make a good point, Solus thought before cutting the mind link off, and if she's right, I think I know how the tower did it. No more surprises, Solus, okay, Freya said, making her friend blush up to her fingertips. I drank alcohol, and Grandma didn't stop me. Solus clung to that certainty yet put her hands on the crystal tank with her fingers crossed. Mana core, awakened and intact. Solus sighed in relief when no warning resounded and rushed to doctor the parts she couldn't share with Ryla and Garrick before they appeared on the screens. Life force uncategorized. Life force composition, 70% unknown rank human, 15% dragon, 15% phoenix. Probability of bloodline awakening, fluctuating, no. Life force defect detected, no wound detected, perfect health. No further action is recommended. Why is my life force uncategorized? Solus asked. Unknown rank human, Menadian pondered. Does it mean you are just above rank 0 or that you surpass rank 3? Why is the probability of her bloodline awakening fluctuating? Morak said. Is that even possible? Why does the infirmary stutter? It never did it before, Garrick asked. The presence of so many unknown variables must have thrown off the diagnostic pseudo-core, Lith said. Let me show you. He touched the crystal next and obtained exactly what he expected. Mana core awakened and intact. Life force, 100% Tiamat. Life force composition, 25% rank 3 human, 25% uncategorized eldritch, 25% dragon, 25% phoenix. Several cracks in the life force detected. No wound detected. Perfect health. Warning, condition is permanent. Intervention required. No treatment available. Insufficient data. It's advised to avoid straining the life force or the condition will deteriorate. The light of the room turned yellow, but that surprised no one. See, no stutter. Lith smiled while inwardly thanking the gods for not getting bad news. Morak is right. I can't believe I never took my own scan before. And now let's revise the data. Quilla operated the infirmary's interface with ease. She was listed in the tower's mainframe as a trusted apprentice, and she could control the entire room with her thoughts. Quilla pressed buttons and typed commands only to keep the existence of the eyes and ears of Menadian a secret. She pretended to connect the infirmary to her communication amulet to access the recording of the fight against Rugat. Then, she pulled up the data acquired by the various scans and made it look as if the infirmary had to combine the data instead of immediately displaying the results. This was expected, but it's weird nonetheless. Quilla pensively tapped her lips with her fingers. According to the infirmary, there was indeed resonance between your eyes and Ryla, Lith, but the phenomenon's starting point is actually your wings. My wings, Lith echoed in disbelief. No, your wings. Quilla shook her head. Ryla's wings resonated with your own, and once the phenomenon became strong enough, it spread to your eyes. Then, the resonance effect spiked to the point that it affected the other humans in the area. The higher their human rank and the closer they were to you, the higher the changes they underwent. Ryla and Solus first, then the Falmers, the Ballers, and lastly the regular humans who experienced only an increase in their elemental affinities. What about me? Tista asked. I was close to Lith, and I'm a rank 3 human, yet my scales didn't turn emerald and my energy wings faded quickly. Look at the data again, please. Quilla pointed at the screens. As I said, the resonance starts with the wings. The weird feeling you experienced was your body trying to tap into its human potential and failing because your wings failed to keep up with Lith's. Okay, but why? Tista asked. I don't know, and we are here to understand that. Quilla turned toward Ryla and then Lith. What do your wings have in common that Tista's do? Nothing, the farmer said after mulling over the question for a bit. We all have feathers, and she even has 4 of them, while Lith just has 1 set of feathered wings. Ask me. After reviewing the data several times and long minutes of silence, Morak raised his hand. I know the answer. This is no classroom, dear, Quilla chuckled. There's no need to raise your hand, you can just share your hypothesis with us. I thought you liked playing the mean professor. Not in front of the children. Quilla blushed so hard that even her toes reddened. Back when you worked at the White Griffin Academy. The tyrant clicked his tongue, making it clear that she had rushed to conclusions and embarrassed them in front of their friends. Well, yes, Quilla cleared her throat. After being bullied so much, I like to make those arrogant punks sweat and squirm a bit. Please continue. No one said anything in front of Garrick and the babies, but her friends. Stares were more than enough for Quilla to understand she would never hear the end of it. I think that Tista experienced my same problem. Morak had the reverse V-shaped bones pop out of his back. As you know, I use my wings only to fly, and to do that, I have to release world energy just like Tista releases her origin flames. He gave a short demonstration by emitting a short, prismatic burst of power that lifted him from the ground for a split second. Yet when the resonance started, my wings shorted out. The tyrant moved in front of the control panel and zoomed in on the images of the battle where he appeared. Things got so bad that I lost control and almost crashed to the ground. A few more clicks, and he found the frames where the elemental streaks in his wings were visible. Chapter 38-32, Buried Secrets, Part 1. I had great difficulty harnessing my new powers as well, and managed to do it in time only because my life was at stake. My survival instinct allowed me to understand that I had to start absorbing the world energy through my wings, not my eyes, Morak said. Just like you taught me, Mom, Garrick said. Exactly, Morak nodded. That lesson saved my life, Ryla. A lesson I missed, Tista inwardly cursed. Still, this doesn't make sense. Lith's wings emitted power during the fight against Rugat. They didn't absorb it. I don't think he can even do that. I actually can. Lith's eyes narrowed as the mystery started to unravel. I always draw the world energy in through my wings when I need to produce dread flames. It's my feathered wings that split the world energy into its elemental components. That's exactly what a farmer's wings do, Ryla said in amazement. Yet Tista is right, this doesn't make sense. Back then your wings burst with power. That's because I had already conjured a lot of elemental energy with my spells. Everybody knew he had used the elemental storage, not spells. What you see in the images is the energy that exceeded my body's capacity. That's also something a farmer's wings do. Ryla's words made Menadians and Solus' eyes widen in understanding. There is a limit to the power we can safely harness. Past that point, our wings release the excess world energy before it harms us. In a way, you can say that ballers and farmers breathe world energy through their wings just like awakened do with their breathing techniques. Our eyes, instead, are used to store and release the elements. According to Glemos, the evolutionary path of the ballers is supposed to combine the effects of our eyes and wings to gain 6 elemental cores, in addition to the mana core. He also believed that once a baller gains the spirit eye, the 7 elemental cores would form a second mana core that would more than double the abilities of an awakened. Yet none of his experiments ever succeeded. No baller, not even after evolving into a farmer, developed a 7th eye. Tyrants could get the spirit eye but never developed wings. It's the reason he was so happy when Garrick was born. Our baby boy is a small miracle. Ryla smiled softly, not wanting to badmouth Glemos in front of Garrick, or let him know that Glemos had never considered his son more than another experiment. It's also the reason Father was so happy when he witnessed the results of my awakening. Morak pointed at his prismatic scales. His face and voice sounded full of sadness and longing. Even Lith would have never suspected it was all a lie to cover the spite the tyrant felt for his father if he didn't know better. It's an interesting theory, Lith said, changing the topic to something less painful for Morak and Ryla. Too bad it's only partly correct. The eyes of a farmer can indeed form auxiliary cores, but the part about forming a second mana core, that's just a pipe dream. How can you be so sure? Morak asked, happy to follow Lith's lead and distract Garrick before he might wonder about where his father had gone. Because I've witnessed both such things, Lith replied. The man you know as the Master has developed a black and a white eye and obtained a black and a white core, but they are both unstable. It was a blatant lie for Garrick's and Ryla's sake, but no one contradicted him. According to the Master, he needs to open 4 more eyes, develop 4 more cores, and then he will be able to fuse them into one. On top of that, we know firsthand that not even an awakened body can withstand the power of 2 cores. And with we, I'm not talking about Solus and I, but all of us. Think about it. How did we save Nalrun's life? You're right, Quilla turned to the Agni. He had 2 bodies, yet they couldn't harness the mana flow of 2 cores when you reached the deep violet upon awakening. There's no way a single body could contain 2 bright violet cores. Bottom line, Glemos was partly right, and the secret of human evolution lies in both wings and eyes, Solus pondered. Can you teach me, little brother? Tista asked. Maybe I too can conjure dread flames and develop the same bloodline abilities of a farmer as you did. I can try, Lith replied. Maybe Ryla can teach us all. I know how to draw the world energy and only to conjure the dread flames. Selecting a single element and discharging the others is beyond me. Lucky you, Morok replied. I tried the absorbing the world energy thing through my wings ever since we got back home, and I have yet to succeed once. During the battle, there was a weird melody in the world energy that guided me. Without it, I'm clueless. Same, Tista sighed. I succeeded only after listening long and hard to the melody and letting it take over my body. I had no idea what I was doing. Don't worry, that's how we all felt. Lith, Ryla, and Solus nodded. I'd love to teach you all, the farmer said. We can learn from each other. Maybe Lith and Morok can use my teachings to improve on the breathing technique and hasten the stabilization of Garrick's life force further. And maybe we can trigger the resonance again and help Quilla to fix your life force, Ryla, Morok said. Let's not be too greedy. The farmer's mouth curled in a thin smile. I've already gained enough. You guys gave me so much, and I'm happy to be able to do something to repay you for your kindness. The lessons can wait. Quilla kept replaying the video, focusing on one kind of evolved human at a time. There are still quite a few things that we need to clear up before we can move on. It is boring healer talk and could take a long while. Lith, do you mind bringing Ryla and Garrick back to the mansion? Sure thing. Lith handed them the mask and the body glove. Remember, not a word to anyone. Pinky promise? Garrick offered his finger to empty air, but Lith moved in front of the young boy to shake it with his own. My lips are sealed, Ryla said. I swear it on my blood. The tower warped back to Garland. Lith used the warp mirror to bring the farmers to their quarters, and then warped back to a safe location. Okay, now that it's just us, you can stop lying, Lith, Quilla said. We all know that the Master has not a white and a black core, just a black core and a partly corrupted human core. Just like we know that during the battle against Ruget, you didn't conjure any world energy, the tower did. So what? Lith asked. Then how can you be so sure about the parts Gleemos got wrong? How did the tower do what it did? It's supposed to guard solely Solus life force, yet it adapted to you. It supported your powers, not hers. Also explain this. Chapter 38-33, Buried Secrets, Part 2. A wave of Quilla's hand conjured the partial schematics of the six-winged form of the Prime Engine. How come the tower knows how to deal with the powers of an evolved human? How come the surface of the engine turned emerald green, exactly like it happened to Morok's and Ryla's skin? Damn, you're way smarter than I thought, Quilla, Lith sighed. And I already thought quite highly of you. Sadly, this is not my secret, and it's not mine to share. Everyone turned to Rifa. Lith's influence may have modified the tower's enchantments, but it was the first ruler of the flames who had laid their foundations. Without her, none of what Lith had achieved would have been possible. Mom, I know that Uncle Val was your friend, but these people are our friends. We can trust them. Also, you've heard Quilla. After witnessing the engine's full power, they no longer believe our cover story for our theory of how humans are supposed to channel spirit magic. I know we were supposed to keep the Prime Engine's pseudo-apex form a secret, but we didn't reveal it on purpose. We had no idea the tower could reach that level without using extinction, nor that it would react to Ryla's eyes. Nor did I, and I'm the one who created the tower. Menadian inwardly sighed. I'm not blaming you, Effie, it's just that I don't want to taint the memory of Valoran the First. There is a good reason he never appeared in public in his apex form. Valoran wanted to be a role model for everyone. He wanted to show his people what any of them could achieve if they just gave it their all. Had he revealed his other form, people would have seen him as more than human, but also less. They would have seen him as a monster, like it happened to Lith when his divine beast nature was exposed. Valoran carried his secret to the grave, and I'm not going to be the one to unearth it. Mom, this isn't just about King Valoran, Solus replied, overlooking her mother's use of her old name. It's also about Lith and me. What we learned today about our abilities might save our lives in the future. With or without your help, it's only a matter of when, not if. I'm not going to stop looking for answers just because you say so. Elijah carries these same powers, and so does Raldorak, and will any child I might bear in the future. The argument about saving her daughter's life was more than enough to persuade Menadian. Bringing up her potential future grandchildren was overkill. What do I do? Menadian thought after silencing the mind link. I want to help Effie, but I also don't want to betray Valoran's trust. What if someone learns about his true nature and digs up his body? What if his descendants are targeted? Suddenly, Menadian remembered that white cores didn't pass down their abilities, and could put her worst fears to rest. Tyrus is probably keeping Valoran's body in a crypt under the royal palace, if not even in her dimensional amulet to keep it from rotting. I doubt there is any force on Maugr that can prize Valoran's remains from her, but better safe than sorry. I must say that I'm offended. Quilla asked, after the silence lasted long enough to become awkward. Do you really trust us so little that it takes you so long to make a decision this simple? It's not because they don't trust you, Quilla Ernas, it's because I don't. The first ruler of the flames took the hot potato off Solus' hands and squashed it like a bug. The answer you seek is not theirs to share, only mine. What you mistook for hesitation is respect. Respect for the person I was and am, my past friendships, and the vows I keep even beyond the grave. Quilla was taller than Menadian, but the first ruler's glare made her feel like a snotty brat facing the scolding of her teacher. I've made my mind, but I can't share this information with you without getting permission from the person who might suffer from the consequences of your curiosity. Give me a minute. I'll be back soon. Menadian turned around even though it wasn't necessary, and warped into another room. Gods, how could I be so stupid? Quilla's face flushed in embarrassment. Rifa built the tower, hence it couldn't be Lith's and Solus' doing. How could I forget that Rifa was Silverwing's apprentice? Just like Baba Yaga turns into an Asura, the first Magus must turn into whatever the human apex form is called. I made a fool of myself in front of 2 magi, and maybe I even made an enemy out of them. Sally, Menadian called for the guardian the moment she appeared in the nursery. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me that? It was Salark's turn to look after Elijah, and she rarely strayed more than a few meters away from the baby girl. Sawai, Elijah said. Sally, Valoran II said, Nana. My point exactly. The overlord sighed and took the babies in her arms. You can call me however you want, my featherlings. I'm sorry to bother you, but I need to speak with Tyrus. Menadian bowed to Salark, which was enough to let her understand how serious the issue was. What's the matter, Rifa? Is everything all right? Tyrus appeared while her name was still resounding through the room. Do you want me to leave? The overlord asked. It's not necessary. Menadian used a mind link to share her current predicament with both guardians. You are a good friend and a good person, Rifa, Tyrus said. Don't worry, my Val wouldn't have cared about his secret if it meant saving the life of even one of his subjects. As for his corpse, it's long gone. It turned into dust that I tossed in the wind hundreds of years ago. He's gone, Menadian's eyes widened, refusing to refer to the first king's remains like an object. I thought he was interred in the stone statue in the underground throne room or that. I carried him with me wherever I went. Warm tears streamed down Tyrus' cheeks. I do, but in my heart, I knew that if I held onto his body, I would never be able to let Valoran go. Also, I was afraid that my love might turn into an obsession and call him back from the dead. I couldn't risk my feelings binding his soul to his corpse and damning Valoran to become an undead. You know how strong he was in both mind and soul. If he became an abomination because of me, I would have never forgiven myself. So I let time and nature take their course. There's nothing left of him but the kingdom he built and the memories we made. Gamma. The babies noticed Tyrus' tears and worried about her. It's all right, featherlings, the guardian spoke with a warm and soothing voice. Grandma is just sad, there's nothing to worry about. The children flew from Salark's arms into Tyrus, nonetheless, licking her face to console her. Chapter 38-34, Deceiving Appearances, Part 1. Chapter 38-34, Deceiving Appearances, Part 1. Go, Rifa, Salark said. We'll take care of the featherlings. Menadian nodded and returned to the infirmary. Sorry for the wait. The first ruler of the flames saw guilt and shame on the faces of her guests, but felt no need to console them. You wanted the truth, Quilla Ernas, here it is. A wave of her hand conjured a life-sized hologram, the first king in his apex form. Valoran was over 2 meters 7 tall, and he wore the Seaful set, leaving only his face and hands exposed. What looked like 6 feathered wings, each comprised of pure elemental energy, burst out of his back like jets of fire. He had 5 extra eyes, arranged in the same pattern as his wings, and all 7 of them burned with the power of a different element. The skin of the first king was a light emerald green that extended to his hair, gradually deepening to a slightly darker hue. Every centimeter of his body was infused with so much spirit magic that he shone with inner light, and what reached the surface was just what he failed to contain. Good gods, how could I be so stupid? How could I forget about Valoran the First? Morok said, taking the words out of Quilla's mind. His wings are identical to the engines and similar to yours, babe, she pointed out. Similar, the tyrant snorted. I'm not even worthy of being called Valoran's prototype. He is majestic. His wings are a symphony of power and beauty. I'm bestial and my wings are wild and crooked. Morok shapeshifted into his real body and stood beside the hologram to highlight the differences. We are nothing alike. I meant that your wings are made of pure energy as well, Morok. Valoran emits the power of the elements just like you. Quilla pointed at the hologram. Don't be cruel to yourself. A white core always reaches the apex of their race, no matter their starting point, whereas you got where you are by yourself. More like due to Gleemo's crazy experiments. Morok stared at Lith, his face distorted in a grimace of envy. It was an emotion alien to the tyrant, and it took him by surprise as much as it did his friends. I don't look much like him either, Lith shrugged. Eyes aside, we couldn't be more different. I disagree, Morok replied, his voice now calm. You have all your eyes on your face and multiple wings on your back. On top of that, you have yet to tap into your human side. Things might change as you learn what you can do. Lith nodded, both in acknowledgement and praise for the tyrant's self-control. What does Silverwing Apex form look like? Quilla walked around Morok, Lith, Tista, Solus, and Freya, touching their shoulders in turns to compare their life forces with her breathing technique. I beg your pardon, Menadian tilted her head in confusion. Silverwing is a white core too, Quilla said. I'm curious if all Apex forms look the same and if not, what the differences are. Aunt Loka has no Apex form, Solus replied. Or rather, she has yet to find a way to access hers. It's a shame, Quilla pondered. We could learn a lot by studying and comparing the different human ranks. Tower display the available data on all evolved humans. Images of humans, Balors, Fommers, Tyrants, and Tiamats appeared on the displays, but not Valorans. Permission granted, Menadian said, and the data of the first king appeared right beside Lith's. I'm sorry, your clearance isn't high enough to access my secrets. I've just declassified everything I know about Valoran the First. Thanks, Quilla nodded and read through the files. Interesting, the first king is classified as rank 4, only one level above Lith and Tista. That's because my former apprentices, Sinmara and Surtur, are also white cores. Yet aside from their size, their apex form is only slightly different from their original divine beast form. Menadian replied. This and the fact that Guardians pass down to their descendants a similar life force, and part of their bloodline abilities, leads me to believe that a white core is above a divine beast, but below a Guardian. To give you an idea, I consider a lizard a rank 0, a salamander a rank 1, a drake a rank 2, a dragon a rank 3, a white-cored dragon a rank 4, and a guardian a rank 5. It's a solid theory. Quilla kept studying the data of the fight for a few minutes before looking away from the holographic displays. First of all, let me say that I consider you an unparalleled genius not only of your generation, but of our times as well, Rifa. Without the eyes, ears, and the infirmary, it would have taken me years to understand what happened while Lith fought against Rugat. Just like Lith would have never tapped into his human bloodline abilities if not for the elemental storage. You made sense of all that data already. Lith's eyes widened in amazement. The various pieces of the Menadian set collected information, but it was up to their owner to interpret the readings. More like I have a working theory. Quilla shook her head. I can't be sure of anything until you guys put it to the test, but at least it fits all the phenomena that took place in Giera and the readings of the infirmary. Well, Menadian asked, crossing her arms in anticipation. I believe that the reason Lith never tapped into his powers as an evolved human, except for during the brief moments when his life was in danger, is that his phoenix bloodline fooled him all along, Quilla said. Are you saying that my blood affected Lith negatively and crippled his potential? Salark took such words as a personal offense and appeared out of nowhere. No, you misunderstand me. Quilla raised her hands to calm down the angry guardian. Human and phoenix blood do mix, or you wouldn't have a Tiamat and a Hecate. The problem is that they mix too well. Okay, now you've lost me. The Overlord wasn't angry anymore, just confused. Think about it, Quilla said. Lith has a vertical pupil and sees far away like a phoenix, so you think he has the eyes of a phoenix. His wings are feathered, so he used them only to emit origin flames. And that's wrong. Lith was even more confused than Salark. No, but just because it's the right way to use your wings and eyes, it doesn't mean it's the only way to use them. Quilla shook her head. What I'm trying to say is that your phoenix blood messed up the perception you have of yourself. That you have the eyesight and origin flames of a phoenix, and the 7 eyes and feathered wings of an evolved human. Everyone stared at Quilla, but she could tell from their expressions that her words sounded like gibberish to their ears. Let's put it this way. Balors and phoenixes both have feathered wings. Are they the same? No, Lith replied. Exactly. Quilla pointed at the infirmary screens. A phoenix's wings emit fire, whereas a balor's absorb energy. In Lith's case, one thing doesn't exclude the other. You knew of your phoenix side, saw the flames, and thought that was it. Chapter 38:35, Deceiving Appearances, Part 2. Chapter 38:35, Deceiving Appearances, Part 2. Well, congratulations, Lith, you were wrong, Quilla said. The first clue of your talents as an evolved human should have been your wings' ability to draw in the world energy. Their ability to burn with different elemental energies should have been the second. You're right, Lith said in excitement. That's why I can amplify life maelstrom. It's because of my yellow eye and the golden lightning. In the same way, I can turn the life maelstrom into the Jotun's black lightning by mixing it with the darkness of my black eye. And that should also be the reason you can tap into the Davros, elemental abilities of your armor's alloy with a little help from the elemental storage. Quilla nodded. To put it simply, the form of your eyes and wings is that of a phoenix, yet the energy they carry is that of an evolved human. A rank 3 evolved human, to be precise. Look at the images. Quilla made the footage go back to the points, when Lith's energy wings formed and faded away. Your Falmer-like energy wings originated from your feathered wings. It's no different from what happens when a Falmer like Ryla awakens. The single set of wings splits into 3 sets of energy wings, one for each element. If my hypothesis is correct, the runes on Lith's wings are no different from the proto-wings formed by Solus' hair during the fight. Energy stored and waiting to be unleashed. What about me? Tista said. Your wings should work the same way, with the difference that having 2 sets of feathered wings allowed you to split your human energy evenly instead of focusing it on a single set like Lith. Quilla mused. There's still something I don't understand, Solus said. Why does the tower mark me as an unknown rank? I only have 2 eyes and no wings in my current state. According to my theory, your 7 streaks put you on the verge of evolution, just like Freya. Shocked silence met Quilla's words. In your case, however, Lith's life force pushes you further ahead. Remember that the tower is using him as a template to rebuild your body, so you are a rank 0 and 3 human at the same time. Your transformation during the battle against Rugat proves it and my theory. Wait a second. Freya looked at her back, almost expecting wings to pop out of it at any moment. What does this have to do with me and my hair? More than you think, Quilla replied. A Balor has white hair like a white crystal. A Falmer always has 6 streaks, and I bet that if either of them could awaken and master spirit magic, they would have hair just like yours. The hair of Valorin's the first apex form was emerald. Ryla's skin and Morok's scales turned emerald. Solus' hair turned into wings. What does this tell you? Good gods, the room erupted into an uproar. That's why I had to circulate the world energy through my hair to reach the violet. I was right, I don't have eyes like Lith and Morok. I couldn't use my eyes to split the world energy, but I could use my hair to absorb it. A human's streaks are akin to a Balor's wings. They are meant to be used to absorb the world energy, and when they accumulate enough of it, they can become wings. Freya turned towards Solus, who looked at her hair like it could bite her. You wish, Quilla shook her head. Streaks can't turn into wings. Solus' case is special. She shares Lith's multiple bloodlines and abilities. During the fight, her body simply rearranged the mass it had to suit its awakening potential. If a 7-streaked human managed to accumulate enough world energy, however, I believe they could evolve. I can't tell if you would become a Balor or a Falmer, Freya, or if you still can. The Hydra blood in your veins adds another variable of which I have no understanding. Before making any attempt at evolution, you should ask for Falol's advice and wait for your twins to be born. Your working theory makes sense, Quilla. Lith thought about how Vaster had developed his wings and eyes at the same time. It makes a lot of sense. Indeed, Solus nodded. Humans can have no elemental affinity, whereas Balors always have at least 2 affinities like the magical beasts. Falmers always have 6 eyes and wings, but if that is due to evolution or Gleemo's design is impossible to tell. Thank you, Quilla bowed as much as her condition allowed her. Yet there are still many things I can't figure out. For example, I have no idea whether Lith and Tista are supposed to develop 2 more physical wings, or if they will be made of pure energy, as happened under the influence of the tower. Worst-case scenario, their diluted human blood might limit them to 4 elemental abilities. I don't know about the final number of wings, but I'm pretty sure that it's unlikely Lith can produce energy wings, Menadian said. What you see in the recording is the tower's doing. I know because that's part of the Prime Engine's original design, and Lith lacks anything on his back that could maintain a steady flow of elemental energy. True, but you've seen what happened to Ryla, and we have already discussed what happens to a farmer upon awakening, Quilla countered. Lith is already awakened, but unlike a farmer, he never noticed his potential as an evolved human and trained solely to tap into his divine beast bloodline abilities. Lith is like a phoenix raised by chickens. He never took flight nor had a reason to produce fire. I like how you think, Salark smiled. Thanks, Overlord. Quilla cleared her throat in excitement. Yet there's another thing I can't explain. How did the tower suddenly develop the ability to support Lith's dormant bloodline abilities, and how did they spread to Ryla first and then to the rest of the allied forces? I can answer your first question, child, Menadian said. The tower didn't develop any ability. It could always do that. I built the gods, if I hate this name, prime engine based on my research on Valoran the First. I didn't have the time or the ability to reproduce his eyes, but his wings and body didn't work much differently from my hands. I didn't add the spirit element because it would make the tower useless to anyone but me, and I planned to leave it to Epsolus as part of my legacy. After bonding with Lith, the tower developed the seventh element as well, and so did the rest of my set. Another change in the tower that Lith's life force might have caused is its newfound ability to amplify his elemental powers. What are you talking about? Lith asked. Remember what Ryla taught us, Lith. Much to everyone's surprise, Morok answered Lith's question. Wings are for absorption and splitting. It's no different from what the tower does when it absorbs the world energy and allocates it to its various floors. Each floor acts as one of our eyes, releasing the power according to Rifa's enchantments. Yet the tower isn't supposed to channel the elemental powers you've demonstrated during the battle against Rugat. Chapter 38-36, Not Like Breathing, Part 1. Rifa is wondering if your bond with Solus also added the necessary enchantments to support the elemental abilities of your eyes to the tower, since Rifa already gave it human wings-like properties. Morok said. That's accurate, Menadian said, trying and failing not to sound surprised. I see your point, Lith nodded. What's our next move? Off the top of my head, take Ryla's lessons, Quilla replied. The wings and eyes of different evolved human species might not work exactly the same way, but it should give you guys a starting point. Also, in your shoes, I'd consider sharing this news with Silverwing and maybe involving her in your training. Not a fan of the idea, Lith said. Me neither, Quilla sighed. There's no telling how she might employ her apex form, yet if it turns out to be similar to Valoran's, we'd have a full set of evolved humans, from Freya's top of the rank 0 to Silverwing's perfect rank 4. This is definitely a decision for another day. Lith stroked his chin. We already have a lot on our plate. I say we do everything we can on our own, and if that fails, we consider the Silverwing option. Anything else? I still can't explain the resonance between you, Solus, Ryla, and the human members of the Allied forces. Sorry, Quilla shrugged. I can explain that, at least in part. Menadian re-examined the data from the eyes and ears in light of Quilla's discoveries. The resonance started between Ryla and Lith, with her eyes acting as a framework for Lith's dormant abilities. As he followed Ryla's lead, and his eyes amplified her power, the energy from the elemental storage stimulated his wings by infusing them with massive amounts of already split elements. This activated the latent abilities of Lith's human side, which in turn created a second resonance effect with Solus. At that point, the tower noticed her awakening potential and restructured its enchantments to support her. The tower scanned Lith and Ryla with the eyes and ears, learning from them how to bring out Solus powers. Yet due to their bond, Lith and Solus have the same abilities, so the tower supported him as well. Let me get this straight, Lith said. Fighting together with Ryla helped me tap into my evolved human abilities. Then, due to my bond with Solus, she experienced the same changes in her life force, and the tower altered its enchantments based on Valoran's apex form to support her. Yet by helping Solus, the tower also helped me and Ryla, generating a feedback between the four of us that stimulated our life forces in a loop. That's the only possible explanation for the tower's logs about the phenomenon, Menadian nodded. Yet how the changes spread to Ryla and the other human species is anyone's guess. Space. Later that afternoon, Lith, Solus, Morok, Tista, and Garrick sat in a corner of the mansion's park. I'm sorry if I can't explain myself very well, but I was born with my abilities, and I never had to think too much about how they work. Ryla said, I'm going to pass on to you the same teachings my father imparted to me, and I imparted to Garrick. Calling upon the elemental abilities of a farmer or a baller requires a 4-step process. The first step is to move the mana from your wings to your body, leaving them an empty vessel. Ryla breathed out, and her wings became dull and gray. Nature abhors a vacuum, and so does the world energy. It will flow inside your wings, filling the void you created and allowing you to feel how your wings breathe. Then, she took a deep breath in, and her feathers regained their luster. The second step is to recognize the world energy that has replaced the mana in your wings and connect with the element of your choice. It's no different from what you do with elemental magic, but you have to tap into the world energy inside you, not around you. As she spoke, her white feathers turned yellow and started to move as though ruffled by an invisible wind. For the third, do not mix your mana with the elemental energy like you do to cast spells. Bring it to your corresponding eye, focus, and amplify it as much as you can. Ryla's yellow eye shone with the air element, producing short jolts of electricity. The fourth and last step consists of activating your bloodline abilities and projecting them outside your body, like this. At a wave of her hand, 5 small streams of golden lightning erupted from each of her fingers and empowered her students. "Sounds easy, right?" she said with a warm smile that no one returned. "Sounds complicated to me." Morok scratched his head in embarrassment. "I hope you don't expect us to complete all 4 steps today." "Of course not," Ryla replied. "You are not farmers and will learn at your own pace. Today's lesson is about achieving the first step. Imagine that you are breathing through your wings and draw in the world energy. Begin." At a clap of her hands, everyone tried to apply the breathing rhythm of their invigoration technique to their wings, but nothing happened aside from a lot of huffing and puffing. "How should I do it exactly?" Tista grunted after several minutes of failure with no progress, glaring at her wings as if they had betrayed her. "Like this." Ryla gave the class another practical demonstration, but the world energy seeped inside her wings as fast as she recalled her mana. It was such a seamless process that neither Life Vision nor the eyes of Menadian could follow. "Can you go a bit slower, please?" Lith asked. "I can try," Ryla shrugged, wondering if it was even possible. It took her a few minutes and countless attempts, but she managed to empty her wings of mana slowly enough to allow everyone to notice. The eyes also unveiled why the process was so elusive. The life force in Ryla's wings mixed with the incoming flow of world energy without purging it from Magus' energy signature. It made the world energy almost identical to mana, but with one crucial difference. By preserving Magus' energy signature, the world energy entered Ryla's wings without encountering any resistance, allowing her to replace the world energy as she consumed it. At the same time, Ryla's life force acted as an insulator that kept the world energy confined to her wings and prevented her core from suffering from mana poisoning. "It's more like opening a channel than breathing." Solus shared the readings of the eyes with her friends via a mind link. "The world energy is like a river, and Ryla's mana is like a dam. When she retracts her mana, the world energy has free access to her wings until she puts the mana back into place and pushes the world energy out." With that information in mind, everyone attempted to put Ryla's lesson and Solus' explanation into practice. Yet more than 1.5 hours later, no one had figured out a way to open their wings to the world energy. "Does anyone have a clue about what we are doing wrong?" Morok asked. Chapter 38-37, Not Like Breathing, Part 2. "Maybe it's because my wings are made of pure energy, but I can't make way for the world energy. I need just a thought to push my mana out, but moving it away. I'm trying everything I can, but nothing." "Try emitting your mana from your eyes, big brother," Garrick said. "Split it into the 6 elements and breathe it out until only your life force is left. Then close your eyes and focus on your wings." Morok followed his little brother's advice and produced 6 elemental pillars from his eyes. He shot them towards the sky to ensure that nobody would get hurt and not trigger the defensive arrays of the mansion. "Not like that." Garrick studied the pillars for a few seconds, noticing that Morok kept a constant output. "All at once, you don't breathe out this slowly with your nose. You do it at once because you know you can take a breath in just as quickly." "Yes, master," Morok replied, making the young farmer-tyrant hybrid chuckle. The tyrant exhaled from his mouth and emptied his eyes at the same time. Then he inhaled from his nose and wings, but only air flowed through both. "It's not working, sorry, little brother." "Because you have stopped," Garrick said. "Keep pushing elemental energy no matter how little it comes out like this." He generated a thin stream of red mystical flames from his hand, while his wings absorbed the surrounding world energy. Morok noticed how Garrick's wings failed to split the world energy correctly. Only a few patches of his feathers became red, and the resulting stream of flames was erratic. 1 second was smaller than a candle's flame, and the next it resembled a proper Tier 1 spell. I understand my mistake now, little brother, the tyrant nodded. When you talked about breathing, I imagined my eyes as my mouth and my wings as my nose, but the mental image I pictured is wrong. My wings and eyes can work at the same time. I don't need to breathe in the world energy first and then breathe it out as I've done until now. I must do everything at once. And that's why I told you that it's not like breathing but more like opening a channel. Solus grunted via the mind link. Too many cooks spoil the broth, the tyrant replied. I can only follow one advice at a time, and yours made no sense. Now it does, thanks, Solus. Thanks, Garrick. Morok took a deep breath with invigoration to replenish his dwindling mana and gave the young farmer's technique another try. Morok kept emitting elemental energy from his eyes, and nothing happened for several minutes. Then, a faint crackle accompanied sparks of world energy arching on the reverse V-shaped bones on his back that generated his wings. The tyrant's 6 eyes lit up with the power of the elements and started to emit short pulses of energy. It was at that point that Morok doubled over in pain and coughed up blood. You did it, big brother. I always knew you were a genius. Garrick jumped with joy. Thanks, little brother, but this is nothing. Morok spat a lump of blood and phlegm out as the sparks on his wings and the light in his eyes faded. I can bleed much, much more than this. One time I had one of my hearts pierced. He's talking about your success in absorbing the world energy. Ryla shut Morok's mouth with her hand. Stop talking about your wounds. You are scaring Garrick. Only then did the tyrant turn to his younger brother and notice that the boy had become as pale as a ghost. PWRRY? He took the hand away and tried again. Sorry for the dark humor, little brother. I didn't mean to be sarcastic, but spitting blood is still far from success. I'm not a genius. Yes, you are, Garrick rebuked as if Morok had offended him. You achieved in a few minutes what it took me months. Your only mistake was to send the world energy to your mana core. I did what now? The tyrant asked in confusion. Never send the world energy from your wings to your core. Garrick gave his brother a quizzical look. You are supposed to select one element and send it to your corresponding eye like Mom instructed you. Like this. The young farmer emitted a burst of fire element from his red eye, while using his hands to trace an imaginary path, connecting the red tufts of feathers on his back directly to his head. I see, Morok nodded. A tyrant's eyes absorb the world energy and split it on their own, so I assumed my wings could do the same. That as long as I didn't activate a bloodline ability, I could use the world energy gathered by my wings to generate elemental pillars without expending my mana. You wish, big brother, and so do I, Garrick sighed. What you've just experienced is not a flaw but a defensive mechanism. Ryla patted the young farmer's head. Without it, one might try to activate more than one elemental ability at a time. If you do that, you'll end up much worse than Morok did just now. Really? The brothers asked in unison. Yes, Ryla nodded. As long as you don't make the world energy pass through your mana core, we farmers can emit all elements at the same time, just like tyrants. Her wings shone with prismatic light, and her eyes emitted 6 thin pillars of energy into the sky. Yet either you take the time to build up the power, or you'd better use 2 elements tops. With only one set of wings, splitting the world energy into 6 identical streams means reducing the flow that every eye receives to 1/6. To overcome this issue, a farmer must awaken and gain 6 wings. As for the elemental abilities, one is the limit. Awakening makes a farmer's elemental abilities even more powerful, but all those who tried to use 2 or more at the same time got gravely injured. Everyone but Lith. Ryla looked at him with envy before sighing and adding, I too briefly did it with his help, but that moment is gone. Give yourself Inquilla time, Ryla, Morok said. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting your training with your whining. She cleared her throat. Please continue. Now that I've learned to absorb the world energy, how do I move on to the second step and split the world energy with my wings? Morok noticed that Ryla was eager to change the topic and played along. That's hard to explain, Ryla pondered. But here's a trick I learned as a child. Do like before, but this time emit a single element, for example, fire. When you're about to run out of mana, let the world energy inside your wings. Your eyes will naturally draw in the fire element to keep fueling the pillar, making the fire element stand out compared to the others. This trick relies on our instinct and doesn't always work. Even when it does work, it's not easy to notice the slight imbalance in the world energy. Yet once you get the hang of it, this technique allows you to distinguish the different elements that comprise the world energy. Chapter 38:38, Just Stupid, Part 1. Just make sure you don't make the world energy pass through your mana core again, big brother, Garrick said. Try out Mom's trick after you learn how to send the world energy to your head. Solid advice, little brother. Morok sat down on the floor and resumed absorbing the world energy from his wings while keeping all of his eyes open. The rest of the class decided to take a short break to stare at the tyrant in envy. Over 2 hours had passed since the beginning of Ryla's lesson, and Morok was this close to mastering the first step to tap into the power of the evolved human bloodlines. Any advice for us? Tista asked. We are still at square one. I'm sorry, but everything I learned as a farmer requires the ability to emit the elemental energy as you absorb it. Ryla gave Tista a small bow in apology. Can either of you do something similar? Any form of energy might help. Tista and Lith filled their eyes with mana, frowned, and squinted, but nothing happened. If you need to use the bathroom, just go, Ryla said after a while. There's no point in training while you are constipated. I'm not, never mind. Lith sighed, unclenching his jaw and relaxing the muscles of his face. As for Morok, he took advantage of his breathing technique to follow the world energy as it entered his body, and stopped channeling it when it neared his mana core. It took him several attempts to perfect his technique, moving on to the second step of the training only after succeeding 10 times out of 10. Then, he closed his eyes while keeping only the red one open and released a massive pillar of pure fire element. The energy flow waned as he ran out of mana, but he kept going until his core was almost dry and his head pulsed from the exhaustion. At that point, he used invigoration to regain his strength and tried again. After a few attempts, the tyrant's red scales lit up. They absorbed enough fire element to keep his red eye shining even after Morok's core was almost empty, but the elemental pillar died out just like before. The tyrant was about to take another deep breath of invigoration when the energy sparks produced by his scales spread to his wings, forming a thin red streak. Morok's red eye flared up again, and the fire element collected by his wings and scales erupted in a small burst of flames. Yet as the tyrant kept drawing in more power, the red streak became prismatic. The rest of the scales on his body blackened, consuming the energy they stored in an attempt to absorb and neutralize the other 5 elements before they tore Morok apart. This is harder than I thought. He closed his red eye the moment the pain became unbearable. I told you you're a genius. Garrick cut his brother short, his face brimming with pride. You can already absorb world energy at will and split it. Thanks, but it's not a big deal. Not a big deal? Tista echoed. While you made progress after progress, the only thing I got so far is a warm chair. Lith has tried his best to teach me with a mind link not to disturb you, but I still can't even feel the world energy with my wings. To make matters worse, I can't follow Ryla's and Garrick's tips since we belong to different species. I'm sorry, but I call bullshot. Morok shook his head. What do you mean? The Hecate wanted to stomp her foot, but that would have made her seem even more childish than she already felt. The reason we are training together is that we are all evolved humans, the tyrant replied. You are a rank 3 while I'm just a rank 2. Of course you can follow Garrick's tips. You just have to do it your own way. And what is my way exactly? Tista asked. How should I know? I'm not a Hecate, Morok shrugged. Yet I remember that back when you were still a hybrid, you could already activate your ethereal Aegis bloodline ability. You should work on that. Work on what? Girl, your bloodline ability turns you into a ball of fire, he replied. You don't have lungs in that form, yet even before reaching the violet, you kept burning until someone stopped you or you fainted. How did you draw in the world energy to fuel your flames? Tista had always assumed she sustained her ethereal Aegis form just like the phoenixes did with their molting essence bloodline ability, yet she had never asked them how they did that. Gods, maybe Garrick is right, and you really are a genius. Maybe or maybe you are just stupid, he replied. Just take the compliment, you jerk. Tista burst into a mass of living origin flames and tried to fuel them like she usually did by drawing in world energy from her nose. You're right. I can't absorb world energy by breathing in this form. What do I do next? Keep going until you run out of power, Garrick said. No matter what, try not to let the flames die down. But don't consume life force either, or you'll just produce immortal flames and learn nothing, Lith said. Trust your body and instincts. Always remember what Voltak taught us. Thanks. With no enemy to fight and no distraction, Tista focused on the feeling of ethereal Aegis burning through her world energy reserves until the origin flames dimmed. Her first instinct was to revert to her physical form, but she didn't. Her second instinct was to emit more life force to compensate for the lack of world energy, but she didn't do that either. Tista forced herself to ignore the burning sensation in her chest, while focusing on her 2 sets of wings. I hate to admit it, but Morok might be right, and I am just stupid, she thought. The origin flames are fading all over my body, but they are still thicker on my wings. Her fingers and toes reverted into flesh and blood first, quickly followed by the scales on her chest. The flames went out all across her body until only Tista's wings were left aflame. She could now breathe again, but she drew in only air. Tista focused on keeping the ethereal Aegis without absorbing world energy from her nose or mouth. Somehow, her chest burned and her body trembled as though she were holding her breath for too long. Yet no matter how much air filled her lungs, the pain didn't stop. The flames lost strength until her lower set of wings returned to normal, and it was then that she felt it. Without the origin flames hindering her senses, Tista felt the world energy seeping into her physical feathers. She focused on that feeling, listening and learning from her own body. The flames started to burn out more slowly on her upper set of wings, but instead of fighting it, she used the now solid feathers to expand her perception. One after another, tufts of flaming feathers reverted to their original form, until only one feather on each of Tista's upper wings remained alight with ethereal Aegis. Chapter 38-39, Just Stupid, Part 2. After a few minutes, the pain in her chest was gone, and the 2 tiny flames kept burning. I think I did it. The Hecate kept her eyes closed and her hands clenched, needing sheer willpower to redirect the little world energy her wings absorbed to the 2 single feathers. I can feel the flow now. You'd better stop, Lith said when the bright violet of her ethereal Aegis turned to a deeper hue. The life force in your origin flames is becoming diluted, and you lasted long enough. Okay, Tista gasped in relief, feeling a huge burden lifting from her chest. Gods, this is hard. Indeed, but you did make great progress for a single lesson, Lith nodded. Thanks, lil bro, Tista panted, feeling weirdly out of breath. Thanks to you too, Morok. Your suggestion was spot on. I'm so happy that I could kiss you. Those words earned her not 1 but 3 glares. It's just an expression. She raised her hands in apology to both Quilla and Badia. I have no desire or intention to kiss him. You better, Morok grunted. It was all fine and dandy when people groped Lith, but after Giera I got enough kisses from random women to last me a lifetime. Please don't you mention that in my presence ever again. Quilla grunted even harder, shifting the focus of her ire to the people of Zelex. I'm sorry for keeping you guys from your training, but I couldn't have done it without your help, Tista said, eager to move on to a less controversial subject. You didn't keep me from my training. Morok turned around, showing her that now he had a red streak and several blue sparks on his wings. I kept practicing the whole time. Same. Lith held his breath, and the black feathers of his second set of wings burst with fire of 6 different colors. I already knew how to draw in the world energy from my wings, and my feathers naturally release cursed flames. I followed Garrick's and Ryla's advice and learned how to sense the different elements in the world energy. I can neither split it nor channel it to my eyes, but it still progress. Let me get this straight. Tista crossed her arms in annoyance. Morok learned how to absorb the world energy and sense 2 elements. You can now sense all elements, and I am the only one who can barely feel the world energy with her wings. We have different degrees of talent and starting points, Lith shrugged. I can believe that. For Morok, though, Tista snorted. Dread Flames taught you how to absorb the world energy months ago, and your feathers split it on their own. I call this cheating. Seconded, Morok raised his hand. I call it experience, Lith snorted back. I was awakened back when you 2 had yet to learn fake magic. I didn't learn Dread Flames out of luck, but because I risked my life and my body triggered them to save me so many times that I learned how to conjure them on my own. Fair enough, Morok and Tista conceded the point. Let's go back to training. No, now you rest, Ryla stopped them. I don't know how it works for a Tiamat or a Hecate, but learning how to split the world energy is a dangerous process for us farmers. Even if you don't see it, every failed attempt damages your feathers and bodies. If you don't take care of yourselves, the absorption process will get harder, and your condition will worsen quickly. Now that you point that out, I do feel quite tired. Tista had yet to stop panting. I've only consumed one spark of life force, but after redirecting the flow of world energy for so long, my wings ache as if I have produced origin flames this whole time. Same here, Lith nodded. My stamina is drained from fueling the cursed flames, but I can fix it with invigoration. I'd rather you not use your breathing techniques, Ryla shook her head. I want your bodies to learn their lesson and become your guide. If you remove the strain, you'll only learn with your heads. On top of that, Lith, please stop with the cursed flames. They are useless in conjuring the powers of your eyes, and I'm afraid that if you rely on them too much, you'll learn quickly, but only things that matter only to a Tiamat, not an evolved human. As I see it, you're behind Morok. I'm afraid you are right, Lith replied after mulling over her words. Thanks for the advice, Ryla. Please, I'm already a poor teacher for being unable to guide you in the absorption process. The farmer bowed to Lith and Tista in apology. Sharing with you the knowledge of my ancestors is the least I can do. Space. While the evolved human concluded their first lesson with a mature wing measuring contest, Alina spent her morning playing with the babies in a sunny patch of grass in the mansion's park. If just 5 years ago someone had told me that my life would have become like this, I would have laughed in their face and called them crazy, she thought as she looked at her guests sitting in different areas of the park. In the west corner, the evolved humans were arguing over where to stop measuring Morok's wings. Unlike Lith's and Tista's feathered wings, the tyrants didn't end so much as they faded away, and their light, albeit dim, reached the ground. In the east corner, Camilla and Celia practiced magic together. Due to their weak mana cores, their routine started with a warm-up with chore magic, and then they repeated the same spells while raising the mana they carried up to Tier 3. At that point, the training switched focus to precision and control. They used water and earth to create detailed figurines of each other, accurate down to the clothes they wore and the expressions they made. With air and fire instead, Camilla and Celia drew meters-long straight lines in the ground, starting over the moment the depth or width of the furrow became irregular. Due to her orange core, Celia tired faster and used accumulation until she recovered her strength. During that time, Camilla practiced dimensional magic alone. She had learned her lesson from the previous pregnancy, and instead of rushing forward, she stuck to the basics. Camilla repeated each learning exercise that led to opening a warp steps multiple times, taking notes of every trick she learned and struggle she encountered. Thanks to Raldorak's support, she could have learned how to blink, but she refused to. I'm not going to end up like last time, Camilla thought while repeating the pilfer spell until she learned how to alter the mana flow of the water, air, and earth elements according to the distance between the entry and exit points. All gloomy and depressed because I mistook Elijah's power and talent for my own. I'll use Raldorak's affinities only as a crutch while I learn the upper tiers of magic, but I'll never exceed what my mana core can do by itself ever again. In the north corner, Sarah, Urhin, and Bri recounted the battle against Ruget to Renah and told her about the reward they had received from Vladian. Chapter 3840, Personal Question, Part 1. The first vampire had assigned the lands above and below the largest mana geyser of the Valak, region to the people of Zelex. It wasn't powerful, but it affected an area wide enough for the various tribes to build their homes and cultivate their lands without ever reverting to their fallen state and shortening their lifespan. In the south corner of the park, the weirdest scene of all was taking place. Emperor and magical beasts from the Tron Woods conversed amiably, drinking tea from cups as big as a bucket and eating biscuits the size of a plate. I swear if they wore human clothes while eating human food and talking human language, I'd think I've taken a blow to the head, Elena thought. Until 5 years ago, I had never heard a beast talk. I believed my son to be a regular man, and I lived in a cozy farmhouse. Now my life revolves around divine beasts. I live in a luxurious mansion, and I consider normal things that in my youth would have stopped my heart. Nock chased Fluffy around the park, still thirsty for revenge, while Thula, the smaller bike's mother, praised Kala for raising such a good cub. Just a few more months and my little bear will be as fit as a fiddle, dear Kala, Thula said. I'm happy for you, Thula, Kala replied. I'm even happier for our sons, who would have thought they would become such good friends. The White had completely forgotten about the previous incident and sincerely believed Nock chased after Fluffy until he begged for mercy, only to help his friend lose weight. As for you, Pumpkin, how can you do this to your mother? Elena took Surin out of the playpen and into her arms. No, the baby girl replied. Please, sweetie, Elena sighed. Everyone has already learned how to say mama, even Driffa. Mama, Driffa confirmed. Mama, Elijah nodded. Mommy, Valoran II received many glares for showing off. He was older, hence, like Sharjin, he was considered a cheat. See what you mean? Elena said. Somehow you understand what Valoran says, you even glare at your big brother, but you can't say mama. Ba, Surin asked. Gods please, if this isn't baby babble but Elijah's Ba, don't let me know. Elena raised her eyes to the sky. You got it. The image of Ligon pointing at her with both hands appeared, and faded in the clouds so fast that a normal person would have thought they were hallucinating. I really walked into that one, Elena sighed. Please, sweetie pie, say mama, mama, even Dada would do, but I'd really prefer mama. Mama, Surin asked, receiving warm applause from the occupants of the playpen. Thank you, baby girl. Elena hugged her daughter, trying to ignore the detail of the little Driffa clapping her small hands. Mommy needed this. Mommy was starting to worry about you. Mama, Surin said with a shocked expression. Mama, mama. Calm down, Pumpkin, everything is fine now. Why are you making such a fuss? Elena asked. Because she was saving it for a moment when you were upset, Salark said. She didn't mean to make you upset. Gamma, Elijah rebuked the guardian, mixing baby babble and dragon tongue. And now Elijah is scolding me for violating whatever the baby code is, Salark shrugged. Listen up, young lady, I'm a mother, and a mother is always right. Wah, Elijah asked in confusion. Yes, I'm right and you are wrong, Salark replied. Surin made Elena worry with her stunt. As your big sister, you should have taught her better. Bad Elijah. What if you made Gamma Elena cry? What if you make your mom cry? So why, Elijah sniffled, feeling terrible at the idea. Sorry, Valoran lowered his gaze, ashamed of himself. You're lucky you've already apologized, young man, because you were next on my list. Salark caressed the babies, soothing their worries. A good big brother looks out for his entire family, not just his siblings. Are we clear? Yeah, Elijah said, and the rest of the babies nodded. So why, the baby girl turned toward Elena, extending her arms in the hope of receiving a hug, the universal gesture of forgiveness. For a baby. Oh, sweetie, I'm not angry with you. Elena put her grandchild in the crook of her left arm while her daughter rested in the right. Or rather, I should be angry with you, but since you apologized and no one got hurt, everything is forgiven. No more secrets with Grandma Elena, okay? Elijah nodded and pointed her finger at Valoran. I would love to hug you too, baby, but I only have 2 arms, Elena replied. Valoran pondered the issue for a few seconds before turning into his divine beast form and flying into her lap. He hugged Elena's chest, and she held him between her arms in a family embrace. Say it again, sweetie. Say mama, she said Surin after reassuring the babies. Mama, the baby girl replied. Mama. Thank you, you're so gods, I'm so stupid. Roz is going to kill me. I'm making him miss our daughter's first word. Mama, Surin asked in confusion. Shush, baby, no more talking until Daddy arrives. After all that fuss to make her talk, Surin couldn't fathom why she was now being silenced. She looked at Valoran and Elijah, who she assumed were her siblings, but the older babies were just as confused. Meanwhile, Elena tried and failed to use her communication amulet from that awkward position. Grandma, do you mind? She asked. Sure, just give me one moment. Salark focused on Roz's aura, ensuring he wasn't in a compromising position or discussing important matters before magically kidnapping him. I don't care about trends, Roz said to the empty air. Wheat sells cheap, but it doesn't spoil easily and fills bellies. Posh fruits, where is Broman? Where am I? Salark tapped his shoulder to get his attention, and then pointed at Elena. I would ask if everything is all right and if something bad happened, but since Mother brought me here, she would take it as a personal offense, he thought. I'm glad you've learned your lesson, child. Salark's voice resounded in his mind. How many times do we have to discuss privacy and personal boundaries, Mother? Roz grunted, but the guardian ignored him and took a few steps back. Why did you even kidnap me if you refused to talk to me? Because I asked her to. Elena cleared her throat in embarrassment. I wanted you here because our baby girl has something to tell you. Roz looked at Elena in joy and then at Surin with an expectant look. In turn, the baby girl looked at Elijah and Valoran, who answered her silent question with a nod. Dada. Thank you, gods. Roz laughed as he picked up the baby from Elena's arm and spun her in the air. I was starting to get scared you had problems speaking, Pumpkin. I can't believe I missed your first, no, second word, but since it's Dada, all is forgiven. Elena's eyes narrowed as she frowned at both Elijah and Valoran. The babies joined their small hands in silent pleas, and their eyes watered up until they were milliseconds away from crying. Chapter 3841, Personal Question, Part 2. God's baby tears should be classified as Tier 1 forbidden magic, Alina sighed. Do you realize the kind of trouble you've put Surin and me in? On the one hand, Alina wanted to make it clear that Surin's second word was mama, and that Dada was the third. On the other hand, she felt terrible at the thought of destroying the happiness of her husband. So why? Elijah had no idea what she had done wrong this time, but apologized tentatively to stay on the safe side. Is that a statement or a question, young lady? Alina grunted. Sorry, Valoran the second bowed. What trouble? Raz stopped spinning. What can these two adorable bundles of love have possibly done? Please sit down, dear, Alina exhaled sharply. We are going to need it. You knew how to speak all along? Raz asked Surin the moment Alina was done bringing him up to speed. Duh, Surin giggled and nodded. Raz was outraged, but there was no point scolding a baby that young. I'm disappointed in you too, he frowned at Elijah and Valoran. Surin trusted you, I trusted you, you hurt Grandpa Raz. So why? Elijah cried, quickly followed by Valoran. Raz didn't hesitate to show his displeasure, but just like Alina, he was easily pacified. So how do we settle this? He asked Alina while rocking his grandchildren in his arms. We could ask Salark which word Surin learned first, Dada or Mama, she replied. But that would achieve nothing except hurting one of us. What matters is that today Surin said both those words. The order doesn't count. She said Mama first only because I was the one with her. Were you here instead, she would have said Dada. Let's call it a draw. I agree, Raz nodded. They sat together for a while, listening to their daughter calling them every now and then to make up for the lost time. Lady Alina, do you mind if I ask you a question? Seeing the happiness of her hosts, Afia decided she couldn't wait for a better moment. Only if you take out the lady title, Alina replied with a smile. I'm not a noble and you are no servant. I'm still your son's employee. Afia shook her head, making her golden hair sparkle in the sunlight and enrapturing the gazes of the babies. I'd rather keep my distance and avoid crossing certain boundaries. After spending months taking care of Garrick and Ryla first, and then of the toddlers, Afia and Vila had filled the gaps in their understanding of human customs. They had taken many trips to Lucia, and now the only thing that drew attention to the handmaidens when they interacted with people was their beauty. They could have left Lith's service for a while now, but they had decided to stay. Afia and Vila had one guest room each, not those of the servants' quarters. Also, they ate delicious food at every meal and had free access to all the facilities of the Verhin mansion. Lith had given them free access to the inner and external training ground, and even to his official magical labs built inside the mansion. He had no use for them, and by giving the handmaidens the means to deepen their mastery over the different branches of magic, Lith also improved the quality of their services. Afia and Vila knew that once they left the mansion, food and lodging would be at their own expense. Building a lab would have taken much more money than they had earned and years of work building their reputation in the awakened community. They had lived long enough with the Verhins to learn about the power plays of the awakened council, and how difficult it was to establish a solid network of trustworthy relationships. In the Verhin mansion, instead, Afia and Vila had everything they needed, and whenever their magical studies hit a wall, Lith and Solus always offered the handmaidens the guidance worthy of a council elder. Sure, Lith and Solus shared nothing of their personal research with the handmaidens, but they had no qualms about teaching Afia and Vila everything they knew about the common branches of magic. On top of that, the handmaidens enjoyed living with the Verhin family. Siruk had kept them as pets, treating them as disposable objects. Salark had been a fair employer and a polite host, but had considered them servants. With the Verhins, instead, it was easy for Afia and Vila to forget about their working situation since everyone treated them as family. No one had a snobbish or disdainful attitude toward them, always saying please and thank you. Alina had taught them how to prepare everyone's favorite dishes, not with the attitude of a noble matron instructing a newly hired cook, but like a loving aunt passing down the family recipes. Raz never looked at them inappropriately, and was always ready to lend them an ear and listen to their problems. The one with whom they had bonded the most, however, was Renat. The triplets were small living cyclones no less than Celia's children, and their growing magical powers and flawless teamwork made everything 3 times worse. I insist, Alina said. Fine, Alina, Afia nodded, but this doesn't answer my question. You can ask me anything you want, Elena replied with a smile. Thank you. A quick call on the amulet, and Viola joined them. There's something we have been wondering for quite some time, but we didn't know how to bring it up without sounding inappropriate. I haven't found a way yet, so I'm just going to say it. If I'm crossing any boundary, I apologize in advance. Look, I understand your doubts, but I can assure you that Lith is our. Why do you have yet to awaken? Afia asked, cutting Elena short. I beg your pardon, Elena asked in surprise. It's not a hard question, Viola shrugged. Why didn't you ask Lith, Tista, or even Aaron and Lyria to awaken you? Because we are not mages and don't want to live that long, Roz replied. Being an awakened takes a lot of time and effort that we prefer using to do what we love. I've never been good with books, and staying away from my wife and daughter for long would be torture. That's not what I asked, Afia said. I understand your reasoning and don't expect you to become a council elder. I only asked you why you did awaken. Why would we awaken if we had no interest in prolonging our lives or practicing magic? Elena tilted her head to the side. Why? Viola echoed in honest shock. Are you seriously asking me this? Roz and Elena exchanged a puzzled look and then nodded at her. Because even if you don't practice accumulation and limit yourself to invigoration, it would keep you healthy. You wouldn't need Lith's rejuvenating sessions anymore because you could treat yourselves. More importantly, in case of an enemy attack, you would be capable of healing yourselves and others just by breathing. You wouldn't need to carry potions around or learn complex spells. One breath of invigoration and you would heal any wound you've suffered, regrow a lost limb, save one of your wounded children from the embrace of death. Chapter 3842, Tipping the Scales, Part 1. The idea of gaining the ability to save their children's lives hit Roz and Elena hard. Why do you choose for yourselves the role of the lamb when you can at least be a ram? Afia continued. Why be a helpless spectator when your children fight and bleed instead of becoming capable of restoring their mana and stamina? Size doesn't matter with invigoration. You don't need to perform complex spells or understand anatomy. One breath and you could restore Lith's health even if he were beaten an inch from death. The same would apply to Tista, Aaron, Solus, and Surin. The blonde handmaiden pointed her finger at the baby girl, who grabbed it. Why cry and call for a healer when you can heal her from any ailment? Viola asked. To be honest, in your shoes, I would awaken and prolong my life at least long enough to see your grandchildren grow up and marry. You can stop using your breathing technique at any time and start aging again. It worked for Valoran the First. Why should it be any different for you? Elena thought back at all the nights spent worrying if her newborns were all right, waiting for Dawn to visit Nana or disturb Tista for a checkup. At all the times, one of the children had gotten hurt, and she had to rely on someone else's magical abilities to treat their wounds. Roz instead clenched his fists, remembering the time Orpal had captured him and how helpless he had felt. Then, his mind shifted to the sight of Elena lying in bed, her face pale and sweaty after the awakened had attempted to kidnap her. If I were awakened, I could have given Elena a checkup myself instead of pestering Mother and Lith every few minutes, he thought. Enough, Lith stomped his way between the handmaidens, anger turning half of his skin into black scales. You are upsetting my parents. Afia and Viola are speaking from their hearts, sweetie, Elena replied. They are worried about us. I know, but you and Dad are upset nonetheless, Lith nodded in reply. As I said earlier, I apologize if I crossed a boundary. Afia gave the Verhins a small bow. Yet I couldn't forgive myself for remaining silent if something bad were to happen to them. I just wanted to make sure they are aware of their options. Honestly, we were not. For that you have my thanks, Afia. Roz returned the bow. Now, son, what do you think about this? I think Afia and Viola are right. Lith's reply made everyone's eyes widen in surprise. Yet I assumed you and Mom refused awakening because you are aware of the allure of power. Healing would just be the bait. Then you would learn how to use fusion and spirit magic. With each nibble of real magic you'd get, your hunger for just a bit more power would grow. Please, Dad, tell me I'm wrong. That you wouldn't get swept by magic until your mana core becomes so strong that training is not a choice, but a matter of survival. Lith locked eyes with Roz for a while, both men knowing that as long as Orpal lived, Roz would never settle for invigoration. Not when each breath of accumulation would allay his trauma and fears. If I'm right, however, you'll have to make sacrifices. Look at Kami and Celia. There's simply not enough time in a day to study magic, take care of your family, and also of the farm. Lith added after a few seconds. There's a reason I have no hobbies, and all my friends complain I disappear for weeks at a time. But at least I love magic. It's my job and the path I've chosen in life. Can you say the same? Mom, Dad, I'll support whatever decision you make, but please don't take awakening lightly. Think this thoroughly. Our son is right, dear. Roz scratched his head in stress. I have to admit that I use the tattoo potions whenever I have to do heavy lifting with the excuse of training. The fire, earth, and air potions make things easier and temper my body. 2 birds with 1 stone. And I use the spell potions to do everything in the house since the day Zogger gave them to us. Elena blushed a bit. Magic is fun, and it saves me a lot of time. See what I mean? Lith sighed. I'm all for you two having a long and healthy life, but I can't train for you or force you to train. Just look at Aaron, A small scale detached from Lith's right hand as he weaved it, and fell to the ground with a boom of thunder. What in the gods' names? Before Roz could finish the phrase, the small scale grew in size until it became as big and thick as a tower shield. Roz and Elena raised their feet, while Afia and Violet jumped away to avoid the blow. Guys, it's just 1 scale, Lith scoffed. There's no point making such a big deal. Another scale fell from his face, and 1 more from each of his hands. They produced triple the clangor, and left almost no free space on the ground near Roz and Elena. I stand corrected, Lith said as more scales detached from his skin and a terrible itch plagued the pink parts of his still human body. This is a big deal. Grandma, what's happening to me? I'm glad someone finally remembered I'm standing right here and asked for my opinion in a family decision, Salark said with a smile that didn't extend to her eyes. This is about my scales, Grandma. Lith raised an eyebrow. I need an explanation, not an opinion. As for my and Elena's awakening, that's not a family decision either, Mother. Roz chimed in. It's something we'll decide on our own after discussing it thoroughly, and I mean between the 2 of us. No one else has a right to tell us what to do. We'll have to agree to disagree, Salark grunted. I'm the progenitor of the Phoenix race, and everything regarding my blood should require my consent. Isn't that right, beloved? Yes, Mommy. Sharjin nuzzled the Guardian for cuddles and received aplenty. First, Sharjin is not an impartial judge. He'd say anything to please you, Grandma, Lith said, and the wormling nodded enthusiastically in reply. Second, back on topic, what's wrong with me? 1 moment. Salark picked one of the fallen scales from the ground as if it weighed nothing and shrank it back to its original size. Just as I suspected, there's nothing wrong with you, Featherling. Your scales have reached their maximum mana capacity, and so your body is making space for a new set of scales that will be able to better channel your mana flow and offer you better protection. Are you telling me I'm molting? Lith asked. No, you are more dragon than phoenix, Salark replied. What you are experiencing is called shedding. The scales a dragon, or in our case a Tiamat, produces in his youth grow along with his body. Yet as a Tiamat's mana core and bloodline abilities develop, sooner or later the scales fail to keep up. Chapter 3843, Tipping the Scales, Part 2. Take Sharjin, for example. Salark caressed the wormling's head. The scales and feathers he was born with were produced by a red core. There's no way they can handle the mana flow he'll develop once he reaches the Scion. When that happens, Sharjin will shed his old scales and grow new ones that will match his current mana core. I first became a hybrid 5 years ago, Lith said while clenching his hands to resist the urge to scratch himself. Should I expect to shed again in another 5 years? Don't be silly, Salark chuckled. You spent 3 years as a hybrid, and those were proto-scales you shed and replaced with each breakthrough of your mana core. You only became a divine beast a little less than 2 years ago. I'm honestly surprised you didn't shed sooner. You went from deep to bright violet with a single set of scales. That's an impressive achievement, if you ask me. Thanks, I guess. Lith couldn't keep his hands still and started rubbing his arms. What should I do now, Grandma? I'm going crazy. That's because you are standing there like an idiot asking all the wrong questions, Salark replied. Go to a place large enough to accommodate your Tiamat form, undress, and let nature take its course. Okay, thank you, Grandma. Bye. Lith blinked inside the tower and then warped it to the geyser near Salark's beach house. He tossed the Voidwalker armor in the spark and shape-shifted into his Tiamat form as he walked through the door. The mere expansion of his body propelled dozens of scales into the air like catapult shots. More fell to the ground with each step he took, producing thuds against the sand that softened their landing. Do you think a bath could help you? Camilla asked. Maybe a good scrub. Tiamats are weak against large bodies of water, just like dragons. A bath is not an option, Lith replied. As for the scrub I can't risk ripping Kami, what are you doing here? I heard the fuss when your first scale fell off and decided to follow you. She cleared her throat in embarrassment. For moral support and scientific curiosity. And I totally believe you. Lith's voice oozed sarcasm. Yeah, you should work on your excuses, Camilla, Menadian nodded. For a constable, that was pretty weak. Rifa, what are you doing here? Lith furled his wings to cover his now exposed privates, triggering another salvo of scales from his back. I'm bound to you, kid. The first ruler of the flames didn't even pretend not to be staring. Wherever you go, I go, or rather we go. Isn't that right, Valia? I wasn't peeping, I swear. The former member of the Queen's Corps inhabited her own corpse and had a magnificent ruddiness to her face as she peeked through her not-much-closed fingers. Damn, son, Lockria sighed. People say that size doesn't matter, but... Guys, how can you be so rude? Solus came out of her hiding spot and shoved the demons inside the tower. Give Lith some privacy. Return to your void sigil, go train your blade spells, I don't care. Just do it inside. Why are you pushing me away? Menadian asked. I've already seen this particular scenery countless times. I followed you for years as a wandering soul, remember? I was there when you treated Lith's wounds. Mom, Solus chided Menadian. Solus, Lith chided her. What are you doing here and why were you hiding? I wasn't hiding. I was worried about you and followed the tower. I just got here. She lied through her teeth. Yeah, right, and I'm the most generous man on Magur. Lith snarled, sealing the tower to ensure that no one could see or hear anything from the outside. What do we do now? Camilla asked. There is no we here. Lith waved his hand and sent the fallen scales into the spark to be further refined. I think I'll do stretching exercises until I'm done shedding, turn back into my human form, collect the scales, and go back home. Sounds like a plan. Camilla nodded while dragging a lounge chair and conjuring a cold drink to better appreciate the show. Now put those wings away, please. Space. Will the same happen to me, Grandma? Tista asked after Salark had taught her, and Lith how to keep the lost scales in their compressed size so that there was no need to turn the entire tower into the spark to store them. Yes, Featherling, the Guardian nodded. We phoenixes molt at regular intervals. Dragons are not the only ones who get stronger with age. Will it take 3 years for me as well? Not a chance, Salark replied. Your brother's development was slowed down by external factors which also limited the growth of his scales. Your development instead is normal. I'd say it's a matter of weeks before your first shedding, 2 months tops. Sweet, Tista jumped at the Guardian's neck with joy. Not to complain, but why are you so happy about something so trivial? Salark asked. Because shedding means a fresh batch of scales of the right size that I can implant on my armor, she replied. I won't have to stretch Ishka's scales anymore, and maybe my armor won't look funny anymore. It's not my habit to criticize the work of a fellow Forgemaster only because she's short of means, but I can't argue your point. Salark nodded. Your armor has quite the peculiar look. It can use an improvement. That's a kind way to say it sucks, doesn't it, Grandma? Tista sighed. Yes. Ishka's honor looked terrible. The young fire dragon had died before reaching the deep violet core, while Tista had reached the peak of the violet. Even after the weeks spent in the spark, the corpse was still much smaller than the Hecate. Even though Lith had used infusion and second life to the best of his abilities to stretch Ishka's honor until it fit Tista, the scales and bones of the fire dragon had become irregular in thickness and size. When hung to its refinement slot in the spark, the armor resembled a famished, misshapen metal giant instead of a proud warrior. It was the only piece stored in the tower that drew no curiosity from the children, only a compassionate look. Sometimes Aaron brought Ishka's honor get-well-soon flowers, as though it were a patient in an intensive care ward. Speaking of molting, what about my feathers? When can I expect them to fall off? Tista asked. Molting is a sacred rite of passage in the life of a phoenix, not a free magical ingredients fest, young lady, the Guardian snorted. As for your question, most likely never. Never, Tista echoed in disbelief. Why never? Because of your bloodline ability, prismatic wind, Salark replied. Don't you cast your feathers off and regrow them every time you practice with it? Yes, Tista's shoulders slouched as she realized her issue. The new feathers are born from your current body, which makes them better than the old ones, the Guardian continued. Unless you spend a few years without prismatic wind, no molting. That said, why the long face? It's not like you can't pluck your own feathers if you need them for a magical experiment. It's what every phoenix does. Chapter 3844, Dimensional Crystals, Part 1. Tista shuddered at the idea. I mean, I know I can pluck my feathers, but it's extremely unpleasant. Also, to cover the wings of my armor, I would need to pluck them all. It's the same as self-mutilation. I know, Salark nodded. That's why I said you can get all the feathers you want, not that it would be easy. What is not easy? Lith said while checking the crystal case where he had stored his old scales for the spark to refine. Tista told him everything, and he furrowed his brows at the news. Grandma, I have a question, he said, and the guardian nodded for him to continue. Unlike Tista, my feathers stay where they are unless I get wounded. Can I expect them to molt as well? Yes, is it a problem? She asked. Well, yeah, what about my demons? Lith replied. What will happen to them if their void sigils one day fall off? Losing any one of my demons would be a huge blow for me, but losing Rifa would break Solus' heart. I wish I could reassure you, but the truth is I don't know. Salark tormented her lower lip. You are a new species. Your body makes its rules, and there's little I can do about it. Yet I have a theory if you are interested in hearing it. Any theory is better than nothing, Lith said. A theory from someone as knowledgeable as you is almost a certainty, Grandma. Thank you, Featherling. She ruffled his hair. I don't think you have to worry about your demons. Their essence is bound to yours, and the change in the runes inscribed on your feathers when you bond a demon to a void sigil is the proof of that. If my theory is correct, that bond is permanent until either of you or an external force severs it. Molting is no external force, just a biological necessity. I believe that when you molt your void sigils, the new feathers will still carry the rune belonging to the demons bound to them. Thanks, Grandma, I hope you are right, Lith said. And so do I, Salark caressed his back, forcing his feathered wings to pop out so that she could examine them. Losing Rifa would sadden me as well. Little brother, do you need all those precious, huge scales? Tista looked at Lith while fluttering her eyelashes and using her patented puppy eyes stare. Actually, I do. Why? Lith's reply was cold, his heart hardened after suffering countless such stares from mischievous, yet adorable little children. Because I hoped you could lend them to me for my armor. She pointed at the ugly thing that Ishka's honor was. Pretty please, little brother. My answer is yes, you can have scales, but also no, you're not getting mine, Lith replied. You're making no sense, Lith. How can I get one without the other? Tista asked. Easy, I'll replace most of the scales on the Voidwalker armor with those I have shed. You can have Siruk's scales for Ishka's honor. A black dragon or a Tiamat makes no difference to you. I see, she nodded. By replacing Siruk's scales with your own, you add an amplifier that will enhance the Voidwalker armor's enchantments and channel your mana like an extension of your own body. Good thinking. If I'm lucky, it will also grant my armor better resistance to all the kinds of flames I can produce. Lith said, It's a pity I don't have enough scales. What do you mean you don't have enough? Tista asked. You and Siruk's corpse are the same size. There's a reason I said I'm going to use most of my scales for the armor instead of all of them. Lith replied. First, I'm going to make a version of Voidwalker armor for everyone using my scales as the main material. I always wanted to give the members of our family more than a Scalewalker Orichalcum armor, and now I can. A full adamant armor would be wasted on them, but with my scales as a base, the amount of magic metal needed is small. The new armors won't be as good as my Voidwalker armor, but the improvement in their capabilities will be considerable. I still remember the times you gave us your successful prototypes, Tista sighed in nostalgia. Ever since we've met Grandma, however, you don't need prototypes. You have her recycle the materials until you perfect your technique. Exactly, Lith nodded. I upgraded the Amers as my Forgemastering skills improved, but there's a limit to the mana Orichalcum can contain. My scales are a much better mana conductor and offer no resistance to my enchantments since the energy signature matches. Still, it will only take 2 scales for an adult and 1 for a child. You still have everything you need for your armor, Tista pointed out. No, because I'm going to coat the grip of both Ragnarök and Double Edge with my scales. Amplifiers, remember, Lith replied. I see, she nodded. Ragnarök would need but a sliver of 1 scale, whereas Double Edge would need many. Space. Meanwhile, Freya sat cross-legged in her room, holding a white mana crystal in her hands. The world energy seeped into her body just as her mana seeped into the gemstone, connecting them in a never-ending cycle. The pristine light of the crystal shifted to each one of the elemental colors, with the emerald green as the last before the crystal turned white again. Nalrund sat in front of her, using accumulation while he revised Dawn's most recent teachings, and realized that his vaunted Rizar's bloodline legacy was nothing but a death trap of her making. Coming to terms with the stupidity and hubris that his people had cultivated for generations was a humbling experience, but he refused to avert his gaze from the truth just to spare his wounded pride. Pride won't make me a better warrior, he thought. Pride won't help me protect Freya from whatever will come next. It won't help me protect my baby boys. Gods, I'm going to have baby boys. The thought shattered his focus and gave him a panic attack. His breath became fast and shallow, forcing him to use a leather bag to stop himself from fainting out of hyperventilation. Gods damn it, Nalrond! Freya dropped the white crystal and grabbed her own leather bag, using it to breathe inside until she managed to calm down. I told you not to think about the twins. I wish it were that easy, he sighed. I wasn't expecting it to happen so fast, let alone to become a first-time father with 2 children. I mean, sure, we aren't using protection anymore, but lots of couples I know needed months to conceive. Yeah, and we're not even married. We need to finish the preparations for our wedding and do it quickly, Freya said, triggering another panic attack for both of them. Please, let's talk about something else, Nalrund said as soon as his breathing stabilized. Anything. A noble's wedding was always a big event, but Freya wasn't a noble. She was an Urnaz. As a member of one of the 4 founding pillars of the kingdom, her wedding was bound to be a matter of state, with countless guests and the entire Urnaz family coming together for the occasion. Chapter 3845, Dimensional Crystals, Part 2. Nalrund remembered Quilla's wedding all too well, especially how empty and sad the groom's side of the aisle had been. Nalrund wasn't a decorated ranger like Morok, had no noble title of his own, and no family but the Fasteros. To make matters worse, Nalrund had none of the tyrant's aloof attitude. Morok didn't care if the entire royal court whispered behind his back, calling him a gold digger, and had no regard for his social standing, whereas the Agni was terrified of becoming a source of embarrassment for Freya. Agreed, she nodded. How is your training with Dawn going? Nalrund met the horsemen almost every day, and the conversations between them had become almost civil, yet just hearing her name was enough to twist his expression in a disgusted grimace. It's going well, she's a great teacher, he admitted. The hardest part isn't learning her true light mastery techniques, but forgetting everything I studied so far. Old habits die hard, but in my case, I shield them with my own body. No matter how small, every time I make changes to the Rizar legacy, I feel like I'm betraying my people. That by letting go of our traditions, no matter how flawed they are, I'm condemning them all to oblivion. Dawn may have killed my tribe, but I'm destroying their memory. I'm so sorry, dear. She crawled close to him and wrapped him in a hug. You are no traitor, your people were misguided, and you are adjusting the course. You are not relinquishing the Rizar bloodline legacy. You are improving it, turning it into what it was always supposed to be. Yeah, too bad I'm also turning it into something that nothing has in common with the original. He sighed. I'm afraid that by not using my old techniques, sooner or later I will forget their details until I remember nothing at all. Let us be honest. The Rizar bloodline legacy wasn't flawed. It was wrong, and the deadly wrong kind at that. There's nothing worth saving in it except as a cautionary tale about not biting the hand that feeds you. True, but it's still your family tradition, something the Rizars studied and treasured for centuries, Freya replied. Wrong or not, it's something worth remembering, so don't be a lick. Write it down, make a recording of it, anything you want. Put all the time and effort you need to ensure that even if Dawn's teaching replaces everything you learned as a Rizar, the memory of your people will live on. You will only need to open a book or listen to your own voice to remember the feats of your ancestors. That's a great idea, Freya. He returned the embrace and gave her a sweet kiss. I don't want the Rizar traditions to die. I want our children to know about their origins. Gods, you're going to be a great father. Freya caressed his cheek and then grabbed the leather bag for her life, quickly imitated by Nalrond. Gods, you're going to be a father and I a mother, of 2. Once the panic attack passed, Nalrund asked, What about you? How close are you to crafting a dimensional crystal? I'm still at square one, she replied. I have no idea what I'm doing wrong. Here, take a look and tell me if you notice what I'm doing wrong. I'm open to suggestions. She picked up the white crystal, which soon shone with a yellow light. The basic elements for dimensional magic are air, earth, and water, so I thought to start with them. Yet look at this. Orange spots appeared amid the yellow, but instead of mixing into amber, they clashed for dominance upon contact. The 2 conflicting energies required Freya to constantly release her mana just to keep the crystal from exploding. Color drained from her face as blue pinpricks also appeared, and the world energy surged from the crystal. "See," she said as she stopped amplifying the elemental aspects of the world energy, and the crystal turned white and stable again. "It doesn't matter what element I bring out first, the little bastards don't like company. I tried starting with all the possible elemental combinations, but the result is always the same. Darkness rejects light no less strongly than it does the other elements." "Darkness?" Nalrund echoed in confusion. "Why did you use the darkness element?" "Because advanced spells like Blink or Switch use 6 elements at the same time," she replied. "I've watched Tezca's Endless Night in action, and Lith saw what the Arthen Blade can do. Both weapons are bonded to dimensional crystals and can conjure all kinds of dimensional spells. I have no idea how a dimensional crystal is made, but I know that it contains all elements but spirit." "Then why did I see you turn the crystal emerald green?" Nalrund asked. "For a theory I'm working on." Freya massaged her aching head. "Spirit magic is comprised of the 6 elements plus life force. If I can make a spirit crystal and then use dominance to take my life force away, I can get a dimensional crystal." "That's brilliant." Nalrund's eyes widened in amazement. "It's also cheating, and I don't think it can work." "And why not?" Freya grunted. "Lith always cheats his way to success. Why can't I do the same for once?" "It's different." Nalrund shook his head. "Lith cheats by making his path easier with his powers, but the path already exists. He doesn't make up new rules, he just bends those he's aware of to his favor. In your case, you are walking a new path that I doubt exists. If making a dimensional crystal were that easy, why did no Hydra make them that way? Their elders all have 7 heads, just like you have 7 streaks, and their bloodline legacy originates from Ligon. I don't know what domination exactly is or what it can do, but I'm pretty sure that if what you are proposing were possible, some genius Hydra would have done it centuries ago and shared their knowledge with the rest of the clan. Yet as far as I know, Falul has no means of producing dimensional crystals and hopes to rely on your talent as a dimensional mage to add them to her creations." Freya opened her mouth to reply, but said nothing for a while. "Point taken," she nodded. "I'm sorry if I can't explain domination to you, but know that you are right. It's a rare discipline for most species but common in Hydras. I still think I can succeed, though. Just because no one did it until now, it doesn't mean it's impossible. I'm a dimensional mage, and that's a universally rare talent. Maybe I can use it to cheat like no Hydra ever did before because none of them was a genius dimensional mage." "Sure," Nalrund said with a laugh. "That said, didn't Tezca tell you something about the secret of making dimensional crystals? Something that only a dimensional mage as tail-knitted as you could understand?" "Yes, he did." Freya took her notes out of her dimensional amulet. "I read it over and over again, but it still makes sense like the first time I heard it. Tezca said, there's a reason only dimensional mages can craft violet crystals." Chapter 3846, New Armors Part 1. "It's the same reason I can still make them even without spirit magic." Freya recited Tezca's words. "That reason is the very thing that sets us apart from normal mages. We don't feel the elements. We are the elements." A long silence fell over the room as Freya and Nalrund racked their brains to understand the meaning behind Tezca's hint. "I'm sorry, I have no idea," the Agni said. "Me neither," Freya shrugged. "In a way, it confirms your theory. You can't make dimensional crystals out of spirit magic." "Not really," Nalrund replied. "Tezca only said that he can make dimensional crystals without spirit magic. You could still be right. By the way, can Tezca use domination?" "I don't think so," Freya said. "Otherwise, he would have taught it to the other members of the organization." "How can he be a dimensional mage and not be able to use domination?" Nalrund asked in confusion. "I think he can use domination. He just doesn't know how," she replied. "He's older than the Guardians, but when you become an abomination, Magur cuts ties with you. He probably stopped feeling the elements as other than food until a few years ago." "What if he learns how to use domination?" "Without a master, that's unlikely," Freya shook her head. "Also, it's utterly terrifying." Space. By lunchtime, everyone received their adamant Voidwalker armor. They were studded with violet crystals the size of a walnut and only possessed defensive enchantments, but they were a massive upgrade compared to Lith's old prototypes. Each one of them had a power core, several defensive features based on light mastery, and gave their wearer the ability to fly with air magic. "Thank you, big brother, I look so cool." Aaron couldn't stop staring at his own armored reflection. The enchanted metal glistened like polished silver, and its frame made the young boy look much more muscular than he actually was. Emphasis on look, Lyria rolled her eyes. She and everyone else had already shapeshifted their Scalewalker armor into their everyday clothes. Under Uncle Lith's masterpiece, you are still the same annoying brat. The pot calling the kettle black, Aaron never took his eyes off the mirror as he talked. Also, have you ever heard the phrase, armor makes the warrior? What warrior? Lyria replied. The only battle you've ever experienced is against Grandma Alina to make you eat your greens. That's not true. Aaron finally turned to look at his rival, blushing in embarrassment. I wish, Alina sighed. All the tricks I used on my other children failed with you, dear. Not even Lith could work his usual magic. Speaking of magic, thanks for the bedtime dragon, Lil Bro. Renab brimmed with joy as much as the triplets stared daggers at Lith. Ever since you enchanted my house with one, sending the kids to bed in time is easy as pie. Thanks for trapping us, Wardens Lith and Sharjin, Falco grunted. Jailers, Turion added. Despots, Lennart finished, glaring at the wormling. Lith had shaped Renaz's bedtime dragon after Sharjin and had given it his same voice. The reason for this was that the whelp was always glad to help Renaz with the triplets, and most importantly, he was a part of their life. The construct called the children to bed, read them stories until they fell asleep, and acted as a warm blanket. Lith knew that, in time, the kids would grow fond of the bedtime dragon and might end up forgetting it was a spell and considering it a friend. If that were to happen, when the triplets grew up and made real friends, they would experience feelings of guilt for abandoning the construct. Even worse, Lith's paranoia terrified him with the prospect that they might learn forbidden magic to bring the bedtime dragon to life. To avoid such a scenario, Lith had used Sharjin as a base. The construct was lifelike and indistinguishable from the original. The triplets believed that the array warped the real Sharjin every night from the desert and blamed the wormling and Lith for messing with their escapades. Talk to your uncles like that again, and you can kiss your brand-new armors goodbye, Senton said. Ungrateful children deserve no gifts. You guys are the worst, Fenrir nodded. Give the armors to us, Uncle Lith. Pretty please, Lilia, Laren, and Celia joined the little girl's plea. I can get the kids friendly competition, but why are you getting involved in this too, Celia? Lith asked in confusion. Because no one in my family has an armor, she sighed. We are still using those self-repairing clothes you gifted us years ago. I know that my kids are tough and safe, but knowing they wear enchanted protections would lift a huge burden off my chest. Especially now that they tussle with the Hattie kids every other day. What about Protector? Camilla asked. I have an armor, but Falul gave it to me, and only to protect her pride as my mentor. The Skald lowered his gaze in embarrassment. I even started storing it in the Spark ever since we basically moved in here. My armor was great against opponents at the bright blue like me. Now that I face Awakened with a violet core, it's not that good. To make matters worse, Protector's Oro armor fully covered him only in his human and hybrid forms. Once she shapeshifted into a full-size Skald, Oro only covered his head, spine, and vitals, leaving most of his body exposed. Lesser or not, all dragons hated giving treasures away for free, and Falul was no exception. Ryman was her apprentice, but it was his duty to provide her with the materials for the equipment that he would imprint. Alas, between balancing his work and taking care of a large family, Ryman could only undertake short missions that allowed him to earn plenty of gold, but paid little in magical resources. Lith was supposed to know about that, but due to his busy life and protecting his family, he had forgotten about Protector's struggles. What about a few Skinwalker armor? Lith asked. They are made from regular cloth and you can forge-master them at cost. That's true, but while cloth is not expensive, the ingredients for a Skinwalker armor are, Ryman replied. On top of that, they are almost the same as those I would need for a metal Skinwalker armor. I can't waste such precious ingredients on mere fabric. I planned to save them for when I had earned enough orichalcum to craft armor for everyone, but sadly, that never came to be. I can use creation magic, or at least I can ask Grandma to, Lith said. I can recycle your ingredients at any time. Why didn't you ask me for help? Because you can, I don't, Protector sighed. I don't like depending so much on you. I can't expect you to come and fix my problems whenever something happens. To be honest, this conversation was never supposed to happen. He frowned while looking at Celia, who raised her hand apologetically. I know, and I'm sorry for pulling the rug under your feet, darling, the Huntress said, but please try to understand how I feel. Chapter 3847, New Armors Part 2. Waiting was no issue while our children were just children and spent their days playing around, Celia said. Now, however, they are awakened children, and their magical powers have increased. They can hurt each other with spirit magic when they get angry, just like they can get hurt by mistake when they tussle with the Hattie children. I'm fine not having an enchanted armor myself, but I want our kids to be safe. As long as they are protected, I don't care who I have to beg. Protector nodded and dropped the argument. He stared out a window, trying to understand what he could have done better and finding no answer. I'm sorry, but I can't offer you adamant. My reserves have been depleted recently. Lith stared at Tista, who swallowed hard and became suddenly fixated on the contents of her plate. Don't worry, Lith, I don't expect. What can I offer you instead are the old orichalcum scalewalker armors my family just returned to me. Lith cut Celia short. I'll use creation magic to recycle the ingredients, and after upgrading the armor's enchantments to my current skills, you and the kids won't have to be afraid of anything. Thank you, Lith. Celia jumped up from her seat and tackled Lith in a hug. It's no big deal, he replied while patting her back. When Ryman gets the materials to forge a master his own armors, I can get mine back and recycle them. I'm just lending them to you. Thanks anyway. She kissed his forehead and went back to her seat. I'm glad that everything is resolved, Elena said. Also, lunch is ready. Everyone moved to the dinner table, but Aaron was the only one with his armor in battle mode. He stood out like a sore thumb and clinked whenever he moved, but no one said anything. Aaron was happy for Lith's gift, and the rest of the family let him enjoy his moment. Why does this thing have no wings, big brother? Aaron asked after the main course. Because you have no wings and it would be a waste of metal, Lith replied. But Uncle Orion's Featherwalker armor has wings, Aaron countered. Because that's a battle armor, Lith shook his head. Yours is a protective armor. You are not supposed to fight. Are we clear, young man? Crystal, Aaron sighed. Can I really fly? Good question, Orion nodded. Enchantments can't carry willpower, and I doubt you've crafted memory crystals for protective gear. I'll teach you after lunch, Lith replied. Now eat. After lunch, Roz swallowed hard at the idea that the delicious food would have a short stay in his stomach before going back out. Wouldn't it have been better to do it earlier? Don't worry and trust me, Dad. Lith gave his father the thumbs up, ending the argument. Once they were done eating, the kids pressed Lith to go outside and fulfill his promise, while the adults did everything they could to delay the flying lessons. They had tea, coffee, biscuits, and ice cream to placate the children. I'm ready. Renee gulped a shot of water dragon to add liquid courage to her own. Why are you so worried, dear? Senton asked. We've flown plenty of times with the DeLorean. She would have liked to point out that if the car crashed, its enchanted barriers would protect them, whereas if they crashed, they would land on their faces. Yet there was no point in spreading her fears. You're right, dear, I'm being silly, she replied. The kids had no such worries, assuming they would soar through the sky like eagles on their first try. As for Alina and Roz, they blindly trusted Lith. To activate the flight enchantments, think about floating in the air, Lith said. Everyone closed their eyes, took a deep breath, and when they opened their eyes again, nothing had happened. Am I doing something wrong, or is my armor defective, Uncle? Lyria asked. Everything is fine, he replied. Try to take a small step, emphasis on small, Falco. Talking with one of the triplets meant talking to all of them. They nodded in unison and did as instructed. The Verhins propelled themselves in the air as if gravity had suddenly been reduced to only 1/10 of its normal intensity. Each one of them reached a different height, and then slowly fell to the ground after their momentum dissipated. This isn't a flight enchantment, but a floating one, Aaron grunted in disappointment. By itself, yes, but it also ensures that no fall can hurt you guys, Lith nodded. As Orion pointed out, enchantments can't carry your willpower, so I had to get creative. Once everyone learned how to keep their balance while floating in midair, Lith explained how to activate the second part of the enchantment. The new Scalewalker armor had what looked like exhaust ports where the wings were supposed to be. When Aaron activated the second enchantment, 2 streams of air magic came out of the exhaust ports, propelling him higher. I see. It took him a moment to understand what he was supposed to do, and a little longer to learn how to regulate the output of the air magic to balance speed and fine control of his movements. Lyria got the hang of her armor just as fast, while the rest of the Verhins had to beat their respective fears first. That's a brilliant solution to allow non-mages to fly. Orion studied how the floating and air current enchantments worked and considered how to replicate them. How did you come up with it? I'm not going to lie, I took inspiration from Morok's wings, Lith replied. You are welcome, the tyrant grunted. If you start selling that stuff or share it with the royals as part of your Magus legacy, I want either a share of the profits or my name on it. Well said, son, spoken like a true Ernez, Orion laughed. Thanks, Morok had a hard time not flinching. I don't know what is more unsettling, whether hearing a man calling me son or Orion being so friendly, he thought. Why should I do that? Lith asked. Do you think there would be a demand for that? Are you kidding me? Orion replied. It would help move the troops much faster without the need for warping arrays. On mountain terrain, the soldiers could climb any surface and reach the high ground before the enemy. On top of that, nobles would pay their weight in gold to experience flight. I get the nobles, but can the kingdom really afford to give every soldier an armor with a power core? Lith rubbed his chin, calculating the potential profits. Of course not, Orion shrugged. But it sure can make your creation Tier 1 forbidden magic. Those armors are also the dream of spies and thieves. Unless a city has an air sealing array, there is no way to stop someone wearing armor like that. Damn it, you are right. Lith discarded his dreams for new riches and focused on the progress of the different members of his family. Mom, Dad, you can use chore magic to balance yourself better. Renaa sent and don't rush it. This is no competition. Tell that to them. She pointed at the triplets who were already bolting left and right like frenzied arrows. Chapter 3848, Magical and Military Feats, Part 1. Chapter 3848, Magical and Military Feats, Part 1. Lith looked up and noticed that practice only made the triplets faster and more reckless in their aerial maneuvers. Fine, Falco, Lennart, Tyrion, slow down or I'll reforge your armors without the ability to fly, Lith said, and the triplets begrudgingly obeyed. The Voidwalker armor is really cool, big brother, but I prefer flying on my own. Aaron landed with the grace of a falcon. My flight spell is faster and more precise. Indeed, but it also takes focus and consumes your mana, Lith replied. This enchantment allows you to cast your spells while you run away in case of emergency. Also, don't underestimate me, little brother. Try using your flight spell in combination with the armor's floating enchantment. Much to Aaron's and Lyria's surprise, the Voidwalker armor reduced their weight, while the streams of air magic increased their speed and maneuverability. It also created an air blade in front of the children, shielding them from specks of dust and flying insects, and creating a slipstream effect. This is so cool. Aaron became faster and faster until he upset his stomach. His lunch worked its way up to his esophagus with increasing vigor, forcing Aaron to land before the uprising reached its predictable ending. This has never happened with my flight spell. Aaron took long and slow breaths to regain his composure. Because you never went faster than your body could handle, Lith replied as Lyria joined them, her face greener than a dryad's. Thanks to the enchantments, you can fly as if your mana core were one level brighter. Really? They asked in excitement. Did you add it to your armor as well? How fast can you go? It doesn't work for me, Lith shook his head. My mana core is too strong. The floating effect would make a negligible difference for me and take space in the power core that I can use for something better. You guys, instead, have a deep green core. This kind of enchantment is so effective only because you lack the mana and mastery to take care of the fine-tuning by yourselves. If you keep practicing magic diligently, once you reach the Cyan core, you won't need the float enchantment either, and I'll change it for something better. I see, Lyria nodded as her stomach settled down. Thank you, Uncle Lith. She and Aaron took flight again and went to help the triplets. Thanks to all the practice with Vaster's tattoos, the adults were getting better on their own, generating air currents from their hands and feet to stabilize their trajectory. Will our armors fly as well, Uncle Lith? Fenrir tugged at his pants, staring at him with literal puppy eyes. You are asking the wrong person, Pumpkin, Lith replied. Celia. Maybe, the huntress replied. But if they do, I'll get mine first. I can't let this little rascal run away in a direction I can't follow her. Also, I want the armors equipped with tracker spells to find my children. You are underestimating me, Celia, Lith said while the young Fasteros whined in unison. All my armors have trackers. Space. Later that afternoon, Lith, Solus, and Rifa returned to the tower to reset the imprint on the old Scalewalker armors and upgrade their enchantments before handing them to the Fasteros. There's something I don't get, Mom. Solus said, as she and Lith used the Tier 1 creation magic spell, Dismantle, to recycle the materials of their old prototypes. Our quasi-flight enchantments are nothing big. Just a combination of basic air magic spells. How can we be the first ones to ever come up with such a simple application of their effects? You are not the first ones, believe me. Lith and Solus needed to practice creation magic just as much as Menadian needed to craft a modern power core to hone her outdated skills. You are just the first true mages who put it into practice. I beg your pardon, Lith furrowed his brow in confusion. Think about it, Menadian replied. Mages have no need for such an enchantment, and we always like to keep our edge over regular humans. What you did is great for your family, but bad for the entire magical community. Awakened and not. In your shoes, I would keep it to myself. If your invention becomes public, the kingdom might not be happy with you. The royals. As if conjured by Menadian's words, King Meron's contact rune started to blink. You better not have jinxed it for me, Rifa, Lith said before answering. Greetings, your majesty. To what do I owe the pleasure of this call? You really don't know. Meron's stern gaze sent a shiver down Lith's spine. Not a clue. Magus Verhin, I understand that you like your privacy, but you shouldn't cut yourself off from the kingdom like a hermit. The king sighed heavily. I've been expecting you to contact me for a few days now, and I'm disappointed I had to call you first. You have a duty to the kingdom, Magus Verhin, and the crown expects better judgment from you. This doesn't make sense. Solus hid her panic behind a warm smile. How can the royals know about the new armor already? We field-tested it just a few hours ago. Maybe they have someone keeping an eye on the mansion. Lith's paranoia ran rampant. Someone like Farg. How could you disappear like that after the events of Giera? The king said, unaware of his reluctant subjects' inner turmoil. You played an important role in sealing Ruget of the Earth. You strengthened the foothold of the kingdom in Giera and brought safety to our settlers. You have helped us improve our diplomatic relationships with the elves of Medellin, the merfolk, and the people of Zelex. According to some rumors, you have even demonstrated that human evolution is possible. I've seen the recordings of the fight, and our soldiers can't stop talking about the feeling of attunement with the elements they experienced. You were there, right by their side, yet I had to learn all of this from second-hand sources. You should have contacted me immediately and given me a full report. Dealing with the press release and the public opinion alone has given me a massive headache. Lith stared at the king's hologram with a mix of relief and confusion. He was glad his paranoia was wrong and that the secret of the new armor was safe. Yet Meron's reaction to the positive result of the mission in Giera baffled him. I apologize, your majesty. You are right. I should have contacted you sooner, but I needed time to recover from the battle. I took quite a beating and my equipment was in dire need of repairs. Lith replied. With Meln still on the loose, restoring my full combat strength takes priority. I expected as much. The king nodded, yet his scowl didn't soften. For a day or two, though, you are an awakened Magus Verhin, and unless your life force gets damaged, it takes you a few breaths to recover your strength. Did the battle exacerbate your condition? No, Lith admitted. Lying would have created a pointless mess, and the truth would have been exposed the moment a competent healer checked his life force. Chapter 3849, Magical and Military Feats, Part 2. Chapter 3849, Magical and Military Feats, Part 2. Good to hear, Meron nodded. As for your equipment, you told Vladian that the Overlord would cover the repair costs. Did she go back on her word? Absolutely not, Lith rushed to say. Salark didn't mind being used as a shield to cover for the existence of the tower, but she wouldn't tolerate any slander of her honor. Then you have no excuse, the king grunted. Before moving to the main point of this conversation, I need a few answers. Is it true that your human bloodline is evolved and stable? I heard it from Ragu and my generals, but I won't believe it until you confirm it. Yes, it's true, Lith sighed, expecting another rebuke. Excellent, Meron's jovial tone foiled Lith's prediction. What about our lovely Elijah, is she? Yes, I checked it upon my return. Lith suddenly understood why the king was so interested in his personal matters. Elijah carries my same evolved human bloodline, and so does Raldorak. It can be inherited. Magnificent, Meron nodded. And it can guide regular humans to the same path, is that correct? I can't confirm that, Lith shook his head. I tried replicating the phenomenon, but nothing happened. The elemental storage had yet to recharge, but Lith preferred to lie and claim failure rather than raise the crown's expectations and be poked and prodded. It's a pity, but keep trying. Please tell your friend Ryla that if her condition ever stabilizes, the crown will welcome her with open arms. Meron sighed. What about your Omega Prime? It went toe-to-toe with a lost city, and you survived to tell the tale. Is there any chance you can share its blueprints? I know it's expensive, but the kingdom could use an anti-lost city weapon. In exchange, the crown is willing to fund all your future experiments about the Omega Prime and share with you any improvement the royal forgemasters might make on your designs. It's a tempting offer, Your Majesty, but the kingdom's resources are better invested in something else. Lith replied. Only a divine beast can shoulder the Omega Prime's burden, and only a Tiamat can power its enchantments. On top of that, if I didn't have Ryla with me, and if our human bloodlines didn't resonate, the mission would have failed. To get that output, you need one Tiamat, one farmer, and something I can't even name, let alone trigger at will. Are you sure a human can't use it? The king asked. No more than the Seaful armor can turn its wearer into the Emerald Knight. Fine, let's go back to official business, Meron said. You took down another lost city, and the kingdom has become safer and richer. I need you to clear your schedule as much as you can. To do what? Lith asked in confusion. You don't seem to understand the magnitude of your accomplishments, Magus Verhin, the king said. A victory is no victory if there is no celebration, and there can't be a celebration without a hero. I'm no hero, Your Majesty, and I couldn't defeat Rugat alone. Lith shook his head. Many people like Dawn, Vladian, and Sarah deserve as much credit as I do. Yeah, too bad that Vladian and Dawn have a dubious reputation, and they didn't fight for the kingdom. Meron snorted. The Hattie Queen is a valuable ally, but she still turns into a bloodthirsty monster the moment she steps out of a mana geyser. She can't be the one we parade to the public. You are the kingdom's supreme Magus. You played a significant role in the conflict, and your actions saved countless lives. Do I need to say more? No, Your Majesty. Lith raised his hands in surrender. What do you need me to do? First, to get out of the Verhin mansion and show your face around for more than 2 minutes, Meron replied. Second, the crown expects you to take part in a few interviews with me and the Queen. Last but not least, I need to know your projects. With all due respect, Your Majesty, not even you can order me to share my secrets. Lith's face hardened, and his voice became cold. My magical research is mine and mine alone. What in the 9 hells are you talking about? Meron looked at Lith like he had gone insane. I mean your projects for your birthday and that of your daughter. They are both going to be huge events, and I need to prepare in advance. My birthday is months away, and my daughter's is even further off, Lythe replied. Yeah, and if I leave you to your own devices, you'd throw something at the last minute and inform me the day before, the king said. Start the preparations now, and feel free to contact me in case you need advice. Now about the celebrations for the victory, I was thinking it would be the perfect moment to release the civilian Dulorian we discussed a while ago. 1 magical and 1 military feat are the perfect combination to solidify your reputation as the only supreme Magus in Maugre's history. Are the blueprints ready, or do you need more time? Even though the civilian Dulorian was far inferior to the original model, its design necessitated the creation of a whole new power core and a new crafting method. It was something that would have taken months of careful study, even to a genius forgemaster. The materials were expensive, and before attempting to craft a prototype, the mage had to identify and iron out as many flaws as they could. Lith, however, had completed the project a few days after the royals had commissioned it. The eyes of Menadian needed minutes to evaluate a blueprint and mark the parts that required further work. Then it was up to Lith and Solus to find a solution, but with their expertise, it didn't take them long. After the eyes found no evident flaw in the project, the workshop and the factory had produced a prototype on their own. After field testing its flight and defensive capabilities, Lith and Solus modified the power core and conjured a new prototype until they were satisfied with the results. The only reason Lith and Solus had yet to deliver the blueprints of the civilian Dulorian was that being efficient was counterproductive. Completing an assignment meant that the royals might assign them another, while being too fast meant raising the bar of the crown's expectations for all future projects. We finished the blueprints just a few days ago, Lith lied through his teeth, and the king smiled at the good news. I didn't send it to you because during our last conversation, you told me the tablets are turning out to be problematic. Are you sure the civilian Dulorian won't end up the same way? Nothing is certain, but I'm confident there should be no problems, Meron replied. The tablets are for everyone, whereas an expensive artifact like the Dulorian is only for those who can afford it. There's a limited number of nobles and merchants who can buy it, and even fewer who are willing to spend so much for a new, untested technology. We'll observe them closely and decide whether to increase or stop the production of the DeLorean based on how it affects society. Chapter 3850, Cynical Act, Part 1. Limiting the spread of the civilian DeLorean by setting it at a high price is a good idea. Lith nodded. I assume you won't make the blueprints public, correct? Of course, Maron said. Those interested in purchasing a DeLorean will have to bring the raw materials and pay the service fee in advance to the nearest branch of the Mage Association. The Royal Forgemasters will take care of the crafting process in Valoran. It's the only way to ensure that the blueprints won't be leaked in the near future. With every new train that entered in operation, and every DeLorean that would soon be sold to the public, the mages of the Gorgon Empire and the Blood Desert would have more opportunities to study Lith's creations and attempt to crack their cloaking runes. Stopping the foreign spies was impossible, but even if someone managed to copy the power core's structure in its entirety, they would find themselves in the same situation as the late World Tree with the schematics of Menadian's old tower. The positioning of the mana crystals, the sequences of external runes, and the mana pathways in an artifact were easy to replicate. Forgemastering its power core, however, required knowing the ingredients necessary to conjure each of the many pseudo-cores and the order in which they had to be assembled. One wrong ingredient or pseudo-core out of order, and the partial power core would collapse, wasting all the materials employed in the experiment. Origin flames could be used to salvage the enchanted metal, but without creation, magic, mana crystals, and natural treasures would be lost. The Crown is going to do everything we can to ensure that, by the time the other countries have their own DeLoreans and trains, the Griffin Kingdom has gained enough of an advantage to always be a few steps ahead of the competition, Maron said. The Royal Forgemasters are also working hard to improve on your creations, Magus Verhin. The upgraded versions will be kept secret for the exclusive use of the Army and the Association. We will disclose the advanced trains and DeLoreans to the public only once the following generation of transportation artifacts has been perfected. The kingdom will keep its edge, and the efforts of our rivals will be for nothing. 2 birds with 1 stone. Yet the royal treasury can't sustain such costs, not even with the flow of resources we receive from Giera. When the moment comes, we'll need your creation magic, Magus Verhin. I can recycle the current DeLoreans, Your Majesty, but even the trains are already beyond me. Lith shook his head. Your Royal Forgemasters have altered my blueprints and added their own cloaking runes. Unless you share the secrets of the Royal Forgemastery with me, my skills with creation magic are insufficient to unravel the enchantments of a train's power core. I see, the king rubbed the beard on his chin. What about the wagons? They are merely conduits for the energy that flows from the locomotive. I can recycle them with ease, Lith replied. It's a start, Maron sighed. As for sharing the Royal Forgemastery runes, it requires a thorough cost-benefits analysis. We'll resume this talk once the assessment has been made. What matters is your willingness to help your country, Supreme Magus Verhin. You can count on me, Lith gave the king a polite nod. Perfect, Maron said. This makes you all the more important, and we can't allow the public and the members of the royal court to forget it. Your birthday and that of your daughter must be carefully planned to leave a deep impression. Otherwise, you'll soon be embroiled in petty political schemes to ruin your reputation that I'm sure you'd rather avoid. Power without influence breeds envy, and your great power only makes your absence in the political arena more prominent, Magus Verhin. I understand, Your Majesty, Lith nodded. Let's nip these problems in the bud together. Space. Meanwhile, in the tea room of the Verhin mansion, some of the most influential and powerful women on Magar were sharing their troubles, one of them more than the others. Can you afford to be back here already, Yaga? Menadian asked. I seem to recall that no one is happy with Vladian taking every bit of Rugat's body for himself. Aren't you worried your son's so-called allies might pillage Detemmer in your absence? Not at all, the Red Mother replied. Dawnie is still there. The moment someone tries something funny, it takes me a second to reach her. Besides, everyone is still too obsessed with the spark of evolution that Lith shared with the other humans to care about a bunch of trinkets, no matter how precious. I can't believe I missed it, Silverwing grunted. I have no interest in Giera or Rugat, but that weird resonance phenomenon might have given me the first clue about my apex form. I wish I could help you, Lakra, but I can't, Menadian shrugged. Demons are no longer humans, so whatever passes for my life force was unaffected. But Effie and Verhin were, Silverwing replied. I'm sure that your tower collected a ton of precious data, but they have no intention of sharing it with me. Correct? Correct, Menadian nodded. You should have played your cards better, Lakra. You are no friend of Lith, a reluctant ally at best. Effie trusts you only as far as she can throw you, and I can't blame her for that. I know, Silverwing groaned. The worst part is that I can't blame Effie for it. Even after everything Yaga told us about Effie's relationship with Verhin, I still hate the guy's guts. By the way, congratulations on Dawn and Akala reaching manifestation again. Thanks, I'll pass the message the next time I see them. Baba Yaga was in her mother form, making her smile and the flush of her cheeks more prominent. Do you mind telling me why you haven't explained how to reach fusion and assimilation to either Dawn or Effie? Menadian asked. For the same reason no guardian will ever explain to you how to become a guardian, Rifa, Salark replied for the Red Mother. Once Dawn and Solus know the answer, the act of sharing won't be willing or altruistic anymore. It would be a cynical act, a means to an end. Solus and Dawn wouldn't open themselves up or risk their lives because they care about their hosts, but to get power in return. Yaga explained it to you because it makes no difference. You are not bound to another being, and there's no relationship that the revelation can spoil. Makes sense, Silverwing nodded. Since you are already here, Salark, can you please tell me if my apex form is identical to Valoran the First's? After all, we are both humans, and there can only be one apex of the human race. Silverwing had never taken part in the unification of the kingdom, nor witnessed King Valoran's true form. Menadian knew about it only because Valoran needed her help and the instruments of her tower to understand how his powers worked. As for Baba Yaga, she had found herself on the wrong side of the Seaful sword more than once in the past, and learned the hard way what Valoran the First was capable of. Chapter 3851, Cynical Act, Part 2. You'll be very similar to Valoran, but not identical. The Overlord shook her head. Take my children, Sinmara and Surt. Their apex form is still that of their parents, but they have gained different powers. Sinmara is a phoenix of darkness, the apex of her old dark phoenix bloodline, while Surtur is a dragon of light, the apex of his fire dragon bloodline. In the same way, the human race has one apex form, but your talents are only yours, Lakra. Thanks, a quick rap on the door cut her short. Come in. I'm sorry to bother you, but I need your help. Freya gave her seniors a deep bow before walking through the door. I've hit a tall wall with my research, but I can overcome it if you are willing to share your wisdom and experience with me. I can't speak for the others, but feel free to ask me anything you want, Menadian replied. You've been a good friend to Lith and Effie over the years, Freya. I owe you that much. Effie, Freya tilted her head to the side in confusion. Solus, the first ruler of the flames, quickly corrected her blunder. Please, don't mind my slip of the tongue and don't tell Solus about it. We'll make up our minds when we hear your questions, child, Baba Yaga said. I enjoy helping young mages on their journey, but not if they take dangerous paths. Do you know what a dimensional crystal is? Everyone nodded in reply. Do you also know how to craft one? Much to Freya's surprise, this time everyone but Salark answered with a no. I'm sorry, Freya, but I'm no dimensional mage, Menadian replied. Otherwise, all the pieces of my apprentice set would have had 7 crystals like the Seaful set, and now those of the master set would have 8 elemental crystals. I can't help you either, child. Baba Yaga shook her head. In all my years, I have never succeeded in crafting a dimensional crystal, and not for a lack of trying. The few dimensional mages I befriended over the millennia refused to teach me, while those who antagonized me preferred to die rather than expose their secrets. Sadly, I don't know the first thing about dimensional crystals either, but if I did, rest assured I wouldn't share any of it with you, Silverwing said. How is this possible? Freya was flabbergasted. All of you have the 7 elemental streaks of the elements like me. You are attuned with all elements. How can you not be dimensional mages? All dimensional mages have 7 affinities, but not all those who have 7 affinities are dimensional mages, child. The Red Mother's form shape-shifted into an Usura for a second, revealing the blessing of the elements on her arms and the emerald light of spirit magic in her eyes. I wish it were that straightforward, Menadian sighed. To be a dimensional mage, one must also be attuned with space, and there's no hair, streak, eye, head, or arm for that. It's something in your mind. Why do you think no one congratulated Lith about Elijah being a dimensional mage? Silverwing asked. She has 6 streaks already, and in time she'll gain the 7th, yet that doesn't make her a dimensional mage. Indeed, Salark nodded. I'm no dimensional mage either, and not even I can tell if Elijah possesses the necessary talent. Until she learns dimensional magic, there's no way to know. If you are not a dimensional mage, how do you know how to make dimensional crystals, Sally? Menadian asked, and the use of the moniker earned her a glare from the Overlord. One of my children, Jazier, was born a dimensional mage, and he agreed to teach me, Salark replied. I'm not going to lie, it took me decades of practice to craft my first dimensional crystal. On top of that, I succeeded only because my son mentored me the whole time, and thanks to my connection with Magur. If I weren't a guardian, I doubt that even the guidance of someone as skilled as Jazier would have sufficed. I see. Freya swallowed hard, realizing that the mountain she had to climb was much steeper than she had assumed. I suppose you aren't willing to teach me, correct? Of course I am, the Overlord snorted. Swear your eternal loyalty to me, join my nest, and my knowledge is yours. I really walked into that one, Freya said. Second question, do you know about domination? Child, anyone who reaches my age and hasn't discovered and mastered domination is either very dumb or an abomination. Baba Yaga grunted at the question, and so did Salark. I'm not that old, but I learned about domination from the Guardians, and in turn I taught Rifa, Silverwing said, and Menadian confirmed her words. What do you mean, or an abomination? Freya asked in confusion. There's a reason if ancient beings like Tezca and many other eldritches haven't discovered about domination even though they predate us Guardians. Salark replied. To become an abomination, you turn your back on Magur, and Magur turns her back on you. Abominations lose all connections with the world energy, including their elemental affinities. They can remember what they learned while they are alive, and hybrids like Tezca or Baitra can regain their bloodline abilities, but the affinities are lost to them. It's the reason abominations and eldritches use chaos magic to do everything, even opening a warp steps. Their only affinity is toward chaos. On the one hand, Freya was relieved that all those present knew about domination, or she would have gotten in trouble with Falul. On the other hand, it made her final question pointless. Is it possible to create dimensional crystals with domination? Not that I'm aware of, 3 of the 4 women replied. That's not how domination works, child. Salark shook her head. Domination is something you apply to one or more already conjured elements. It can't create anything by itself. What if I created a spirit crystal and then removed my life force with domination? Wouldn't that be a dimensional crystal? Freya asked. I tried and failed for over 600 years before giving up on that technique. Baba Yaga shook her head. Nice try, though, kid. Great minds think alike. I tried until I met Yaga, Silverwing replied. Then I asked her your same question, got your same answer, and gave up. I tried once for the fun of it, Menadian shrugged. Lakra had told me it was impossible, but I still wanted to see how much better than her I was. Alas, I didn't surpass her in that subject. Hey, Silverwing snarled. I resent that. You only beat me in Forja Mastery. I tried that technique and stopped after succeeding, Salark said, bringing the quarrel between Magi to a sudden halt. Did you get a dimensional crystal? Freya asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. No, I created a massive imbalance in the world energy that resulted in an explosion violent enough to level mountains, the Overlord replied. Luckily for me, there are no mountains in the desert, only dunes. Still, it took the wind decades to undo the damage I caused, and I would have died on the spot if not for my powers as a guardian. Chapter 3852, Not Hungry, Part 1. How big was that monocrystal to cause that kind of explosion? Baba Yaga asked. The size of your fist, Yaga, Salark replied. But the crystal was just the trigger. The real cause was the energy involved in the experiment. I used my full power to forcibly extract my life force from the spirit crystal, generating a vacuum. What was left wasn't dimensional magic, but a crippled, unstable mix of elements that endlessly absorbed the world energy in an attempt to reconnect with my life force. I was dumb and prideful, so I refused to accept my failure. I poured more and more mana to stabilize the crystal and keep the life force away from it until it was too late. When I realized how much energy I had fed to the unstable elements, they had already reached the point of no return. You know the rest. Back to the drawing board, then. I'm glad we had this conversation. Freya and the other women swallowed hard. For the first time in their lives, they welcomed failure with open arms. Space. Verhan Mansion, a few days later. Do you think we should start worrying about Zor Solus? Lith asked while they worked on perfecting Tier 5 void magic in the firing range. First, She refused to help us against Ruget, and now it's been days since the last time we got in contact with her. Maybe she's on a mission for the Master, Solus replied while switching fire into ice and light into darkness. When you served as a ranger, we disappeared for weeks at a time, and the only person we contacted regularly was your handler. Zorith is strong, and Baitra is always with her. I doubt there are many things on Magur that can hurt them. I don't know, Solus. Lith imbued fresh mana and willpower in the spell, but he failed to alter enough runes to keep the elements together as they changed before they faded away. Zor loves Elijah so much that Baitra is almost jealous of their relationship. It's weird that Zor hasn't even messaged me for a new picture or a funny video of Elijah. Also, when is the last time that Baitra has passed on the opportunity to try to make amends with you and spend time with Rifa? That's my point, Solus interrupted her flow of swear words to reply. I'm sure that they'll come here running the moment they are done with their mission. What I'm not sure about is whether we'll ever master void magic. Why is Tier 5 so farming hard? She activated the eyes of Manadian, replaying the experiment from the beginning and taking notes of all the flaws in their technique that the artifact had spotted. Because the willpower imbued in a flaming hard light construct has nothing in common with a darkness-imbued snowstorm. Lith replied, as the readings of the eyes confirmed his hypothesis. Sadly, we started from a wrong assumption. Ice can indeed change its shape at will, like light, while fire and darkness coat the construct in the same way, but it seems we can only switch the elements, not pass the willpower from one to another. This technique would have worked if we switched light into water and fire into darkness. Only then would the willpower have matched the elemental switch. Great, Solus conjured an armchair and plopped on it. The good news is that we have found a way to invert two elements at the same time reliably. The bad news is that we still have no idea how to handle the change in willpower needed for Tier 5 void magic to work. Progress, not perfection. Remember, Lith smiled, thinking back to all the times Solus had repeated those words to him. Progress should pick up the pace, she grumbled, fighting back the desire to stress-eat a plate of biscuits or two. I'm tired of learning what we do wrong. I want to learn how to do something right for a change. Someone sounds cranky. Lith raised an eyebrow. I don't remember you being so impatient when I struggled with my magical studies. That's because those were your failures, while these are mine. Solus had a hard time keeping her face straight as she did her best Manowar impression. Only idiots fail, and I'm not id. The alarms of the tower blared, cutting her short. Something was approaching the Verhin mansion fast. So fast that not even the watchtower could get a read on it. The fact that the incoming projectile tore through the defensive arrays like they were paper only made matters worse. Who would be so crazy that they would attack us on a day Kami, Elijah, and Sharjin are all here? Solus instantly shifted their communication to a mind link, not to waste time. Someone either raving mad or desperate, Lith replied. Either way, we need to do something. Unless that thing targets Elijah or someone else with a guardian watching over their shoulder at that speed, it can kill half our family before we so much as slow it down. When Solus triggered the red alert, the intruder had already breached all the external defenses of the mansion and reached its gates. When Lith warped himself and Solus on an intercept course, the projectile had already stepped inside the park where Aaron and Lyria were still playing with their friends. What's the status on the cannon vault? Lith asked, lowering his center of gravity and expanding his arms to their full size to shield the kids with his body. Fully loaded, Solus replied. Beware, though, the elemental storage is below half capacity and the spirit tank is as good as Emp. I hate it when I'm always right. The living bullet ignored the children and charged straight at Lith's heart. Even if the black and silver lightning shrouding it failed to burn him to a crisp, the raving beast carried enough momentum to impale a divine beast on the long horn on its head. Thank the gods you're here. The frenzied form of the Reiju shapeshifted into a silver-haired human who desperately grabbed Lith. You have to help me. Something has taken Zorith. What do you mean something? What happened to Zor and where is the rest of the organization? Lith embraced Baitra in an attempt to calm her down, but she sobbed so hard and trembled so much that it was impossible to make sense of the rest of her words. Space. When Xenagrosh woke up, she had no idea where she was or how long she had remained unconscious. The place was too dark to see, and her body ached so much from her open wounds that it was hard for her to focus. Why can't I see, and how can I still be injured? She thought as the harsh reality of her condition cleared her mind like a bucket of cold water. My eldritch side can see in total darkness, and my troll side can regenerate a limb in the blink of an eye. Xenagrosh shook her head, and the movement sent jolts of pain across her body. She had been left hanging from chains coming down from the ceiling long enough to make everything from her fingertips to her shoulders sore. Chapter 38:53, Not Hungry Part 2. Her feet dangled in the air, the darkness making it impossible for her to tell whether the floor was just a few centimeters away or if she was suspended over an abyss. Xenagrosh flexed her limbs one at a time, counting at least a dozen of cuts and many more bruises. Much to her surprise, the cuts started shallow on her face and the back of her head, becoming deeper as they moved down toward her navel. They stopped right below her right lung and extended all the way to her back. The sense of smell that made her the best tracker in the organization returned to her first. She smelled the sweet scent of fresh blood first, too much to belong only to her. Then, she sensed the acrid stench of rotten flesh and the metal sting of dried blood. The air instead was fresh and carried no trace of dust. This is too dirty to be a slaughterhouse and too clean to be a tomb, she thought, squinting her eyes in an attempt to catch a glimpse of her surroundings. The shadow dragon's mystical and enhanced senses slowly returned to her, but for some reason, they lagged behind her consciousness. Everything came to her dull and muffled, as if she were trapped in an invisible cocoon and could perceive the world around her only through the vibrations in the silk. The silence in the room was almost absolute, allowing Xenagrosh to sense the slow drip of something that her instincts told her was someone else's blood. There was only one more noise in the room, but she couldn't tell if it was a labored breath or a death rattle. This place looks familiar, she thought. Too familiar, I know where I am. The shadow dragon didn't panic and started to weave a simple Tier 1 chaos magic spell to free herself. Halfway through, however, the chains squeezed her wrists and turned Xenagrosh's own mana into acid, burning her veins from within. The sudden agony robbed her of her consciousness, her body too weak from its many wounds to endure more punishment. When the shadow dragon woke up again, she decided to test her strength and found it wanting. I'm not just in my human form, I'm as weak as a non-awakened human. She tried to shapeshift, and the chain's enchantments rewarded her with another lash of pain. This time Xenagrosh expected it, biting her lips to fight fire with fire. Whatever this thing is, it's not very efficient. I got my claws out before the chains stopped me. Just like with the spell, I have a brief moment of freedom before the enchantment stops me. She called upon the deepest and truest part of her eldritch form. Xenagrosh shapeshifted only the skin on her wrists, and only for the blink of an eye. The chaos energy ate at the metal of the chains, sizzling against the magic coating them. Xenagrosh's attacks lasted little, and the chains self-repaired the moment they were damaged, but she felt their hold on her weakening. 3 pulses of chaos later, she could already distinguish several shapes in the room hanging from chains no different from her own. 5 pulses and Xenagrosh realized that less than half of the other inmates were still alive. The rest were rotting, emitting the stench of decay that tormented her nose, or reduced to mummified corpses. At the 10th pulse of chaos, Xenagrosh saw rivulets of blood flowing through furrows in the stone floor that formed pools right under the prisoners. Something, most likely an enchantment, kept the blood from coagulating and the life force it contained from dispersing. That something also flooded the pools with the vigorous flow of world energy that only a mana geyser could provide. The perfect meal for an eldritch. I'm wounded and tired, yet I'm not hungry. Why don't I feel hungry? Xenagrosh swallowed hard. At the 15th pulse, a door flung open. The light coming from outside stung her eyes, making them tear up. Xenagrosh blinked fast, clearing her vision to take a good look at her surroundings. First, she raised her eyes and recognized her restraints as the Odi chains that she had seen on Lith's wrists back, when the awakened council had summoned him to decide if he was worthy of joining them, and whether humans or beasts would have taken him in. Then she looked at her fellow prisoners. The shadow dragon recognized worms, griffins, leviathans, fenrirs, garudas, and all kinds of species possessing powerful bloodline abilities among them. No phoenixes, she thought. The bastard is smart. He didn't risk a call of the blood bringing Salark to his doorstep. Who are you and what do you want from me? Lastly, Xenagrosh stared at the figure on the threshold, trying to recognize him. You are lucky, you know, he sighed, his voice not produced by flesh or wood but by his thoughts reverberating through the air. The chains can't lock well on your hybrid life force, so I had to keep you unconscious for a long while. I had to hurt you often, keeping you on the thin edge between life and death. How is that luck? Since her captor hadn't answered her questions, Xenagrosh decided to play along with his rant to keep him talking. With each pulse of chaos she released, The chain's enchantments weakened. With each pulse of chaos she released, the pool of blood and mana below her feet made her stronger. You misunderstand. The creature tilted his head to the side at an unnatural angle. You're not lucky because I hurt you. You're lucky because I can't afford to kill you. I've waited too long to find someone like you to miss this opportunity. Well, I'm Zenegrash, the final smile, and you are. Not stupid, he replied. I know you are buying time to break free from the chains and blast your way out of here. I put an alarm on them because most of my subjects are as powerful as they are unwilling to cooperate. He moved briskly along the walkways in the ground, standing in front of Zenegrash and elongating his legs to reach her eye level. But don't worry, as I said, you are lucky. I don't need to hurt you anymore, not to keep you my prisoner at least. My experiments require a great degree of pain, but we both know you can take it, especially after I allowed you to feed. You son of a... Stop talking, he said, and despite every fiber of the shadow dragon's body burning with defiance, she complied. Stop struggling. The black of Zenegrash's eldritch disappeared under the pink of her human skin, and the chains repaired themselves, robbing her of what little power she had regained. Shock and outrage made the shadow dragon's heart pound against her chest when she realized what was happening. She wanted to scream, but her mouth refused to open. She wanted to kick the creature in his round, empty face, but her body remained still. Stop thinking. Zenegrash's eyes went blank, and her furious expression became peaceful. Warm tears streaked down her cheeks as the creature cut deeper and deeper into her flesh with his claws. Chapter 3854, Breach of Trust, Part 1. Zorith's tears were just a physical reaction born out of the searing pain ravaging her body, not the expression of her emotions. She had no emotions anymore, her personality prisoner in a corner of her mind where no light or hope could reach her. Space. Verhin Mansion at the same time. It had taken Baitra a warm blanket, many cups of tea spiked with red dragon, and several minutes to stop shivering. Can you speak now? Solus asked. Yes, thank you. Baitra gulped her tea, keeping her eldritch side at bay to let the powerful alcohol soothe her nerves. Lith and Menadian sat on armchairs at either side of the Reiju, while Solus preferred to sit on the couch across Baitra's and keep her distance. Can you tell me what happened? Lith filled her cup again and handed her a plate of chocolate biscuits covered in sugar to fight the shock. There isn't much to say. Baitra clenched her blanket in frustration. Zor and I were going back home after completing a mission when something attacked us. The Master's mining operations in Giera progressed smoothly, but that also meant that the warehouses filled up with tons of enchanted metals and magic crystals every few days, and someone had to go collect them. The mining towns were surrounded by dimensional sealing arrays set in place to avoid thefts, and the hassle of finding new prospectors and crystalsmiths to replace the dead ones. Zenegrash had volunteered for the job because of her omni pocket and dragon speed. Even with the dimensional arrays, she could easily move hundreds of crates inside her pocket dimension by expending but a spark of her life force, and then return home in a matter of hours. Tezca would have been even faster, but the Master preferred to keep the Sun Eater always within reach in case of emergencies. Something, Solus echoed. Was it a living legacy or an unknown creature? I wish I knew, Baitra sighed. It moved too fast to take a good look at him, her whatever. We were flying at high altitude and full dragon speed when it knocked us out of the sky by ramming into Zor's side. We pinpointed it only thanks to... Baitra stopped for a second, struggling between her loyalty to the organization and her desire to make amends to Solus and Menadian. This is not just a matter of risking opening old wounds, she thought. If I'm not honest with them, they'll help me, but that creature would catch Lith unprepared like it did us. This is for Zorith's sake. The skull of Baitra, Zor and I have one each, and so do our fellow hybrids. Baitra handed a helmet with white crystals on either side to Solus. It had a striking resemblance to the ears of Menadian. Aside from a few aesthetic details and the modern runes used during the forgemastering process, there was one major difference with the original. By you, Mom, this is what the ears would look like if you made it today and from Yggdrasil wood instead of plain stone. Solus, mind refused to accept reality, but reality kept reaffirming itself as she studied the skull from different angles. I always knew you were talented, Baitra, but this goes beyond my most enthusiastic assessment of your abilities. I never expected you could replicate the ears after studying it for a few days. Menadian extended her hand to Solus, and she passed the skull to her. Let me guess. The Yggdrasil wood mitigates the sensory overload while away from a mana geyser and unravels complex mana flows while standing upon one. Brilliant solution. I wanted to do the same, but I had no access to a world tree. It's all thanks to Solus' rescue mission. Baitra refused the compliments. I had Baba Yaga's and Silverwing's help while we looked for the ear's unlock code. As for the Yggdrasil wood. Yes, we can imagine the rest. Lith nodded. Also, this is kind of a breach of trust that needs to be addressed, but we'd rather deal with this after we save Zorith. We need her alive to kick her ass. Thank the gods, Baitra sighed in relief. I was afraid you and Solus would be angry with me and refuse to help. Make no mistake, we are angry, Solus replied. You kept the skull hidden from us, and we probably wouldn't have learned about it if you didn't need us. She stared at the Reiju, taking a brief pause to let her words sink in. Yet you gained the means and knowledge to craft the skull because you helped me save Solus. Lith continued. For that, you have my gratitude. Also, it would be unreasonable of us to demand that you refrain from putting to use the hard-earned rewards for your work. On top of that, you came clean to us. Late, but you did. You put our survival first, and that counts for something. Had you tried to deceive us, our next conversation would have involved blades and spells instead of words. Please, continue your story. Thanks, Baitra gave her hosts a deep bow. As I was saying, we noticed the creature only thanks to the skull and responded by firing our chaos annihilations from our maws, but the bastard dodged the anti-guardian spells like it was nothing. I stepped off Zor's back to let her use her origin flames freely and give the bastard a taste of my speed when that thing hit me so hard that I immediately lost consciousness. I woke up in a deep crater in the ground a few minutes later. There was no trace of Zor or of our unknown assailant. All I know is that the bastard overpowered us as if we were dumb toddlers and didn't even bother finishing me off. She clenched her cup in frustration so hard that it shattered, spilling the hot tea all over the blanket. God's Lith, I'm so sorry. I'll pay you back, I swear. Don't worry about that. Lith grabbed Baitra's hand and stopped her from picking the pieces of the broken cup off the carpet. It's just a cup, and you should know me well enough to know that everything in this room can self-clean and repair. You're right, I almost forgot you are the miser Magus. Baitra smiled, the trembling in her hands lessening a bit. Now can you show us what you remember? For Zor, Lith asked. The mind link would force Baitra to relive those moments, to experience the shock from the ambush and the pain of Xenogrosh's disappearance all over again. Lith would have avoided renewing her pain, but there were too many details that words couldn't convey. I don't think I can, just the thought made her teeth rattle. Can you bring Elijah here, please? Sure. Solus warped to the nursery for 1 second and returned with the baby girl in her arms. Biba, Elijah giggled, happy to show off her new word. Gods, you're so smart. Solus handed the baby girl to Baitra and the tremors stopped instantly. Is it me, or has she grown bigger since my last visit? It's not you. Elijah grows as strong as a dragon. Lithsai, Dee and the baby girl puffed smoke out of her nostrils to prove her father's point. Chapter 3855, Breach of Trust, Part 2. She's missed her aunties a lot, isn't that right, sweetie? Lith asked. Yeah, Elijah nodded while looking around. Oi so. Auntie Zor couldn't make it pumpkin, but she'll be here soon, I promise. Baitra focused on Elijah's warmth and held Lith's hand. Be quick, Elijah needs her godmother. The mind link didn't show much more than what the fourth ruler of the flames had already told them. The unknown assailant moved fast even by the Reiju's standards, and changed shape and size too quickly to make out any of its features. Could it be a horde? Solus had witnessed Baitra's memories via her bond with Lith, while Menadian threw the black chains. It would explain this kind of strength and tactics. Hordes are the closest thing to a white core, and if they want, they can multiply the number of their spores at will, and with it their power and mass. That would also explain why the skull had such a hard time following its movements. The Reiju's eyes flared up with black mana in fury, but her voice remained warm and soothing. A horde's blink is almost impossible to follow because each spore opens its minuscule dimensional opening. That many signals would easily overload the skull since there was no mana geyser to fuel its keener enchantments. It doesn't explain why you are so worked up and why you came here instead of asking for the help of the other members of the organization, though, Menadian pointed out. I'm worked up because the attack was 2 days ago, Baitra replied while rocking the baby in the crook of her arm. When I regained my senses, I didn't move from the spot and called for everyone, and I mean everyone. I hoped that with the Master's arrays and Tezca's dimensional magic, we would find a clue. When that failed, we used the resonance effect between us hybrids to pinpoint Zor's position, but that failed as well. Whoever took her, they didn't leave a single trace, and wherever she is now, it's shielded against any tracking method we know. That's the reason I came here. Solus, Lith, I need your help. Zorith is the best tracker in the organization, and with her gone, the others don't stand a chance to find her. You instead have the eyes and the Tower of Menadian. You are my only hope. Please, if there's someone who can find Zor, that's you. Baitra started to cry again, and Elijah giggled and babbled in an attempt to console her aunt. I don't mean to be rude, but there's something I don't understand. Solus took the baby back, allowing the Reiju to blow her nose. If the attack happened 2 days ago, why did you come here running like that instead of just giving us a call? Why am I still acting crazy after so long, you mean? Baitra sniffled, her words making Solus blush from embarrassment. Don't worry, Solus, that's a reasonable question, and I'm happy to answer it. You see, Zor carried a precious cargo in her Omni pocket, and she is among the strongest of us. Only Tezca and Orom can beat her. That and the fact that our enemy let me live brought the Master to believe that Zor is just the first target. He thinks that the unknown assailant was just probing the means of the organization's elites, and that once they're done with Zor, I might be the next. After all, I'm the 4th ruler of the Flames. If the enemy manages to extract information about the Master's plans from Zorith, they'll learn that I'm the key to delaying the organization's progress indefinitely. To make matters worse, I Forge-mastered the Maw and the Skull. If the bastard kills Zor and imprints her artifacts, they'll find out that both pieces are in their sealed state and will need my help to unlock their full power. The Master couldn't risk losing another hybrid, especially me, so he suspended all operations and put the organization on lockdown. It's a wise move, Lith nodded. No, it's a heartless move, Baitra snarled and stood up abruptly, scaring Elijah. I'm sorry, baby girl, I didn't mean to alarm you, everything is fine. After a few seconds to regain her composure, Baitra resumed speaking. Put yourself in my shoes, Lith. I needed to contact you, but I couldn't tell anyone why. Zor and I are the only ones who know about the tower, and you have every reason to doubt the motives of the organization and its members. Yet keeping your secrets puts me between a rock and a hard place. Without your help, I have no hope to save Zor, but the Master would have never let me out of our hidden fortress unless I told him the truth. As far as he knows, you can't do anything more than the organization has already tried. If I told the Master that I wanted to visit you or Elijah, he would have sent someone with me, and we would have never had this conversation. Even if we did, and you agreed to help me, using the tower would have been nigh impossible in the presence of a witness. There is no way that someone as brilliant and ancient as one of my teammates wouldn't suspect something after noticing that your powers need a mana geyser to work. Not to mention all the lies you would have to come up with to explain your findings, Baitra sighed. I raked my brain to find a solution, but I only found one. Are you telling me that you broke out of the lockdown? Lith's eyes widened in surprise. Exactly. The 4th ruler of the Flames nodded. One of the advantages of being the resident Forge-master is that I know all defensive measures like the back of my hand, since I'm the one who put them into place. I silently deactivated everything on my way out, but either the Master has modified a few arrays without telling me or someone noticed my absence, because once I reached the exit, something or someone triggered the alarm and everyone chased after me. At that point, I started to run and never slowed down until I got here. By my mom, poor Baitra, Solus thought. I know how desperate she is because I felt the same way when those awakened kidnapped Lith and Valorin II. Unlike me, however, she couldn't ask for help. She waited 2 whole days that she could have spent looking after Zorith before escaping, not to expose our secrets. Baitra put my safety above the love of her life, and the guilt at the idea that Zorith might already be dead must be eating her up inside. Will you help me? Baitra asked. Of course we will. Solus nodded, coming close to the Reiju for the first time since her arrival. But there is no guarantee we'll find the Horde, assuming that's what we are dealing with over a mana geyser. If they took you and Zor down that easily, I doubt Lith and I will be much of a challenge without the tower. Don't worry, I have that covered, Baitra nodded. I just need your help to locate Zor the Bastard or both. Chapter 3856, We Did It Part 1. Once we find them, there is no reason for you to stay. I'll call for reinforcements and the organization will deal with the Horde, Baitra said. If Zor is still alive, we'll use the excuse her and I have prepared for occasions like this. We'll say that our bond is so deep that it allowed me to track Zor, and that her pain was so intense that it drove me temporarily insane. What if it's too late? Solus asked, moved that Zorath and Baitra had prepared contingency plans just to protect her secrets. I'll use that same excuse. Baitra lowered her gaze, holding back her tears. No one will dare contradict me or question my story in respect for my loss. They'd get nothing from it but the resentment of their best Forgemaster. Let's move out. We kept Zor waiting long enough. Lith stood up and used the warp mirror of the tower to assemble the adult members of his family. He quickly explained the situation to them via a mind link. If Zogger calls, Baitra has not come here and you haven't seen her since her last visit, Lith said. I hate asking you to lie to your sister, Kami, but there's no other choice. Don't worry about me, I'll manage, Camilla replied. What do we have to say in case Zogger or Zin ask where you have gone? Tell them the truth, Solus replied. That we have gone to our secret lab, you don't know when we'll be back, and we don't want to be disturbed unless it's a matter of life, death, or Meln. Sounds perfect. Camilla gave Lith, Solus, and Baitra a quick hug, quickly followed by the rest of the family. Please be careful, that thing is dangerous and it might want to add a Tiamat to his collection. After all, you are part Eldritch too. That's a good point, Lith furrowed his brow. Unsettling but good, we'll be extra careful with a double sprinkle of paranoia. A snap of his fingers brought him, Baitra, and Solus to the mirror hall, right in front of the control center of the warping mirror. A scaled-down hologram of Magur and its moon floated over a stone pedestal. The mana geysers that Lith and Solus had visited were marked in blue, while everything outside the warping mirror's range was crimson red. The moon was completely red, and its mana geysers flashed blue briefly whenever the moon's orbit brought them to overlap with a Megarian geyser. How do I zoom in? Baitra asked after trying and failing to access the hologram interface. One moment. Solus swallowed hard, fighting every centimeter of the way as she gave the Reiju the minimum clearance required to operate the tower warp. Calm down, it's fine, she's not the other Baitra. She won't kill you. Again. Solus repeated those words like a mantra, but her palms became sweaty and her stomach twisted into a knot. Thank you for not giving Baitra access to the tower and leaving the choice up to me, Lith. She said via the mind link, while Baitra looked for the exact spot where she had been ambushed 2 days ago. Don't be silly, Lith replied. This is our tower, our home. I would never go over your head and make you feel unsafe here. Please stop this. You are giving me diabetes, Menadian said. Mom, stay out of our head, Solus blushed. Heads plural, Menadian pointed out. Don't forget about our talk about merging assets before the tower is fully repaired, young lady. What assets? Lith asked, making Solus and the lights in the tower flash bright red. Here it is. Baitra saved Solus from the embarrassment and drew their attention to an isolated coastal area in the Zeneca region, connecting the quickest route between Vaster's Giaran mines and his household. This is where that thing attacked Zor and me on our way home. What could Zogger possibly want from port cities? Lith hadn't missed the oddity, but the Reiju had never offered details about her mission, and he didn't ask. There are no magical resources there, and I heard no unusual reports from Zeneca. Even if the organization were interested in underwater magical algae or other natural resources, they wouldn't have sent Zorath. She's weak against the cold, just like me. Unless she was sent to Giera, and the Horde chose the coastal area as the ambush spot to exploit Zor's weakness. The closest mana geyser I know is about 30 kilometers from Zalma, he actually said. It's too distant from the site of the attack to use the abilities of the tower. We'll have to fly to our destination from there and get what we can. That's not going to be a problem, Baitra replied. There is a mana geyser right here. She pointed at a reef right below where she and Zorath had been ambushed, and 2 more here and here. Her finger moved to deserted areas of the Zeneca region, a few hundred kilometers apart from the reef. I don't know the tower's detecting abilities well, but I assume that if we find a trace of Zor or her kidnapper, you can use these 3 mana geysers to triangulate their energy signatures and rule out any attempt at misdirection the enemy might have made. Back when she was still alive, Menadian had revealed the tower's ability to change its location only to a few precious disciples, and Baitra wasn't among them. The Reiju had also never learned much about the ears and eyes, including how they boosted the enchantments of the various floors of the tower. Your assumption is correct, Solus nodded, warping the tower near Zalma and then using the warp mirror to cover most of the distance from the nearest mana geyser. Do you mind telling me how you know the location of so many mana geysers? Korg was an eldritch for almost 700 years, Solus, Baitra replied. She traveled all over the kingdom, and for those like her, Amana Geyser is a 5-star hotel. An eldritch can use it to recover from the most grievous wounds without leaving behind a trail of corpses that would expose her position. Amana Geyser is not only an energy source for those like her, it's the perfect hiding spot. Let me guess, Lith said. Since the most important members of the organization are abominations and eldritches, after joining the Master, they share the location of the Mana Geysers they discovered over the millennia. Correct, Baitra nodded. We use them as rest points while traveling from one corner of Garland to another. It's not like we can use the Warp Gate network. Is that important? Quite, Lith replied. It makes me wonder why your enemy attacked you so close to Amana Geyser where you and Zor are your strongest. In their shoes, I would have pushed you toward the sea. The water would have weakened Zor and neutralized most of your lightning attacks. That's true, Baitra stuttered in realization. How could the Master not think about this? How could Tezca? I don't think they did, Solus replied, drawing an utterly confused look from the Reiju. Baitra, you are still shocked from the attack and worried sick about Zor. Chapter 3857, We Did It, Part 2. You are not thinking clearly, or you would have noticed this yourself. Think about it, Solus said. What's more likely? That some of the smartest people you know miss an obvious detail, or that they just hide it from you and put their base on lockdown exactly because they know what they are dealing with. Space. Somewhere else at the same time. Xenagrosh couldn't move a finger as her captor gutted her open like a fish. She couldn't even think as he cast one spell after another. Some he used on her, others on himself. Yet even the slave array that shackled her had its limits. Xenagrosh could still see from her unblinking eyes and listen to the ramblings of the creature. The thing in front of her looked humanoid only in the widest sense of the term. The 2 lower limbs that supported his weight ended in 3 long fingers, 2 in front and 1 behind, which allowed him to adjust his height and angle as needed. Things that could be called arms only because they came out of his torso sprouted and disappeared under his oily skin, each ending in a different tool with a different purpose. Some, like knives and retractors, she understood. Others, like what looked like a nut-sized mana crystal on top of a flesh wand or a pincushion, escaped even the grasp of her dragon eyes. Yet they all had one thing in common. They all inflicted upon her searing pain that would have killed a normal divine beast 1,000 times over. The creature took great care to pause his experiments from time to time and loosen her chains. Each break lasted just enough for Xenagrosh's black and white cores to replenish their strength and allow her to survive the next series of tests. The creature had an uncanny understanding of the limits and abilities of Xenagrosh's body. The nourishment healed her wounds and restored her stamina, but wasn't enough to launch a single attack even in the case she somehow overcame the effects of the slave array. I've never seen spells like these, but I know what they are. Sealed in a black corner of her mind, Xenagrosh tried to uncover the nature of her enemy. They are all diagnostic spells for body sculpting. If not for these goddamn chains, my black core would feed upon the light element and foil any attempt to study my life force. This bastard is crazy, but he is also a genius. Even the Master never got the opportunity to observe an Eldritch's life before I became a hybrid. I see, the creature whispered. This is why I always failed. He had no mouth to speak and used air magic to do it, but his voice wheezed and gasped like an old man on his deathbed. He took ink and paper out of what Xenagrosh recognized as an omni pocket. He took notes after notes, filling almost half a book with his findings and observations. All the while her skin remained cut open and her organs exposed to the air. The creature closed the tome with a thud and stored it away before resuming his experiments. He conjured more unknown spells, each one complex and twisted beyond what Xenagrosh had ever seen. The blood from the pools rose from the ground, joining the pure world energy from the geyser below and the mana of the creature's spells. Together, they formed a shining golden sphere that floated in the space between the shadow dragon and the creature. The sphere was filled with everything a healthy eldritch craved, let alone a deeply wounded one. Yet Xenagrosh's skin crawled at the kiss of the golden light, and every fiber of her being strained itself to pull her away from the sphere, but to no avail. The chains blocked the shadow dragon's powers as much as the slave array controlled her mind. When the sphere started to move, she tried to close her eyes, but they ignored her pleas. She tried to grit her teeth, expecting the effects of the spell to be much worse than its light, but her jaw remained slack. Then the sphere bolted forward, but against the creature. As Xenagrosh inwardly sighed in relief, The creature screamed with all the agony that she had endured until that moment and more. He screamed at the top of his lungs, all 8 of them, and opened dozens of mouths across his body to express the depths of his suffering. He screamed for so long that Zenegrosh forgot about her own wounds. During all that time, the golden tendrils connecting the sphere to the creature, the mana geyser, and the blood multiplied in number. The creature never lost his focus, guiding the sphere deep past his skin and deep inside his flesh. Or rather, where his flesh was supposed to be. The sickening golden light that violated her eyes revealed the creature's secret. There was no oily skin, just a smooth, featureless surface. There were no organs under the ripples caused by the entrance of the sphere, only a jet-black substance. These are Forgemastering spells, Zenegrosh thought as the truth dawned on her. Forbidden Forgemastering spells, and this bastard is an eldritch. The screaming stopped the moment the golden sphere disappeared inside the chaos of the creature's body. The many mouths panted as if he needed to catch his breath, but it was just muscle memory triggered by the prolonged suffering. I think I did it. We did it. The creature straightened himself, and Zenegrosh cursed herself for not realizing sooner that his pupilless white eyes were no eyes at all, just 2 pools of decay. I have to admit that I would have never done without you, sister. Zenegrosh reeled in shock and disgust at the affection contained in those words, but she still had the presence of mind to notice 2 vertical black lines appearing amid the decay of the creature's eyes. Space. Zeneca region, Argyle Gulf at the same time. After reaching the site of the ambush, Solus marked the geyser with her energy signature and made the tower appear. She warped everyone inside the watchtower, and Lith took position on the command throne. Gods, it's beautiful. Baitra had never seen the 4 pieces of the Menadian set assembled before. The mouth, eyes, and ears fitted together to form a full helm that connected itself to the hands via black cables to further enhance their abilities. Thanks, but I prefer to be called handsome, Lith replied. I wasn't talking about you, Baitra chuckled. Then consider me offended. There were many things she would have liked to say, and even more she would have liked to ask about Menadian's masterpiece, but none of it was worth prolonging Zorith's capture of even 1 second. Be serious, please. Did you find something? More than something, Lith replied as a hologram of the readings of the watchtower appeared in the middle of the room, and it's all bad news. The energy signatures of the hybrids and their unknown assailant were still perfectly clear even days after the attack. Baitra's trail streaked the air with yellow and black, Zorith with black and white, and their enemy with broad black lines. Chapter 3858, Redundancy Part 1. An eldritch? Baitra read the report out loud. And much stronger than me and Zor. Are you sure that's not just a spell? With a mana geyser at their disposal, a horde could have taken their time and weaved a powerful array to knock us down. I'm sorry, Baitra, but there's no mistake, Solus replied. These are the movements of the eldritch. She pointed at the jet-black strokes that painted the air, and these are his spells. She zoomed out on the hologram and removed the filters, revealing colossal black pillars that blot out the entire area. Lith filtered out the energy signature of the eldritch's spells to follow his movements. Otherwise, with that much interference, we would have never noticed that after defeating you and Zorith, he opened a chaos steps headed north. How can you tell he moved north? Baitra asked. It's just an assumption, but a reasonable one, Lith replied. People always instinctively open a warp steps in the direction they are moving towards. It helps them remember the dimensional coordinates and gives us a starting point for our research. Wait a second. Baitra felt the tower powering up with world energy for a warp and raised her hand to stop it. Something is off. Are you sure that this eldritch is stronger than me? Just as I'm sure you are stronger than me, Solus shrugged. Why? Because it's impossible, Baitra replied. I am one of the youngest among the members of the organization, but even I know there's a limit to the strength an eldritch can reach. We are no white cores. We have no apex form, and without a physical body, there is no possibility of developing new bloodline abilities. We can't use most pieces of equipment, build ourselves mage towers, and there's no possibility for further evolution. An eldritch is a dead end, a disaster-level scavenger, but that's it. People like Tezca, Orolm, and Nelia reached that limit millennia ago and failed to surpass it until they met the Master, or they would have never joined his side. The only differences between them were their spells and eldritch abilities. It's the reason Orolm was even stronger than Tezca before they received their monster cores. Tezca wasn't the strongest, Lith echoed in disbelief. No, he was, Baitra shook her head. With identical black cores, Orom's breakability gave him a much greater destructive power. He could have killed any of us and most white cores with a single spell. But who cares about this? Focus on saving Zor, please. I am focusing on it, Lith replied. I'm looking for an explanation for this Eldritch's strength. I won't take part in the rescue operation, but unless we understand who we are dealing with, there is no telling if you can save Zor before he kills her. Space. Lith and Solus reached the other 2 mana geysers and conjured the tower again. He's come here in the recent past, but there is no trace of him, Solus said while on the geyser to the west of Zalma. He was probably looking for the best spot to ambush you. The only trace I can find of the unknown Eldritch points to our earlier position. Once they reached the mana geyser north of Zalma, the watchtower's readings confirmed Lith's hypothesis. He's headed north, Solus said. I can perceive a faint trace in the distance. I think he opened another Chaos Steps there. Only one way to know. Lith moved to the warping mirror and opened a dimensional corridor going as far as the tower could make it. Then he leaned past the threshold of the steps while wearing the eyes, doubling their range. Confirmed, it's the Eldritch's energy signature and there's even Zorith's, Solus said. Do you know of another mana geyser in that direction? Baitra didn't reply for a second. Most of the mana geysers were hidden from life vision by the elders of the awakened council who owned them. A few of the geysers were unknown even to the council, and the organization used them as safe houses for their dealings. Revealing their existence to an outsider was an act of treason that might have gotten Baitra killed, or at least shunned by her newfound family. Yes, there is a mana geyser just 300 kilometers northeast from there. She pointed at a location on the world map near the Wigan region. I'll worry about the organization later. If something were to happen to Zor because of me, I'd never forgive myself, she thought. Stay where you are, Lith said. I'll fly at dragon speed and summon the tower after I imprint the geyser. Space. Tower warp after tower warp, Lith and Solus found themselves at the borders with the Gorgon Empire and then crossed them. We are on the right path, Menadian said. The energy signature is getting stronger and its lingering traces fresher. This guy has traveled a long way to capture Zorith. Do you have any idea why? No Eldritch would be so stupid that they would make an enemy of the organization without a very good reason. Just studying your habits and routes must have taken him months. I have no clue, Baitra replied. An Eldritch has no use for Zor's artifacts, and she would never betray the organization. If she has captured her for information, she'd rather die than talk. Space. Somewhere in the Gorgon Empire at the same time. I have been a fool, the Eldritch known as Raum the Wanderer said. I've wasted so many years, so many precious specimens in amateurish experiments doomed to fail. Now, however, I have succeeded, and the path in front of me is clear. As much as I loathe to admit it, I need to steal the secrets of the work of this so-called master to further my research. How many hybrids are there in the organization? I'd rather die than talk, Xenogrosh thought. 15, yet she answered the question. Her enslaved mind had no care for honor or loyalty, only to follow the orders of its master. How many of them can use life maelstrom? Raum asked. 2, a griffin and a Garuda. Redundancy, he nodded. A wise principle. I can tinker with the first as much as I want if I have a spare. What about elemental flow? Still 2 but different hybrids, a Fenrir and a Leviathan, Xenogrosh replied. Excellent, but that will come later. First, I need the 4th ruler of the flames. Where can I find her? Raum said. I don't know, she replied. What do you mean you do know? The Eldritch's eyes narrowed in annoyance. In a case like mine, the organization's standard procedure is to suspend all operations, regroup at a location chosen on the moment by the master, and enact a full lockdown, Xenogrosh explained. I am strong and know too much about the organization. Since you've managed to capture me despite our buddy system, the master won't offer you an easy prey. He'll focus on identifying the threat, finding it, and eliminating it. Again, a wise man, Raum emitted a low growl. I lack the strength to take on the entire organization in its own home. For now, if I contact Baitra and threaten your life, will she come to me? Chapter 3859, Redundancy Part 2. Yes, Xenogrosh tried and failed to bite off her tongue. How do I contact her? The Wanderer had to be careful and precise in wording his questions. The victim of a slave spell was obedient, but not cooperative. If given the chance, Xenogrosh would answer literally or omit everything she could. You can't. Total lockdown. The master has taken and stored away all the contact amulets of the members of the organization, the shadow dragon said, making him curse. Fine, if I can't have the fourth ruler of the flames, the first will have to do, Raum said. Is Verhin part of the organization? No. Then he won't take part in the lockdown, the Eldritch nodded. If I contact Verhin and threaten your life, will he come to me? No, he will contact the organization and let them lay an ambush for you. How many chances do I have to come out of his mansion alive, and with a hostage? Close to none, Xenagrosh replied. Pick the wrong baby or attack the wrong person, and the 3 guardians of Garland will smite you together. I can't fight 3 guardians either, Raum snarled. How do I get Verhin to come here? Xenagrosh buried her smile as deep as she could. She shielded her thoughts with every trick she had learned after becoming a victim of the Golden Griffin's unwavering loyalty array. The Eldritch's slave spell brought the smile to the surface and swatted Xenagrosh's tricks away like flies. You wait. Are you saying he's coming for me? Raum frowned when the shadow dragon nodded. Explain your reasoning. By now, Baitra must have escaped the lockdown. She won't stop until she finds and rescues me, but she can't do it alone. Xenagrosh struggled with all her might to shut her own mouth, but the only result of her struggle was a slight twitch in her limbs. She'll ask Verhin for help and he'll find you. He's the best tracker on Maugr. Don't ask me why, she thought. Please, gods, don't let him ask me why. That's preposterous, but you can't lie to my slave array, not with the weakness to such spells carved by design into your very life force. Raum rubbed the part of his face where his chin once was. Don't worry, sister. I'm not cruel. Once I'm done with my research, I'll free you from the master's yoke. I'll free you from the illusion of the flesh like I did for myself. I'll free all our siblings who are willing to follow my lead and build a new world. A flashing red light drove the darkness of the lab away like a bloody sun, and several blaring alarms cut the Eldritch short. Can this really be Verhin? During his travel back to his base, Raum had taken care of setting up detection arrays every time he opened a Chaos Steps. Collapsing and relaxing the space wasn't enough when dealing with the legendary inventor of dimensional magic himself. Raum believed to be stronger than Tezca already, but only if they fought one-on-one. The alarms activated and self-destructed the moment a powerful energy signature entered their detection range, buying the Eldritch the time to identify the enemy and start the evacuation of his base. Raum had prepared many labs and even more contingency plans. As long as he managed to move his books and resources, the discovery of his current location was but a minor inconvenience. The Eldritch watched as something approached at unsettling speed, setting off a proximity alarm after the other. Whoever the intruder was, they didn't need to follow Raum's trail anymore. Somehow, they saw through his decoys and misdirection, aiming straight for his hidden base, as if they could detect his energy signature despite the distance separating them, and the many cloaking arrays shielding the facility. Space. Gorgon Empire, Kornog region, on the flight path to Raum's hideout at the same time. I call myself paranoid, but this guy is on a league of his own, Lith said as he shared the burden of the eyes with Solus and Rifa. He took several detours, warped in and out of booby-trapped underground caves, and then covered the last 500 kilometers by flight. He has even cloaked his place so well that we can't pick up his energy signature even from so up close. Yeah, Solus replied. If not for the eyes, we would have lost his trail and maybe even gotten hurt badly. Even worse, we would have alerted him of our presence. They were certain that Zorith and her kidnapper were in the area because there was no fresh trace of them past the Kornog plains. Their energy signatures didn't disappear like it would if they had crossed over another warp steps. The eyes could see the descending trajectory of the 2 Eldritches as they landed, but once they reached the ground, both energy trails faded off under the effect of a powerful cloaking array. Thank the gods Eldritches can't wear cloaking objects or we would have never found them. Baitra shuddered at the idea. It's better not to get too close. Just give me the coordinates of the point where he landed and the organization will do the rest. Eldritches lacked a physical body, and the enchantments of a cloaking object suppressed and dispersed energy. Instead of hiding the presence of an Eldritch, a cloaking object would scatter their form and drain their power. It's not that easy, Lith said. The guy uses this entrance often, and there is too much accumulated residual energy to obtain a clear reading. We need to get closer. Valia and Vergrave appeared along with their corpses, taking the form of demons of the fallen. Once they reached 6 Eyes, Lith also conjured Tryon and Locrias as demons of the darkness. Menadian was already there, hidden in Lith's shadow, not to waste her energy just to keep up with his dragon speed. "Isn't this a bit too much for a recon?" she asked while Lith gave everyone their blade spell equipment. "Against someone who can single-handedly overpower Bytra and Zor in a few hits, there is no such thing as too much," Lith replied, trying and failing to activate the ears of Menadian. There were too many powerful energy flows in his surroundings for his brain to process, and without a mana geyser, there was no way to activate the synesthesia effect. "I'm with him on this." From the moment Lith had informed her they had reached their destination, Bytra had wielded the absolution and partially shapeshifted her body. "I won't get caught by surprise again." Small black scales covered her fingertips, elbows, knees, and feet, generating gentle air currents that ruffled her clothes from within. A scaled-down form of her main horn came out of her forehead, surrounded by a tiny thunderstorm. "I still think this is over." "Watch out!" Bytra used both her feet to kick Lith down with her considerable strength, and pushed Menadian and Solus in opposite directions with her hands. A black ray the size of a skyscraper passed through the point where Lith's right side of the body had been until a moment ago. The impact with the ground caused a localized quake and opened a fissure so deep that even the Tiamat's eyes couldn't see its bottom. Chapter 3860, Favorite Toy Part 1. "That chaos spell might have killed you, Bytra." Solus looked around with the monocle of Menadian, scanning the area for the energy signature of their enemy. "Thank you for risking your life for us." The Reiju was the only one in her original position, yet she was miraculously unscathed. "I didn't risk anything," Bytra replied. "The guy already let me live once, and the spell was meant to maim Lith's right wing, arm, and lung. He wants to take us Ali." A black bolt of energy crossed dozens of kilometers in an instant and appeared behind the fourth ruler of the flames' back. Raum reformed his right hand and lunged his extended fingers at Bytra's spine to break it like during their first encounter. Such is the weakness of the flesh, he thought. Once burdened with a sack of meat, even a mighty eldritch can lose her consciousness to a heavy enough wound. Luckily for me, it takes much more than this to kill her. The extended chaos claws cut through flesh and bones, decapitating Bytra with ease. "No," Raum's white eyes widened in horror. "I've become too strong. I didn't have the time to get accustomed to my new power, and now my prize is lost." His prize turned out to be an afterimage left by the real Bytra as she moved behind Raum and lodged the absolution in his head, squashing it like a bug. Solus struck next, unleashing a barrage of spirit-imbued darkness spells that struck from every side. No other element could wound an eldritch, and without spirit magic, the darkness element was too slow to be effective. Solus, Lith, and his demons assumed a battle formation while keeping a safe distance from the eldritch, not daring to come too close until they understood the nature of his powers. "Don't worry about me and do it," Bytra said. Her opponent was barely putting any effort into his attacks, yet she had to give her all to dodge the flurry of claw sweeps that threatened to tear her limbs apart. Her allies conjured a darkness-sealing array that blocked her chaos spells and abilities, but the unknown eldritch fared no better. Lith took a deep breath and unleashed a jet stream of dread flames that struck Raum with the speed of a laser and the momentum of a freight train. The Wanderer raised his hand, discovering the effects of the darkness-sealing array only when it was too late. His chaos-based spells failed to activate, his air barrier burned into nothingness, and the wall of ice he conjured evaporated. The silvery fire drowned Raum like a raging river, inflicting him pain and wounds the likes of which he hadn't suffered in millennia. Back then, the dread flames would have threatened the eldritch's life, but now they weren't enough to make him flinch. If not for the change in the eyes, reading of Raum's energy signature, Lith would have thought his enemy immune to the mystical flames. "Remarkable, maybe there's merit in keeping you alive," Raum said as he morphed into a black bolt again and darted in front of Lith. The Tiamat was huge, while the fist of the eldritch was no bigger than a man's. Yet the punch sent Lith's head snapping back and opened a hole in the Davros adamant alloy of his helm. While the Tiamat was still recovering from the blow, Raum grabbed the Voidwalker armor from one of its metal spikes and tossed it down with a casual gesture. Lith found himself spinning out of control, hitting the ground with a loud boom before he could understand what had just happened. His wings broke, his ribs shattered, and a second concussion blurred his vision. "You sadden me, little brother," Raum shed small tears of chaos. "How could you two fall for the illusion of the flesh? You could have been a predator like me, and instead you chose to be a weak prey. Shameful." Bytra moved to intercept him, but the Wanderer was too fast. By the time she reached Raum's position, he was already bolting toward the ground like a meteor. Even the eyes failed to follow his movements, reporting his position in dozens of places at the same time until he stopped long enough for his energy trail to disappear. Don't hold anything back. Menadian and the other demons had started to weave their respective blade spells as soon as they had been summoned. There's no point having an ace up the sleeve of your funeral dress. Demons were abominations, but they were weaker than Lith, and it was clear that he was weaker than the Eldritch. The only possible answer against such an overwhelming opponent was overwhelming might. Raum landed feet first on Lith's crumpled form. The impact made the landing crater several meters deeper, and the rib fragments pierced Lith's lungs, sealing his breathing technique. "You're lucky I need you alive, little brother," the Wanderer said. "I'm aware your demons would fade upon your death, and even though you are pathetically weak, you are still one of us. Once I'm done with Menadian, we'll discover together what I can learn from you, what secrets your flesh hides, and what powers I can help you set free." "Fuck me sideways." Solus didn't call upon her mother's name not to disrupt Menadian's focus. "I know we never fought an Eldritch, we only survived encountering one. Yet I would have never expected that the gap in our strength would be so dramatic, even after Lith reached the bright violet." She threw her hammer with all of her considerable strength, conjuring the Furies' flight enchantment. Baitra did the same, activating her hammerfall enchantment while fully shapeshifting into her true form. "I can barely follow his movements by reading the air currents he produces," Baitra thought. "I need to go all out or we'll end up like Zor." 18 Davros hammers struck Raum from every side, each carrying the strength of a divine beast and the destructive power that only the genius of a ruler of the flames could bring to life. 18 Davros hammers disappeared into thin air, causing only ripples in the black slate that the Wanderer's chaos skin was. "What?" Solus and Baitra's blood froze, afraid that their prized weapons were lost forever. The rage from losing her wife first, and now one of her dearest creations, drove the fourth ruler of the flames mad with fury. She neighed at the top of her lungs, charging at Raum while enveloped by a storm of lightning and fire. "Well, thanks." Raum's slap intercepted the galloping Reiju as though she were still, sending her to crash against Lith's broken chest plate. "You've saved me the time to chase after you." The demons narrowed their eyes and said nothing as they unleashed 5 blade tier spells at the Wanderer at the same time, making it impossible for him to dodge. Baitra's attack had failed, but her intervention had bought the demons the time they needed to complete their spells. That's problematic. Raum repelled the attack with his own blade tier spell, Pillars of Eternity. The Eldritch's blade spell swallowed the demons and retraced their paths, akin to fire with gasoline. The raging bursts of energy consumed the demons and destroyed their equipment in an instant. The darkness-sealing array faded with their bodies, restoring the Wanderer's full might. Chapter 3861, Favorite Toy Part 2. Baitra coughed up a mouthful of blood and spat it to the side, ensuring that her acidic blood wouldn't worsen Lith's injuries. She activated the power of the Maw of Baitra and conjured a chaos annihilation while the darkness-sealing array was still fading. The anti-guardian spell moved faster than Raum had ever seen and caught him by surprise. The annihilation struck before his enchanted barriers could fully form, piercing through them like wet paper. Once again, the Wanderer took the blow almost in full. Once again, if not for the eyes, Solus would have thought the creature to be unscathed. "The problem is not that we are weak." Solus wielded the sage staff and prepared for her last stand. "That guy is just too strong. What kind of monster can outspeed Baitra, cast a blade spell with no equipment, and withstand that much punishment?" The readings of the eyes of Menadian brooked no doubt about that. Raum wielded no weapon and wore no armor, yet Pillars of Eternity was a powerful blade spell that carried the combined might of several power cores. On top of that, both the Dread Flames and the Chaos Annihilation had dealt no visible damage to the Eldritch. "Yours is a dangerous spell, sister." Raum traced lines in the air with his fingers, forming a Chaos Annihilation with blinding speed. "Is there a way to defend against it?" He released his anti-guardian spell with intentional delay, giving Baitra the time to conjure a Decay Bastion. "What the heck?" The Reiju felt barely any pressure on her barrier. Raum's annihilation possessed little destructive power. His goal was to expose Baitra's countermeasures, not kill her. She was his true objective, and he needed her alive. "Thanks, sister." The Wanderer conjured a bastion of his own and crashed against the fourth ruler of the flames in his black lightning form. "Now sleep." The two bastions canceled each other, leaving Bytra's head open against Raum's electrified touch. Her body sizzled and writhed uncontrollably as the chaos-infused spell robbed her of her consciousness. Then he raised his head to meet Solus' gaze and take note of the many spells she kept at the ready in the safe staff. "Come down, little girl, or I'll kill Verhin." The Wanderer pointed a finger brimming with chaos energy at the unconscious Tiamat's head. "Now that I have Bytra, I don't need Menadian anymore. I can't control her without you, and I need to be sure that I can control you through Verhin. Yet keeping a disgusting, useless sack of flesh like you alive is a bother I'd rather avoid, even if it costs me the secrets of Verhin's power. So do me a favor, little girl, struggle, defy me, die in a senseless fight against me. Give me a reason to break Father's new favorite toy." The savage smile filled with hatred that appeared on the Eldritch's face destroyed any will Solus had to fight. Raum was neither bluffing nor wrong. He already captured Bytra, and unless Solus revealed the tower's existence to him, the Wanderer had no reason to keep Lith alive if he couldn't control Menadian. "Father," Solus came down with her hands raised and as many spells as the sage staff could contain. "Do you mean the Master?" "No, he means me." Ligon extended his right arm in a palm strike that Raum countered with a mirror movement. The resulting clap sent Solus flying for over a kilometer, her body skipping off the ground like a smooth stone on the surface of a lake many times before all the momentum was dispersed. The crater where Lith's broken body lay turned into a flatland hundreds of meters across and dozens of meters below the ground level. Lith and Bytra survived the shockwave only thanks to the Father of all Dragons' protection. The defensive enchantments of their armors were too weak to shield their owners from damage of that magnitude. "You've gotten strong, Azith?" Ligon looked at his bleeding palm, unsure whether to be impressed or disgusted by his son's accomplishments. "Too bad you had to fall into an eldritch to achieve this power." "Father," Raum's voice trembled in shock, "you can't be here, not now, not yet." Before Ligon could even formulate a thought, the Wanderer conjured his most powerful eldritch blade spell, Death Blossom. The Wanderer's entire body overloaded with all elements in an instant and exploded in a torrent of energy beams, each the size of a train. "This is not a chaos spell." Ligon cast a darkness-sealing array that had no effect on Death Blossom. "This thing contains all elements but spirit magic and moves way too fast to intercept it." Most of the spell was aimed at Lith and Bytra, only a small part would have struck the Guardian. At least 100 energy beams converged at Solus' position while the rest scattered in every direction. The Guardian sighed, raising a protective shield around the fallen warriors and leaving himself exposed. Death Blossom ripped his clothes and opened several shallow wounds across Ligon's body. The battering downpour of destruction lasted for several seconds, and when it stopped, there was no trace left of Raum. "Wake up, kid, we have to move." Ligon used his breathing technique, Worldkeeper, to heal Lith and Bytra before warping them to Solus' position and healing her as well. "What happened?" Lith asked. "Where are we?" "Away from that." Ligon jabbed his thumb over his shoulder just a split second before a massive explosion formed a mushroom cloud right where the group had stood until a moment before. "Azith triggered the self-destruction mechanism of his lab as soon as I appeared." "Who's Azith and why didn't you stop him?" Bytra didn't feel grateful for the rescue, only angered at the Guardian. "Why did you save Lith and not Zor? Isn't she your daughter as well?" "Azith is another of my children, and I didn't stop him because if I did, Lith would have died." Ligon replied, his tone calm and polite. "I didn't save Zorith not because I didn't want to, but because I couldn't." The cloaking field of the lab was powerful enough to cloud her position to my senses, and I couldn't focus on cracking it while protecting you all. In case you doubt my love for my daughter, know that she's the only reason you are still alive, child. I owe you no protection. Your existence is irrelevant at best for me and dangerous at worst. Not to look the gifted dragon in the mouth, but why did you save me?" As the concussion cleared, Lith injected mana into the Voidwalker armor to repair it before the armor's enchantments collapsed. "You never had qualms about letting me die in the past." "You are right, but also wrong." Ligon used his breathing technique to investigate the area, finding no trace of his wayward son. "I've never protected you from the consequences of your actions, and I never will. Yet when I asked your parents for a sample of their blood, I promised your mother that I would protect you from my enemies. Azith was about to kill you only to hurt me, so here I am." "Thanks, Mom," Lith and Solus said in unison while turning to look in Lucia's direction. Chapter 3862, A Method to His Madness, Part 1. Let me guess. Menadian's body slowly reformed while her equipment had already completed its self-repair. You protected Effie from that monster of a spell only because Lith would have died if the tower drained him to keep her alive. Correct, Ligon shrugged. It's also the reason Azith managed to escape. I could have protected Lith while chasing after Azith, but I couldn't protect Solus as well. That blade spell was very powerful, and I couldn't risk Azith pulling another trick while I was too far away to intervene. No matter the reason for which you saved my daughter, you have my gratitude. Menadian checked Solus, legs, arms, chest, and face for injuries, and then wrapped her in a tight embrace. And mine, Lith gave the Guardian a deep bow. I'm happy to be alive as well, but this explains nothing. Baitra sighed in frustration. Who's Azith, and why have I never heard of him? More importantly, how can he be that powerful? He is, or rather was my son, one of my firstborns. Ligon replied, warping everyone back to the secret lab's location. It's no wonder you don't know Azith, because he was born over 50,000 years ago. He was a good son and a good mist dragon. He lived until his spark went out at the ripe age of 10,563 years, surrounded by the love of his many children and grandchildren. Doesn't sound like the story of someone who turns into an abomination. Lith conjured a gravity spell to lift the debris slowly and search for clues about where Raum might have brought Zorith. That's what I thought myself to this very day, the father of all dragons nodded. I was there when the first patriarch of the Mist Dragon bloodline died. I attended Azith's funeral. This wasn't supposed to happen. Yet it did, as the rocks floated higher and the air sealed under the debris of the lab flowed to the surface. Lith fell to his knees. He felt something terribly wrong in the air, the mana, the rocks, and the world energy coming from the ruins. Everything was wrong. Lith started to puke uncontrollably, his body shaking in revulsion with each breath he took. What's happening to Lith? Solus knelt to check on him when the eyes of Menadian flashed red with warnings, its readings scrambling into senseless words and numbers. Forbidden magic, Rifa replied. Lots of it, more than I've ever seen and of a kind I've never encountered before. This is worse than I thought. Ligon's face twisted into a grimace of disgust. Please allow me. A wave of his hand shielded everyone from the vapors, stabilizing both Lith's condition and the eyes' readings. A second flick of the Guardian's fingers exposed a wide network of underground tunnels and caves. The fire and heat of the explosion had erased every trace of Raum's work. His spells had destroyed themselves, leaving nothing that even Ligon's eyes could study. Only the air trapped under the rocks still carried a whiff of what had transpired there. Blood and charred flesh. Ligon sniffed the air despite the revulsion it caused him. Many races and even more lives have been sacrificed here over the years, too many to count. Are you sure you've never heard of Azith before, Baitra? Not even at the service of the Master. I'm sure, she nodded. They gave us a list of the abominations and eldritches who refused to join our cause, a description of their abilities, and a stern warning never to provoke them unless absolutely necessary. Your son was not on the list. Zor would have told me. She believed to be the only eldritch on Magur who carries your blood. It was the reason she was so ashamed of her condition and so happy when she met Lith. I believe you, Ligon nodded. I have good news and I have bad news, hatchling. The bad news is that you must give up on this search. You are no match for Azith, and whatever he's after, you can't let him get his hands on either ruler of the flames. You are to return to your home and bring Baitra with you. As long as you two are safe, Zorith is safe. Azith won't dare kill her. He would lose his only leverage. What about your protection? Lith asked. I'm not safe while at your side. My protection doesn't exonerate you from being careful or wise. Ligon snorted black puffs of smoke out of his nostrils. Besides, I'll feel much more confident about hunting Azith down without having to worry about protecting you. You'll hunt him down? Baitra lit up with hope. Will you also save Zor? That was the good news I was about to share, the Guardian nodded. Azith is my son. He conducted his twisted experiments on my turf for thousands of years right under my nose. He kidnapped my daughter. He is my responsibility. Ligon lowered his eyes in shame and focused his will on restoring the deep damage that Raum had inflicted upon Magur's life essence with his forbidden magic. The wounds ran deep. The damage was beyond repair. Beyond even a Guardian's might. This is not your fight anymore. It's mine. The father of all dragons opened his mouth and hurled a river of origin flames. He excised the corrupted world energy like a cancer and burned it until there was nothing left. He vaporized the stone, cremated what was left of the corpses, and erased all bloodstains. Once Ligon was done, a bubbling pool of magma had replaced the ruins of Raum's lab. "I've done all I can, but it's not enough." He turned toward Lith and sighed. "There is too much pain here. Too many souls have been tortured into madness and chained to this place. Please help me help them." Lith was so deep in thought that he almost didn't hear the father of all dragons' request. He had no blind pride that such a complete defeat could hurt, but Lith wasn't used to feeling so helpless. Fighting and losing didn't bother him as long as he survived, but that had been no fight. Despite his plans and preparations, he had been tossed around like a rag doll and had offered almost as much resistance. "What do I have to do?" Lith asked. "Be yourself." Ligon removed the barrier and color drained from Lith's face. The sensation of wrongness was gone, but the place still made him feel sick to his stomach. A dull ache spread all over his body, like cold chains suddenly weighing down on him. "Are you all right?" Solus knew the answer, but she asked anyway. The eyes didn't detect traces of forbidden magic anymore, and she felt fine. Everyone was fine, yet she could feel through her bond with Lith that the situation was anything but. "I'm not," Lith replied, "but I will be." He took a deep breath and released the call of the void. A black dome enveloped the area for kilometers, transmitting Lith's call to every wandering soul it enveloped. Black chains erupted from his chest and connected Lith with those who fulfilled his criteria. This time, however, he wasn't asking for help, he was offering it. Chapter 3863, A Method to His Madness Part 2. The first bundle of black chains didn't go far. It circled around Lith's body, revealing the presence of the souls that still possessed enough reason to cling to his body. It was their icy touch that Lith had experienced after Ligon had lifted the barrier. Their ethereal mass weighed on him like a long shroud made of spectral bodies. Normally, wandering souls had no substance or ability to interact with the world, not even with Lith. Yet here was different. The destruction of the secret lab had released the forbidden magic sealed inside the containment arrays that Raum had carefully laid. The sudden influx of life force and corrupted world energy was the perfect nourishment for the vengeful souls that the Eldritch had unwittingly spawned by claiming countless lives for his experiments. It had given the lost souls strength, and in time it would have also turned them into abominations if the father of all dragons hadn't cleansed the area from the lingering corruption with his origin flames. The wandering souls were now trapped in the middle, too close to the world of the living to move on, but without the strength to take physical form and vent their anger. All they could do was trash and scream around, hoping that someone would hear them and come to their aid. From so close, Ligon heard every scream and understood the few words that made sense, but he had already tried everything he could and failed. His origin flames had destroyed everything that could chain the tormented souls to Magus short of killing their tormentor. He had cut off their energy supply and restored the land. Yet the souls were still there, and their agony had only gotten worse after losing any hope for revenge. Lith heard the screams as well, and there was one thing that only he could do. Yet for the first time since he had learned how to conjure his demons of the darkness, he hesitated. "These people are not like the souls I usually call upon," Lith thought. "They aren't warriors who fell during battle nor to treachery. They didn't die so long ago that they have forgotten everything but the reason that chained them to the world of the living. The forbidden magic that created them didn't stop millennia ago after the madman behind it achieved his goal. Whatever Azith was doing here, it continued until this very day, feeding the souls, resentment, if not even creating new ones. Even worse, this time I am not going to give them an opportunity to fight and take revenge, but to unload their burden on me. Reliving the lives and deaths of my demons is always painful, but this time I have to take on their grudge. A grudge I may not have the strength to enforce for many years to come." "Don't worry about that." Ligon placed his hand over Lith's shoulder, the warmth of his touch in stark contrast with the coldness of the dead. "As I said, Azith is my responsibility. You'll take on their grudge and I yours." Lith nodded and activated the final step of the Call of the Abyss. The black chains plunged inside the souls of the dead, giving them the appearance they had in life and passing their memories on to Lith. He watched everything they had been, everything they had suffered, everything they would never become as though he had been with them every step of the way. As though he had been them. He experienced countless childhood troubles with school and parents. Big and small teen crushes that rarely were reciprocated, and even more rarely didn't fail spectacularly. The souls belonged to scholars, farmers, soldiers, and even nobles. They had lived completely different lives from each other and reached completely different outcomes, but they had all ended the same way. Strapped to an elaborated chair surrounded by needles, they had been bled, slowly, carefully, and efficiently for days. Their captors hadn't killed them outright like Lith and Ligon were used to expecting from a forbidden magic user. Raum kept his victims alive for as long as he could, feeding them, healing them, and allowing them a short respite between the sessions on the chair. Yet his actions weren't dictated by compassion or guilt. There was simply a method to his madness. The Eldritch knew that the life force ran in the blood, and he squeezed them both dry before tossing a sacrifice away and putting another one on the chair. The wandering souls that lingered around the ruins of the lab were but a fraction of the thousands and thousands that Raum had killed. Ligon watched so many people sit on that chair that he almost lost count. Almost because he wanted to turn his head away, ashamed that one of his favorite sons had perpetrated such horrors. Yet the Guardian didn't falter, memorizing every face and name. Lith endured the needles piercing his skin and reaching his main arteries so many times that real small puncture wounds appeared all over his body. He relived the souls, agony and despair as they grew weaker. Such was Raum's cruelty and ingenuity that he split his prisoners into two wings. One where he kept those strong enough to hope to survive until someone came to their rescue, and another for those in the final stages of his torture. This way, no one knew what happened to the older prisoners until they joined them. By then, they were too weak to take their own lives. Hope was part of the Eldritch's prison as much as the chains and the iron bars. Lith experienced their regret, the longing for the sweet relief of death, and the frustration when the prisoners realized their ward was hushed, and all their attempts to warn the other inmates were pointless. He clenched his hands like them, he gritted his teeth until his gums bled like them, but he didn't let himself fall into despair like them. Amid the overwhelming darkness, Lith never lost sight of his lights. Soulless light, she stood right in front of him, a beacon that constantly reminded him that those terrible lives weren't his own. Their shared memories anchored him, keeping him from being swept away by the tide of souls. Raldorak's and Elijah's lights shone so far in the distance that they looked like stars, yet the thought of his children was enough to steal Lith's mind and allow him to fight the despair threatening to drown him with sheer determination. Enough to allow him to see what had happened after the prisoner's death. Not all souls had stood by the chair, renewing their pain and vows of revenge by feeding off its cursed magic. Some had haunted their captor and watched over Raum's shoulder during his experiments. What the? Lith and Ligon thought in unison. Once again, the Eldritch defied their predictions and everything they had been forced to learn about forbidden magic. Raum practiced only one forbidden spell, and a small one at that. He needed so many victims not to empower an almighty artificial guardian or a peerless weapon, but to perform the same spell over and over again. Even weirder, he performed the final step of the forbidden spell on himself. Chapter 3864, Luminous Path Part 1. Lith and Ligon watched the Eldritch's face twist in agony, his chaos body rejecting the forbidden magic so violently that it exploded at the slightest mistake. Yet killing an Eldritch was always hard. Killing an Eldritch while he stood above a powerful mana geyser and was surrounded by dozens of pools of life essence was impossible. After every failure, Raum reformed his body as though nothing had happened. After every success, even the limited perceptions of the wandering souls were enough to perceive the steep increase in his strength. Lith and Ligon watched the process over and over, but gained no clarity from it. Then the stream of consciousness ended. Lith found himself kneeling on the ground with the Guardian standing by his side, slightly bent over, his hand still glued to the Tiamat's shoulder. His aura ensured that Lith's mental wounds never exceeded what he could endure and left no permanent scar on his psyche. The demons of the darkness born from the lab's ruins turned towards Lith, giving him and the Guardian a deep bow before departing. The black chains connecting the wandering souls to Lith shattered, and the demons turned into beings of light. Freed from their grievances, the souls shot up to the sky, spreading a sense of peace and joy in their wake. It repaid Lith of his suffering and almost broke Menadian's will. The first ruler of the flames was no different from those lost souls. She too longed to be free, to leave that world where she was an unwanted guest and reunite with her husband. She missed Thrain for 700 years, and when the gate opened, she took one step towards it. Yet even while Menadian stared into that overwhelming light, Solus shone the brightest to her eyes. Not again. Menadian clenched her teeth and hands to resist the voices calling upon her. I've failed Effie too many times with my egotism. I won't fail her again. I'm her mother, and this time I'll be by her side for as long as she needs me. It's all right, Lith, I'm right here. Solus knelt to his side, wrapping him in a warm embrace. Just tell me what you need and I'll do it. Don't let go of me, please. Even with Ligon's touch, the coldness and pain left behind by the hundreds of souls still plagued him. They brought out the worst in him and blocked out the best, blurring the memories of all the good things in his life to the point he couldn't tell if they were real or just dreams. I'm not going anywhere. She leaned her forehead against his and activated a partial mind fusion. Solus made Lith relive the day they had met, the day they had healed Tista from the Strangler, the day they had met Camilla, and then the day they had saved Falco. She moved from one good memory to another, avoiding anything that might worsen his condition. Solus connected the past to the present and forged a luminous path that led to Lith's greatest achievements. The day of Elijah's birth and the day before, when they had checked the unborn baby with invigoration and witnessed Raldorak's perfect small fingers and toes. Solus reminded Lith of who he was, and who he fought for until the echoes of the lost souls became just that, echoes. Mom, she asked via mind link the moment she could afford the focus to form one. Are you all right? I saw your body flicker for a moment. I'm not going to lie, Effie, Menadian replied. I wasn't fine earlier, but I'm fine now. Don't worry about me. Lith had felt the black chain connecting him to Menadian cracking and was aware of her struggles. Go to your mother. She needs you as much as I do. Yet he didn't tell Solus about it. Lith chose to respect Rifa's privacy and let her open up to Solus on her terms instead of being forced to. Solus checked Lith one last time, making sure that his body and mind carried no lingering wounds from the experience before tackling Menadian in a hug. You scared me, Mom, Solus sniffled. I was afraid that I had lost you again. Oh, Effie, Menadian caressed her daughter's hair. I'm sorry for making you worry, The tenderness of the moment was shattered by a flaming hammer crashing against the ground right beside Solus' feet and opening a meters-deep crater that sent mother and daughter tumbling down. A second hammer landed in front of Baitra at the same time, but since she weighed much less than Solus, the shockwave sent her flying instead of just throwing her off balance. By you, Mom, that's the fury. Solus nodded at the hammer not to release her hold on Menadian. It wasn't destroyed. And neither was the absolution. Baitra tried to lift her hammer, but it was so hot that her hand sizzled on contact, forcing her to let go. Gods above and below, what happened to my baby? Space. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, two of the energy beams released by Death Blossom fused together in the form of Raum the Wanderer. The guardian of this area is chasing me. I can't afford a single mistake. He thought as he opened a chaos steps, taking care of detonating and then relaxing the space as soon as he crossed over. After that, Raum concealed his aura to the best of his considerable ability and flew outside of Ligon's turf. His destination was an uninhabited island with enough dry land to let a man and a goat stand side by side. The Wanderer opened a cloaked passage with earth magic and reached an ample underground room where a warp gate waited for him. He took several mana crystals out of his pocket dimension to fuel the device before imprinting it. Then he manually set the coordinates for his destination, and once he stepped to the other side of the gate, he stored the mana crystals again, shutting down the warp gate on the island. It lost Raum's imprint and the coordinates of his destination, making it impossible to follow him. How much did we lose? The Wanderer asked Tishagu, one of the empowered abominations at his service. Only the research facility and all the living materials. Shagu referred to the prisoners. There was no time to drag them out, so we gave priority to things that wouldn't struggle and are much harder to find. All the books and ingredients have been salvaged, but losing a lab that big and so many powerful arrays is a huge blow to. It doesn't matter, Raum cut the empowered short. It's nothing we can't buy or find with a bit of effort. What about my sister? We brought her here, Shagu sighed. She died multiple times during the transfer and killed Gurak and Tashil before we could subdue her. Those Odi chains don't work well without a steady supply of world energy. Gurak and Tashil were idiots, Raum snarled. If they couldn't stand their ground against a half-dead sack of useless flesh despite my gifts, they deserved to die. What matters is my sister. She's the key to everything. Chapter 3865, Luminous Path Part 2. Once I'm done with her, we'll take care of the rest of the organization. Once I make the powers of the Master's hybrids mine, not even Father will be able to stop me anymore. Raum activated a long-distance surveillance device to check on Xenogrosh's condition. I will finally be able to show him the error of his ways, and once I persuade him, Father will accept my help. I'll free him from his prison, and with Father by our side, the Guardians will have to join our cause or die. Space. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, Ligon circled around the steaming hammers. It seems that Azith didn't even try to damage the Fury and the Absolution, the Guardian mused. Judging from the lingering traces of dimensional energy, he must have warped them away to disarm you. A smart strategy, considering that between the hardness and the self-repairing properties of the Davros, destroying the hammers would have taken him too much time and energy. This way, Azith would have taken you alive and collected the hammers upon their return. If he planned to sell them or keep them for himself after he was done with you, is anyone's guess. Wait a second. Lith wobbled on his knees, and Baitra went to his help. To send the Absolution and the Fury so far away, Azith must have used a Chaos Warp. How could he use a Chaos spell while under the effects of our Darkness Sealing Array? It's a good question, Ligon nodded. One for which I don't have an answer. Yet, my turn. What was that forbidden magic spell Azith used in the soul's memories? I'm no expert on forbidden magic, but I'm pretty sure I identified what kind of spell it was, Lith replied. And so did I, Ligon said. That's why I wasn't asking you. A wave of the Guardian's hand shared the vision of Raum conjuring the forbidden magic with Menadian, Baitra, and Solus via holographic projection. Ligon chose not to use a mind to spare the women from the emotions he and Lith had experienced while witnessing the scene. There was no sound either. There was only Raum and his spell, accurate down to the smallest detail that the souls had noticed in their fury. I can tell that's a Forgemastering spell, but what your son is trying to achieve is beyond me, Baitra said, and Solus nodded. I've never seen anything like that before. Can't you decipher it with your Ligon eyes? Menadian asked. I wish, Rifa, Ligon sighed. Yet just like the eyes you crafted, mine don't work on a hologram, let alone memories. Wandering souls are single-minded, and their mystical senses appear to be no better than human eyesight. If it were something like life vision, I could have at least seen the runes of the forbidden spell as Azith casts it. I only get to see the final product, and only because he shoves it in his body. Not a single soul ever averted their eyes or whatever they have as a sensory organ from him. Had he used the spell on someone else, I wouldn't have seen it at all. Show them the rest, Lith panted. The spell is always the same, Ligon countered. Yes, but we don't know when those memories take place or if they are in random order, Lith said. Maybe Rifa and Baitra can notice a detail and arrange the memories chronologically. Maybe they can identify the oldest version of the spell when the cloaking runes weren't good, and we can work on that. I've already checked but found nothing of sorts hatchling, Ligon said. Yet you make a good point and it costs nothing to try. Another wave of his hand, D, and the Guardian projected the dozens of variations on the same spell that he had witnessed. Again, please, Menadian said, and Ligon obliged. Again. A few minutes and hundreds of replays later, the first ruler of the flames stomped her foot in fury. Nothing, she grumbled. I can only tell you that's a sphere and is charged with a powerful mana. Your son must be mad paranoid to put so many cloaking runes in a spell that he practices alone. Say that again, Rifa. Ligon's eyes narrowed. I said that your son must be even more paranoid than Lith, Menadian sighed. I mean, he used that spell on himself, not on an artifact he's going to sell. On top of that, no Forgemaster practices his craft in front of witnesses. There was no reason to use cutting-edge cloaking runes like Azith did. What if those are not cloaking runes? The Guardian pondered. What if we are looking at this the wrong way? If they are not cloaking runes, what can they be? Baitra shrugged. Their complexity exceeds that of any spell I know and makes the visible rune sequence impossible to read. As Lith said before, none of us is an expert on forbidden magic. Ligon tapped his lips. I believe Azith didn't change the cloaking runes but the spell itself. If I'm right, what we've seen are different versions of his spell as Azith perfected it. That would be great, but how can we make sure of that? Solus asked. It's actually pretty easy. The Guardian conjured a hologram for each spell he had witnessed from the soul's memories, and then removed all the nonsensical runes, assuming they belonged to the forbidden magic part. This way, they could look at the various spells all at once and compare notes. Isn't this a pseudo-core for a lightning weapon? Baitra pointed at one of the images. Yes, and this looks like the pseudo-core for some kind of armor. Menadian pointed at another hologram. How can you tell? Solus was flabbergasted. Everything looks like gibberish to me. Silly child, Menadian chuckled. These are all ancient runes that were employed by long-lost civilizations thousands of years ago. They were already considered useless garbage when I was alive. You have focused your studies on modern runes and those of the Forgemasters whose legacy, or at least workings, survived. You have no way of knowing runes that even the Odi would have considered outdated. I get that, Ligoan. Grandpa, Salark's voice echoed. Fine, Lith yelled at the sky. I get that Grandpa knows them since he was alive at the time, but how do you two know runes this old? What do you think? Baitra shrugged. Menadian reinvented forgemastering and runesmithing, while I focused on improving runesmithing further. When making something new, you'd better take a look at the old stuff to make sure you are not going to repeat the same mistakes of your predecessors. Also, there's always the possibility that a few lines of their research have not been properly explored, or were unfairly dismissed due to the limited forgemastery techniques available back when such theories were postulated. What about these? Ligon pointed at the holograms that contained no known forgemastery rune. I think I know what they are, but I need to be sure. I'm sorry, I have no idea, Menadian replied. Me neither, Baitra shrugged. I have never seen a spell like this. To be honest, I'm not sure it's a spell at all. Chapter 3866, Flesh Mines, Part 1. Look again, Rifa, please, Ligon asked, hoping to be wrong. Baitra is right, Menadian nodded. Whatever those things are, they are not forgemastery spells. Just as I feared. Ligon opened a long-distance warp steps leading to the Verhin mansion. Go with Lith, Baitra. You need to hide in a safe place where Azith can't find you. I'll let Lith know when I'm done and he will contact you. What about Zor? How can you ask me to sit tight and wait while she suffers the same experiments that created so many vengeful souls? Baitra asked. I could never live with myself if my cowardice killed her. I'm asking you to sit tight and wait because that's our only chance to save my daughter's life, Ligon replied, making Baitra flinch. You heard Azith. He needs you and he's not stupid. He knows that Zorath is the only leverage he has to force you to cooperate with him. Until he gets what he wants from you, Zorath is safe. I understand, Baitra nodded, taking deep breaths to regain her cool. Do I return to the organization or stay with Lith? Go back to the organization and inform the other hybrids of the danger you are in, Ligon said. Azith might make another attempt before I find him, and if you stay with the Verhins, he's going to contact you and play on your fears. What about me? Lith asked. Riffer is Azith's second choice, but once Baitra disappears, he'll focus on me. He'll target my family to control me just like he did to Baitra. I've heard the Blood Desert is beautiful this time of the year, the Guardian replied with a smirk. After everything that happened today, you and Solus can use a short vacation. Sounds like an excellent idea, Lith nodded. Thanks for your help, Grandpa. Expect 100 cakes or 2 from Mom as a thank you. Ligon's expression turned sour as soon as the warp gate closed. He suspected that Zorath's kidnapping was more than a ploy to get a few artifacts. Yet he had said nothing to keep Baitra calm and not let her do anything stupid. Azith's strength is already beyond any eldritch I've ever faced, he thought. To reach that kind of power, Tezca relies on his Sun Eater spell, whereas Azith didn't use any external energy source that I could detect. Also, it doesn't make sense that he kidnapped Zorath and let Baitra go during the ambush. Unless, of course, he succeeded against his own expectations. Unless he thought that it would have taken him a long time to get what he wanted from Zorath, but an unknown factor hastened his progress. Arthan's slave spell, Ligon's expression tensed in worry. The hybrids created by the Master are vulnerable to the unwavering loyalty array, and Azith must have access to it. How he learned it and how he discovered Zorath's weakness are questions for another day. I need to find Azith before he gets too powerful. Luckily for me, I know exactly where to start. Space. Gorgon Empire, Resin region, city of Dekari the following day. There was no nobility in the Gorgon Empire, but poverty was still hard to eradicate, even for the most magically advantaged country on Garland. The magic emperors of the past had established soup kitchens in all the major cities of the empire, and volunteer work as a healer was one of the few mandatory civil duties that the students of the 6 academies had to perform for their code of practice course during the 4th and 5th years. The purpose was to ensure a steady supply of free healers who would provide checkups to the less fortunate and treat the most common ailments that prevented the poor from holding a steady job. Soup kitchens also served as labor exchanges, offering an opportunity to find stable employment to anyone willing to set their lives straight. The academy students also benefited from the experience. They had the opportunity to treat dozens of patients a day, put their diagnostic abilities to the test, and most importantly, see firsthand the price of failure. After their first shift in a soup kitchen, the students put so much effort into their studies that the graduation rate for the last 2 years of academy reached over 90%. Yet there were always people who couldn't be saved. Children too young to work and who the system had already failed were given food and medical attention without alerting the authorities. Homeless families couldn't afford to leave their young unattended while they worked and had to wait for a spot to open in a shelter. Gamblers, addicts, and alcoholics couldn't keep a job for a week before being fired. People with missing limbs or with serious health conditions that students couldn't treat were also considered helpless cases and let go with a warm plate and a pat on the back. It was the reason the criminals working in the black market had given soup kitchens the unflattering nickname of flesh mines. Soup kitchens were operated by volunteers, and among them there was always someone with a flexible conscience and an empty wallet. All the volunteers had to do was take a peek at the healers, records, and pass on the names of the regulars of the soup kitchen. The most sought after were the healthy youths on whom the empire had given up or didn't care about due to their lack of magical talent. The pay was excellent, and the recruiters always pacified the soup kitchen staff by telling them that they looked for people to hire on behalf of rich and bored mages. That it was all safe and proper. It was an obvious lie, but the money that sugar-coated it was more than enough to silence the guilty consciences of the right people. Vaster, Gadorf, and anyone who practiced forbidden magic knew about the flesh mines and made use of their services when in need of a specific type of test subjects. Raum was no different, and after self-destructing his base, he had to restock his dungeon cells before he could resume his experiments on Xenogrash. Baitra had disappeared from the face of Magur, and Verhin had moved to the Blood Desert, leaving the Wanderer no choice but to focus on his only remaining specimen. With no way to reach both rulers of the flames and no idea when they would return to the Griffin Kingdom, Raum couldn't afford to stand idly, not when his goal was finally in sight. It was still far from his reach, but for the first time since Raum had started his research, it was no longer a dream but a certainty. The Eldritch sent his associates to round up new batches of subjects in all the cities of the Empire where he had reliable connections. Knowing that at least one guardian was after him, Raum gave clear instructions to keep the number of disappearances within acceptable parameters, not to alert the authorities. Quality was more important than quantity for him, and he could afford to wait a few days while he finished unveiling the secrets of Xenograsch's body. His little sister was incredibly resilient, but she still had limits. Raum couldn't risk ruining his opus, and gave her plenty of time to recover after every examination. Chapter 3867, Flesh Mines Part 2. Time that his associates spent collecting the resources the Wanderer needed to apply his research to himself. Those at Raum's service knew their job and were good at it. After collecting the patient charts, they didn't rush to pick up the test subjects. Raum's agents followed their marks from a distance and waited for the right moment. When they were away from the crowd, a simple hush spell followed by darkness magic would get rid of a limited number of witnesses. It was how Auric of Dekari had gone from peeing in his safe corner of the Vimina alley to lying on a shaking wooden floor with a bad headache. When he first opened his eyes, he thought it was just a bad dream. Everything was dark, and he couldn't remember anything that made sense after going to relieve himself. "I shouldn't eat that much on Meatloaf Day," he inwardly grumbled. "The food tastes good, but once it reaches my stomach." The first clue that he wasn't either dreaming or in his hideout was the cold feeling of metal on his feet and hands tied behind his back. Any hope that it was just sleep paralysis went into the gutter when the restraints cut his flesh. Metal cuffs, fear awakened him fully, making the throbbing of his head more evident. Slum weirdos use ropes. Only gangs and cops can afford metal. Some rich perv must have hired them to. The second clue was the smell. Auric wasn't alone in the sealed carriage, and none of its current occupants had bathed in months. Some had even soiled themselves during the kidnapping, making the stench pungent enough to mist Auric's eyes. "Pervs don't kidnap people in bulk, but it's okay. I still have my secret weapon." He moved his hands slowly and carefully to reach the sharp shard of glass he kept in his right shoe, carefully wrapped in the thickest rag he could find. "I'm fucked." The rag with the glass shard was gone, and so was the long nail in his right sleeve. Auric tried to speak, hoping that someone among the prisoners had seen or heard enough to understand what was going to happen to them. Nothing came out of his mouth. There was no sound in the closed space of the carriage. If not for the vibrations running along the wood, the youth wouldn't have realized they were moving. Auric screamed at the top of his lungs, but once again his voice failed him. He kicked and banged the floor to make a ruckus and alert anyone in proximity of the carriage, but only pain rewarded his efforts. The chains didn't clink, and the hits produced no sound. Auric yelled, trashed, and slammed his cuffs against the wood until his wrists bled, yet the carriage remained quiet. He started to cry in despair, feeling the darkness around him press on him as though he was buried alive in a giant coffin. No matter how many people were trapped with him, he might as well be alone. The prisoners couldn't talk or communicate in any way. The stench was the only proof there was someone with Auric, and by the time he finished crying, he had gotten used to the smell. To make matters worse, it was impossible to mark the passing of time in the carriage. Silence and fear stretched seconds into minutes and minutes into hours. The carriage stopped every now and then, and when that happened, Auric held his breath and waited for a door to open. When the carriage resumed moving, Auric sighed in relief only to tense up a few seconds later. He was thirsty and hungry, and the idea of dying of starvation in the smelly silence of the carriage scared him more than anything that could wait for him at his destination. Auric became so thirsty and exhausted that he slipped in and out of consciousness many times during his travels, awakening with no idea of how long had passed since he had fallen asleep. Out, an aloof voice woke up Auric from one such slumber, and when the young man turned his head to look at his captor, a white light blinded him. Rough hands lifted Auric, put him on a shoulder as though he weighed nothing, and carried him away. The youth soon regained enough of his sight to notice that even adult men and women were transported the same manner. Auric opened his mouth to speak, to beg for mercy and a bit of water, but his voice remained sealed. He then struggled to break free, biting and kicking at his captor with all the strength he could muster despite his awkward position. If the man noticed Auric's attempts to hurt him, he gave no sign of it. His hold was like steel, and his steps measured like he was carrying dead weight. A clang of metal ahead alerted the youth to the opening of a cell door. Before he could understand what was happening, the man removed Auric's chains and tossed him in the air. Auric screamed, and this time his voice came out, and it was deafening. It took Auric by surprise, the sound so painful after the prolonged silence that it shut him up despite the fear of the landing. A landing that was as soft and delicate as a feather. "What?" Auric said, and immediately covered his ears with his hands, annoyed by his own voice. He looked in disbelief as the ground approached slowly, feeling so light that he would have tried to swim if only he knew how. When he reached the soft hay that covered the floor, Auric regained the presence of mind to observe his new home. It was a large stone room, about 4 meters 13 wide and 10 meters 33 across. The only way in and out was the metal door from which he had unceremoniously entered. The light came from a glowing orb stuck in the ceiling, and just like in the carriage, he wasn't alone. Men, women, and children, no older than 30 but no younger than 10 years old, sat as far away as possible from their fellow inmates. There were no young children nor elderly people. Some of the prisoners had lost one arm or a leg, but they seemed otherwise in good health. Every one of them was scared out of their mind and trusted no one not to hit them in the head again the moment they turned around. Every new arrival screamed just like Auric, but the sounds became less and less jarring as he got used to hearing again. Once the last person was thrown inside the cell, Auric counted 19 strangers for a total of 20 prisoners. Everyone kept their back against the wall, afraid of their fellow inmates as much as of their wardens. "Hands up against the wall," said a man about 1.65 meters 55, tall, with cold brown eyes and a well-groomed beard. No one objected to the order, but no one followed it either, too afraid of offering their backs. "I said hands against the wall," the man repeated. "You have 3 seconds." The man counted out loud, and when he reached the 3 mark, he extended his hand with his fingers splayed. Chapter 3868, Make It Count Part 1. A stream of lightning bolts erupted from the man's fingers, sending the prisoners writhing onto the floor in a seizure. It lasted for less than a second, but more than enough to demonstrate the consequences of defiance. "Hands against the walls," the man said for a 3rd time, and most prisoners rushed to obey. Those who were too slow or surprised to comply were punished with more lightning bolts, prodded like cattle until they behaved. "Hold still." The man extended his hand again, releasing a delicate jet of warm water. Some screamed in fear and tried to escape. For them, the jet became violent and cold, nailing them to the wall until the panicked prisoners ceased their pointless struggle. Most, like Auric, had lived long enough in the slums to learn the rules of that kind of game and stuck to the wall. I don't remember the last time I spent so long soaked in warm water. Arik thought after he got used to the constant stream of warm water and relaxed his tense muscles. Remain still. The man emitted a series of pulses of something that Arik could only define as a black light from his hand. Once the pulses ended, he washed the prisoners with one last, prolonged jet of warm water. Arik remained horrified by the sheer mass of dirt, scabs, and insects that washed over the floor and into the drain. "We are almost done," the warden said. "Keep calm and remain still." Before Arik could get cold from his drenched clothes, a wave of the man's hand removed most of the water and sent it down the drain. Another flick of his wrist conjured a warm air current that dried the hair, skin, and clothes of the prisoners. "I don't stink anymore," Arik sniffed his armpits. "Nobody stinks anymore. That bastard even washed our clothes." "Eat." The warden moved away from the door, and one tray of food was delivered to each prisoner. "Stealing is not allowed. Saving food is not allowed. If I catch you doing anything funny, I'll shock you in line. Are we clear?" The tray contained a large bowl of hot stew filled with fresh vegetables and tender meat, one loaf of bread, and a cup of honeyed strawberries. Arik had never tasted honey, let alone strawberries, and he wasn't the only one. The prisoners looked at the steaming trays, their mouths watering, but they were too afraid to take a single bite. There was no such thing as a free meal in the slums, and they held themselves back, thinking it a sick test of discipline. "I said eat." The man extended his hand again, and everyone flinched. "I'm sorry, sir," a man said, but didn't dare so much as touch the food. "Is this really for us?" "Yes," the warden answered the question without unleashing a single bolt. "Now eat." The prisoner obeyed, and when the others saw that he didn't die on the spot and no one beat him into a pulp, they wolfed down the delicious meal. "This is it for now," the warden said. "Use the hay to sleep and the drain to do your business. Always use the tap to clean yourselves and flush the shit once you're done." By pressing a button right above the drain, a small stream of water poured out of a metal nozzle. "Fighting is forbidden. You hurt someone, I hurt you back. See you for dinner." The warden walked out of the cell and closed the door. In less than 5 minutes, the room was divided into 3 areas: the men, the women, and the youths. Arik was among the latter, forced to sleep near the drain by the older and stronger inmates. "At least there is no smell," he grimaced. "But having to watch a bunch of old-timers taking their pants down is disgusting anyway." "Where are you from?" a small boy, probably the youngest of the litter, asked. "I'm from the slums of Dekari," Arik replied without thinking. "Me too," the boy smiled as though Arik had given him a gift, revealing that he had a few missing teeth. "I sleep under the Agni Bridge. What about you?" "Are you stupid?" Arik frowned. "Never reveal the position of your stuff or someone will steal it from you." "Why do you think they'll let us go?" The question was stunning in its naivety. "The lightning man said we'll stay here until dinner. If I don't go back home soon, someone will find my stash anyway." "I sleep in an abandoned building between Claw and Brimstone," Arik sighed. "Liar," said a blonde girl who was about Arik's age. "I know the place. The building is condemned and all entrances are sealed." "I'm not a liar," he snarled. "I found a crack behind a trash heap. It's too small for an adult, but I can still fit, barely." "Then how did those men get in and capture you?" the girl sneered. "From the door," the small boy replied, drawing all eyes to himself. "Isn't that obvious? They are mages. Picking a lock shouldn't be too difficult for them." "I'm Arik," he offered his hand to the boy who shook it. "I don't have a name." The young boy lowered his gaze, his amber eyes misting with tears. "People call me you rat and fuck off." "Well, you are too wise to be a rat," Arik nodded. "I'll call you Owl." "Thanks." Owl gave Arik another toothless smile. "I'm Lilacs," the girl said. "I sleep at." A quarrel broke out between 2 women for a particularly fluffy piece of hay. The warden arrived right when the first slap was thrown, lashing at the woman with a whip of lightning thrice before healing her. "The next time it will be 5 lashes, he warned her. "I need you healthy, not happy, remember that." "I sleep at the corner between Emperor Road and Taylor," the girl said as soon as the warden left. "The guards never send me away, and sometimes a generous soul gives me a coin." "Only because you are a girl," Arik scoffed. "When I tried that, I got splashed with cold water." Many youths nodded. "Well, at least you don't get harassed by creeps," she scoffed back, and the girls backed her. "Yeah, right," Arik laughed in her face, and the boys joined him. "You have no idea how many hags think I'll do anything for a warm meal. Why are you competing?" Owl asked, cutting Arik short. Who cares who is the unluckiest among us? Our lives still suck. An awkward silence fell over the room. Many prisoners felt humbled by the simplicity of Owl's reasoning. At least we are talking, Auric shrugged. At least we are still alive. Can you watch me while I sleep? Owl asked. I'm tired and I don't know anyone else here. I'll return you the favor when I get up. Sure, Auric replied. Sleep tight, buddy. Please watch him, Owl turned to Lilacs. I'm afraid he'll fall asleep right after me. No problem, Lilacs giggled. Thanks for trusting me. I don't, Owl replied. You are the only other person I know, and I trust only your pride. Now if either of you falls asleep, the other can mock them. Chapter 3869, Make It Count Part 2. Space. When Owl woke up a few hours later, Lilacs and Auric struggled to keep their eyes open. They wore fresh clothes, the room was pleasantly warm, and their stomachs were stuffed with good food. Each one of those things was a rare occurrence for a street urchin. Experiencing all three at once while sitting on something soft and clean, without the noise of traffic, and with no fear of rats, was something they had never experienced their whole lives. That and the stress from the kidnapping drained their malnourished bodies of their energy. If not for the instincts ingrained in Auric and Lilacs from the years of surviving on the streets flooding them with adrenaline, the two youths would have fallen asleep in a matter of minutes. Truth be told, they were not the only ones. The rest of the prisoners had also formed small groups and took turns resting. Trust was hard to come by, but rest was inevitable. Everyone gambled by associating with the meanest, biggest, and most tired people they could find, insisting on taking the first turn of sleep to regain their strength while their allies grew weaker. The protection offered by the warden and his promises of retribution only helped so far. The homeless and destitute of Dekari didn't feel safe while surrounded by so many people and with no way out. I'm up. Owl stretched his arms and took in the changes in the atmosphere in the room. Most of the hostility was gone, replaced by the silent determination of those awake and the snoring of those asleep. I'm going next. Lilacs dropped on the hay without waiting for a reply, starting to snore almost immediately. Jerk, Auric cursed the exhaustion dulling his reflexes. I bet she's just pretending to sleep to avoid arguing. Can you blame her? Owl asked. No, Auric sighed, shaking his head. I'm just envious she beat me to the punch. Why? Owl gave him a quizzical look. You gave me a name and still don't trust me. What do you mean? Auric was too tired to think, his head felt full of cotton and his eyelids as heavy as lead. You can sleep too, Owl replied. I'm wide awake, and if something happens, I'm sure I can make enough noise to wake you up even before the warden arrives. Good point. Auric plopped down and took Owl's hand in his own. Just to be sure, squeeze my hand hard the moment something happens. Dig your nails if you have to. No offense, you are scrawny, and even someone as big as me could take you down before you can make a peep. Okay, Owl replied. Auric had just closed his eyes when Lilacs grabbed his hand on her side. She kept pretending to sleep, but the message was clear. Okay, Owl said while looking around the cell, and a thin smile appeared on Lilacs's face as she finally relaxed. Space. Dinner time. The metal door rattled open without warning, waking up those asleep and startling those on guard duty. Owl squeezed his companion's hands in time to see the warden walk in. Auric and Lilacs pushed their backs against the wall with their feet while their hands searched for the hidden weapons they no longer possessed. Dinner already? Lilacs rubbed the drowsiness off her eyes. How long did we sleep? Enough, Owl replied, studying the movements of the guards bringing in the trays of food and the corridor outside the cell from the open door. You can let go of my hand now. I knew you were faking it, Auric grumbled, letting of Owl's hand as well. I don't know what you are talking about, she lied through her teeth. Shut up and eat, the warden said to quell similar arguments born from the scare of the sudden wake-up call. The meal this time was a large steak with roasted potatoes, another loaf of bread, and cherry jam. Each prisoner also received a pitcher of water. Eat slowly. Owl stopped his companions before they started shoving the food down their throats. The warden won't leave until everyone is done. No one is going to steal our dinner. By the time everyone else was over, the trio had yet to finish half their steak. The meal was good, and savoring it without fear made it thrice more delicious. Lilacs hiccuped with joy when she took the time to cut a slice of bread and spread it with jam. Keep glaring and I'll gouge your eyes and feed them to you. Many prisoners were having their own liver for dessert, and the warden didn't like how they stared at the three still dining specimens. Next time, use your brain like the kid there and enjoy your meal. Next time, a man asked, half confused and half hopeful. Yes, the warden nodded. The bad news is that you folks are not going anywhere. The good news is that Magus keeps spinning, and tomorrow you'll have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Make them count. His lips curled in a smug grin when he said the last phrase, sending a cold shiver down the prisoners' spines. They hadn't survived that long without learning to recognize true kindness from a veiled threat. Once the trio was done eating, the warden collected the trays, made sure no piece of cutlery was missing, and then left. Thanks, Owl. Lilacs took his hand in her own, still sticky with saliva after she had licked the jam from her fingers. This was the best meal of my life. No problem. Owl gently took his hand away and cleaned it under the stream of water from the tap. We can wash our hands before and after a meal here. You know that, don't you? Gods, I'm so sorry. She blushed a little and followed him to the tap to clean herself. I'm not used to this. The only times I see so much clean water is when it rains. Maybe I was wrong about you, Owl. Arik was third in a long line for the tap that circled around the cell. You're too wise to be an owl. Maybe I should have called you Dragon. Space. The lights dimmed to nigh darkness a few minutes after dinner, and everything went quiet. The prisoners returned to their cots and took turns sleeping again. It was Lilacs's guard shift when a shriek woke everyone up. A man had slipped into the women's area and was assaulting one of the prettiest prisoners. The few who had noticed his movements had done nothing to alert the others. Whether because they trusted the warden or didn't care about her fate, it was impossible to tell. Lilac squeezed the hands of her companions at the same time, yet while Arik was still trying to adjust his eyes to the poor lighting, Owl was already up and looking at the door. All according to schedule. Owl nodded, ignoring the desperate screams of the girl who no one tried to help, not even her alleged allies. Why there has to always be a smartass in every batch? The warden rushed through the door, brandishing his lightning whip. The first lash electrocuted both assailant and victim. The following four ripped the man's shirt to shreds and turned his chest and back into a bloody, sizzling mess. Chapter 3870, Trophy Room, Part 1. You're lucky we need you alive, or I'd kill you for waking me up in the middle of the night. The warden knelt down to heal the man as he convulsed on the floor. For this, however, I'm picking you first instead of that bitch. You're going second, love. He jabbed his thumb at the woman who, earlier in the day, had started a fight. The warden lashed the man 5 more times for good measure, healed him, and walked out of the cell. Owl was in the middle of the corridor, staring at the identical metal doors that led to identical cells. Smart and brave, the warden nodded. Very few have the guts to attempt to escape after seeing how I reward insubordination. This is no insubordination, Owl replied while studying the place as though he was considering buying it. You never said anything about leaving our cell, hence I'm still following your orders. The warden's eyes went wide, and his jaw tensed in quick succession. Then he conjured the whip and started to laugh. I like gutsy people like you, kid. I really do. I almost feel sorry for doing this. He flicked his wrist, and the weapon cracked as it broke past the speed of sound. Don't be. A mirror whip was in Owl's hand. He moved faster than the warden, amputating the man's hand and cauterizing the wound with a single lash. I despise cruel people like you and enjoy giving you a taste of your own medicine. The warden collapsed from the shock of the amputation and fell to the ground with a thud. When Arik dared look outside the cell, he found Owl standing over the man, healing him just enough to keep him alive. Are you crazy? Arik said. What do you think you're doing? There is no rune sequence to open the cell from the inside without triggering the alarm arrays. It can be done only from the outside. Owl replied. I waited for the warden to come alone so that I could get out and study the opening mechanism from both sides. Also, I'm creating a diversion. A flick of his hand and countless runes appeared on the stone of the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. The prison cells opened one after another, yet nobody came out. Why are you doing this? Lilacs poked her head out of the door frame. This is madness. No, thinking that any of us is going to come out of here alive just because they play nice is madness. Owl spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. Remember what the warden said a minute ago. They are going to take us somewhere one by one, starting with the troublemakers. Think about it. Why go through the trouble of kidnapping people like us just to give us a warm shelter and such good food? Nobody answered, but if the prisoners were racking their brains half as much as Arik, maybe there was hope for them. They are fattening us, Owl answered his own question. They need us strong and healthy before they slaughter us. That's not a cell, it's a pig pen. Maybe they want to sell us as slaves and need us to look good, Lilac said, not believing her own words. Slaves to do what? Owl shrugged. We have no talent or skill. Most of the people here sure haven't been chosen for their looks. Think about it. What do we have in common? Gods, he is right. Auric took a good look at his cellmates thanks to the light coming from the corridor, this time studying them beyond the threat they might pose to him. Most of the men wouldn't last a day in an arena, and nobody would buy most of the women, but they are the healthiest bunch of street rats I've ever seen. So what if you open our cell? There is no way out of here. Lilacs pointed at the locked door at the end of the stone corridor. Not for long. Owl took his first step forward right when one of the wardens came looking for his missing colleague. The man gaped at the open cells and the growing number of people emerging from them. He was so shocked that he conjured his lightning weapon without noticing the small boy until it was too late. Enough with those whips. They are crude and ineffective. Owl clenched his fist, and the warden's neck crumpled under the pressure of an invisible hand. The mystical weapon faded out, and the man collapsed to the floor like a puppet whose strings had been cut. The warden tried to scream, but with no control over his tongue and jaw, he almost drowned in his own drool. Shit! Auric ran after Owl as he disappeared into the next corridor. Stop! Lilacs yelled. Where do you think you're going? She was too scared to run away, but she was getting more scared of staying there by the second. The prisoners were out, no guard would come for a few more minutes, and she was now alone. Why is this happening to me? She bolted to the open door a few seconds after Auric. We could have charged to our deaths after enjoying more than 2 meals. Luckily for her, Auric and Owl hadn't gone far. Lilacs caught up to them with a few long strides while they were climbing the stairs out of the dungeon. The young boy advanced slowly, studying his surroundings as if he were looking for something. Unluckily for Lilacs, the guards came in a rush. The door at the top of the stairs flung open, and a bunch of men dressed like the other wardens walked down the stairs in a battle formation. They held shields of earth in their left hands and bolts of lightning in their right, looking like gods of War of Legends. No air and earth-sealing arrays? Amateurish! Owl waved his hand, and the wardens flew back into the door, tumbling on the carpeted floor. Lilacs hid around the corner, silently praying to the gods for mercy. Yet no battle noise or cry came from the open door. Everything was as silent as before. When she found the courage to climb the stairs and peek through the door, she found Auric in a daze. The youth's mind refused to accept the reality in front of his eyes. Over a dozen burly men, all mages, lay on the floor without moving. Their necks were bent at unnatural angles, and their eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. They couldn't move or speak, and every breath they took was gurgling agony. What's going on? Lilacs tugged at Auric's arm, and he jumped over a meter away, raising his fists in a clumsy guard stance. It's me, Lilacs. Where's Owl? There, Auric pointed at an open door, in front of which the young boy had been until a moment before. How did he open the lock? I don't know. Auric gestured to follow him as he ran. Someone gave me a heart attack and I got distracted. The next room was something the two youths had never seen, not even in their most opulent dreams. A thick, soft, hand-woven carpet from the Blood Desert covered the entire floor, over 10 meters wide, 33 and 1550 across. Chapter 3871, Trophy Room Part 2. The tapestry depicted a colossal phoenix shape-shifting into a stunning woman, who turned the barren dunes around her into a flourishing garden simply by raising her arms. She conjured heavy rain clouds, blotting out the sun and filling an ancient dry lake with fresh water. The people of the desert took off their headgear to soak themselves in the rain, welcoming the shade during what was supposed to be the hottest hour of the day. They knelt in front of the woman, who turned to face them. She raised her arms again, emitting light without heat, and allowing her people to witness life blossom from the dead sands. It looked so real that when Auric stepped over the carpet, he remained surprised that his shoes didn't get wet. Then the carpet went back to the giant phoenix basking in the sun, and Auric jumped back in fright. What is this thing? An enchanted carpet depicting the unification day of the Blood Desert. Owl replied without averting his gaze from the bookshelves in front of him. It's an ancient piece. Only 12 were made for the original tribes of the desert and entrusted to their feathers to keep. Only 5 remain today, 6 with the one under your feet. How do you know about this, and what is this place? Lilacs asked. I'm pretty sure this isn't the same way we were brought in. The room was made of gold-veined white marble instead of gray stones, and one large bookshelf filled with tomes occupied most of the surface of each of the 4 walls. An exquisite black mahogany table lay in the middle of the room, surrounded by 6 padded chairs, each carved to resemble a different element of magic. They were made of plain cherry wood, and no paint covered the brown of the veneers, but the visual effect was hard to believe. When the magic light coming from the crystals in the ceiling reflected on the chairs, the fire seemed to dance, the water to flow, the earth to harden, the light to turn silvery, and the darkness to blacken. The table was also decorated with 12 elemental crystals. One elemental crystal of each element was placed in front of its corresponding chair, while the other 6 formed a circle at the head of the table. Life-size statues of beautiful women decorated the 4 corners of the room. The subject was always the same, but the woman was depicted performing different activities. The first statue read a book, the second sewed. The third held a baby in its arms, and the fourth had its mouth open and its hands gesturing as if the woman were addressing an invisible crowd. "This is a trophy room," Owl replied. "The antechamber to the quarters of the person who ordered our kidnapping and the next step toward my destination. As for how I know all this, I was there. I was there when Salark wove that carpet. I was there when the first Magic Emperor established the Magic Council, when he appointed the first 6 elemental sages and decreed that no emperor shall be allowed to sit at that table. He wanted to remind the elemental sages that an emperor stands above all, and to himself never to get comfortable doing it." Owl pointed at the missing 7th chair in front of the circle of elemental crystals. "I was also there when Valoran the First shaped the roughest stones known, to man into the delicate features of his wife by his own hand, displaying the same patience and care with which he had shaped many recalcitrant neighboring countries into his Griffin kingdom." As the young boy spoke, an older, deeper voice emerged from his throat, and his eyes burned like embers. "So you are not a kid?" Auric swallowed hard. "No," Owl waved his hand, and another intricate sequence of arrays appeared across the room. "Did you come to save us?" Lilax asked. "No, but feel free to save yourselves." Owl shook his head as 5 different runes lit up in sequence. The first was on the oldest dating among the books. The second was in the middle of the elemental crystal's circle. The third was on the reading statues book. The fourth was on the carpet where the sun rose and disappeared behind the clouds in a loop, and the last rune was on the most recent of the books. "What a pompous jackass," Owl snorted, believing himself to be the beginning and the end of everything, as if nothing existed on Maugr before Azith started writing his first grimoire. As the last rune lit up, the middle section of the bookshelf on the north wall slid forward and to the side, revealing a hardwood door with a golden handle. "You don't want to do that, believe me." Auric moved to open the door, but Owl stopped him. 1 second later, dozens of glowing yellow runes appeared and scattered all over the wooden surface. "What's that?" Lilax asked. "A puzzle." A flick of Owl's wrist and half of the runes formed a circle around the handle, rotating counterclockwise. The other half formed golden chains that wrapped themselves around the handle and turned it open with a click. "That's it," Auric was flabbergasted. "I said it was a puzzle, not that it was a complex one," Owl replied. "That was a perfect trap against a powerful intruder hard pressed by the guards. They would have rushed to open the door and gotten struck down by the spell." "Wasn't it to stop runaway prisoners like us?" the young man asked. "No," Owl snorted while walking through the door. "A prisoner would have never gotten this far. Would you have been able to open even one of the rune locks if it weren't for me? Would you have found the 5 runes to open the library?" The luxury of the next room and the explanation made Auric and Lilax falter. Every piece of furniture showed the hand of more than one master artist. The golden and silver handles shaped like small dragons could have only been the opus of a goldsmith, while the wooden inlays required the delicate hand of a woodcarver with dozens of years of experience. The small and big paintings hung on the walls were all animated like the carpet, and studded with precious gemstones the size of a nut at the 4 corners of their frames. Heavy armor lay against the wall, and priceless enchanted weapons formed small piles at random points of the floor. There were no tables or chairs, and just like the previous room, the place had more of the feel of a storage unit rather than a house. "Owl, what are we doing here?" Auric swallowed often. His body screamed at him to run away from the hidden dangers of the room, but he never strayed more than 2 paces away from the young boy. "You nothing," Owl shook his head. "As for me, I'm on the hunt for a very bad person. He has already escaped me once, so this time I decided to play it safe. I knew that after losing his main base after our confrontation, Azith would not waste time and restart his operation in a secondary facility. The problem was I had no idea how to find its location without alerting him of my presence." Chapter 3872, A Rare Feat, Part 1. Luckily, I also knew that Azith would need lots of people to continue his experiments. Owl said. So, I disguised myself as a healthy orphan and planted a fake patient file in all the flesh mines I knew about. My trick worked way better than I expected. This is the 15th facility I've been dragged into. The other 14 were just perverts or lunatics holding slave auctions. Security was minimal, and it took me a second to blow them to smithereens. Did you save the people from those 14 places before blowing them up? Lilac stared at the small boy, finding his words hard to believe despite what she had just seen with her own eyes. Yes, Owl revealed another complex structure of magical formations locking the next door, but he unraveled them in an instant. Are you going to save us as well? The young girl's heart beat faster with hope. No, Owl's deadpan tone stopped Auric and Lilac in their tracks. At least not until I find the person I'm looking for. Why, how is this place different from the others? Auric looked around nervously, expecting another warden or someone even more dangerous to jump out of the shadows at any moment. As I said, those were just slave markets, Owl replied. Here we are dealing with forbidden magic. Forbidden magic, Lilac echoed in shock. But that's against the first Emperor's law. It's an inhuman practice that leads to the heaviest and harshest sentence in the Empire. The first Emperor forbade many things after establishing his rule. Owl shrugged. Slave markets, theft, murder, and even for innocent orphans to struggle like animals in the streets of his cities. Is the written law enough to make something happen? No, but Owl, if you don't save the rest of the prisoners, the guards will blame them for what you did. Many of them might die, Auric said. I know, but if I save them, a man called Azith will notice my presence and relocate to another base again. Owl said, I would save the 314 people imprisoned here and doom thousands more. I'm sorry, but this has to end here. Is this what you meant when you said you needed a diversion? Auric asked. Are we the diversion? No, not you, Owl shook his head. You are with me, everyone else is. I'm pretty sure that a prison break is far from a novelty in a rushed operation like this. The guards will focus on recapturing the escaped prisoners first. When they notice our absence and question our former cellmates about our whereabouts, their answers will make no sense. It should buy me enough time. You freed the people in the cells just to let them be captured again. Lilac was flabbergasted. Yes, Owl nodded. Just like I crippled the guards instead of killing them, smart people like Azith give all their lackeys a contact amulet. This way, he knows where and when they die the moment it happens. He can send more of his men to assess the situation and start the evacuation procedures long before the enemy gets too close, so that he loses nothing in the escape. This time, however, Azith has no idea that the enemy is already inside. I triggered no external or internal alarm, and the revolt started small, in the most insignificant place of his base, and by the hands of those he considers far below his notice. The people he put in charge of the prison are too ashamed to admit to having been overrun by a bunch of starving losers, and won't report the disappearance of 3 kids until they realize the truth. With a bit of luck, by then it will be too late. Are you listening to yourself? Auric moved in front of the young boy, grabbing him by the shoulders. How can you talk about people's lives like numbers on a chalkboard? What gives you the right to decide who lives and who dies? Power, Auric, I'm the only one who knows about this place with the power to do something about it, Owl replied. Can you stop Azith from butchering everyone here, Auric? Can you stop me? Auric let go of Owl as if he had touched a live wire, and stared at him with fear. But you said you rescued those other slaves, Lilac hiccuped. You punished their captors, that's what a hero does. Letting innocent people die and bad people live like you are doing here is what a villain does. What are you? I'm no hero, Owl said. I'm not doing this out of honor or compassion. Both are meaningless to me. There's no parade or glory waiting for me once I'm done here. No princess at the end of the rainbow, just another mad mage to stop. I'm doing this out of duty, the duty to protect all the people in the Gorgon Empire, even if sometimes it means sacrificing an Auric or a Lilac. Now get out of my way, kid. Owl pushed Auric to the side, and the young man felt an enormous strength behind that simple gesture. Yet there was also gentleness and control. Auric felt as though Owl had picked him up and moved him instead of shoving him away. If it's of any consolation, I'm no villain either, Owl sighed. I wish I could send everyone to safety, but I can't risk a dimensional opening triggering. Kids, a cold, inhuman voice that sounded akin to the grating of stones cut him short. How did kids get so deep into the base? The creature to whom the voice belonged looked out of an illustrated children's book, but one filled with cautionary tales for ill-mannered kids. It was so tall that it had to crouch to pass through the door and step into the corridor. The creature had spindly limbs so long that its hands scratched the floor as it moved forward, resembling a giant four-legged spider. Its torso and head were humanoid, but long, black bristles covered its back like the quills of a porcupine. Its pupilless eyes were pristine white, and its lipless maw revealed the presence of long, ivory teeth that changed in length and shape as the creature tilted its head around. "I'll make you a deal, kids. If you show me the secret passage you have taken to get here and prove to me that this isn't just a waste of my time, I'll give you a quick death. Not painless, mind you, but quick." The eyes and mouth of the creature smiled. Not like a man would. The corners of the eyes didn't wrinkle, nor did the creature's features move. The eyes and mouth curled up into three crescents that twisted the blackness of the creature's face into an expression of savage joy. Auric and Lilacs jumped back in fright, and the smiles widened. The empowered abomination moved fast, too fast even for the eyes of an awakened. His limbs didn't scuffle on the floor. One moment he was standing in front of the door, and the next he was behind the kids. It was no dimensional magic either, since the space-compressing arrays of the base were at full power. The abomination had turned his body into a bolt of black lightning, cut the retreat path of his prey, and returned to its original form. All in the blink of an eye. Chapter 3873, A Rare Feat Part 2. It was the same way Raum had moved to outpace Bytra and hit Lith before he could react. An eldritch ability that was supposed to be exclusive to the Wanderer, like Break was to Orome. Yet a mere empowered abomination could do just the same, and move almost as quickly. "Come on," the empowered stomped his claws on the fine carpet, producing sparks whenever its protective enchantments clashed with the abomination touch. "Run, fight, do something. You can't have gotten this far by luck." The boy and the girl were weak, but the child was an insect. His mana flow and life force were so faint that the empowered's bottomless hunger didn't register Owl as a tasty meal. "Yet he's excellent bait," the abomination grinned, lashing with his spindly limb at the child to force the real prey to reveal their ability. Auric had no idea what was happening. To him, everything after he had left the soup kitchen made no sense. He still hoped it was just a nightmare caused by his upset stomach after eating old food. Yet he still moved. Every fiber of his body drove him to throw himself at Owl and shield him from the blow. Much to his surprise, the young boy didn't budge. Auric's feet slid on the floor as he pushed Owl down with all his strength, but the child didn't move. "Okay, this crosses the line." He raised his hand like he had done earlier to reveal the hidden arrays, and the empowered's arm froze in midair up to the elbow. "You shouldn't have done it, Balog the Corpse Weaver." "How do you know my name?" The empowered abomination tugged at his own arm, but it would have been easier to move a mountain. He tried to shapeshift into his lightning form, and when that failed as well, he severed his arm at the elbow level. Or rather, Balog tried. His right hand froze as well, trembling as if he were amid a snowstorm and he still could feel cold. The trembling spread fast, and with it the paralysis. "You are not the first abomination I kill, and certainly you won't be the last." Owl ignored the corpse-weaver's question. "Yet you've performed a rare feat. You've done something very few of your kind have managed to achieve. You've made me angry." The young boy's eyes shone with white light that burned the abomination's limbs like sunrise pushes back the darkness of the night. Balog screamed at the top of his mana, feeling the power he had painstakingly accumulated through the centuries fade. Yet the white radiance engulfing him ate sound and darkness alike. The only way to kill an abomination was to consume the chaos that comprised their energy body and kept their black core from fading away. Chaos was more than a cursed element to an empowered abomination. It was the recipient of their mind, the measure of their strength, and the vessel that contained the life force they stole to perpetuate their existence. Chaos defined who they were, what they could do, and who they could afford to challenge. Balog the Corpse Weaver faded, starting from his extremities and moving up toward his chest. In the span of a few seconds, only a tongue of darkness remained, no bigger than a candle flame. Owl clenched his fist, conjuring a darkness ceiling array inscribed outside the dark shell spell. The magical formation prevented Balog from casting chaos spells, the only means he had left in his weakened state to break out of the dark shell. The darkness imbued in the hard light construct sealed the empowered abomination and prevented him from regaining his strength. "It seems I'm lucky," the young boy said. "You must have left your communication amulet at your station, thinking you could retrieve it later. Your rune will stay on and be available. Nobody will come to your rescue, and if they do, they'll have to go through me first. When he turned to scold Auric for the recklessness of his actions, Owl discovered that Auric was staring at him, at his violet eyes that burned like flames and their vertical pupils. How many times do I have to tell you that I'm not a child before you believe me? What are you? Lilacs had wet herself, but she hadn't even noticed. Her clothes and dignity were the least of her problems at the moment. I'm Ligaen, father of all dragons, guardian of the Gorgon Empire, imperial preceptor, keeper of Magus secrets. Owl's voice became deep and ancient, carrying the power to cleanse Lilacs's clothes and driving the fear out of the youth's hearts. But you can call me friend. Now, if you're done with your questions, I need to move. The corpse weaver's disappearance won't go unnoticed for long. I'm not done, Auric said as Ligaen moved past him. I haven't even started. What are you doing here, and what's so important that you have to explore this nightmare place instead of blowing it up? You are a god. Can't you just fix everything with a thought? Thanks for the vote of confidence, but there are no gods, Auric of Dekari, Ligaen replied. Make no mistake, I'm powerful but not omnipotent. I'm knowledgeable but not omniscient. As for your other questions, I'm here to rescue my daughter. To do that, however, I need to find the secret lab of her captor, my son, Azith. The last time we faced, he didn't hesitate to escape because he had nothing to gain from a fight to the death. This time, I'm going to take everything he needs for his research away so that he can't afford to run away. Azith has gained too much power and learned too much to turn his back and run if I put my hands on his secrets. Your son kidnapped your daughter and all of us to conduct his forbidden magic experiments, Lilacs asked. If all families are so messed up, I'm glad to be an orphan. Definitely not all families. Ligaen walked briskly through a room filled with piled-up gold bars and precious gemstones. To be fair, my son and daughter have different mothers and were born 49,000 years apart. I'm the only thing they have in common, and as far as I know, they never met each other until a few days ago. 49,000 years, Auric echoed, having a hard time imagining what it would be like to live for such a long time. He had lived for less than 15 years and was already sick of it. Can we pick a souvenir? Lilacs pointed at a ruby the size of her eye. Just one of those things will allow us to live in luxury for decades. Don't touch anything. Ligaen opened the arrays leading deeper inside the complex. Remember that my son is a mage, and he laid protective spells all over this place. One wrong move and you'll trigger one of the alarms. Lilacs sighed heavily, and the only thing she picked up was the pace. Besides, even if you could take one of those gems, it would get you killed. Ligaen deactivated a trap on the doorstep on the other side. Do you have the strength to hold on to something that precious? Do you know someone who'd pay you a fair price instead of killing you and take it for themselves? Chapter 3874, Dragon's Lair Part 1. No, Lilacs shook her head after pondering the issue. Damn, I thought becoming rich would be easier. What's wrong with this place? Auric asked. This isn't how I pictured the house of a powerful evil mage. This looks like the wet dream of a compulsive hoarder. Where are the beautiful women, the tasty food, and the fine clothes? They had just entered a wide space, with piles of books arranged along the walls and dozens of empty alembics and crystal containers, forming a path leading from one door to the other. I told you, I forced Azith to abandon his lair just 2 days ago, Ligaen replied. Dimensional amulets make storing your possessions easy, but arranging them after you get yourself a new place takes time. Also, my son has turned into one of those shadow creatures we met before. He has no need for women, food, or clothes. He only craves the lives of others and power. It's why he brought you two and the other prisoners here. Auric and Lilacs shuddered at the thought. The mere sight of Balog, the corpse weaver, had given them the fright of their lives. Everything about him screamed of death and danger. If a creature like that was just a foot soldier, Azith was bound to be much, much worse. On the one hand, the two youths wanted to run away and keep themselves as far away from such a monster as possible. On the other hand, there was no place safer than a dragon's back, and they stood beside the father of all dragons. This entire place is a death trap, Ligaen said, smelling the fear that radiated from the youths as cold sweat drenched their clothes. You are free to run if you want, but that would also mean that you have to deal with those creatures on your own. Auric and Lilacs held hands for courage, and kept following the small form of Owl. The next chamber was empty, with only one occupant. Who are you and how did you get here? Zadget the Bloodless asked, conjuring several chaos spells without waiting for an answer. She was on surveillance room duty and suspected that something was wrong. The guards she had sent to contain the prison break had yet to report to her, and her watch partner, Balog, was taking too long to check on the holding cells. Even a sadist like Corpse Weaver would never defy Raum's orders and mess with the prisoners. The leader of the empowered abominations had already proven more than once that if one of his followers caused a shortage of humans, she would take their place in his experiments. Bolts of howling void eclipsed the entire area of the door, leaving the three youths no way out. The dimensional compressing array powered by the mana geyser sealed blink spells, and not even a Zawu could dodge chaos from such a short distance. You too, bloodless? Ligon narrowed his eyes and stopped the barrage of howling void with domination. Let me guess. He threw the spells back at the empowered abomination, who also turned into a living lightning bolt brimming with chaos, moving so fast that she dodged the hail of spells with ease. Zajet covered the short distance separating her from the intruders and struck at Owl/Ligon. He faced her head-on, conjuring a layer of emerald energy to coat his right hand. The palm strike intercepted the living bolt of chaos and forced Zajet back into her humanoid form. The impact produced a shockwave strong enough to crack the stone of the surveillance room, and a noise that would have been heard for kilometers if not for the Guardian silencing it with a hush spell. I knew it. Ligon recalled the howling voids and dominated them to tear apart Zajet's energy body, being careful not to damage the runes of the surveillance arrays and triggering no alarm. You are as fast as Balog and almost as strong as an Eldritch, yet you are just an abomination. What remained of her form looked like a black firefly that Ligon spared on purpose. Do your worst, kid, Zajet snarled. I'm not going to talk. Good, because I'm not going to ask. Ligon sealed her the same way he had done with Balog, but not before making sure with Ligon eyes she didn't have an omni pocket or any means to warn Azith of his arrival. On his way in, the Guardian met more empowered abominations, and sealed them inside black shells after stripping them of any artifact they carried. There's not a single puppeteer here, he thought. That and the recurring abilities of Azith's followers confirm my suspicions. The question is how far he has progressed with his research. What are those things? Auric asked as they advanced deeper into Raum's lair. His encounter with the Corpse Weaver had left the young man needing sheer willpower not to wet his pants. Yet with each abomination they met and Ligon effortlessly defeated, Auric's confidence in his guide and curiosity about his captors grew. Abominations, Ligon replied. A kind of undead you don't find in folk tales, only in military archives. It takes a whole lot of well-armed people and luck to hold an abomination back long enough to report about their existence. If the Empire knows about them, then why did I never hear of them? What good would it make? Ligon shrugged. Warning people to beware of the shadows because they might be unstoppable monsters would only cause mass hysteria. How do you think your life would have been if you knew about abominations, and that every dark corner of your alleys might hide one? Madness, terror, and suicide were the first things that came to Auric's mind. He had managed to keep his sanity and cool so far, but he knew that it was only thanks to the reassuring presence of the Guardian. I'd rather not think about that, Auric shuddered. Yeah, same, Lilax nodded. As they moved from one room to another, Ligon noticed a few things. After escaping from the holding cells, he had followed the mana lines connecting the arrays with the power core of the structure, and albeit small, there was a slope in the ground. The facility extended deep below the ground, and with each corridor he crossed, he entered a lower level. Moreover, past the surveillance room, the number of enchanted traps and alarms decreased while the number of protective wards increased. It was the kind of array designed to keep people and energy in rather than out. Also, the size of the rooms increased as they progressed. Only the first levels, those closest to the surface, were built to accommodate humans. The room Ligon had entered now had the high ceiling, wide space, and heavy furniture necessary to host an emperor beast or a fae. Whether as prisoners or guests, he couldn't tell. The air was sterile, and so was every surface of the guest area. Regular pulses of darkness magic destroyed smells, dirt, and everything one could use to understand the purpose of that area. Why are you following me? Ligon asked. Please don't send me away. I didn't mean to bother you with my questions. I promise I'll be quiet. Auric went pale, his eyes begging the small form of owl not to abandon him. Chapter 3875, Dragon's Lair Part 2. That's not what I meant, the Guardian shook his head. I'm just curious about the reason you two chased after me, or rather, Owl, instead of hiding in a corner and minding your own business. To protect you, Auric replied, blushing a bit at how foolish he sounded. I thought you were a magically talented kid, but still a kid. I noticed you didn't let anyone come close to you, so I assumed you were physically weak. After you revealed your real nature, I kept following you, hoping that the legends about dragons were true and that you would protect us. You're a brave and smart boy, Ligaen smiled. What about you, Lilax? The young girl weaved several lies to save what little of dignity she had, but discarded them all. I thought Owl was my best bet at escaping. After you pointed out we had been herded to be fattened like cattle, I decided I had to get out. You had already proven smarter than most of us. When you displayed your powers and took down so many adults with a snap of your fingers, I thought you were a hero who had come to our rescue. I was wrong about that, but at least I'm still alive and free. I'm sorry for misleading you then. Ligaen gave her a polite nod. Don't worry, though. I plan to correct the situation the moment I find what I need. Thanks, Lord Ligaen, Lilac said. May I ask you a question? Auric asked. Within reason, the Guardian replied. Why are you still in the form of a child? Aren't you the mighty father of all dragons? I am, and that's a problem when you are trying to infiltrate a place. Ligaen nodded. This weak appearance gives me the advantage of surprise. All the enemies I meet think they can kill me and attack me instead of sounding the alarm. As I told you before, I can't let my quarry escape. The life of my daughter, Great Mother Almighty. The latest corridor had been much steeper than the others, and Ligaen suddenly understood the reason. The sealed door didn't open into a room, but into the wide chamber that most dragons used as the hallway leading to the inner part of their lair. It wasn't just the sheer size of the place that shocked Ligaen. He had visited countless such places, and the antechamber to his own lair was much bigger and better furnished. The luxury items and enchanted artifacts didn't impress him more than a flea market could. What cut the Guardian short and sent a shiver down his spine was the fact that he knew that place. He had already been there several times in the past, and one more just a couple of days ago. The location was of course different, but there was no mistaking it. The underground base, just like the ruins of Azith's secret lab that Ligaen had visited with Lith, was a perfect replica of the Eldritch's house back when he was a mist dragon. I can't believe I missed it, Ligaen inwardly cursed at himself. Sure, the other base was barren and everything was in shambles, but I should have recognized the familiar disposition of the rooms and corridors. Is the Great Mother stronger than a Guardian? Lilax asked. Also, what's so special about this place? The ceiling was high enough to host an adult divine beast, and the furniture was beyond luxurious, but it was nothing that the young woman hadn't seen time and time again during their descent. Lilax and Auric couldn't see the engravings in the floor. They were blind to the pulsing of the power cores of the countless artifacts around them, and deaf to the thrumming of the mana flowing in the floor beneath their feet. Blades that cold cleave a castle open were just shiny things to them, and the historical value of the various art pieces was lost to the youths. Their perception stopped at the surface level, and they had already seen so many wonders that they had become numb to anything that wouldn't bite their noses. It's complicated. Ligaen had no time nor desire to explain why he called Tyrus name to his young friends. As for your second question, this is a mist dragon's lair. Of course, Auric's eyes widened in understanding. You are the father of all dragons, so your son must be a dragon. He is, Ligaen nodded. Or rather, he was. Now Azith is an eldritch. It's the strongest, smartest, cruelest, and deadliest kind of undead you'll ever meet. On top of that, an eldritch has no need for a place like this. More importantly, he shouldn't be able to recreate it in the first place. Ligaen pointed at the various artifacts and pieces of art, stepping closer to study them. What do you mean, recreate? The tension in the Guardian's shoulders scared Lilax. The young girl turned left, and right as if the shadows of the antechamber could come to life and attack her at any time. My son died 40,000 years ago, Ligaen replied. He had a family that inherited his possessions. They kept everything of value and burned everything they thought he might want to carry with him in the next world. This painting, for example, was given to Azith's firstborn, who in turn passed it down in his family. It's currently in possession of Azith's grand-grand-grand-granddaughter. This blade, instead, Azith left to his niece. All these pieces are supposed to be somewhere else, in the hands of his descendants. How can they be here then? Auric blinked several times in confusion. Is this just a mirage? No, it's real. Ligaen shook his head. Everything not enchanted is just a replica, a perfect copy, identical to the original down to the smallest stroke of brush or chisel. The artifacts, instead, present one notable difference from the ones I know. They have been forgemastered with means unavailable back when Azith collected the various pieces of his hoard. Their pseudo-cores are more modern and improved. They look the same, but some of them even have a power core. A power what? Lilacs tilted her head in confusion. Never mind, Ligon sighed. All you need to know is that power cores were invented about 1,000 years ago and that eldritches aren't supposed to paint and carve, let alone forgemaster anything. Their mere touch can pulverize the toughest of stones, and their constant hunger fills their thoughts. An eldritch like Azith should lack the patience and finesse to hold a brush, just like his black core should make it impossible for him to craft artifacts. Yet I recognize his hand in everything around us. Ligon pointed at the various display cases and pictures. He painted, sculpted, and forgemastered with apparent ease until he recreated his entire lair piece by piece. And that's bad, Ulrich asked. Very bad, Ligon nodded. Especially for Azith's descendants. If he thinks himself a dragon, he'll want his hoard back, but no dragon would give up on a single coin they possess without a fight. This is good news, though. Lilacs cleared her throat in fear. If this stuff is what you were looking for, please take it and bring us out of here. Chapter 3876, The Storm Part 1. I'm sorry, but nothing you see here is of any use to me. The Guardian took a few deep breaths to calm down. Seeing the lair of his lost son, just like he remembered it from 40,000 years ago, tore the old wounds in Ligon's heart open. He would have taken it as an indication that something of Azith was still alive, that his son might be worthy of redemption like Zoreth, if not for the implications that building such a place carried. Azith had refused to move on, both in soul and mind. He hadn't recreated a few pieces out of nostalgia. Azith had built a copy of his old lair and its contents because he still considered them his own. The entire place oozed with greed, and Ligon read in the various pieces a silent promise that one day the first patriarch of the Mist Dragons would take the originals back. These things are just trinkets. Taking them would only hurt Azith's pride. I need something much more important than this, and luckily for us, I know exactly where to find it. Fair warning, lag behind me and you'll get lost. Ligon walked briskly, the layout of his son's lair still clear in his mind like on the day of Azith's funeral, when the new patriarch of the Mist Dragon's bloodline had invited the Guardian to officiate the vigil. Why should we lag, good gods? Ulrich stumbled on his feet and needed help not to land face first on the ground. Hills of gold and silver filled the next room, giving the impression of being stranded in a precious ocean that extended as far as the eye could see. Be careful, dummy. Lilacs held Ulrich by his shirt while he found his footing. I don't want to be left behind. Ligon crossed another arch, and fields of emeralds covered the floor like grass a fertile land. Roses of rubies, daisies of topaz surrounded by diamonds, and irises of sapphires grew on stems carved from single pieces of jade, forming impossible floral compositions. Why gods, why are you so cruel? Lilacs whined, staring at Ligon's back with hope. No touching. He sped up further, forcing the two youths to jog to keep the pace with him. How come we are going faster than before? Ulrich panted. Because I know the passwords to open each door and pathway, Ligon replied. Azith is so obsessed with reclaiming his possessions that even after updating and improving on his arrays, he didn't change the access codes. Isn't that stupid? Lilac struggled to follow the Guardian. No, Azith's lair has changed many owners in the past 40,000 years. I'm the only one who still remembers such details, and he knows that if I find this place like I did, even a completely different code wouldn't slow me down by much. Next came a room filled with weapons and armor the size of a dragon. Ligon was glad to see that none of the bones and scales were authentic. Raum had not even bothered to enchant them, yet his precision in the details bordered on obsession. After the family portraits chamber, Ligon finally reached the entrance to Raum's private lab. The Guardian wanted nothing more than to cross the threshold and enter the familiar space of the library, but he didn't dare to. I haven't reached this point just to ruin everything one step away from the finishing line. Ligon thought as his eyes scoured every millimeter of the stony surface for an unknown or out-of-place rune. Even though Azith doesn't expect me to find this place, it would be stupid of him not to take a few more precautions after our recent encounter. A few seconds later, his suspicions proved correct. Son of a dragon, this array field only looks like the one I remember. Azith used the same runes to form completely different magical formations that he arranged to form a pattern identical to the one of his old lair. After a few seconds, Ligon cracked the defensive arrays and stepped inside Raum's research library. It didn't match the one in his memories, either by size or extension. It was a vast, arched cave that stretched for hundreds of meters in width and many dozens in height. Vast adamant shelves brimming with the chronicles of Azith's research took most of the space, forming a labyrinth that seemed to go on forever. Aside from the door through which the trio had entered and the inner corridors of the library, not an inch of stone was wasted. The shelves reached the ceiling, and no matter where one looked, only book spines would meet their gaze. Ligon raised his hand, gesturing for Arik and Lilacs not to cross the threshold while he checked that no more traps were waiting for them. Once he found no threat or hidden alarm, Ligon flipped through the pages of the nearest tomes. Each research journal was at least 5 centimeters thick, filled with Raum's annotations, drawings, and schematics of his experiments. "Damn bastard," Ligon grumbled. He arranged his library according to a coded classification. "I've already cracked it, but this might take a while." The Guardian conjured a gust of wind that carried them hundreds of meters to the left through several twists and turns. The book he looked for was halfway through a bookshelf wall, about 15 meters, 50, from the ground. Year 1, Day 1. Time has no longer meaning to me, but I have to keep track of it somehow to retain my sanity. I'm not writing this on the day of my rebirth. It was too painful and chaotic, and I have no memory of what I did after turning into an abomination. I mark the day I regained my sense of self as the beginning of this journey. Writing is not an easy task in this form, so I'll have to be brief. I don't remember much about my death, but I remember the fear. As old age ravaged my once mighty body, I found no peace. I only felt terror for what lay ahead and envy for those small, insignificant creatures who possessed the only currency that no piece of my hoard could afford me: time. I remember falling asleep, only to wake up in front of someone I initially mistook for my father. He told me I had nothing to fear and that I had to move on, but even without my dragon eyes, I could see through the lie. That thing wasn't my father, and it wanted me dead. I struggled with all my might, escaping the grip of the thing wearing Ligon's face only once it was too late. A storm was upon me, and no matter how fast I flew, it was always right behind me. I don't know how long I struggled until my wings gave in. All I remember is that once the storm caught me, I woke up for the second time. The last time. I haven't fallen asleep in days, and I think I never will again. But I digress. When I opened my eyes, there was only hunger and darkness. I roamed the land like a mindless beast, only worrying about my next meal. Now, however, my mind is clear. I remember who I am. I know what I've become. Chapter 3877, The Storm Part 2. My own existence sickens me. I'm an undead stain on Dragonkind's honor. Worst of all, I'm a coward. I'm too scared of death to let myself be killed. I'd rather live in shame as a murderous abomination than die as the noble mist dragon my family loved. From today onwards, I forfeit my name as Azith and call myself Raum. It means nothing, which is quite fitting. From today onward, I am nothing. Ligon stopped reading out loud, pondering those words. "I see, Azith must have run away for days," he said after a while. His abomination form appeared long after his funeral and far away enough to go unnoticed by the members of his brood. "His what now?" Arik asked. "Not now, child." Ligon drew more volumes to himself with spirit magic, flipping through the pages as though he were reading a grocery list. "I need to know what I'm dealing with." The Guardian had already deciphered the code behind the position of the journal entries based on their chronological order, but he still had to scour through 40,000 years' worth of diaries to find what he was looking for. Another gust of wind carried the trio on the other side of the bookshelf wall, and from there it snaked through the library corridors, bringing them east and just below the ceiling. Year 1201, Day 245. I can't believe it took me this long to become an eldritch. Even more incredible, I've met the thing wearing Ligon's face for the second, and according to it, the last time. That thing called me a failure, turned its back on me, and then disappeared. I finally know who it was. It was Maga herself. I'm a fool for not recognizing her earlier. Despite her weird choice of appearance, Maga acted exactly like in my father's bedtime stories. I can understand why she's angry with me, but her reaction is unreasonable. I'm stronger than I've ever been, and even though I lost my powers as a mist dragon, my old existence pales in comparison to this new form. The only real problem is the hunger. It never relents. It never fades. Even writing a few words requires me to feed upon a hapless creature, or I wouldn't be able to muster my thoughts. Ligon ignored the ramblings about who and how many people Raum had killed. and focused solely on the descriptions of his newfound eldritch powers. Year 5364, Day 12. I now understand why Magur was angry with me. I've realized the depth of my foolishness. I've reached the limits of my eldritch form, and there's still nothing it can do that makes up for everything I've lost. I've killed millions, I've slaughtered innocents, and for what? A white core still wet behind his ears beat me so hard that I had to run with my metaphorical tail between my legs. Magur was right about me. I am a failure. I don't have spirit magic, so it took a kid barely half my age but a few elemental sealing arrays to rob me of my strength. I don't have dragon eyes, so the only thing I learned from our fight is that I have no way to beat him. Gods help me, I know this is just the first of many crushing humiliations to come, yet I still don't want to die. A quick flight 300 meters to the west, 24 north, and 5,000 years of mad ramblings brought Ligaen to the first piece of his quarry. Year 10,940, Day 71. What started as another day of mindless slaughter and feeding frenzy drove me sane again. I just had the most wonderful thought. What is an eldritch if not a living mass of energy? What is forgemastery if not the art of giving raw energy form and purpose? What would happen if I forgemastered the energy of my own body into pseudo-cores? If I'm right, I have discovered the way to overcome the limits that plague abominations and eldritch alike. If I'm right, it means that Magur was wrong, that even my father was wrong about my new kin, that maybe, just maybe, I'm not a failure. Year 12,147, Day 358. I did it. I finally found a solution to my problem. Like most egregious discoveries, mine also happened by accident. I was extracting the light element necessary for my forgemastery experiments from the latest batch of specimens when it hit me. Why consume only their mana and waste their life force and flesh? Since these insects have to die, why not use their miserable existences to the fullest? Sure, the use of forbidden magic is frowned upon by all sentient creatures, but so is my very existence. These insects will die in droves in a pointless war anyway. They might as well serve a purpose greater than the whims of a cruel despot. As the idea burned fresh into my mind, I immediately tried to convert my forgemastery spell into forbidden magic. It failed, of course, but it only killed about 100 captives, much less than I require for my usual tests. Rarely has failure been so promising. Ligaen flipped through the tomes, reading all about Raum's failures and observations. Year 12,691, Day 78. It pains me to admit that despite its well-earned ill fame, forbidden magic is far from an easy subject. Even though I'm researching relatively simple spells that require a feeble amount of energy compared to the crafting of the likes of a lost city, the number of sacrifices needed for my research is staggering. Each failure teaches me something, but I also fail too often for my own liking. I understand that, unlike the crazy mages of the past, I work alone and for a good cause, but I can't help but wonder. What if I'm wrong? Even as a dragon, the apex predator of Magur, I consumed only the lives I needed to feed my majestic body. My powers, my life force, supported themselves. They didn't need a constant flow of blood just not to fall apart. I'm starting to believe that I've never stopped running since the day of my death, and only my hubris kept me from seeing the truth. My hunger is just a symptom of the chase. The people I kill are not for me, but for the storm that's always on my heels. What I call feeding is nothing but throwing bait at the storm to distract it. The life force I absorb trickles down to the storm, giving it the illusion of having caught up to me. It keeps the storm from covering the last few meters between us and swallowing me. Is this why Magur was angry with me? Is an abomination just a foolish creature who deludes itself to cheat death at its own game? Many of my victims have called me insane over the years, but this is the first time I think they might be right. Ligaen winced at those words, reading the first trace of the Azith he once knew in the endless records written by Raum, the monster who had taken his place. My son was lost but not gone, at least back then, the Guardian sighed. The one who kidnapped Zorith and fought against me is Raum, so there is no doubt how this story ends, yet I need to understand how my son truly died. Ligaen abandoned all hopes for a happy ending and resumed reading. Chapter 3878, Wrong Era Part 1. Year 12,914, Day 124. I finally did it. I finally shut down all those stupid voices in my head claiming that doing the same thing and expecting a different result was the very definition of madness. I crafted the pseudo-cores of one of the most powerful artifacts of this time and implanted them in myself with forbidden magic. I have gained a unique kind of equipment that even awakened can only dream of, and that no one can steal from me. Forge Mastery shapes energy into a permanent form, and an eldritch is made of pure energy. Forbidden magic is the key to bringing order to the living chaos of my body by turning it into powerful pseudo-cores bound to my life force. Just like an awakened has to develop auxiliary cores to overcome the bottleneck of the bright blue core and reach the violet, I'm creating auxiliary cores in my body to overcome the bottleneck of my condition as eldritch and reach whatever lies beyond. Unlike a foolish awakened, however, my cores are not mere lumps of accumulated mana. They don't form runes as I move. They are runes, and each one of them grants me new powers I can activate with a single thought. I was right and Magur was wrong. I'm not a failure, and soon this whole world will learn the truth. Year 12,914, Day 216, Supplementary Notes. This requires further celebrations and an accurate record of the events. Today, I mastered the power of my pseudo-cores and regained my full power. Today, I discovered that the energy mass I sacrificed to create the enchantments is not lost. It has regenerated, and my eldritch form is whole again. This has not affected the pseudo-cores, which are as stable and functional as the day I crafted them. This means that with each new auxiliary core I Forgemaster, my powers will permanently increase. Raum the Eldritch was just a base, simple form that I'm now evolving according to my needs. I'm not slave to the whims of nature or luck anymore. I'm the first person on Magur literally to forge his own destiny. The flesh I lost and regretted until a few years ago was nothing but an illusion. A snare Magur created to forbid her children from rising to their true potential and challenging her tyranny. Today, I've seen past the illusion of the flesh and taken the first step to free all my siblings from the slave collar they don't even know they wear. The situation is much direr than I thought. Ligoin narrowed his eyes as he kept reading. Year 12,915, Day 336. Another year, another success. I've implanted a second set of pseudo-cores into my body, and my full strength has already returned. I can now shape a weapon and an armor from pure chaos. My deadly touch can't spoil this equipment, giving me an edge over the other eldritches and filling part of the gap that separates me from white cores. I'll wait one more year for my life force to stabilize again, and then I'll Forgemaster my third set of pseudo-cores. The feeling of having a breakthrough is still as intoxicating as I remembered, and making it happen only when I want to makes it even better. This confirms my theory about the illusion of the flesh and opens my eyes to the truth. Magur wasn't angry with me on the day my body died. Magur was afraid of me, of what someone like me could do after getting rid of the shackles with which she had burdened me. Her exhortations to move on were not born of kindness, but self-preservation. Magur wanted to neutralize the threat I posed to her. She wanted to send me off before I realized my true potential. I wonder what will happen when my entire body is converted into pseudo-cores. What I'll become when I've collected all the greatest powers on Magur and made them mine. I can't wait for that day when Magur's fears will become reality, when they'll become me. Raum has found an artificial path that might actually lead him to the white core. The thought worried Ligon, but only up to a point. Yet it must be faulty, or he would have already fused his black and white core. If he had done that, he wouldn't have run away from me when we met. Year 13,122, Day 12. Things have taken an unexpected turn. After adding over 100 pseudo-cores to my body, my powers greatly increased, but so did my energy consumption. In my reckless enthusiasm, I forgot that I'm neither an awakened nor an artifact. I can't draw in the world energy. I can't take 10 paces away from a mana geyser without starting to fade. It doesn't matter. There are enchantments that can make up for my flaws. If my body is cut off from the flow of world energy, I just need to craft a pseudo-core that is not. Year 14,571, Day 56. Another problem arose, and I'm incapable of solving it. Adding pseudo-cores with the sole purpose of absorbing the world energy, I named them feed cores, solved my consumption issue, but it also slowed down my progress. Now I can't add a new, powerful pseudo-core until I have enough feed cores to support it. By itself, it's nothing but a minor inconvenience. It slows down my progress, but I'm in no rush. Time is on my side, for I am one of Magur's true immortals. The real problem is that the pseudo and feed cores have grown in number to the point that there is almost no space between them. They clash and crash with a violence that more than once almost tore me apart at the worst possible times. I'm stronger than ever, but not as strong as I want to be. I'm still nothing compared to my father, and to add insult to the injury, that despicable white-cord runt built himself a mage tower. I've worked hard for thousands of years to erase the humiliation of our first encounter, just to suffer a second defeat no less crushing than the first. To make matters worse, I can't add new pseudo-cores to my form until I find a solution. And there's the flaw, Liga inwardly sighed in relief. To achieve the white core, multiplying the number of auxiliary cores isn't enough. They must also harmonize and seamlessly overlap with each other. It's the only way to turn every single cell into an auxiliary core and overcome the boundary between flesh and energy. Raum's experiments led him in the right direction, but the secret of his success is also that of his failure. Even if he always uses the same forbidden magic spell, the mana and life forces each pseudo-core contains are different. The souls he has unwittingly trapped in his body retain their individuality and make it impossible for the different cores to merge. Yet this doesn't explain Raum's current strength or why he kidnapped Zorath and now needs Baitra. I'm still missing something. The journals progressed with countless experiments, one more deranged and bloodier than the previous. Chapter 3879, Wrong Era Part 2. Raum's body was immortal, but his mind wasn't immune to the ravages of time. Without his magical discoveries fueling his ego, the weight of his actions slowly drove him insane. After the 30,000th year, most entries were unreadable. After the 35,000th year, there were no entries. Just the scribbling of a madman who slammed and dragged a quill across the pages, believing that somehow it would record his feelings and thoughts. Things changed with the advent of King Valoran I. Year 39,093, day 258. I have no idea what illness drove my hand as I wrote my journals before this day, and I'm too happy to care about such trifling matters. Today, I found the solution to all my problems, and not through my endless toils and readings. It was served to me on a silver platter. Today, I discovered the existence of something called a power core. It is so simple in its ingenuity that I can only blame myself and my madness for not inventing it on my own. A single power core can contain dozens of pseudo-cores, reducing the space they take and their energy consumption. There is no telling how powerful I would be today if I had come up with power cores millennia ago instead of wasting my time and energy with pseudo-cores. Countless lives could have been spared if only I were as brilliant as I believed. Yet there's no point complaining. I now have my answer and my studies can progress again. Destroying the pseudo-cores and replacing them with power cores will be a slow and agonizing process, but I did it to myself. I deserve it like I deserve everything that comes my way. Year 39,094, day 25 supplementary notes. Once again I stand corrected. Waiting for so long wasn't a waste of time or effort. I had the right idea and the proper tools. I was simply born in the wrong era. Luckily, my research kept me alive, and more importantly, it kept me sane. All the pain and suffering I endured for almost 40,000 years was for this day, for this moment. The moment when I followed the man called Valoran and noticed that his seafull armor can produce life maelstrom. Valoran is indeed king among kings because he blessed me twice in the span of a man's single lifetime. He taught me about power cores, and now he has shown me that forge-mastering artificial mana organs is possible. If his armor can produce life maelstrom, then I can regain my dragon eyes, my origin flames, everything. I can wield the powers of the strongest living beings without suffering the illusion of the flesh again. But one thing at a time. First, I need to replace my pseudo-cores with power cores. Otherwise, I'll lack the power to capture and contain the divine beasts necessary for my future experiments. Alas, too long has passed since my death, and too long have I been mad. I remember nothing of my mana organs and have no clue how they'll interact with my chaos form. On top of that, power cores are made to bond with inanimate objects, whereas mana organs need a precise structure of life force to produce their effects. Magur bound them to the illusion of the flesh, and freeing them will be the hardest thing I've ever done. Year 39,097, day 182. Today I've met the greatest disappointment since I became an abomination. I met another one like me. While I chased Valoran to study his armor unnoticed, I met another dragon-turned-eldritch. Her name is Xenagrosh. I was tempted to introduce myself as her older brother and share my research with her, but I preferred to put her character to the test first. She turned out to be nothing like me. She is full of anger, resentment, and craves to return to a living form. She even developed some sort of childish attachment to Valoran. We bonded over our common interest in Valoran's military feats, and what I learned disgusts me. Xenogrosh admires Valoran and protects him. She actually cares about someone who'd kill us the moment he discovers our presence, and who is wasting his time nurturing insects. She's a lost cause, but in the name of our common father, I'll spare her life. Damn it, this explains everything. Ligon frowned at that note, moving on to the next section to continue reading. Year 39,389, day 196. I've done it. I replaced most of my pseudo-cores with power cores, but I can't help but feel foolish about it. 4 so-called rulers of the flames popped out one after the other. Magic progresses so quickly that by the time I implant a new power core, it's almost obsolete. Still, I looked for the little white-cored bastard for a rematch, and I discovered he took his own life. Pity, there's much I could have learned from his body and tower, and now they are both lost. Our rivalry ended, but I never managed to defeat him. He defeated himself. The worst kind of victory, but one I have to accept. Year 39,589, day 128. I think Magur hates me. That dolt of Xenogrosh has become an eldritch and somehow regained her dragon blood. My empowered associates saw her spew origin flames and assume the form of a shadow dragon without even trying. I, on the other hand, have spent over 500 years trying to do the same and got nothing to show for it. I have sacrificed every lesser and divine beast I could get my hands on, but they die too quickly. Without a breathing technique to study their mana flow, I was forced to develop diagnostic tools that put an enormous stress on my test subjects and inflict unspeakable agony on them. Or rather, that's what I believe, since they all die screaming on my slab while bleeding like gutted game the moment I touch them with my tools. I can't reproduce a mana organ I can't study, and I can't study something that dies so fast. I wish I could capture and examine Xenogrosh, but that's not possible. She would feed on the light magic of my diagnostic spells without even trying, and there are no restrictions that can imprison someone made of pure energy. Magur offered me a solution I can't touch. This is an act of deliberate mockery that I refuse to consider a mere coincidence. Nonetheless, there's a silver lining even in such a black cloud. Xenogrosh's very existence proves that an eldritch can regain his original form. It's up to me to find out how. Year 39,971, day 57. I have heard of someone called the Master. He's recruiting eldritches like Tezca and Orolm, all the more reason to stay away from whoever the Master is. Orolm almost killed me back when I thought a few pseudo-cores made me invincible. One strike of his break eldritch skill undid centuries of hard work and left me weaker than the day I became a mere empowered abomination. As for Tezca, he's too dangerous. We fought only once, but I still carry the fear from that day. He won effortlessly, yet I'm sure he was just toying with me. I've avoided Orolm and Tezca ever since. Chapter 3880, Favored Son, Part 1. I won't provoke Tezca and Orolm again until I'm certain I can beat them. And I won't join an organization that would force me to share my hard-earned knowledge with those who might become my future rivals. Not when I've already replaced most of my pseudo-cores with power cores, and only need to learn the secret of artificial mana organs to become the perfect being who will stand above all. The ink dates to about 30 years ago, Ligon pondered. It's no wonder nobody remembered Raum. He was friendly to Zor, while Orolm and Tezca fought too many arrogant eldritches to remember someone they fought only once. Year 39,997, day 236. I can't believe what I'm about to write, but there is no point in denying the truth. For the past few years, I feared that the Master might follow in my footsteps and replicate my work with the help of his witless associates. That after witnessing Valoran's miracle, the other eldritches would have pooled their resources to achieve in years what it has taken me almost 40 millennia. I was wrong, and I couldn't be happier for it. Those very same eldritches who gained the strength and skill to humble me have lost their minds, and followed what I assume must be a human down the most inane path possible. They escape the illusion of the flesh only to seek its smothering embrace on their own will. According to my sources, the Master has caused a phenomenon called monster outbreaks. He bred and unleashed flawed meat sacks in the hope of replacing the original, perfect meat sacks that my fellow eldritches discarded ages ago. I would laugh at their stupidity if it didn't serve my interests. Competition would hinder my research, and by following the lead of a feeble mortal's mind, the members of the organization are unwittingly playing in the palm of my hand. Year 39,997, day 302, additional notes. They did it. The master restored the flesh prison of my fellow eldritches and somehow made them much stronger. It would be irrelevant information if not for the good and bad news it carries. The bad news is that, whatever the master is, they granted their followers superior bodies whose strength I can neither understand nor gauge. These newborn hybrids are nothing compared to me, or at least I hope so. But what about tomorrow? What if I've taken the wrong path? The good news is that Xenogrosh too has become part of the master's elite force. She now possesses a dragon's mana organs and a body that can withstand my tools. She is the perfect test subject for my experiments. I'll wait a bit before capturing her. Taking her alive is going to require special care, and I have to make sure she is not accompanied by someone who might foil my plans. My hope is that the master uses this time to make her even sturdier. Year 39,999, Day 192. Another problem solved itself. Xenogrosh attacked the mobile fortress of the Mad Queen and turned out to be vulnerable to slave spells. Detaining her won't be hard thanks to my expertise about Odi magic and what the Mad King taught me in exchange for my services. Year 40,000, Day 187. Everything is ready. I can finally set my plan in motion. I believe that my repeated efforts and Indomitable will have garnered me Maugre's favor. I'm certain that Xenogrosh has a romantic relationship with Baitra, the fourth ruler of the Flames. Once I'm done with my little sister, I can use her to lure Baitra to my base. Once I regain my dragon eyes, and if Baitra shares Xenogrosh's weakness to slave magic, I'll be able to learn from the fourth ruler of the Flames everything she knows. She'll be my master, and I'll craft the power cores of at least 2 of the 5 pieces of the legendary set of Menadian with her help. Baitra has successfully replicated the Fury and the Mouth with regular Forgemastery. She can help me convert their power cores into forbidden magic. On top of that, everything she has learned from the master, she will teach it to me. I'll steal my rival's knowledge and use it to destroy the organization. Once again, I refuse to think this is just a coincidence. I have been wrong many times in the past, but now I'm sure of this. Maugre is by my side, and no one will stop me from achieving my goal. This is her will, and I'm her favored son. Boy, if my boy is wrong. Ligun closed the volume and put it inside his pocket dimension like he had done with all the research journals that contained more than the ravings of a mad eldritch. What do you mean? Auric asked. Azith renamed himself Raum, and he thinks himself a chosen one. The Guardian sighed. He has lost his mind to the point of seeing the entire Maugre as something that either benefits or hinders him. He doesn't care about the will of anyone but himself. I'm sorry for your loss. Lilex patted his back. Don't be. Ligun moved them to the next room. He's not my son anymore. Raum has chosen to become the monster he is today. With his actions, he didn't just turn his back on Maugre, but on his entire family. A human-sized desk lay in the middle of the chamber, its surface covered by open books. The Guardian needed but a glance to recognize studies about Zorith's life force that mirrored his own. According to the notes written beside Raum's drawings of the Shadow Dragon's various mana organs, the Wanderer planned to replicate all of her bloodline abilities and make them his own. The drawing of the Dragon Eye's mana organ was circled, while the one of the Origin Flames was underscored twice. The rest of the mana organs had either a small number or useless written next to them. Raum deemed Xenogrosh's ability to alter her density redundant, since his energy body could already do it, whereas he seemed intrigued by the possibility of creating a clone from his own shadow, like she did. Ligun stored the book inside his pocket dimension and examined the others, discovering that they were filled with Raum's future plans for the rest of the members of the organization. He wanted to capture and study them as he was doing with Xenogrosh. His goal was to learn how the mana organs belonging to the bloodlines of the 6 original Guardians had to be modified to resist the influence of chaos and recreate, and implant them into his body with forbidden magic. Once I possess the powers of the first Guardians and those of the most powerful eldritches on Maugre, my dream will become true, Raum wrote. Orom's breakability will allow me to kill Guardians and white cores with ease. Tezca Sunniter will give me a reliable power source even while away from a mana geyser, making me invincible. Nandi's ability to control the world energy combined with Theseus' ability to absorb it non-stop will make me an eldritch mage tower. I'm unsure if capturing and studying Abthot is worth the effort. She's knowledgeable, but her fighting abilities are a little thing compared to the Breakers and the Sun Eaters. Chapter 3881, Favored Son Part 2. Her ogre side, however, should deserve a cursory examination. Maybe, I can use it to recreate Varian's ability to infect the living and mass-produce minions at a moment's notice. Alas, the plague spreader fell a few years ago, and the opportunity to learn his secrets is lost. There was one book for each of the eldritch hybrids, except that for the master. He stole his way into becoming an eldritch. Every word of Raum's entries was filled with outrage. His research is a pale imitation of mine, a twisted, disgusting farce that I'll soon erase from the face of Magus. The master gained his powers by combining the tissues of my eldritch siblings foolish enough to follow him. There's nothing I can gain from studying a pathetic little man that I can't learn by studying the other divine beast hybrids. I already knew the master was a male from his fight with the guardians of Giera, Ligon thought. Learning that he's also a human is a small clue, but still a clue. The other books on the desk contained a detailed picture of the hybrids and a list of their abilities as Zorath knew them. There was nothing new to the father of all dragons, but he stored them in his pocket dimension nonetheless. The tomes in the bookshelves behind Raum's desk, however, turned out to be the real treasure trove. They contained the full account of the Wanderer's research. The ingredients each type of enchantment needed not to be consumed by chaos, the proportions of forgery and forbidden magic necessary to craft and implant a power core. Everything that Raum had discovered or guessed during the millennia was there. Ligon's smile only widened when he opened the cabinet behind the desk and found the engraving that controlled the permanent arrays of the entire facility. The Guardian touched the crystal core, adding his imprint. Then the Guardian stepped back until he could take in the entire room with one look. He disabled the security arrays connecting the lab with the rest of the facility and stored everything that wasn't bolted to the ground inside his pocket dimension. "Did you find what you were looking for, Owl?" Auric asked. "I did." Ligon nodded as his figure transformed from that of a small boy into an adult albino man with violet eyes and vertical slitted pupils. The two youths flinched in surprise, but he pretended not to notice. "Can we go away now, then?" Lilac swallowed hard. "You can go if you want." Ligon shook his head. "Just say the word and I'll warp you two to safety. My job here, however, is far from done. If I don't stop Raum, there are going to be dozens more Zoraths and thousands more Aurics and Lilacs. I need to finish what I've started. I need to put down my son and ensure that the horrific knowledge he has accrued dies with him." "I'd rather stay here," Lilacs replied, unwilling to leave the Guardian's side and return to her miserable existence in the streets of Dekari with nothing but the clothes she wore. "Like my mother always said, there's no place safer than a dragon's back." "Agreed," Auric nodded. "Fine, but before moving forward, I need you to listen carefully and follow my instructions to the letter." Ligon handed them a few items and explained his plan. Space. Just a few rooms away, Raum was screaming with joy and pain in equal measure. He hadn't spent the last 2 days idly, and after hours of gruesome research, he had managed to replicate another of Xenagrosh's mana organs. The golden sphere seeped slowly into the Wanderer's chest. The forbidden magic of his spell unraveled his very being to make space for the unliving power core before weaving everything back into place. As soon as the golden sphere disappeared below the black slate of the surface of Raum's body, the pain stopped. New vigor flowed through him, and his life force changed to adapt to the presence of the artificial mana organ. "It's been a long time since I breathed origin flames, sister. Remind me how I'm supposed to do it." Xenagrosh's reply was drowned by the blood and saliva filling her mouth. Her voice produced frothing gurgles instead of words as it escaped her lips. "Silly me," Raum laughed a mirthless laugh. "I forgot how demanding our sessions are on you. Heal, sister, heal enough to answer my questions, but no more. I need you alive, not well." A snap of his fingers deactivated the Odi chains long enough for the shadow dragon to absorb the life force and world energy surrounding her. Her wounds healed, and vigor returned to her limbs, yet her eyes remained empty and her muscles slack. "Now answer my question, how do I?" Screams and alarms cut him short, drawing Raum's attention to the only entrance to his lab. "Exhale while releasing a spark of life force." Xenagrosh's voice was deadpan, her mind as broken as her body. The door to the lab flew off its hinges, aimed at Raum's heart with pinpoint precision. The Wanderer slammed it down to the ground with a flick of his hand, yet such was the momentum of the enchanted metal door that half of it sank into the stone floor. "I hate what you've done with the place, Raum the Wanderer." Ligon made his entrance as majestic as it was unexpected. "I'm ashamed of being your father and having called you son." His mere presence radiated a warmth that untangled the energies twisted by the forbidden magic. and his aura soothed the tormented spirits of the prisoners chained to the ceiling, giving their glazed eyes a spark of life. Before we start trading blows, however, I need to know one thing. Why did you do this? You were a good dragon and a loving father, yet while I explored this place, I haven't found a single trace of the Azith I knew. What happened to the small hatchling who crawled up my legs and begged me to read him a story? What happened to the young mist dragon who served as an apprentice for all the dragon patriarchs to learn their wisdom? What happened to the proud patriarch of the mist dragons who risked his life, many times, just to save a foolish hatchling from their own stupidity? Raum had no interest in answering Ligon's question and activated the defensive measures of his lab instead. Or rather, he tried. The arrays still answered his touch, but they also answered Ligon's will now. The moment Raum triggered a magical formation, the father of all dragons shut it down. The willpower of the Guardian and the Eldritch battled in the ether to a standstill for a few seconds before Raum gave up. He took his communication amulet out of his pocket dimension, and he was glad to discover that the runes of his most trusted followers were still in place. "Code Red, I repeat, Code Red," the Wanderer shouted for everyone to hear. "About that," Ligon snapped his fingers, and the silvery surface of the amulet became almost as clear as the day it had been forgemastered. All those whom the Guardian had encountered and trapped in their own bodies died at the same time. Chapter 3882, Feed Cores Part 1. The only runes left on Raum's amulet belonged to his associates, who were working in the field and too far away to reach the hidden lab in time. Before you do something stupid, know that I've already pillaged your lab, emptied your stock of magical resources that you left outside your Omni pocket, and even stolen your diaries. Ligon said, "Everything you have and are is stored inside my pocket dimension. Run away, and you'll have to start your precious research from scratch. Run away, and the madness we both know is consuming you will turn you into a rambling idiot who doesn't even remember his own name." "My diaries." Raum's decay eyes went wide in surprise, knowing that his father was right. Many times during the millennia had the Wanderer lost himself to oblivion and insanity, managing to return to his senses only by clinging to the written records of his existence. Raum treasured his diaries as much as his magical research, and would rather die than let his descendants learn about the depths of his depravity, at least until the moment he could justify his actions by offering them the secret of true power and immortality. "Well, before you do something stupid, father, remember where we are." The Wanderer elongated his claws until they prickled Xenagrosh's skin and drew droplets of her black blood. "One wrong move and I'll kill everyone here, including your precious daughter." He waved at the scores of hapless creatures chained to the ceiling who groaned in pain. "Don't you dare call me father, monster," Ligon snarled. "You have lost that privilege the day you started this insane research. As for Zorith, why should I care whether she lives or dies? She discarded my blood and ignored my teachings. She betrayed my legacy just as you did, and even though she committed fewer atrocities than you, that's not enough for me to care about her." He shot a Tier 5 spirit spell at Zorith to underline the concept. Manastorm was more than enough to kill her in her current state, and Raum had to cut and deflect the emerald bullets to ensure the survival of his priceless specimen. "Just as I suspected," Ligon nodded, ignoring the pained expression that twisted his daughter's face for a split second. "You need her. You haven't learned everything you need from her yet. Without her and your books, you'll never be able to replicate your recent success. Now either you answer my questions or I'm done talking." "There's not much to say," Raum inwardly cursed, knowing that the Guardian was right. "I never lied to you. In life I was the person you speak of and truly believed all the nonsense that I taught to my descendants. Death, however, changed everything. During my final moments, when I struggled for air and my lungs burned like no mystical flame ever did, I learned what true fear is. I realized that soon I would have lost everything I worked so hard to build, and that, in time, even my memory would be one of the many footnotes in the Mist Dragon clan's history. Then my fear turned into rage at the idea that Maugr would keep spinning like my 10,000 years of sacrifices meant nothing, and that lesser beings would live and prosper while my corpse rotted. I couldn't accept it, Guardian. I couldn't accept such an injustice, and did the only thing I could to right Maugr's mistake." Raum shook his head. "I'm not a monster, I'm a coward," Ligon nodded. "I now see that you were never truly noble or selfless. Those were just a mask you could afford to wear thanks to the power of my bloodline and the might of your magic. Once faced with death, however, you couldn't pretend anymore and revealed your true, ugly self." "I'm not a coward," Raum roared, making the room around them tremble and the chains rattle. Everything I did it for our brood. If you read my diaries, you know that I always planned to share my gifts. I read them, and I know that the first thing you did was to run away, like a coward, Ligain replied. As for your so-called gifts, they are nothing but another deception you need to excuse what you've done. Even if I were to let you go and you share your knowledge, you wouldn't do it because it's the right thing, only to ease the guilt and shame you feel for your actions, Raum. Shut up, the Wanderer released a thick black aura that filled the room like a sudden storm. What right do you have to judge me? You're older than history remembers and can't die. It's easy to call me a coward when you yourself wear a self-righteous mask. Would you be so arrogant if your days were numbered? No, you would not. You would act no differently from me. I can't die, Ligain sneered, throwing the Eldritch a look full of disdain. I almost died while helping those you call lesser creatures more times than you can count, even before I became a guardian. After that, I only became more intimate with death. Age can't kill me, that's true, but a piece of me dies with every one of my children, lovers, and friends I lose. Do you have any idea how it feels to fall in love with someone and watch them grow old and weak? To hold a little hatchling in your arms and know that he's going to die before you? To watch the world around you change while you remain the same? My life may be eternal, but I die a little every single day, and that pain keeps me sane. You are a coward, Raum, not only because you've run away from death, but also because you keep running away from the truth. And the truth is that your existence is a curse. Ligain weaved at the sorry, bleeding figures hanging from the chains. A curse that ends now. The father of all dragons' white aura washed over Raum's lab, purging the world energy from the lingering forbidden magic, and putting the prisoners out of their misery. Ligain could hear their silent screams and knew that they were beyond saving. Raum had tortured them for much longer than Zoreth. Their minds were broken, and only the healing properties of the Odi chains kept the ruins of the divine beast's life forces together. I'm sorry, children, he thought. I'm sorry, Zoreth, there are wounds not even a guardian can heal. No, Raum screamed, exerting the full might of his newly acquired powers to keep the purifying tide away. No, 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 leave them alone, you monster, and face me if you dare. With each divine beast that died, the Wanderer lost priceless data he had yet to compile, and his chance of extracting the mana organs of the members of the organization decreased. Alas, chaos was a single-minded element. It was born to destroy everything it touched and protect only itself. Raum needed sheer willpower to keep the ravenous hunger of his aura from devouring the shadow dragon he was trying to save. To make matters worse, Ligain's onslaught was relentless, and no matter how many defensive arrays the Wanderer activated, the Guardian turned them off before they could take effect and tip the scales of the battle. Chapter 3883, Feed Cores Part 2. It is done, Ligain said as his inner light dimmed, revealing open shackles where the captured divine beasts had been until a few moments before. Your past research is in my possession, and the people you had turned into specimens are free. Aside from the contents of your Omni pocket, you have nothing left, Raum. That's not true, Guardian. The Wanderer shifted his aura from his captive to his enemy. I still have many things, starting from the bountiful meal you've so kindly served me. Dozens of black spheres erupted across Raum's body like boils from a sudden disease. They bloomed open, revealing the swirling mass of forbidden magic they trapped within. Ligain recognized them as the feed cores described in the Wanderer's diaries when it was too late. The Guardian had freed the captive from pain and earthly shackles, allowing their souls to escape the eternal prison that Raum's body was. Yet their life forces, their mana, and even the pools of their blood mixed with the world energy were still there, ripe for the taking. The feed cores sucked everything in, even the ashes of the divine beast's corpses, in order to replenish Raum's strength and increase his mass. In the blink of an eye, only the Ligain's and Raum's auras were left, the rest of the room as sterile as the day it had been built. I only need to kill you to retrieve everything you have stolen, and get my hands on countless marvels, Guardian, the Wanderer said as his feed cores closed and withdrew back inside his body. You've gifted me my Omni pocket for my coming of age, and I've never forgotten how they work. The stronger their user, the bigger the dimensional space they create, and your strength is formidable. Also, you failed to harm my precious little sister. If we join our forces, Surprise cut Raum short when he turned around and noticed that Xenogrosh's chains were open as well. This is impossible. Your aura didn't breach mine, I'm sure of it. And I really appreciated your efforts. Ligain nodded as Arik and Lilax ran out of the lab with Zoreth sitting on a floating chair. You were so focused on me that you didn't notice my young friends rescuing my daughter. Your friends, those miserable piles of human garbage. The Eldritch's black aura charged like a tidal wave, but it crashed against the white of the Guardian long before it could reach the open door. They may be miserable, but they are no garbage. They trusted me to keep you distracted and risked their lives to save Zoreth. They have displayed more courage in a minute than you in your 40,000 years as an abomination. Ligain replied. He released a sudden burst of power so great that it pierced through hundreds of meters of solid ground. It blinded Raum and clouded even his endless hunger, making it impossible for him to stop Zoreth's escape. When the Wanderer regained his sight, the room was no more, and with it everything between the underground lab and the surface. Father never cared for my answers. Raum stared at the small figures of the children pushing Zoreth up and away. Everything was just a distraction, and I fell for it like an idiot. Unless their fall carried a specific mutation, abominations and eldritches had no mystical senses. They could see through their eyes and listen through the vibration of the air on their skin, but that was it. They couldn't smell, feel, or taste anything. Even their ability to perceive the surrounding world energy was just a byproduct of their eternal hunger. Raum would have hardly noticed the presence of two magicless children if they walked in front of him. If they walked around him, however, while his eyes were fixated on Ligain and the Guardian's aura painted everything white, Lilax and Auric were as good as invisible to him. To make matters worse, the immense power of the mana geyser below the lab eclipsed what little energy the youths exuded. As for Zoreth, Ligain had entrusted Auric with a cloaking item for her and Lilax with an eraser for the shackles. The blank slate spell had freed Zoreth, while Ligain turned off the slave array without Raum noticing. Once freed, the shadow dragon had followed the youths meekly, trusting them as if they were her father. Curse you, Guardian! Raum activated the power cores in his left and right arms, forming respectively a black shield and blade in his hands. Yet nothing is lost. I can get her back after I kill you. Not if I kill you first. Ligain shapeshifted into his true form, that of a black-scaled dragon, but kept his size the same as Raum. There is no point in offering him the opportunity to attack me and the kids at the same time, he thought. This way, either Raum focuses on me while Auric and Lilax bring Zoreth to safety, or he follows them and leaves his back exposed. The Guardian refused to dirty his guardian weapon, Father of Wrath, with a mere eldritch and conjured a replica out of spirit magic. The two blades clashed, and much to Ligain's surprise, the black sword destroyed his spirit weapon in just 3 exchanges. You may have read my diaries, but you learned nothing, old lizard. Raum laughed as he pressed forward, shattering the emerald blades faster than the Guardian could conjure them. While you waste your time weaving spells, mine are all ready to be activated. Your makeshift creations are no match for a sword fueled by 5 power cores. The Wanderer's right hand, forearm, elbow, bicep, and shoulder each possessed 1 power core, and together they formed the Soul Cutter sword. 5, Ligain echoed in disbelief, as the black sword came dangerously close to his neck. He gave up on the conjured spirit blade, and activated a darkness-sealing array to shut down Soul Cutter. That's naive of you, Guardian. Raum laughed as he channeled his mana into a power core located in the middle of his chest. Hungry Field, a modified version of the disarray spell, destroyed the magical formation, robbing it of the darkness element and turning it into an explosion of decay. The pristine sparkles of light robbed Ligain of his strength, while feeding the Wanderer with new strength. Did you really think no one had ever tried that trick on me before? Raum asked. I know my weak points better than anybody else. Hungry Field is the first spell I created after turning into an abomination and the first enchantment I imbued in my body. I didn't use it against Verhen only because he and his allies weren't worth it. Ligain ignored the Wanderer's taunt and unleashed the Guardian Tier Mirror magic spell, Elemental Curse. The Guardian sent 5 of the 6 cursed elemental pillars against Raum and shrouded himself with the last one. The decay from the 2 spells canceled each other, while the remaining cursed elements struck Raum with the violence of as many falling mountains. The Eldritch crashed against the bare rock of the cave, the chaos of his body digging through hundreds of meters of solid rock before Raum managed to destroy Elemental Curse with a series of swings of his blade. Chapter 3884, Stolen Power Part 1. Nice move, old lizard. Too bad I've already learned how to do this. The power core in Raum's shield conjured a decay bastion with the speed of thought, saving him from the devastating effects of the Guardian Tier spell. Let's see how you stop it. Hundreds of lights appeared all over the Wanderer. shining all over his pitch-black skin like stars in a night sky. Those are power cores. Ligon's eyes widened in surprise. He's using them to fuel his next. An eldritch tier version of elemental curse erupted from Raum's body, and 6 streams of energy arched their way toward the Guardian, attacking him from as many different directions. I was afraid this would happen. Ligon recalled the energy pillars of his own elemental curse spell and used them to counter Raum's. It means I was right. You've already replicated Zor's mana organ for the dragon eyes. Replicated? The Wanderer sneered at the understatement. It's not that simple, old lizard. I had to learn how the mana organ works and how to obtain a power core with the same properties. I've matched Tyrus' ingenuity just like I'm now matching your power. The 2 elemental curses whipped around the Guardian, and the Eldritch like angry snakes, each elemental pillar failing to push its counterpart back. How many? Ligon bolted forward while taking Father of Wrath out of his pocket dimension and enveloping himself with a Silverwing's bastion. How many dragons did you kill to accomplish such a feat in just 2 days after capturing Zoreth? More than you think. The Eldritch's shield, hungry soul, blocked Father of Wrath, but the Wanderer's arm trembled with effort. The real problem is capturing them alive. Dragons are so gods, damn proud that they prefer death to capture. The 2 blades moved fast and clashed hard as father and son tried to snuff each other's lives. Shockwaves and bright sparks of light accompanied the struggle of Davros versus solid chaos, generating what looked like newborn stars every time the weapons touched. Raum was strong, but Ligon was stronger and ruthless. His attacks were surgical, aiming at the very light of the Eldritch's power cores the moment he activated them and made them visible to Ligon's eyes. Ligon's relentless offensive, and the might of his guardian weapon pushed Raum on the defensive as Father of Wrath came closer to its target with each exchange. My experiments made me stronger, but they also created the equivalent of vital organs, Raum thought. Best case scenario, Father cripples one of my power cores and I lose its power until it self-repairs. Worst case scenario, the damaged power core explodes and triggers a chain reaction that might kill me. Even if I survive the blast, Father will correct the situation. Dozens of new arms sprouted from Raum's back, sides, and chest, and all of them wielded a soul-cutter blade. Ligon furrowed his brow. He had expected the move, but not so many blades. He sprouted as many new limbs and activated the Emerald Flow bloodline ability that he had once shared with Jormung. It allowed Ligon to develop the necessary instinct to move every arm as though he were born with it. The Guardian didn't have multiple copies of Father of Wrath, and no need for them. Conjuring so many soul cutters had reduced the power of the single blades enough for Ligon's spirit blades to hold their ground. Was it you? The Guardian pressed forward, his face centimeters away from Raum, without a care for the storm of swords and spells that exploded all around them. Did you kill Ishka the fire dragon? I don't know his name, but I dealt with a young fire dragon recently. The Wanderer relished in his father's pain, knowing that every time a dragon died, their light disappeared from Ligon's mind. I didn't kill him, though. I mortally wounded him, and he was supposed to heal himself, to become weak enough from the blood loss and lack of nutrients that I could capture him. Instead, the fool converted his life force into origin flames like this. Raum's mouth opened far wider than it should have been possible, releasing a jet stream of black-violet origin flames. Ligon reacted just as the Eldritch wanted and fired back a river of white primordial flames. The 2 kinds of mystical fire coiled and slithered like angry beasts trying to tear each other apart. The conflict lasted for a split second before triggering a violent explosion that pushed the sworn enemies away. That stupid hatchling. The Wanderer's voice was filled with bitterness at the memory of Ishka's blazing sacrifice. I needed him. I need the fire dragon's primal spark bloodline ability. Imagine what I could have done now if I had it. Raum's mouth opened again, and many other mouths appeared across his body, their fangs looking like pristine petals of a blooming flower. A flower blooming with void flames. Unlike Zoreth, Raum's body was entirely made of chaos, and so was the power core replicating the mana organ that ignited the origin flames. An eldritch naturally drained every drop of light element around them, even that in the world energy required to conjure the mystical flames. Raum had watched the recordings of Lith using the void flames and hadn't employed them until that moment because Ligon was too close. Raum had performed a few experiments with the void flames before his father's arrival and was wary of their destructive power. After all, chaos was chaos, worst enemy, and the void flames could hurt their own master just like any other bloodline ability. Even worse, they are too fast to fine-tune them with the little practice I had, especially since I forgot everything I knew about origin flames. Raum's mouths widened into savage smiles as a fusillade of void flames rained upon the Guardian. Liga countered by releasing a burst of primordial flames from all over his body, but the black fire was already upon him. The two mystical flames exploded again, but this time he was the only one caught in the conflagration. To make matters worse, Raum aimed part of the void flames at the Guardian's elemental curse, tipping the scales of the battling spells to his favor. Chaos eroded chaos, neutralized decay, and sapped the strength of the other cursed elements. The Wanderer's many-armed limbs were just one step behind the magical attack, plunging the chaos blades into Ligaon's helpless form. Yet all the attacks stopped against the emerald dome enveloping his scales. Not bad, but not good enough. The Guardian's nostrils flared with smoke and fire. I can't believe you've already copied the mana organ for the origin flames as well, Raum. Your success deserves a reward. A snap of his fingers projected the Guardian Tier spirit spell, roaring destruction, outward, enveloping the Wanderer before he could understand what was happening. An emerald sphere with a 1-kilometer radius covered the area around the two sworn enemies, before exploding with so much force that the resulting quake reached the border of the Gorgon Empire. The light aspect formed an unbreakable dome to trap the Eldritch and contain the conflagration. Earth reinforced all other elements, giving them substance. Water froze Raum, covering his body with enough ice to weigh him down. Chapter 3885, Stolen Power Part 2. Fire dissipated the kinetic energy of the soul cutters, making them as dangerous as giant butter knives. Darkness destroyed everything while also engulfing the area and smothering all forms of magic. Air produced bolts of lightning that blinded the Wanderer and thunder that deafened him. Together, they also neutralized the Eldritch's elemental curse and left Raum open to Ligaon's next attack. Curse you, Father. You know spirit magic is lost to me, and even with my newfound dragon eyes, I can neither replicate or understand roaring destruction. The Wanderer thought as Father of Wrath lunged at the main power core that fueled the soul cutter blade. The Guardian's weapon pierced through space, chaos, and the power core, but to no avail. Before the Guardian weapon could reach its target, the power core located where once Raum's heart had been pulsed to life, conjuring a chaos steps inside the Eldritch's body. Suddenly, half of Father of Wrath was millimeters away from its target, and the other half appeared over 1,000 kilometers away, in the middle of the ocean and on the turf of an unfriendly Guardian. That's how Raum disposed of the Fury and the Absolution despite Lith's darkness-sealing array, Ligaon thought, desperately trying to halt his own momentum before it was too late. Thanks to forbidden magic, all the power cores inside of Raum's body are connected to his life force and work akin to fusion magic. Arrays can stop their effects only when he projects them outside. The Wanderer shut down the chaos steps a split second after opening it, sundering Father of Wrath. Davros had natural self-repair properties, but the missing half was too far away for Ligaon to perceive it, and it would take too long for the enchanted metal to return. To make matters worse, without half of its runes and mana crystals, the Guardian weapon was incapable of activating any of its powerful enchantments. You should have listened to me, old lizard. Raum's laugh oozed with mockery and spite. I spent millennia preparing for this fight. I knew that I couldn't beat your prized blade, so I found a way to remove it from the equation. The Eldritch activated another of his artificial abilities, Flash and Blood. The power core turned the Eldritch's body into a massive chaos-infused lightning bolt that struck the remaining half of Father of Wrath and traveled through its metal. Ligaon resisted the spasms with darkness fusion and the electricity with earth fusion, but Raum was far from done. He reappeared right in front of the Guardian, still carrying the momentum of the living thunder, and delivering the full might of his hundreds of power cores in a precise, straight punch aimed at the heart. There was no time to conjure the soul cutter, and no need to. Congratulations, old lizard, you forced me to go all out. Raum's punch carried the mass of the dozens of divine beasts whose stolen life force was stored inside his feed cores. I wanted to take my time with you. I have gained several new abilities, and an opponent who can last long enough to allow me to put them all to the test is hard to come by. Yet if you don't want to play along, that's fine as well. Even in his compressed form, Ligaon still weighed like a 50 meters, 166, tall dragon. That single punch sent him flying, but not before breaking his scales, shattering his ribs, and piercing through his lungs. Raum reverted to his lightning form and resumed the chase the moment the guardian's feet left the ground. Each time Raum caught up with his prey, he delivered another blow that accelerated Ligaen's further and crippled one of his limbs. The guardian developed 6 more heads like a hydra, and used the life merge bloodline ability to evenly redistribute the damage he had taken until that moment over all of his body. With his lungs healthy enough to draw in a deep breath, he used one head to hurl a river of primordial flames and the others to cast 6 different guardian tier spells in the blink of an eye. Not bad, old lizard, but as you said, it's not good enough. Have you forgotten about this? The hungry soul shield appeared on Raum's left hand, intercepting the 6 spells with the decay bastion it had been enchanted with. Before the primordial flames could reach the bastion and burn it open, Raum activated his Parasite Blossom power core to become one with the ground and escape the onslaught. The chaos of his body spread and mixed with the earth element, allowing him to swim below the surface while Magus itself protected him from the brunt of the guardian's fury. The Wanderer emerged from the ground right below the father of all dragons, who welcomed his lost son with the guardian tier void magic spell, Quakestorm. The earth element turned into air, leaving Raum's elemental form exposed. Before he could activate flash and blood again, Quakestorm reverted part of the lightning bolts Ligaen had conjured into lodestones. They were too small to host the Eldritch's body, but big enough to form an electrified cage that would also disrupt Parasite Blossom's effects. I bet you've never seen this. Quakestorm connected the ground with clouds in the sky, conjuring an endless stream of natural lightning bolts that traveled through the lodestones at the speed of light. The cage surrounded the guardian from every side without ever touching him, and formed an impenetrable defense. What is this spell, and why can't I understand it even with dragon eyes? Raum felt his body torn apart by the waterfall of lightning bolts and acted before it was too late. He activated his anti-dragon power core, the secret of his success in capturing so many worms, even those as powerful as Xenogrash. The Winter Kiss power core turned the Wanderer into a chaos-infused cold wave. The temperature in the area dropped by over 200 degrees, bringing Ligaen's void magic to a halt. Quakestorm flooded Raum's water form even better than before, but Eldritches were resistant to all elements. The chaos that comprised his body allowed him to survive the thunderstorm simply by consuming part of the life force and mana stored in his feed cores. Ligaen, however, wasn't so lucky. Cold was the bane of all dragons. It sapped their strength and smothered their inner fire. Raum's Winter Kiss, however, was much worse. It not only froze the humidity in the air, but it also infected the water element with chaos. The Wanderer had failed to get close to Ligaen, but thanks to Winter Kiss it was as though he were crushing Ligaen in a deadly embrace. The cold robbed the father of all dragons of his strength while the chaos of his life. Black ice covered his form, quickly turning him into a frozen sculpture. Ligaen never stopped struggling. He stoked his inner fire with his life force and conjured one spell after the other, but his efforts only resulted in a slight trembling in the ice crystals. Too bad, father. Raum decided to address the guardian with the respect he deserved. You found me before I could complete my experiments, and I have to admit that you are still a bit more powerful than I am. Chapter 3886, Ligaen's Legacy, Part 1. You might have won this fight if only you had chosen a different battlefield. This is my lab. A stomp of Raum's feet raised a dust cloud of the frozen guardian's blood that he fed upon. We are above a mana geyser. The feed cores emerged from his body again, and replenished their strength by absorbing the world energy and the lingering energy of the guardian tier spells swirling around him. You lose strength with each blow you suffer, whereas I'm always at my peak. Farewell, father. The soul cutter blade appeared in Raum's hand, and he performed a flawless series of cuts and lunges. He severed Ligaen's 5 limbs from his body and pierced through both his heart and brain, just to be safe. Don't worry, father, this is not your end. I will make good use of your corpse. I'll treat every drop of your blood and speck of your flesh as the treasure it. That's it, Ligaen's frozen maw asked, cutting the Wanderer short. That's all you can do after killing hundreds of thousands of innocent people to fuel your deranged experiments. This measly power is what you've gained from betraying your own kind. Even though the ice was thawing at a speed visible to the naked eye, the 6 pieces of Ligaen's body floated in midair without spilling a single drop of blood. You spat on everything my bloodline stands for, captured and tortured your own siblings, my children, for this? Answer me, you rotten bastard, he said as his limbs reattached themselves. Raum ignored his father's demands and activated Winter Kiss again. The entire cave turned into a frozen wasteland in less than a second, but this time the Guardian remained unaffected. In his rage, the temperature of Ligon's body rose to the point his black scales turned red from the heat within, giving him the appearance of a fire dragon. His inner fire burned more fiercely by the second, and the red turned white-hot. For a brief moment, the father of all dragons bore a striking resemblance to his son, Surtur, the Dragon of Light. Then, the mighty body of the Guardian adapted to its new temperature, and his scales became black again. There was no fire Ligon couldn't contain. No heat could escape his searing heart unless he wished so, yet that didn't make his true power any less terrifying. The ground quaked and shattered below his feet, releasing the magma trapped inside Maugur's depths. Black storm clouds gathered in the sky, and the wind they carried uprooted ancient trees. "This is what I can really do, you insignificant fool," Ligon roared as Maugur answered the call of his hate. "This is the power of a guardian, and yet no fringe has appeared around us. Do you know what that means?" It means that this isn't a close fight. That after living for 50,000 years and sacrificing countless lives to justify the abomination that is your existence, you achieved nothing worth paying such an ungodly price." As Ligon's voice echoed through the ruin of the underground lab, the quake stopped, and the thunderclouds faded as quickly as they had appeared. "You know what? It doesn't matter." Ligon shook his head, sighing. "What pains me the most is that you've walked the same path as I did. You had my same idea, and my blood that once flowed in your veins must have guided you. Even after turning into an abomination, you still are my son, and that makes your crimes 1,000 times worse." "Your same idea?" Raum stopped using frozen winter and focused on replenishing his feed cores. "That's nonsense. You never worked on creating artificial mana organs. Only Roghar has attempted to dabble in evolution, father, and we all know how that ended. I read all your research back when I was a hatchling, and I remember that you wrote that only someone with an energy body like me can safely." His voice stuttered like a broken record, trailing off as the realization struck him. "You finally understand, Raum." Ligon had already ripped the love he had for Azith the Mist Dragon off his heart, and he stomped on it every time he used his dead son's eldritch name. "I set the foundation of your work, and you simply built on it." The Guardian took a deep breath, flooding his body with the mana stored inside his mana core until the boundary between matter and energy disappeared. "Back when I was a Drake, I created spirit fusion exactly because I realized that a body made of pure flesh had limits that I could never overcome in my lifetime as an Emperor Beast. I invented the technique to craft temporary pseudo-cores and magical constructs that lesser and full-blooded dragons still use." Ligon's spirit sword appeared in his hand, but this time it was much more complex and powerful. "I have to admit that I never found a way to make the pseudo-cores permanent, nor to replicate the mana organs of another species. But that's only because I never stooped so low that I even considered using forbidden magic. My goal has never been to rule Maugur. I worked on developing temporary pseudo-cores because I hoped that the changes in the spirit body might trigger a further evolution once I reverted to flesh and blood. The practice of spirit fusion is meant to nurture a Drake's life force by converting their own body into pure life energy. Once the transformation is undone, the life force is rebuilt from scratch, smoothing its natural imperfections. With time and mastery, the imperfections can be removed and a perfect body achieved. Spirit fusion is a tool that gently refines the life force beyond the limits of awakening. That's why once I embarked on my journey towards guardianhood, I entrusted spirit fusion to my children. I hoped that even though I had failed to reach the next evolutionary step through spirit fusion, someone in the future might have succeeded. That even in case I failed to become a guardian like Tyrus, I would have achieved immortality through the legacy I left behind. Ligon's eyes narrowed as they stared at the Eldritch in spite. "You have made but one small step forward compared to me, Raum, and it wasn't worth anyone's life. Not even yours. As I see it, your forbidden magic version of my spirit fusion is nothing but a pale imitation of the original. I gave you every advantage I could, yet you haven't managed to inflict me a single real wound from the beginning of this fight. You've wasted 40,000 years to do a little better than any Drake on Maugur can." "Lies!" the Wanderer roared in outrage as he turned once again into a living mass of air magic with flash and blood. This time, however, Ligon did the same. The black and the emerald lightning bolts crashed into each other dozens of times per second, and the black bolt failed to hold its ground. The chaos of flash and blood drew its power only from the energy stored inside Raum's body and forced the air element into submission to move around. The spirit magic of the emerald bolt, instead, was fueled by Li Gan's guardian core and assisted by the air element, moving from one favorable natural current to another without encountering any resistance. Chapter 3887, Li Gan's Legacy, Part 2. Eldritches were the only creatures Magus had turned its back on, and the 6 elements recoiled at their touch. It resulted in a difference in speed that pushed Raum further and further back until he was cornered between 2 stone walls. Giving up already? The emerald bolt charged forward, and one of its branches took the form of a clawed hand. The eldritch tried and failed to dodge. The chaos struggled to break free from the grip of the spirit magic, but it failed as well. Li Gan slammed the black bolt against the stone floor, grounding it and dispersing Raum's life essence throughout Magus. The sparks of the eldritch's energy form traveled hundreds of kilometers per second, getting so far away from the main body, and becoming so diluted in the world energy that every trace of Raum's will was wiped out. The Wanderer felt his essence weaken and shifted to his parasite blossom power core. The black bolt disappeared, replaced by a black vein that moved through the rock like an infectious disease. Li Gan followed suit, but he needed no power core. Spirit magic was comprised of all 6 elements, and he only had to enhance his earth aspect to be welcomed by Magus' embrace. Raum dug and corrupted everything on his path. Li Gan's earth aspect moved along with the planet. The underground flow of world energy carried him like a fish swimming along an oceanic current, the communion reinvigorating the guardian and replenishing his strength. What? Raum thought as the emerald vein reached him before he could cross more than a dozen meters. Li Gan's emerald form surrounded the black, bulging vein of the eldritch, leaving him no way out but up. The 2 energy masses struggled for a second, the entire region shaking due to the violence of the conflict. Then Li Gan took the choice out of Raum's hands and threw the eldritch out. "I'm not over yet, you bastard." The Wanderer refused to yield and transformed into a deadly blizzard by activating his winter kiss enchantment. The air became too cold to sustain any form of life, no matter how small, and the stone surface of the canyon became covered in black ice filled with chaos. Me neither. Li Gan recalled the earth aspect of spirit fusion and enhanced the water aspect. An emerald storm broke through the centimeters-thick ice layer and fought ice with ice. Yet while Raum could only pour more mana into the power core and manipulate its limited effects, Li Gan called upon 2 more elemental aspects. The fire element weakened only Raum's black ice, and the darkness element countered the chaos. The emerald storm's destructive power grew with each centimeter of ground it gained, while the black blizzard grew weaker. This time, the Wanderer didn't wait to be defeated and humiliated before switching tactics. He let go of Winter Kiss and activated another power core, the one belonging to the Blazing Eruption enchantment. The blizzard turned into a whirlwind of black fire, melting the emerald ice and turning the air so dry that there was no water element left to sustain even a chore magic spell. "You've done many foolish things in your life, Raum, but using fire against a dragon is by far the most foolish." Li Gan ignited his life force while still in his spirit fusion form, transforming into a living mass of immortal flames. It overpowered, compressed, and destroyed Blazing Eruption so quickly that Raum was forced back into his eldritch form before he could put up any resistance. "Well," Li Gan asked, ceasing the attack long enough for the Wanderer to realize that he had been brought back to the same point where the fight had started. "Do you still have something to show me, or are you ready to call it quits?" The eldritch and the spirit form stared at each other for a few seconds, one a being who robbed Magus of its light with his mere presence, while the other enriched it. "What about this?" Raum focused and amplified the energy of his body to the extreme, and then unleashed it in a colossal explosion. Eldritches were made of chaos, so he needed no power core nor to call upon any element of the world energy to do this. His eldritch ability, Dark Haze, flooded the canyon as if an invisible dam had been opened, releasing the murky waters it was supposed to hold at bay. "I stand corrected," Li Gan replied. "This is the most foolish thing you have done yet." He expanded his form to his full guardian size, beating Dark Haze in speed and mass. The light aspect of spirit fusion reverted the chaos into darkness. The darkness aspect snuffed the eldritch's weakened essence, and the other 4 elements struck at the now exposed power cores. The spirit magic enveloped all aspects, protecting them from the corrupting touch of chaos and amplifying their destructive power by several folds. Raum screamed in agony as his body fell apart from the inside out. He collected and condensed his form to protect the power cores and repair them before Ligan destroyed them for good. This doesn't make sense. The Wanderer stumbled a few steps back, trying to buy himself a few seconds to absorb the power of the mana geyser and recover. I remember how spirit fusion works. You have to burn your essence to sustain that form. Every attack you perform consumes your mana, and you can't use your breathing technique. You are no eldritch. You can't absorb the world energy like I do. Then how can you still be as powerful as when our fight started? Foolish child, Ligan replied. What you read were the notes I compiled back when I was a Drake. I'm no Drake now, I'm a guardian, and you are not my match. He waved at the fissure in the ground their fight had created, at the stars shining from above, and at the cold breeze of fall. All painful reminders that there was no fringe. You're wrong, Magur is wrong, and I'll prove it. Countless pristine maws of decay appeared across the Wanderer and opened into the abyss of his body. He released a barrage of jet streams of void flames that struck all around him, without leaving a single centimeter of stone untouched. I can still win, Raum thought. I just need to regain my strength and conjure my blade spells. Father of Wrath is still broken, and the void flames consume no mana, only life force. As long as I don't mess up, I still have one advantage over Father. The barrage of void flames caught Ligan unprepared. He suffered many blows and was sent crashing against the walls of the canyon before he could react. Magur Almighty, I forgot how fast those things are, he thought as the concussive blasts reverberated through his energy body. A snap of his finger activated his bloodline ability, Primal Spark. It set the world energy of the mana geyser ablaze and filled the canyon with bright violet fire. When Raum emitted the next volley of void flames, the two different mystical fires struggled for dominance and exploded right into his face. How, he screamed as he depleted more and more feed cores to douse his own void flames and resist the bite of Ligan's origin flames. How can you do this? Chapter 3888, One Step Ahead, Part 1. You didn't listen, Raum. Another snap of the Guardian's fingers turned the flames white. Sure, this is your lab, we stand above a mana geyser, and you are an ancient eldritch. Yet this is also the Gorgon Empire, this is my turf. A third snap and the white flames turned emerald, and I am a guardian. Primal Spark not only allowed Ligan to ignite the world energy, but also to consume mana instead of life force to fuel the immortal flames. It greatly reduced the strain of conjuring the searing sea of fire and manipulating it like an extension of his will. Knowing when he was defeated, the Wanderer bolted up in the form of a single ray of chaos to escape the trap and open a chaos steps that would lead him to safety. Very few things moved faster than a cursed element, to the point that even dragon speed couldn't keep up with it. Dimensional fusion, however, could. Ligan teleported himself right in front of the soaring eldritch and punched Raum back into the roaring abyss from which he was desperately trying to escape. Raum tried again and again, but even his dragon eyes were incapable of following the flow of the minuscule spirit steps that carried the Guardian's particles to their destination, and then reassembled his energy body. Ligan moved faster and hit harder than anything the Wanderer believed possible, chipping away at his dwindling energy reserves with every blow. And the worst had yet to come. As Raum fell into the immortal flames, a burning hand grabbed him by the leg and pulled him down with immense strength. A second hand comprised of emerald fire punched the Wanderer in the stomach, sending him deeper into the fire. Then a third, a fourth, and hundreds more hands came at him from every side, grabbing and tearing him apart. What? Raum couldn't believe his own dragon eyes. Beings made of fire, not magic, surrounded him like souls damned to spend eternity in a burning inferno. There were no runes the Wanderer could find, yet the fire creatures had limbs, eyes, and mouths. Do you like this? Ligan asked. I call it Avatar of Fire. It's not a spell or a bloodline ability, just a technique that only those who fully master their life force and willpower can use. It's the pinnacle of origin flames. Make no mistake, those things are not alive. They are merely an expression of my fury. As Raum drowned in the ocean of emerald fire and more of his body burned, he realized that he still had one last move he could try. A move that became less and less effective the weaker he became. Gods below, I'm so stupid, he thought. I wanted to impress my father so badly that I kept playing his game instead of mine. It ends now. The Wanderer compressed his body as much as he could to limit the surface exposed to the immortal flames to a minimum, and bolted up in the form of a spear of darkness. Once again, Ligon used dimensional fusion to intercept the Eldritch, but this time, Raum was ready. The spear of darkness was an actual weapon that pierced through the Guardian's fist and dismembered his arm from knuckles to shoulder. As it passed through Ligon's energy form, the spear released violent pulses of chaos element that infected the living spirit magic like poison. The Guardian felt pain spread as the chaos invaded his life force and corrupted him from within. Son of a... The Guardian took instinctively a step back and prepared for another dimensional fusion, but it turned out to be unnecessary. The black spear performed a sharp U-turn in midair and charged at him again instead of trying to escape. Ligon conjured his mana into a spirit barrier that Raum pierced along with his chest. The Guardian was indeed stronger, but the Eldritch put everything he had in each blow and focused the power of his hundreds of cores on the spear tip, executing surgical strikes at the weak points of Ligon's energy form. This time, however, the black spear stopped its charge right after punching through the Guardian and reverted to his humanoid form. The dull light of Soul Cutter already in his hand, Raum moved the combat to close quarters and attacked with the fury of a desperate man. True to its name, the Chaos Blade ripped Ligon's spirit fusion to shreds. The Guardian tried defending himself with what's left of Father of Wrath, but without its enchantments, Soul Cutter phased through the Davros like mist and struck directly at Ligon. The Guardian tossed the broken blade away and conjured an emerald replica of Father of Wrath, but Soul Cutter shattered it just like the original. Cunning bastard, Ligon's eyes narrowed in realization. He wasn't trying to escape. He just wanted to get out of the immortal flames. Raum wanted me to follow him so that with my focus split between him and sustaining Avatar of Fire, my mana is stretched thin. He dispelled the immortal flames and conjured a second emerald blade, and this time, when Soul Cutter came from his neck, the construct held. Even away from the ground, this is still a mana geyser, Raum thought. While I tore Father's body to shreds, I absorbed the world energy and replenished my feed cores. As long as I keep hurting him faster than he can heal, victory will be mine. The Wanderer relinquished any stray thought and gave everything he had to the fight. He poured every ounce of his focus and mana into the battle, uncaring if he might end up so weak that his energy form faded or that any of his surviving minions might kill him with ease. He activated the enchantments engraved in his body to conjure powerful magic whenever he spotted an opening worth taking. From that distance, dodging a spell was hard, and dodging a spell the size of the Chaos Annihilation was impossible. The Guardian and the Eldritch lunged at each other, blocking the enemy blade without ever averting their eyes from the enemy body. The slightest spark of mana in the form of a rune announced a spell that Dragon Eyes predicted, and the opponent had to counter. Ligon tried several times to put some distance between him and Raum, but the Wanderer kept the energy blades locked. He moved forward whenever the Guardian retreated and stepped back whenever the Guardian advanced. It was a precarious situation where every move had to be weighed and executed to perfection. Every millimeter counted, and the enemy exploited the slightest mistake to increase his advantage. Raum's Soul Cutter was stronger than the Father of Wrath replica, but the Eldritch's spells were limited to those stored in his power cores, whereas Ligon had no such problem. The ability to perform body casting required a body, something that abominations lost during their fall into chaos. Ligon's spirit fusion form was comprised of pure energy as well, but the life force it carried allowed him to weave spells with every movement he took. On top of that, while the energy of Raum's body was fixed in his humanoid form, Ligon's spirit form was made of pure mana. Chapter 3889, One Step Ahead Part 2. Ligon could not only use body casting, but turn his limbs into any spell he knew in the time it took him to remember their rune sequence. Each lunge was met with a parry that was followed by a counter and accompanied by a spell. The opponent had to stop the counter and defend from the spell, all the while looking for an opportunity to retaliate. Dragon Eyes made everything worse. They read the flow of magic of both blades and spells, predicting what the opponent would do. The problem was that both opponents had Dragon Eyes, and the prediction changed the moment they adjusted their strategy. Ligon and Raum moved in unison, each attack and riposte performed with such synchronicity that they seemed rehearsed. The battle soon evolved into a deadly dance that required each contestant to be at least 3 steps ahead of the enemy. One step to predict their counter spell and attack, another to foil them, and the last to predict how the enemy would adjust their strategy once his Dragon Eyes exposed the trap at the last second. Raum had lived for over 50,000 years, and had been preparing for that fight since the day he had discovered how to implant a power core permanently inside his body. His goal had always been to overpower the Guardians and force Magus to admit that it had made a mistake by turning its back on the Eldritch. They were the only ones who could endlessly push their evolution forward after shedding the prison of the flesh. Energy had no limit and infinite potential, and Raum had fought countless battles to prove his point. He had never hesitated to fight other Eldritches, white cores, and even a white core with a mage tower, challenging them again and again the moment his power reached a new height. He was a warrior born and bred, and now that he had regained his dragon eyes, he saw 10 steps ahead of the Guardian. Alas, Ligon was more a scholar than a warrior, and he could only see 1 step ahead. 1 step born out of his untold millennia-long existence, the countless hours he had spent training alone, and the thousands of battles to the death he had survived. Ligon was one of the physically weaker Guardians, but he was a Guardian nonetheless. He had lost count of the powerful Eldritches he had destroyed ever since he had evolved into a Drake, of the times he had battled over turf or principle against his fellow Guardians, of the grueling training sessions that he endured to this very day against Zagran, Tyrus, and Salark. Ligon indeed saw only 1 step ahead, but he chose that step after excluding all the wrong steps, those that carried more risks than rewards, and all the steps that led to a disadvantageous position. Ligon saw only 1 step ahead, but it was the right step. With each blow the Guardian and the Eldritch traded, Soul Cutter moved further away from Raum's body and Father of Wrath's replica inched closer. With each spell they fired at each other, Raum's barriers failed him more often, and fewer of his spells reached the Guardian. It wasn't just due to Ligon eyes being superior to dragon eyes, but mostly due to each right judgment call of the Guardian pushing the Eldritch into a more disadvantageous position. Ligon's attacks formed a seamless flow that forced Raum on the defense and denied him the opportunity to strike back. The father of all dragon's spells dealt little damage, but created lose-lose situations for the Eldritch, where he could only limit his losses. Soon all that Raum had left was a selection of bad choices. No matter what path he took, they all led to his defeat. It wasn't a matter of who would win anymore, only of when the Wanderer would fall. "I refuse to go down like this," Raum yelled as he lowered his barriers and put his remaining strength into a devastating combination of attacks. He transformed his shoulder into a Chaos Steps, cutting the replica the same way he had done with the original. Then, Raum released a Chaos Annihilation from his left hand and hurled a river of void flames while lunging with Soul Cutter at the point where Ligon's life force burned brighter. "Your compliance is optional." The Guardian released all of his spells and transformed his spirit form into a massive spirit gate. The Annihilation, the void flames, and Soul Cutter struck him just to reappear thousands of kilometers away without inflicting the Guardian any damage. Ligon closed the gate a split second later, leaving Raum's attacks stranded and his strength depleted. None of the power cores that formed Soul Cutter suffered damage, but all the power that the Wanderer had imbued in the blade was lost. "Any last words?" Ligon asked as his spirit form reassembled itself to conjure the Guardian tier spell, World Maw. 14 pillars of elemental energy, each shaped like a fang and as big as a mountain, enveloped the area above and below the canyon, with Raum right in the middle like a morsel of freshly bitten meat. I've changed my mind. I don't care," the World Maw said as the colossal fangs slammed against each other multiple times, cutting the Wanderer short. The Guardian tier spell bit through Raum's body and crushed all the power cores it contained at the same time. The Eldritch tried to Chaos Warp away, but World Maw sealed the space and scrambled the balance of the world energy. Raum tried as many spells as he could, but none of them managed to produce more than a few sparks. Eldritches were incapable of perceiving the fluctuations in the world energy, and dragon eyes couldn't decipher a branch of magic their owner didn't understand. The power core containing the runes for the Origin Flame's mana organ collapsed first, triggering a chain reaction that quickly spread to the rest of the Eldritch. Raum could have survived a bit longer if not for his opus tearing him apart from the inside. As the power cores exploded one after another and the conflagration grew in power, Ligon kept the World Maw shut, ensuring that not a single strand of chaos could escape. Once the detonations stopped, he ignited the Guardian tier spell, adding immortal flames to the mix. Ligon burned everything inside the World Maw until his own spirit magic was the only thing left. Then, he reverted to his physical form and used his breathing technique, Worldkeeper, to ensure he hadn't missed anything. So far so good, but better safe than sorry. Ligon warped back in the underground prison and discovered that the security arrays had lost the imprint of their master. Raum the Wanderer was dead. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" the wardens asked, not recognizing Owl and the albino in front of them. "Good question," Ligon nodded. "Here's my answer." He breathed a burst of origin flames that incinerated the wardens, melted all the cell doors, and then scoured what was left of Raum's research facility. By the time the prisoners looked at the Guardian in fear and confusion, they were the only living creatures left. Chapter 3890, Deep Scars, Part 1. The empowered abominations and the humans who had helped Raum in exchange for power or money seemed to have simply disappeared. No traces of their presence remained except for small piles of ashes that the cleaning arrays had already thrown into the trash cans. "Ladies, gentlemen, and kids, please don't worry," Ligon said while giving them a deep bow. "This nightmare is over, but it's up to you to put an end to your nightmare. Have a nice day." Before the prisoners could understand the meaning of his words or ask him a question, Ligon clapped his hands and warped everyone to the capital of the Gorgon Empire. There, the Magic Empress stood ready to welcome the least fortunate among her subjects and give them one more chance to turn their life around. Milia would give them a place to stay until they recovered, offer them to learn a trade, and heal any ailment that afflicted them. Whether Raum's victims returned to the streets or found a permanent home, however, depended solely on their choice. "Space, is everything all right? Did you get hurt?" Ligon asked as he appeared beside Auric and Lilax. "No," the young man replied. "Everything went according to your plan, Owl. I mean Ligon, I mean your dragon ship. I meant no disrespect, your draconic excellence." Auric finally snapped out of his shock enough to notice the black scales covering the Guardian's body and raised his hands in apology, wondering if he had to raise them higher in worship. "Are you really a dragon?" Lilac swallowed hard, trembling from head to toe. She and Auric had spectated at the fight from a safe distance, but that had made it even more impressive. The two youths had witnessed the might of the spells in their full brilliance, heard the deafening boom of the strikes, and watched the shockwaves generated by the blows open deep fissures in the ground that spanned for as far as their eyes could see. "Not just a dragon, Lilax," Ligon replied. "As I told you back when I disguised myself as a child, I'm the father of all dragons. I am a guardian." "Is that another word for God?" Color drained from her face, and if not for the spell keeping her floating in midair, Lilax's knees would have given out. Only a god can have so much power. "Again, there are no gods on Magur, children." Ligon dismissed the title with a sweep of the hand. "Forget about the honorifics. After what we have gone through together, you have earned the right to call me by my name. Okay." The two youths exchanged a shocked look before replying, "Okay." "How do you feel, Zorith?" The Guardian approached his daughter, feeling that something was wrong with her. The shadow dragon replied with jumbled words, her mouth frothing with black blood and saliva. "Did you give her the potion as I instructed?" Ligon used his breathing technique to assess Zorith's condition, and what he found left him deeply disturbed. "Of course, my god. I mean Ligon," Auric nodded. "We told her to drink it all and avoided touching her directly. Zorith sat on this weird chair and we carried her away." "I believe you, and that's the problem," the Guardian sighed. "My daughter has consumed a potion I concocted to be the perfect nourishment for someone like her. It should have healed any wound Raum inflicted on her and restored her strength. Yet her body and life force are still a mess. She's going to need all the help she can get, and not only to overcome the trauma of her kidnapping." "Can't you help her?" Lilax asked. "You are a guardian, and she's your daughter." "I wish it were that simple," Ligon sighed. "First things first." He pointed his fingers in the direction of Raum's hidden base, and a loud rumble accompanied the collapse of the structure. A series of controlled explosions destroyed every machine the Wanderer had built, while Ligon stored the historical artifacts inside his pocket dimension. A blast of origin flames purged the land from the arrays, setting the world energy free to circulate again. In time, all traces of Raum's work would disappear, and the balance would be naturally restored. The mystical fire also leveled the ground, smoothing rocks and debris in a uniform, unbroken valley. "What was in the potions we drank?" Auric asked. "I've never felt so powerful and confident in my whole life." "My best body-enhancing potions," Ligon replied while opening a warp steps to the Blood Desert. "Without them, Raum's aura would have been enough to freeze you in fear. And the clash between our auras would have been enough to kill you." He inwardly added, keeping that part to himself, not to pointlessly scare the youths. I see, wow. Auric had never used a warp steps, and his first experience didn't shock him only because his mind was still reeling from the fight between the Guardian and the Eldritch. Did we die and go to heaven? Lilac said. This place is too beautiful to be on Magur. Suddenly, they weren't floating in the sky anymore, but standing on solid ground. The room they had walked into was filled with light and high-end furniture that dwarfed Raum's collection like the sun does a candle. A stunning woman of rare beauty sat behind a black mahogany desk. Dozens of documents flew around her, and hundreds more formed tall piles on her desk. The moment her emerald eyes met the youth's, they felt as though their souls were being weighed and found adequate. I'll take that as a compliment, young lady. Salark gave Lilax a polite nod as a thank you and turned to Ligon. What happened, old lizard? I know you won your fight, but you look like someone who has suffered a harsh defeat. I'm afraid there's something wrong with Zoreth, young sparrow, Ligon replied. Can you please examine her with your rebirth magic? Of course. She rose from her chair, placing the thumb of her right hand upon the shadow dragon's forehead and the palm of her left hand over Zoreth's heart. Invigoration told Salark everything she needed, but she also used her rebirth magic diagnostic spell, Riptide, to leave no stone unturned. I'm sorry, old lizard, Salark said after examining Zoreth's life force top to bottom. Even with your potion coursing through your daughter's body and the world energy of my palace, she shows no sign of recovery. That's why I brought her here, Ligon nodded. Let me show you what I've learned about Raum's research. A quick mind link shared all the relevant information contained in the Wanderer's journals. I see, Salark nodded. It's not my help you seek. I'll bring you to Lith in a minute. Before that, who are these children and what do you have in mind for them? She pointed at Auric and Lilax, who had spent their time dabbing Zoreth's drool and shifting their weight from one foot to the other. They were too afraid of disturbing the Guardians to make a peep. I apologize for my rudeness, children, Ligon said. Auric, Lilax, this is Salark, the overlord and guardian of the Blood Desert. Salark, these brave youths are Auric and Lilax of Dekari. We were captured together, and they helped me rescue Zoreth. Chapter 3891, Deep Scars, Part 2. They'll stay with me here until I'm done with my business. After that, it's up to them to decide whether they want to stay in the Blood Desert or return to the Gorgon Empire with me. Either way, I'm going to help them start a new life. Nice to meet you, m'lady. Auric and Lilax bowed as deeply as they could, feeling like dirty rags dropped in the middle of a throne room. Salark's imposing figure, her office, the magnificent dress she wore, everything spoke of a wealthy, noble ruler who probably bled blue instead of red. Lilax and Auric, instead, were illiterate orphans who owned nothing but their worn and torn clothes. The pleasure is all mine, Salark replied while giving them a perfect curtsy. Make yourself comfortable. You are my honored guests, not my servants. If there's anything I can do to make your stay in my realm more enjoyable, you only need to ask. The two youths opened and closed their mouths with their eyes wide, yet emitted no sound, performing a remarkable impression of a couple of goldfish. Once they realized their blunder, Auric and Lilax bowed repeatedly in apology. Guys, if you don't start talking, this will take all day. A snap of Ligon's fingers switched the tattered clothes for the cotton robes of the desert. The new and soft clothes made wonders for the youth's self-esteem, promoting them in their minds from dirty rags to servants. I think I have a solution. Salark warped everyone to the dining hall, where the young mages of the Verhin household were having their morning snack. Ligon and Zoreth had disappeared, sent by the Overlord inside Lith's tower. Aaron, Lyria, these are Auric and Lilax, Salark said. They are friends of your grandfather. Introduce them to your friends and be nice to them, okay? Yes, Grandma. The kids replied in unison while Onyx, Abominus, and the Fasteros sniffed at the newcomers. Ligon's potions gave them a powerful aura that contrasted with the evident weakness of their bodies. Great, the Overlord nodded. Please don't disturb me, your grandfather, and Lith unless it's a real emergency. Your Auntie Zor is sick and needs our help. What happened to Aunt Zor? Aaron jumped from his seat in worry. Good question. You can ask Lilax and Auric. Bye. Salark warped away, leaving the kids alone and confused. A long, awkward silence fell over the room until Lyria took charge of the situation. Hi, my name is Lyria, and this doofus is my Uncle Aaron. She introduced everyone and offered their guests a seat. Would you like some ice cream while you tell us how you've met Grandpa Ligon? What's ice cream? Auric asked with a coarse voice, his throat drier than the desert. Even away from Lucia, Everyone still wore their everyday clothes, and Arik and Lilacs were the oldest in the room. Yet, hearing Lyria call a mighty dragon, Grandpa made the two youths from the Empire tense as bowstrings. "Space, what happened to Zor?" Lith asked as Ligon appeared in the middle of the forge. Shock and surprise snapped him out of his daze. Bonding with so many tormented souls at once and experiencing their agony had left a deep scar in Lith's psyche that had yet to start fading. Salark's guardian aura allowed him to act like everything was fine, but that couldn't have been farther from the truth. Lith questioned his role as Maugur's so-called Lord of Destruction every day, and the fact that the Bleed possessed a similar kind of forbidden magic device made things worse. Yet the moment Lith observed Zorith's condition with the mystical senses of the tower, his mind shook off such stray thoughts and focused on the situation at hand. Seeing the familiar look of the tower and hearing the voice of her little brother, the shadow dragon's eyes regained a little of their light. Tears streaked down her cheeks, mixing with her saliva into sticky runnels that ran down her jaw. "The worst things you can possibly imagine," Ligon replied. "Zorith was subjected to the unwavering loyalty array for most of her capture, and her life force has been ravaged by an eldritch called Raum the Wanderer. He performed brutal experiments on her, and what you see is their result." "Raum," Solus echoed. "Is that Azith's abomination name?" Yes, the pain in the Guardian's voice was palpable. "He's dead now. I killed him with my own hands." "I'm sorry for your loss, Grandpa," Lith said while he and Solus took turns studying Zorith's mangled life force with the eyes and ears of Menadian. "Don't be," Ligon shook his head. "Azith died 40,000 years ago. The being called Raum was nothing like him. That abomination must be a dreg born out of Azith's darkest thoughts and flaws when his good soul left his body." I refuse to believe they were the same person. If that were true, it would mean that I never knew my son, that my beloved Azith was nothing but a mask that Raum used to hide his presence. "Now please stop worrying about me and focus on Zorith. I've already lost a son today. I don't want to lose a daughter as well." Ligon cleaned her hair with a darkness spell and combed it gently. "Her life force is damaged almost beyond recognition, but nothing that a guardian can't fix." Lith warped everyone to the heart of the tower and activated the immortal body array, focusing it on the shadow dragon. "Why didn't you treat Zor yourself, Grandpa?" "Let me show you." Ligon used a mind link to share Raum's now-broken plans and ambitions with Lith and Solus. "That's why." "Fuck me sideways." Lith raked his fingers through his hair. "That nutjob tore Zor's troll and eldritch life forces apart to understand how her dragon mana organs had adapted to the chaos of her body." "That's not the reason she's not healing," Solus said while sharing the readings of the two pieces of the Menadian set with Lith and conjuring her body sculpting spell, Vital Flow. "Raum put barriers and separators to keep Zorith's life forces apart. The forbidden magic he employed feeds on her mana like a parasite, so the barriers have lost none of their strength after Raum died. Unless their connection with Zorith's life force is severed, she will stay like this forever." "That still doesn't answer my question." Lith joined Solus and activated his own spell, Healer's Edge. "There's no way you didn't know all this already. Why did you bring Zor to me, Grandfather?" "Because I find myself in an impossible situation," Ligon replied. "Please believe me, hatchling, I wouldn't burden you with this if I had a choice." Zorith gasped as the body sculpting spells undid the alterations on her life forces. Her fingers gripped the floating chair so hard that the armrests cracked, and her face twisted in a rictus of pain. Her primal instinct made her run her hands over her chest. Zorith checked the parts where Raum had poked, prodded, and cut her open, discovering she was whole again. The relief she felt, however, didn't lessen her agony one bit. Every inch of her body burned and froze at the same time. Pins and needles tormented her skin, while blunt knives twisted her flesh. The split life forces were finally free to meet again, yet they didn't recognize each other any longer. Chapter 3892, More Than a Dragon, Part 1. The Eldritch's chaos and the Troll's decay battled for supremacy like it had never happened before, not even the day when Xenagrosh had absorbed her clone. The two sides couldn't hurt each other. Their most savage attacks were nourishment for the opponent. Yet both sides could still feel pain. The Troll devoured the Eldritch and vice versa in a vicious, never-ending cycle. On the outside, Zorith's body seemed perfectly fine, but on the inside she kept dying over and over again. The shadow dragon tilted her head back and opened her mouth, releasing an ululating scream of agony. She tried using darkness fusion to numb the pain, but the decay of the troll side devoured it before the darkness element reached its destination. Light fusion was useless as well, consumed by the chaos the moment it approached the open wounds in the life forces. "Why didn't you warn us?" Lith tried everything he could to stop the rampage inside Zorith's body and failed. "Because I suspected this could happen, but I had no certainty," Ligon replied. "Also, would you have left Zorith as she was if I had told you that treating her might have side effects?" "No," Solus admitted, while doing her best to sedate the shadow dragon. "She has been imprisoned in mind and body, tortured and left a shadow of herself. If there were just a small chance to heal Zorith, we would have taken it." Zorith's roars of pain were so loud that focusing was impossible, and the shockwaves her wails produced slapped Lith's and Solus, faces like a storm. "Big sis, if you can hear me, please try to stay still," Lith yelled at the top of his lungs. "We are trying to help you. We didn't mean to hurt you." Zorith clenched her jaw and nodded, tensing every fiber of her being in an attempt to stop her spasms. "Thanks, big sis." Lith used the moniker in the hope of giving her strength. "Call Kala, Quilla, Tista, and Falul. We need every competent healer and piece of Menadian set we can get. Grandma." "Yes, Featherling?" Salark asked, while the tower opened a channel with the amulets of Lith's friends. "I don't know Quilla's injection spell, but I saw you use something similar on Dad when you regenerated his limbs. Please, use it on Zor," he said while handing her an amber bottle. "I don't think a potion will. Red Dragon?" The Overlord read the label out loud in surprise. "If magic doesn't work, alcohol is our only option left," Lith replied. "Zorith still has a physical body, so she can still get drunk." "It's worth a try." A wave of Salark's hand removed the cork and had the liquor float out of the bottle and seep under the shadow dragon's skin. A few long moments later, the pain subsided and her body relaxed enough to allow her to speak. "Thanks, little brother," she said amid pants, her face taut and her voice small. "It still hurts like a bitch, but it's manageable now. Please add Bitra to the call. Let her know that I'm okay." "Hi, Lith. What's wrong, lil bro? Is that Xenagrosh? I'll take honey with that," a choir of voices said as the conference call started. "No time for questions," Lith replied, glaring at Kala, who kept placing her order. "Those in the desert reach me at the tower. Falul, please wait for me in front of the geyser in the Tron Woods. I'll pick you up as soon as I can." "I knew it was a bad day for a hike," Kala asked. "I'll be there in half an hour if I run at top speed." "God's mom just opened a warp steps." Nock tackled the white to stop her in her tracks. "What's a warp steps? Great thinking, son." Kala opened a dimensional corridor to Salark's kitchen to fetch her snack and then another to the tower. "Okay, what did I miss?" Later, Lith waited until everyone reached the heart before tower warping to Lucia. Once Falul joined them, he used a mind link to explain the situation to everyone. "How can you do this, grandfather?" the Hydra asked in outrage after witnessing Zorith's wretched state with her own eyes. "You promised Lith to save her. How can you go back on your words?" "I did rescue Zorith from Raum's clutches just as I promised," Ligon replied. "I never said anything about healing the wounds or undoing the psychological damage he was bound to inflict on her." "This is quibbling." Solus shared control of all the pieces of the master set of Menadian, allowing everyone to perform as many tests as they wanted and assess Zorith's condition on their own. "It is not," Ligon shook his head. "I had no idea what Raum would do to her, and if I did, I would have specified that I wouldn't heal Zorith. Maybe it was the baby girl in her womb, but hearing a father refusing to help her agonizing daughter made Quilla's blood boil. She was about to give the Guardian a rude piece of her mind, and all those present would have waited their turn to do the same, but Zorith's raised hand stopped them. "Why, Dad?" she asked, gesturing to Salark for another dose of Red Dragon. "I know you don't have the time or patience to listen to my ramblings, but there's something you must know in order to understand my answer," Ligon said, and Zorith nodded for him to continue. "Raum didn't just wound you. If it were that simple, you wouldn't need my help. Both your Eldritch and Troll sides have such uncanny recovery abilities that you are functionally immortal. Unlike me, a sliver of your body can grow into a perfect new Zorith in a matter of seconds, as long as it has enough energy and nourishment." "Then what's the problem?" Lith asked. "I was getting to that," Ligon sighed. "You've seen my memories. Raum believed the flesh to be a trap that limited an Eldritch's potential. He kept Zorith's troll side only because it ensured her survival, no matter what he did to her. Yet he planned to strip her troll side away when he was done with his experiments. He wanted to turn Zorith back into an Eldritch and offer her to join him. If she refused, he would have an easier time killing her. If she accepted, he would have implanted the mana organs in her body like he had done for himself. In other words, Raum has unraveled whatever the Master did to fuse Zorath the Eldritch with Zorath the Troll. He surgically disrupted the balance between the two life forces and split them into two separate entities that don't recognize each other anymore. "How does this explain why you won't help me, Dad?" Zorath asked, her eyes clouded by pain and confusion. "Because if I do, I will complete the Master's work for him," Ligain replied. "My plan has always been to restore you to life, hatchling, to get back Zorath the human or Zorath the shadow dragon based on what you preferred. The Master instead worked to make you something more than a dragon, more than a human, more dangerous than your wayward brother Raum ever was." Chapter 3893, More Than a Dragon, Part 2. "I don't know why or how the Master did it, only that he is only one step away from creating a new life form," Ligain said. "If I put you back together, hatchling, I would bear the responsibility of giving birth to something incredibly powerful and potentially unkillable. Do you understand what I mean?" "Yes, it means that you wouldn't let me go," Zorath nodded. "You could not. Not without knowing why the Master is seeking this kind of power, and ensuring that he can't give it to himself and the rest of his hybrids after he studies your life force and reverse engineers my technique," Ligain said. "Let me be crystal clear, Pumpkin. I can and am willing to heal you, but only on one of the following conditions. Either you accept to come with me and stay in my lair like Thrud's generals until I understand the threat the Master poses and remove it, or you tell me everything you know about the organization, its members, and its goals. If you choose the former, I'll heal you immediately and bring you back home. You won't be allowed to leave under any circumstances until I decide otherwise. I can arrange for Baitra and Lith to visit from time to time, but that's it. If you choose the latter, you have to talk first. Once I confirm that you haven't lied or omitted anything, I'll heal you and you'll be free to go. By then, the organization will already be destroyed and most of its members dead. I'm going to spare only those like Baitra. The hybrids who have the clone as a base instead of the original Eldritch are mostly innocent and can be redeemed. They have lived just for a handful of years, and the few crimes they perpetrated were out of need, not malice. Everyone else, however, has to go, especially the Master. I've seen his work and I can't risk him starting another organization." "You would kill even Tezka." Zorath flinched at the thought of the pain that Philia and Frey would suffer from suddenly losing their father and best friend. "If I can," Ligain shrugged. "I doubt he's going to let me do it without a fight, and the old fox is dangerous. I might spare him, but only because killing him would cause too many casualties. Even then, I'd demand Tezka to swear to keep being a nanny and not return to his old ways. If he agrees, then it's much more convenient to keep him alive. Tezka knows many things that the rest of Magur forgot, and with his help I can salvage them." "What if I choose neither?" Zorath hated the idea of becoming a prisoner as much as she refused to betray her companions. "I knew what this life entailed and that I might have died at any time," she thought. "What happened to me is a consequence of my actions, and I won't let the others pay for them." "Then you stay as you are," Ligain replied. "You will be in pain until you die or someone finds a cure to your condition, but you will be free. I won't interfere in your decision or stop Salark from allowing visitors if that's what she wants. This is her turf, after all, not mine." "Then the choice is easy to make, Dad." Zorath clenched her teeth as her hands gripped the armrests and her back arched in a fit of pain. "I thank you for saving me, but I refuse your offer. Selling others to save myself is something the old me would do. I would never forgive myself if I did it, and neither would Baitra if I took away her new family. I won't be your guest either. If I have to lose everything I have, I might as well lose it on my terms." "If that's what you want, so be it," Ligain nodded. "Lith." "This is a mess." Even with the help of the eyes and the ears, Lith didn't know where to start. "That's an understatement," Solus added. "No matter how much darkness we feed to the decay and light to the chaos, they never relent in their struggle. Zorath's life forces keep destroying each other as though we are doing nothing at all. If not for her mana cores being stable, she would have died already. Zorath's situation is precarious." Kala learned a lot about how not to split a life force that day. The struggling keeps the life forces close, but if they were to pull away, there would be nothing protecting the mana cores. Best case scenario, the chaos wraps around the black core before it fades, and Zorath goes back to being an Eldritch. Worst case scenario, both cores fade and she dies. I have to agree with Kala. Falul tried her best body sculpting spells, but they were either devoured by the chaos or corrupted by the decay before they could do anything. The troll's side is as good as dead if the life forces aren't fused together. You need to call the Master, Lith, Quilla said. He's the only one who can save Zorith. He already merged her troll clone with her original body and should be able to do it again. I'm sorry, but I can't, Lith shook his head. The only thing keeping Zorith alive is soulless, immortal body array. I can't let her get out of the tower, and I won't reveal its existence to someone as dangerous as the Master. I'm in an amicable relationship with him, but I have the same questions about his goals and how he plans to achieve them as Grandpa. Are you really going to take away Zorith's only chance of survival just to keep our secret? Solus asked. She's been good to us. She helped us recover the pieces of Mom's set and you to save me, just like the Master. I say we can trust him. You can, but it would be pointless. Zorith shook her head while gesturing to Quilla for another infusion of Red Dragon. The Master didn't fuse my two life forces. He created the clone, but she developed on her own, and I merged with her after our battle. I have no idea how it happened, and he doesn't either. He simply worked on my body to harmonize my two sides. The best the Master could do is to force me back into an Eldritch and make another clone. On top of that, do you really think he would come here to get killed? Would you, Dad, or Salark let him go once he was done examining me? Of course not, Ligon shook his head. I'd kill him on sight. With him gone, I would have no reason not to cure you myself. My point exactly. There, a spasm cut Zorith short, and she had to wait until the pain subsided to resume talking. There is no point in trading one life for another. Just let me talk with Bite one last time. It's the only thing I ask. Consider it my last wish. Don't give up on hope so quickly, Tista said. We are not done giving our all. The eyes had yet to finish assessing the full scope of the damage Zorith's life force had suffered, but Lith had already learned how to read and anticipate the chaotic flow of their struggle. Chapter 3894, Still a Human, Part 1. Indeed, Lith nodded. We have 2 sets of hands and mouths and can get even more if you lend us your maw and skull. Gladly, Zorith tried to open her pocket dimension, and the effort made her faint. Her energy signature was in constant flux due to the ebbing and flowing of the strength of her split life forces. The Omni Pocket failed to adapt to the sudden changes and rejected the Shadow Dragon's call. Scratch that, Lith sighed. I'll go call Bitra and we'll use her artifacts. I'll be right back. He warped the tower back to the kingdom and then moved as far away as the warping mirror allowed him to. Then, he flew at dragon speed in an irregular pattern to avoid being followed. Hi, Lith, is everything okay? Vaster answered his white griffin's communication amulet, the one he needed to keep available at all times as a loyal subject of the royals. You never call unless you need something, and I guess this time isn't going to be any different. I'm sorry, Zogger, but you are right, Lith sighed. I have an ill friend and need a second opinion on her diagnosis. I know her life force looks weird, but that's because she belongs to a race of divine beasts similar to mine. Can you take a look at it? I can, but the Master's eyes went wide as the stream of data collected by the Menadian set appeared on his amulet. Maugre Almighty, this isn't weird. This is a disaster. Is your friend still alive? Barely, but yes, Lith nodded. I'm taking care of her in the Blood Desert, but I don't know where to start with her treatment. If you have any idea, anything at all, please let me know. I will. Vaster shook his head slightly, signaling to Lith that he was at a loss as well. Do you need anything else? Yes, please, tell Marth that I'll resume my void magic lessons as soon as I deal with this crisis. The Eldritch who was after Menadian has been dealt with. That's excellent news. The Master allowed himself a thin smile. I'll contact my assistants and study your friend's chart with them. If we put our heads together, we might be able to find a way to help her. Good luck, Lith. Vaster out. Bitra called him so fast that the Master's hologram had yet to fade when her runes started to blink. Is Zor safe? Why doesn't Ligon heal her? She bombarded Lith with questions without giving him time to answer. It's complicated, he said once she stopped to catch her breath. I'll explain to you in person. Here's my coordinates. Lith chose the location of their meeting at random, and far enough away from his current position to ensure that the Reiju would arrive first and cover any track that might lead back to Vaster. She didn't disappoint. Bitra wore enough cloaking items to be nigh invisible to mystical senses. Even with the eyes, Lith couldn't tell from which direction she had come. Hi, Bite. No time, go, 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 she said, ignoring the tendril of mana Lith had prepared for their mind link. He moved them to the nearest mana geyser he knew of, and the tower appeared a heartbeat later. The warp mirror brought them inside as the tower recharged to return to the Blood Desert. Zor, Bitra rushed to Zorith's side, hugging her as delicately as she could while bawling her eyes out. What did that monster do to you? Bite, a thin smile appeared on the shadow dragon's face. She tried to stand up, but the mere movement caused her crippling agony. He did his worst, Bite, but it wasn't enough. You won't get rid of me so easily. How can you joke about this? Bitra sniffled, feeling Zorith's hand caress her hair. Gods, I hate you so much. Yet she didn't let go of the shadow dragon despite the wild surges of chaos and decay hurting her, and cast her best diagnostic spells to understand how bad her wife's condition was. Great Mother Almighty, Bitra said. It's too soon to get scared. Lith offered her the spirit tendril again. This time the Reiju accepted it, and Magur seemed to swallow her whole. Bitra's skills as a healer were limited, but even a fourth-year student could tell how desperate the situation was. The people around Bitra kept talking, but she only heard white noise. The tower was filled with light, but Bitra could barely see the end of her nose. There was darkness everywhere, wrapping itself around her chest and squeezing it until she could no longer breathe. Bitra, Menadian noticed that the Reiju had not batted her eyes for a while and that her stare was blank. Are you all right? A pat on the fourth ruler of the flames, back broke her daze and pulled her back to reality. I'm fine, Bitra replied. What were you saying, Rifa? I was the one talking, airhead. Zorith snorted, trying to lighten the mood. I said that this is none of your fault, Bite. Raum kidnapped me to study and replicated my mana organs. He went after you only after he got my dragon eyes. I know, Bitra nodded. Lith shared everything with me via a mind link. Then you also know that you're the only reason I'm still alive. Zorith coughed. If you had followed the Master's plan instead of asking Lith for help, Raum would have finished his work much sooner. He would have learned everything I know about the organization and forced you in the open by using me as a hostage. Somehow, he had a working prototype of the unwavering loyalty array that compelled me to follow his orders. I would have done and said anything he wanted, even if that meant luring you into a trap. You can imagine the rest. Gods, that guy was insane, but also brilliant. The Reiju shuddered at the thought of a being with the ability to integrate the power cores of her masterpieces with his body. What's our next move? So far, we don't have one. Lith lowered his gaze. We could try to unleash the light and darkness from the elemental storage. If everything goes right, the decay and chaos will be too busy feasting on the all-you-can-eat buffet to bother with our healing spells while we fix Zorith's life forces. Then why haven't you done it yet? Bitra asked. Because there's a lot that can go wrong, Solus sighed. The abundant nourishment might upset the current precarious balance and unravel Zorith's life forces completely before the treatment even starts. Or the elemental storage might not be enough to quell the cursed elements, and our spells would be ineffective. Even if everything goes according to plan, there is no certainty that we can complete the treatment before the storage runs out of energy. If the elemental consumption rate exceeds our expectations, we won't finish in time, and half a cure is worse than no cure at all. There is no telling what side effects an incomplete treatment might have on Zorith while we wait for the storage to recharge. Zorith, Quilla asked, while the other healers kept discussing among themselves via mind links. Yes, Quilla. Is it true that you endured the effects of a slave array until Ligon rescued you? Chapter 3895, Still a Human Part 2. Quilla couldn't bring herself to like the Eldritches much, no matter what Lith said or they did for him. Yet she could relate to Zorith's experience, and seeing her so strong after going through so much garnered the shadow dragon Quilla's respect. Yes, but I'd rather not talk about that, Zorith nodded. How can you act so aloof? How can you joke after having your mind violated for days? Quilla asked. I would like to say it's nothing much, but that would be a lie. Zorith gasped and moaned, having a hard time breathing. It's just that I'm in so much physical pain right now that the psychological trauma has to wait its turn. Also, being dead drunk helps. If you want to talk about it later, I'm here for you. Quilla injected a double dose of Red Dragon, and Zorith's pain subsided. Thanks, the Shadow Dragon whispered. Not only for the offer, but for thinking there's going to be a later. Zor, Bitra yelled. She wanted to cry, but the idea of forcing Zorith to console her made the Reiju feel like the most idiotic and entitled person on Magur. I'm sorry, dear, Zorith smiled. Dead drunk, remember, I'm even drunkerer now, or is it drink dark? Drunker, Bitra wiped her tears. That one, Zorith nodded. Guys, Menadian drew everyone's attention to her. This is all sad and touching, but what do you say if we bring Zorith to the infirmary? You know, the tower floor I specifically devised for a situation like this. Because the tower wasn't built to deal with cursed elements, Lith replied. Once, we tried testing chaos magic with the grimoire, and it warned us that it might have caused long-term damage. What if the wild energy from Zor's life forces affects the infirmary, and in turn, Solus? Thank you for your concern, Lith, Solus replied. But you, Ral, and Elijah also carry cursed elements. I'd rather discover the limits of the infirmary now and work on a contingency plan than wait until it's too late. This is not just about saving Zor's life. A snap of his fingers brought everyone to the infirmary. But, I'm sorry, Mom, this is my choice to make. Menadian tried to object, but Solus cut her short. She connected the 5 pieces of the master set to the different devices, sharing the burden of using the artifacts with all those classified as apprentices in the tower logs. For what is worth, don't forget the bleed, Rifa said via the black chains. The stored life force has Effie's energy signature, but an eldritch can feed on anything, and probably a troll can do the same. Thanks, Rifa, but we'd rather not, Lith replied. We want to save that energy for Solus. Moreover, if our friends ask us where we got the life force, we don't know how to explain it without revealing you dabbled in forbidden magic. I know, but your choice, Rifa said. Thanks for putting your reputation on the line, Mom. Solus joined the conversation. Still, we'll keep the bleed's existence a secret unless it's absolutely necessary. What am I supposed to do? Zorith looked around the infirmary in mild amusement. She had so much red dragon flowing through her veins that if not for the pain she endured, she would have found even a sneeze hysterical. Just stay still and try not to touch anything, please, Lith said while marking her as the patient. The room flashed red and several alarms blared until Solus turned them off one by one. Ligain pushed the floating chair towards the center of the room, and the crystal tank rose enough to let the shadow dragon in. This is amazing. Baitra recognized a few parts that the infirmary had in common with the madness, wondering whether Arthon had based his work on Menadian's research or the other way around. It would be rude and insensitive of me to question Rifa while she's doing all she can to help Zor, the Reiju thought. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe great minds think alike. Her wishful assumption shattered when the crystal case sealed the space around Zorith and filled it with an all-too-familiar purple liquid. Despite her mass, it took only a Tier 0 gravity spell to make the shadow dragon float weightless. Warning, the infirmary spoke with Menadian's voice. The patient is critical and dangerous. Are you sure you want to proceed? Lith turned to Solus, leaving her the last word since the tower was bonded to her just like she was to him. Yes, Solus nodded. Acknowledged, the infirmary replied. Warning, contact in 3, 2, 1. As the countdown proceeded, small tendrils of adamant emerged from the upper and lower lid of the crystal case, slowly advancing towards Zorith's either side. Why the second warning? Solus asked. I already said. The rampant chaos in the shadow dragon's body blacked the adamant, corrupting the diagnostic tool until only a fine black soot remained. The decay, instead, aged the liquid-soaked metal, covering it with rust at a speed visible to the naked eye. Adamant wasn't supposed to rust or crumble, yet the tendril fell apart into copper-red flakes. Solus' eyes widened, and her words turned into an agonizing scream as the damage the tower took reflected on her body via their bond. The veins on the left side of her body bulged black, while the right withered as if she had been under the blood desert's sun for days. Lith rushed to her side, and so did Menadian. It's fine, Solus tried to reassure them, but she needed help to stay upright. I'm fine. I just experienced for a brief moment what Zorith feels since we tried to cure her. It's not me you should worry about. Much to everyone's surprise, the contact with Lith restored Solus. Silvery flames burst out of his fingertips and seeped inside her skin, triggering something inside of her. A gentle warmth spread from her lungs to her throat, and from there to the rest of her body. The dread flames fed upon the chaos and decay alike, turning their destructive energy into a source of vigor. That was weird. Lith showed Solus her reflection in an ice mirror. Why are my eyes burning silver, and why do I feel great? Solus asked, watching the ravages of the cursed elements fade like a bad dream. As long as you are fine, I don't give a damn. Menadian checked her daughter from head to toe until she made sure the aftershock from the infirmary hadn't widened the cracks in Solus, life force, and mana core. That was weird indeed, but this is no joke either. Fallow pointed at the results of the diagnostic scans displayed on the holographic screens. Monocores dormant and compromised. Lith read out loud in disbelief. Life force, uncategorized and unstable. Life force composition, 25% Eldritch Dragon, 25% Eldritch Rank 1 Human, 50% Rank 1 Odie. Warning, 50% of the life force is severely damaged and deteriorating. Urgent intervention required. No therapy available. Insufficient data. Estimated time left before the damage becomes irreversible, 6 days, 22 hours, 17 minutes, and 45 seconds. The clock kept ticking, and there was no point in having a constant reminder of the little time they had left, so Lith hid the countdown. Chapter 3896, Priceless Lesson, Part 1. Rank 1 Human, Tista said. How is that possible? When did it happen? More importantly, how did no one notice? Because we are all idiots, Lith replied. Big Sis told us her story. She gave up on her dragon nature, and she was a human back when she became an abomination. Somehow, becoming an eldritch restored her dragon bloodline, but her base form was still human. You are right, Sola said. Zorith told us that she knew about human evolution when we went to Verendi with her, and that her 4 eyes were proof that our theory was correct. Everyone turned to Baitra, who just shrugged. I don't see how this is relevant. Zorith's eyes have no powers, and her human side has never been of much help to her. Why are you making such a fuss? Because this changes things a lot, Tista paced the room. We always considered Zorith like a dragon-eldritch troll hybrid. If we want to find a cure, we need to take her human side into account as well. When did she evolve? She was already like that when she found me, Baitra replied. According to her, however, she developed the 2 extra eyes only after consuming her troll clone. This doesn't make sense. Fallow bit her lower lip. Odie and humans are 2 different species, and trolls are evolved Odie. How could gaining a troll life force affect Zorith's human half? On top of that, we don't have the time to research how the Odie's evolution is supposed to work, and what their life forces are supposed to look like at their various development stages. We need an expert, or we'll never make it in 6 days. Doesn't this make Kigan an evolved human too? Baitra thought. He's a Phoenix Balor hybrid, and who cares? This can wait. I agree with you and Tista, Fallow, Lith nodded. To heal Zorith, we need to take into account her human side, but we also need a specialist in troll life forces. How much does the Master know about them? Enough to breed them and mix their life forces with a little amount of chaos with his harmonizer spell, but that's it, Baitra replied. You know how the Master's technique works, Lith. He never had a reason to work on fallen life forces. His goal has never been to revert monsters to their natural state. He needs our monster half to stay fallen, so that it can withstand our eldritch side and merge with it to form something no different from a normal life force. Vaster's harmonizer spell worked on a simple principle. He would transplant a small fragment of eldritch life force into a test subject until it gained a resistance to chaos. Once that happened, the final transplant would take root and be left to grow. Eldritch tissues had high vitality and could sustain themselves on any form of life force. Left to their own device, the fragments would grow over time, finding a balance with the host life force. Most of the time, the test subject died consumed by the chaos, but monsters reproduced quickly, and their offspring carried the chaos fragment as well, developing a natural immunity. It was only a matter of time before a monster with perfect compatibility with the Eldritch was born. When that happened, the resulting clone would possess a stable hybrid life force ready to merge with the original Eldritch. Lith had watched the Master using the harmonizer spell on Theseus and knew that it would be useless on Zorith. Raum had separated part of her life forces long enough to revert them to their original state. They were not compatible anymore, and a successful transplant would lead to 2 new life forces, not restore them to their previous condition. Quilla, Lith asked. I'm sorry, Lith, but I know about trolls a little more than any professor of the White Griffin. She shook her head. I've learned what the artificially unfallen life forces of the trolls and Tron of Zelex look like, but I'm no expert. I haven't started to work on a cure for them yet. That's all we need, Lith replied. You heard Baitra. We are not trying to undo the fall of Zorith's troll side only to put her back together. Please show them to us. Right away, Quilla nodded. This is an unfallen troll's life force. The hologram took the shape of an oval zircon-like gemstone with hundreds of facets. Yet instead of splitting the light into its components, it shone with an inner light that painted half of its surface white and the other half black. This is a Tron. The life force still looked like a gemstone, but it was more polished and had thousands of facets. Moreover, its inner light produced a prismatic effect that covered the gemstone with the 6 colors of the elements, instead of just black and white, further accentuating the differences with the troll life force. And this is their fallen life force. The third hologram depicted a brilliant star that emitted a blinding light. There is no Tron fallen life force because they are an artificial species. Away from a mana geyser, a Tron reverts into a stable troll first, and then into their fallen state. Interesting. Lith studied the 3 holograms for a while. This is what Zor's life forces looked like the last time I examined her. A wave of his hand conjured the images of the abomination side, resembling a black hole standing near the white hole of the troll. One never stopped sucking in the energy and matter that the other produced. Proximity allowed the white hole to siphon part of the energy and matter gained by the black hole before they were completely destroyed, restoring their strength and starting the cycle anew. I'm sorry, but even with dragon eyes, I don't see how this brings you any closer to a solution. Zorith spasmed in pain, releasing wild surges of chaos and decay that respectively blackened and mudded the violet liquid around her. It spared Solus from more pain, but the infirmary flashed red as it tried to stabilize the patient. Can you mix the red dragon with the life support fluid? Quilla asked. Sure. Menadian took a bottle of alcohol and poured it down a funnel that came out of the floor beside the crystal tank. The violet liquid turned red like the liquor, and even though Zorith's condition didn't improve, her vitals stabilized. From now on, the red dragon will be delivered into her bloodstream along with the nutrients and healing potions, Menadian said. It doesn't buy us time, but at least the infirmary can manage Zorith's pain on its own. What's our next move? Baitra asked. I'm sorry, but I have no clue, Lith said. There are too many things we don't know, like how Zorith's human side evolved or how her troll side went from this to that. He pointed to the brilliant star and the white hole. Then what? Baitra snarled. Are you going to give up? Are you telling me that I'm going to spend the next week of my life watching my wife die? Not at all, Lith replied, turning her anger into confusion. Chapter 3897, Priceless Lesson Part 2. As I said, we need an expert. 2 would be better. Solus, explain our plan to everyone. I'll be right back. Lith warped away, and all eyes turned to Solus. I've already called Malishka, and she'll be here in a while. I don't know if she'll help us, but it's worth a shot. Who's Malishka? Baitra asked. You know her as Baba Yaga, Menadian replied. The Red Mother, what can she do? She created the undead, not the abominations, Baitra sighed. She's also an Odi, Solus replied. Malishka is probably the last unfallen member of her species and a white core. On top of that, she's one of the greatest experts on life forces on Magur. She may notice something we missed. An Odi? Baitra's eyes went wide in surprise. That's great news. How long will it take her to come here, and where did Lith go? Malishka will be here in a few minutes, Solus said. As for Lith, he's gone to inform the master of the infirmary's findings. Maybe he can see farther than we do and give us a few leads. Space. White Griffin Academy at the same time. I'm sorry, Lith. I have no idea how to save Zorith, Vaster sighed. I know about her evolved human side, and that's the reason I used her as a base for my own eldritch side, but I have no clue how or why she evolved after merging with her clone. Lith had gone to the academy after making a few random calls and taking several detours to ensure he wasn't being followed. He trusted Ligain and Salark, but not enough to rule out that they wouldn't exploit the current crisis to discover the master's identity. It was the reason he had contacted Marth first and visited Vaster under the headmaster's recommendation. Vaster was the head of Light Magic Department and a leading figure in body sculpting. His expertise made him the ideal consultant for such delicate circumstances. I won't ask you how you acquired such extensive data in so little time, Lith, but if you discover something new, please share it with me. I will, Zogger, Lith nodded. I'm surprised Tezka didn't come up with anything. He and Nelia were my best bets. You would be right if this were a simple matter, Vaster replied. They are both great experts, but it has been millennia since they could practice light magic freely. I brought them up to speed, but their field record in modern healing magic is inferior to yours. We'll keep working on our side, but I can't promise you anything. The damage is too extensive, and I've never dealt with something like this. I should have prepared better. He gritted his teeth in helplessness. There is really nothing you can tell me, Lith asked. You must have studied Zorith's life force thoroughly before implanting it into your body. Didn't you learn something that might be useful in finding a cure? I can tell you this. Lith didn't know that Vaster's body contained fragments of all the divine beast eldritch hybrids plus Tezca, and the Master decided to keep things that way. Zorith was my first success because her original life forces were highly compatible. I know that, Lith shrugged. Chaos and decay neutralize each other into darkness and light. As long as they are balanced, Zorith is almost identical to a normal living being. Correct, but only partially. Vaster steepled his fingers. They don't just neutralize, they also feed on each other. That means that no energy is lost at any time. What weakens the decay strengthens the chaos and vice versa. How is this relevant? Lith gave the old professor a quizzical look. Let's put it like this. Vaster took out a glass from one of the drawers of his desk. This is a healthy patient. He filled the glass with water conjured by a chore magic spell. And this is what happens when you perform a treatment on them. Vaster gulped the water, leaving the glass half empty. Their life force weakens and their stamina depletes, forcing a healer to infuse more. He conjured more water, refilling the glass. This is what happens with Zorith. Vaster took a second glass and placed it beside the first. The water moved from the full glass into the empty one until they matched. If you weaken the chaos, the decay drains the lost energy. The water moved again, leaving one glass almost empty. You might think that to restore the balance, you have to strengthen the chaos, but then you'd add several variables. For example, what would happen if the next time the decay steals energy from the chaos, it exceeds its vessel's capacity? What if you strengthen the chaos too much and it drains the decay? The Master conjured more water and split it between the glasses until it spilled over the already filled glass edges. Then, he dried his desk and took a pause, giving Lith the time to ponder the issue. It's much better to attack the decay. Vaster flicked his finger at the almost full glass, and the extra water returned to the other glass. There are no new variables because you are not adding more water. I see, Lith narrowed his eyes. This is what makes Zorith so stable compared to the other hybrids. Correct, the Master nodded. It's also something you can use while attempting a cure. If something gets out of your hands, don't pour more mana and life force. Nudge the winning side and the other will do the rest. Also, consider this. A tap of Vaster's finger created 2 parallel vertical cracks in the glass that covered half its length. You are trying to prevent this. A spark of chaos and the cracks reached below the water level, making it seep out. Instead of letting her condition reach this point. A weak Forge-mastering spell proved how difficult it was to recover all fragments and put them back into place under the pressure exerted by the liquid. Do this. An equally weak Forge-mastering spell strengthened the undamaged part of the glass, stopping the advance of the cracks and the spilling of the water. Zorith is a living being, so by supporting her still healthy side, you might find clues or even receive guidance about how to put her life forces back together. Remember, only part of her is fighting against you. The rest is fighting by your side. Survival instinct is the driving force of all living beings, and we both know it can create small miracles. Thank you, Professor Vaster. Lith stood up and offered his hand, which the Master promptly shook. Today you've taught me a priceless lesson. Don't waste your time thanking me, Lith. Vaster shook his head. Please go and save Zorith. Lith turned around without answering and used his professor ring to warp to the headmaster's office, and from there return to the Blood Desert in one step. Space. Blood Desert, Starforge Tower at the same time. The Red Mother had reached the Heavenly Plume tribe before Lith's return, and had spent that time studying the readings of the infirmary and questioning Quilla about the people of Zelex. I can't believe a child of Ligon, even one who turned into an Eldritch, dared doing this to his own sister. Baba Yaga wanted to spit on the ground, but she held herself back in respect for her friends. Chapter 3898, Perfect Copy, Part 1. Your friend is in deep trouble, Solus, the Red Mother said. I don't know if I can help her. More importantly, I don't know if I want to help her. What do you mean? Baitra asked as Zorith moaned in pain. I don't like you, Baitra. You attempted to murder Solus and then succeeded with Rifa, the Red Mother said. I like your wife even less. I know who she is and what she has done. I don't think helping either of you can serve my interests or Mager's. Then why did you come here if you had no intention to heal Zorith? Solus asked. Because you are my friend, Solus. I would never give bad news to you via a hologram. You deserve to look me in the face when I do, the Red Mother said. Also, I didn't say no, I just didn't say yes. Give me the mouth and the ears, please. I have complete trust in the infirmary's capabilities, but I like to perform my own examinations. I can give you the apprentice mouth, but the fire dragons have the ears, Tista said. The master set is linked to the infirmary and can't be taken out. Thanks, child, but I wasn't talking to you. Baba Yaga extended her hand towards Baitra. I know you succeeded in replicating a few pieces of the Menadian set, Baitra, and that's another reason I consider you and your wife a threat. Then take it out on me. I'm the head of the organization's Forgemastery operations. The Reiju handed the skull and the maw without hesitation. Zor has nothing to do with it. Leave Zor out of your grudge with me. I'm much more powerful than you, and I can use creation magic, child. The Red Mother reached out, but didn't touch the artifacts. Aren't you afraid I'm going to crack your runes and steal your work like you did Rifa S? No, I'm not. Baitra shook her head. We examined the ears of Menadian together, yet you never came up with your own version. It means you either lack the skills or the will to craft the ears. Whatever the answer is, I don't care. Really, what if I just erase your imprint and replace it with mine? Baba Yaga stared into Baitra's eyes without moving. If you want the maw and skull, take them, but they will do you no good. The fourth ruler of the flames sneered. They each have a different unlock code, and only I know them. I see, Baba Yaga nodded. You have every reason to be confident. I have to admit that I'm not as good a forgemaster as you, Baitra. I can't replicate Rifa's work or yours, not yet. Then let's make a deal, Baitra said. You save Zor, and I'll give you a maw and a skull without an unlock code. Study them, improve on them, destroy them, I don't care. Would you really do it? The Red Mother looked at the artifacts with eyes filled with greed. Yes, Baitra nodded. I'll take full responsibility for our trade with the organization. The only thing I ask you is to provide me with the materials. I don't have them on me, and once Zorath is cured, the master might renege on our deal. It seems you were right, Rifa. Baba Yaga turned to Menadian. She's as different from the old Baitra as I am from Night. I told you so, the first ruler of the flames tutted. It's also nice to see that some things never change, like your smugness, Rifa, Baba Yaga grunted. Don't worry, Baitra, I have no need for your services, I was just testing you. I wanted to see if your sweet and apologetic demeanor was real or just an opportunistic facade. It's always easy being nice with words. Actions are a much harder currency. Still, use them, please. The Reiju didn't like the Red Mother playing with her feelings and Zorath's life, but there was little Baitra wouldn't suffer to save her wife. Yggdrasil would. Damn Rifa, the apprentice has surpassed the master. When Baba Yaga put the skull of Baitra on, the artifact's power core scanned the area for more skulls in order to establish a network. The crystal antennae on the side of the helm split into 7, and then fused back into a single piece to better transmit the massive load of data incoming from the infirmary. Thanks to the synesthesia effect of the skull, Baba Yaga could see with her own eyes the swirling currents of Zorath's life forces. She could feel the gusts produced by their violent clashes on her skin. She could hear the upper part of the troll and eldritch sides snarling at each other while the lower part cried in pain. Every creak and moan told her where the wounds went deep and where they had just opened. Great Mother Almighty! At the same time, a low rumble spread throughout the tower. The surface of the ears on the stone pedestal changed, becoming smoother and developing wood grain. New pieces of equipment grew on the walls of the infirmary. The images on the holographic display became more detailed, and a new stream of data appeared beside the depiction of Zorath's life forces. That's exactly how I see the hybrid through the skull, Baba Yaga pointed at the display. How is this possible? I'm afraid you copied my ears too well, Baitra. Menadian felt the various floors chain as new runes filled the still blank spaces in the tower core. Your skull of Baitra holds the same synchronization enchantment as my apprentice set. That still doesn't explain what is happening. Baitra pointed at the new, sleek shape of the ears. I forgemastered the skull to tap into the full potential of the Yggdrasil wood, and your tower is made of stone. I can understand that the artifacts are capable of sharing information, but not the changes in the tower. Unless it can grow Yggdrasil wood inside its walls, the effect is bound to be temporary. That's true, Menadian nodded. Any idea, I mean Solus? Actually, yes. Solus nodded as the information about the tower floors stored in her mind changed. You're wrong, Baitra. The tower can't grow Yggdrasil wood, but it can still access its properties. You forgot about my sage staff stored inside the armory. That's not the same thing, Baitra replied. The armory is great, but it only allows the tower to Great Mother Almighty. Good gods, Menadian double-checked the tower log, refusing to believe her own genius. Look, whatever this is, I'm sure it's amazing, Kala snorted in annoyance. And if any of you is so nice to explain it to the rest of us, we'll gladly join you in your bewilderment and pat Riffer on the back. I'm sorry, everyone. I wasn't being rude. I just have a hard time believing it myself, Solus said. Until this moment, the tower shared the mind-focusing ability of the Yggdrasil wood with those marked as our apprentices. After connecting with the skull of Bytra, however, the tower has learned how to apply that same ability to its enchantments that require processing and analyzing data. She pointed at the changes in the ears. Chapter 3899, Perfect Copy, Part 2. Long story short, as long as the tower is active and the sage staff in the armory, floors of the tower like the infirmary, the grimoire, the cannon vault, and even the thievery also benefit from the mind-focusing abilities of the Yggdrasil wood. The room burst into an uproar so loud that, upon his arrival, Lith thought that Zorith had died. You guys gave me a heart attack. He raised his voice enough to outshout everyone else. What's wrong with you guys? We have a patient to tend for, yet here you are, quarreling like children. We are not quarreling, Solus said. I have big news. A quick mind link brought him up to speed. Well, thanks, Bytra. This should make things easier, Lith nodded. As for everyone else, we are still on a deadline. The tower can wait while Zorith can't. I couldn't agree more with you, Baba Yaga replied. That's why while everyone freaked out, I finished revising the new and improved readings of the infirmary. And Lith asked, and the situation is dire. The Red Mother tormented her chin. I don't know if we can save Zorith's life, but I'm certain that we can't save her unless we treat all 4 aspects of her life force. I agree with you, Kala nodded. The problem is that we can't even see them. The black hole must be Zorith's eldritch life force, but where are the other 3? Even assuming the white hole is the troll side, it should produce only light. Where does the matter come from, and why is it so different from the fallen troll life force Quilla showed us? That's not all. We also have to understand how Xenogrosh's human side evolved. Falul refused to use the eldritch by her dragon name and corrected herself. We can't risk it evolving again in the middle of the procedure. Those are all good questions, Baba Yaga nodded. I can't answer those Kala raised yet, but yours is not that hard, Falul. You know how Zorith's human side evolved? Tista asked. Yes, dear, the Red Mother replied. It's no different from what happened to you, Lith, and me, child. Lith furrowed his brows. Yes, Lith, it happened to you too, Baba Yaga nodded. Your human life force is evolved, yet you were born from human parents. How do you think that happened? How do you think I could go from a simple Odi woman to what you see today in a single leap? I have no idea, Lith replied, and Solus and Tista nodded. The answer is adaptation, children. The mother conjured a hologram of herself as an Odi with a bright violet core on the left and another of her Usura form on the right. Unlike the Odi Lith, Solus, and Quilla had met in Kula, the Odi of the hologram had no translucent skin and bore a striking resemblance to Baba Yaga's mother form. It was shorter, less attractive, and her skin was a pale white. In case you are wondering, the weird skin and ridiculous hair of the last living Odi were another of the foolish alterations my people inflicted on themselves, Baba Yaga said. Displaying their inner perfection was a matter of pride to them as much as their outer appearance. In case you are not, here's your answer. She tapped her finger at the bright violet core, turning it white. When I achieved the white core, my old Odi body couldn't withstand its power, so I underwent evolution with Magus' help. My life force adapted to the infinite mana flow coming from my core, subjecting my body to the equivalent of millennia of refining in a matter of seconds, and turning me into the Odi's apex form. I never researched the Odi evolution, nor did I undergo any step. One moment I was an Odi, the next I was an Usura. Yet that's only possible thanks to special properties of the white core that I'm not going to disclose with you. Baba Yaga referred to a white core's body and mana core being one. The secret to their endless strength, apparent immortality, and quick evolution was the same. Upon reaching the white, every single cell turned into an auxiliary core. It thinned the border between matter and energy, allowing a white core to rearrange their life force freely and heal from any wound simply by absorbing the surrounding world energy and converting it into flesh and blood. Tista Lith, you too followed a different path instead. The mother conjured their holograms and continued. Your evolution is due to the influence your other life forces had on your human side while you still were wormlings. Instead of being separated by a barrier, the different aspects of your life forces mixed, split, and rearranged themselves, growing together in perfect harmony. To not be overpowered by the divine beast side, your human life force evolved to become their match. It's one of the reasons you got your extra eyes one at a time, and only once your human side had made significant progress. What happened to Zorith is similar. Odi and humans have a common ancestor, and trolls are evolved Odi. When Zorith's human side fused with the clone's troll side, it had to evolve to at least what you call rank 1 as well or be destroyed. She's no different from you, Lith. The flesh she possesses is that of a troll, but the energy that animates it belongs to a human. It would make sense if she developed the 4 arms of a troll on top of the 4 eyes of an evolved human, Lith replied. Why was there no change in her appearance besides her regenerative abilities? Who says there were none? Baba Yaga countered with another question. Have you ever seen a Balor with 4 eyes arranged in Zorith's pattern? No, Solus admitted. You are forgetting a key point, children. The mother patted their heads. You are not hybrids anymore, and even back when you were, your life forces came together naturally. Zorith instead is an artificial hybrid whose life forces are still at odds with each other. Otherwise, healing her wouldn't be so hard. We would only have to restore Zorith's life force to its natural state. Too bad there is nothing natural about her. Wait a second, Quilla said. If what you are saying is true, then what about Valoran II? What about Nalrond, my sister's husband? Their human side shows no sign of evolution. I expected better from someone as smart as you, child. The mother gave Quilla a warm smile and booped her nose. Think about what I just said and use that big brain of yours. Of course, Quilla's eyes widened. Nalrond didn't evolve because a wall separated his life forces until the moment we find a way to merge them. As for Valoran, he's still a baby. His human life force might evolve as he grows up. Exactly, Baba Yaga nodded. It's too late for your friend Nalrond. His human side won't change unless a miracle occurs. His children, however, might be different. Emphasis on might, just like for Valoran. There is nothing certain when dealing with the first member of a new species. Sadly, the same applies to Zorith and makes matters much harder for us. Chapter 3900, Precarious Balance, Part 1. No offense, Yaga, but we've already talked too much, Lith said. We need to act or Zorith will die. Act how, child? Do you have a plan? A brilliant strategy? One of your cunning tricks? The Red Mother raised an eyebrow like a teacher dealing with an impatient student. Actually, no, Lith scratched his head in embarrassment, but I hoped you did. Thanks for the vote of confidence, but I don't know what to do either, she chuckled. I've explained so many things to you to share my knowledge and give you the time to assimilate it. We need to work together to save Zorith, and I need capable assistants, not fumbling tinkerers. Now you know about Zorith and yourselves as much as I do. Do you have any idea? Yes, Kala replied, surprising everyone. If I want to become a Lick, I need to find a way to stitch the 2 parts of my life force together once I cut them apart. It should be similar to what we are about to attempt on Zorith. Whether we succeed or fail, this experiment will provide me with priceless data for my future apotheosis. I mean about Zorith, Baba Yaga scowled at the white. Oh, that no clue. Why? Kala tilted her head in confusion. Liches, the Red Mother sighed. Anyone else? I don't have any ideas, but there are a few things I'd like to say. Lith used a mind link to share Vaster's advice with everyone. He blurred the master's face and altered his voice, ensuring that no one would recognize him. Those are valid points. The Baba Yaga mulled over Vaster's words. They will be of great help once we find a cure, but they give us no direction. Did anyone come up with something we can use? Shrugs and shaken heads answered her question. Then we have no choice. Baba Yaga wore Falul's hands and Baitra's maw. We need to go blind and try to fix the damage, or at least stabilize Zorith's condition. Go blind, Falul asked. Isn't that dangerous? It is, but what's the alternative? The mother replied. The infirmary has performed every imaginable test and brought us no lead on how to proceed. If we do nothing, Zorith will die. I'm not proposing to do anything reckless, just to use the full power of the tower and see if there's something we can do or learn by giving her palliative care. I know this is risky, and the gods know if I hate quoting a lick, but whether we succeed or fail, this experiment will provide us with priceless data we can use to find a cure. Those are wise words, Kala said, jotting them down. Which lick said that? Everyone stared at her for a second, and then ignored the white's question. Solus, I'm going to need the full power of the elemental storage, Baba Yaga said. How long does it take to recharge it? Depends, Solus pondered. Days if you need all elements, and I keep the other floors of the tower active. Much less if I shut down everything but the infirmary and you provide me a suitable location to collect the different elements. Then we'd better get a move. The mother nodded. Time is not on our side, and the elemental storage's recharge speed limits the number of attempts we can perform before Zorith dies. Is everyone ready? Baba Yaga filled the maw with the spells she believed she would need, and Quilla did the same with the apprentice mouth. She was a much more skilled and experienced healer than Tista, and the twins in her womb gave her a power second only to the Red Mother, S. The two pieces of Bitra and Menadian set resonated as well, but this time, the tower underwent no change due to their similar nature. Ready, Falul and Freya shapeshifted into their hybrid forms. The Hydra wore the monocle of Menadian, splitting its burden between her 7 heads and those of her Harbinger. Lith, Solus, and the tower core each took a share, allowing the artifact to process the data much faster. Ready, Lith and the others said one after the other as soon as they finished preparing their spells. Sorry for the wait, Zorith. The mother activated her breathing technique, Sun and Moon, and transmitted it past the crystal case and the life support fluid. Hold tight. We'll do our best, but I need you to trust me and do everything you can to not obstruct my mana. The shadow dragon yelped in pain and agreement. Baba Yaga tried to inspect the eldritch side first, but the world energy carrying her will was devoured just like it had happened to everyone's diagnostic spells earlier. Then, she tried to restrain the decay of the troll side. The cursed element consumed the darkness contained in Baba Yaga's mana to revert itself to its natural state, altering the balance of the remaining elements. Soon, there was too much light element, and the flood of decay twisted the world energy around Zorith beyond recognition. This is bad. Each time Baba Yaga used her breathing technique on one side, it swelled, tipping the balance in its favor and nearly toppling the other. She tried examining them in turns to keep them stable, but this way she didn't have the time to get beyond the surface level before being forced to retrieve the tendril of her mana. I'm going all out, the Red Mother said, assuming her Usura form. I'll consume my energy and the towers in one burst. Support me to the best of your ability, and if you have an idea, don't bother telling me. There won't be the time to come up with a common strategy, so save it for later and only focus on the task at hand. The apprentice hands of Menadian split between her 6 arms, taking the form of index finger protectors. Each arm bore its matching elemental crystal to amplify the Usura's corresponding affinity and her ability to cast spells instantly. Needles, scalpels, and other complex surgical tools formed at the armored fingertips and extended toward the floating form of the shadow dragon. Please, no more. Not even all the red dragon flowing in Zorith's veins could stop the terror she felt at the sight of the mystical instruments. Stop hurting me. Baba Yaga's medical constructs looked nothing like Raum's dissection devices, but to Zorith's scarred mind, they were one and the same. Chaos and decay burst out of her body, filling the crystal tank with a black and silvery radiance as the shadow dragon prepared to fight for her life. Stop it, Zorith. Baba Yaga pulled away before her spells were destroyed. I'm not here to hurt you, I'm here to help you. The shadow dragon screamed and trashed, deaf to the Red Mother's pleas. Don't worry, Zor. Bitra was no healer, so she had kept her distance and hushed herself not to bother the others with the noise of her prayers. Everything is fine. We are back together and I'm not going anywhere. Bite, the maddening fear that had taken over the shadow dragon, abated, as she remembered where and with whom she was.